Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon. Good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy
Hello, welcome everyone to Ascent Manila. I'm joined here with Flawn today. Today we'll be going through our day 2 to determine the winner for the first Ascent of 2026. How are you feeling, Flawn?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited to see what decks end up making it. We've been talking a lot about how diverse the meta is and how it's not solved, but I think at least for the results of this event, at least for day 1, we're seeing, I think, a very expected top cut breakdown. So we are here on Fractal of Insight. As you can see, there's a lot of Seryus.
So many.
There's 13 Seryus in total with among the entire day 2. So that's a pretty big chunk. Next to them is, of course, CL, which is probably the other deck that everyone was kind of expecting to do well in this event.
Yeah, I think CL definitely is the deck that people were looking into it because it was already showing like a lot of positive signs. The fact that it tops like most of its Ascents. And then moving forward, we have 7 Tristan, 7 Luxoms, and 5 Merlins. So all these are just level 3 decks.
Yeah, so as you can see, I think Tristan is the perfect answer to
Yep.
Seryu, at least. The deck is really strong in the Seryu, and I think we've been seeing, at least from what I've seen, a lot of these Tristans are on some unconventional builds. I wouldn't say they're unconventional, but their play style is a bit unconventional, especially against Seryu matchups. I've been hearing a lot about like basically fatigue Merlin, where fatigue
wow.
Tristan,
Alright.
where she kind of just like keeps going back down to Shadow Reaver, back down to level 2, Shadow Reaver, back down to level 2, Shadow Reaver, and they use like Heavenly Guide. They're able to loop it over and over and over again by bouncing it back in hand with reclaims and ensnarings, and they can keep leveling up for free, and then they steal all of your cards.
Wow. That's really, really interesting.
Yeah,
And
so I'm really hoping, and I think Mike, the #1 seed, was on that kind of style, so I'm hoping we get to see some of that in the Seryu matchups.
that will explain why he delevered. Like Mike was the one player on stream who basically delevered from level 1 to level 0, but that was because he was forced to do it. Anyway, we also have 4 Water Delchan, 3 Suzaku, 2 Wake Ups, and then 2 Fire Merlin. And then we of course have the odd one out. We have the 5 Aggro Ciel, and then Fire Down, and Win Allies as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot. It's a lot of level 3s with a couple aggro decks inside there. So it's about, I think, what we were expecting, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if maybe one of these kind of fringe decks are able to make it into top 8. What are you thinking? What are you expecting to see in top 8? How many dragons are you expecting to see?
Alright, so based on this composition alone and how I look at the meta, I think everyone is definitely targeting Seiyu, so I don't think Seiyu will be like a full 8. I am expecting at the very least a minimum of 2 Seiyu, but I'm not surprised if we see 3 of them. I don't think it'll be half of it because this is a very diverse meta, and I don't think Seiyu is the panoptical best deck. I think it's one of the easiest decks to pilot into the meta because everyone is just playing decks that they are very comfortable with, and honestly speaking, Seiyu lines aren't that hard. I'm expecting about, if you want me to give a prediction, I think like 3 Seiyu, 2 CL, 2 Tristan, and 1 odd deck. Maybe Luxom?
Maybe, and then I think a water deck. I'd like to see a water deck in there. I would definitely expect. I don't know if it's gonna be 2 large. I think it might be 1 Luxom, 1 CL, 2 Seryus, and then like 4 other random things, like some fire aggro, some waters, some maybe some of our weird decks.
Maybe, right?
Maybe Sword Saint's Vow. There's just a lot of things that could happen at this point. But definitely, if you look at the top of the table, it's a lot of Wind, and it's a lot of Seryu, and it's a lot of Tristan. So I'm definitely expecting 1 or 2 Tristans, just because so many Seryus means Tristan's like perfectly set up to do well here. And Serum Fumes is a hell of a card.
Yeah, as Serum Fume basically just says goodbye a dragon, goodbye any ally. Basically, whatever build that Seryu wants to go through, even the ally routes or the level 3 routes, all you do is just Fumes and the bot is just gone. Wind basically has the best answer against Wind Seryu, but I also want to point out that I think Luxom in particular, I think both of our friends in our circle have been talking about it. Luxom has been a really good level 3 deck in this current meta.
Yeah, Luxom is it's actually pretty good into Seryu as long as you don't get regaled. If you get regaled, it's over. But assuming you don't get regaled, Luxom is actually pretty good at killing Seryu because Light Weavers is non-targeting. And Exploit Vulnerability, Mercenary Blade, it's level 3. It heals a lot. Seryu's good at OTKing, but Incapacitate's a very hard card for them to interact with. They can't really stop and Incapacitate unless they play their own, which they usually don't. So usually that game is whether or not you can get a regal off. If you regal them and you get rid of all their Light Weavers, you kind of just win on the spot. But if you don't, then usually the Luxom player will be able to run away with it. So that's a deck that I definitely expect could possibly be an answer. So Tristan, Luxom, basically the Assassins, the classics.
The Assassins are usually known for a huge tools to basically answer anything in the meta game. Like, that's just to how adaptable Assassins are. We talk about this. Like, Tristan has been around the meta since the very start of Tristan's existence with the starter deck, I believe, a long time ago. Like, Tristan just never left the meta.
Yeah, and May of 2024 feels like it was just yesterday.
No, it's been almost 1 year, I guess.
Yeah, almost like a year and a half.
A year and a half, yeah.
But speaking of the decks, I mean, we're talking a lot about all these meta decks, but we're actually featuring a pretty unconventional, I think a deck that a lot of people were memeing about. maybe some people were serious, but I think most people are like, oh, this is a meme. I'm not sure if this is real.
I didn't even know of this deck's existence until yesterday.
Really?
Because I was like, because it's a very friend of mine that plays. I told
Oh,
I did
yes.
it. Like, Norvin, I did it. Oh, what are you playing? Norm Ride.
Yeah, so we have Muck1234 here who's going to be on normal Rye. So the idea behind normal Rye really is Soul of Purity is a card that lets us banish cards from our graveyard. It doesn't just banish cards from your opponent's graveyard, it banishes cards from your graveyard. And guess what's a deck that really wants to banish cards from their graveyard?
Arcane Rye.
Exactly. So this is it's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people are like, oh, Tri-Castle, you can use Tri-Castle to banish your own arcane cards and all this stuff. Let's see if it actually ends up materializing into anything.
I think it has the very big element of surprise. Your opponent will definitely be looking at your spirit the moment you flip your spirit. And it's going to happen now. Your opponent is going to look at the spirit and like, wait a minute, what is this?
Absolutely true. I'm like, whoa, what is normal Rye? So looking at the list, it's normal Rye. Like there's literally, it's all normal cards and arcane cards. And it's playing 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 20, 30 arcane cards.
30 arcane cards, let's go!
Very prone to bricking because this is not a glimpse spirit, so you might just open 7 arcane and then just cry on the spot. So
you have to understand, when we're playing card games, there's no such thing as a brick. There's only the fact that you didn't hit well enough. It's not a break, you just didn't have it.
Starting off well here with a Mnemonic Charm. So Mnemonic Charm is a great card because it puts a card into your memory, puts stuff down, it stays influence neutral, and that's really all this Rye deck is trying to do because it's very hard to stay influence positive in a deck that plays no elemented cards, right?
Yep. That's the thing about this deck. This deck basically aims for a really interesting win con. But I will say that there's also another weird application that if your opponent is running bubbles, mostly the aggro decks, they can't really use any of the bubbles because you're not in any element.
That's true. I mean, bubbles have been a staple of Grand Archive basically since set 1.
Yep.
So, I mean, obviously we've seen it fall out of favor in Advanced Elements decks because they just don't have the space for it. But in aggro decks, I mean, honestly, even in aggro decks, a lot of times bubbles have been, they just can't really justify their space unless the meta is so skewed to one element.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Staggering strike. Oh my god. That is really not what you want to see.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see as Luxom, I suppose. But
Merlin, so we on Zero Magus here is on Merlin. So this is going to be Merlin versus Rye. This is an FTC classic, really.
FTC classic Merlin versus Rye.
So this is the only Thai player in the tournament, and I mean, I'm thinking that everyone in Thailand is
rooting for him
to get a top 8 finish here. This is Merlin. I mean, looking at it, Orb of Sealing though is a huge problem, and I think this is something that the Rye players have to have an answer to, which is in the form that Alcahest. Normal obviously does not have a lot of removal for material deck cards. It's like maybe Converge Resolution. There's like very few cards that actually remove things with Break Apart. They're really not great removal cards. We don't have like access to obviously the usuals. Fracturize. We don't have access to. I mean, I guess we could play Mustang, but that doesn't really work into the cost curve of this deck. So instead, we're just gonna go for the guaranteed Alcahest. So as long as we get Orb of Sealing before level 3. We can usually get rid of everything. But here we see Fluffy, CPR Redemption
CPR
event.
as well, yeah, so beautiful. So pretty, like, I think everyone was just really hyped when they announced it in Akiba. I think everyone was really, I remember the scene where like everyone just kept buying AMB. Is it AMB? Yeah, AMB CSR, right?
I mean, that's the reason these redemption events, you know, that's why they're here for, you know. They try and kind of incentivize you, hey, you know, open some of the old product.
Yep. You see Undying Dreams.
Yeah, this is not great. It was like Staggering Strike and then into Backup Charger into Undying Dreams. Not a fantastic start here.
So for floating memories in general, or even just cards, like in Grand Archive, you really like don't want to go -1 too hard, even if it's a floating, right? A floating is technically not -1 because you use it, but there are obviously better floatings that allows you to gain back net neutral, and in theory, it's a +1 because you're using the floating to level up.
Yeah, exactly. So really, like floating's value is in being discarded or being milled.
Yep.
Or, I mean, you know, in the end, influence neutral is always fine.
Yes, always fine.
But when you have great float, like Gentle Respite, which are the ones where it's like, oh, it's float, but it also +1s use part effect. Return to the Archive is another one of these new floating +1 cards that don't need to be discarded to get value. So unfortunately, having to go Staggering Strike turn 1, probably Backup Charger and then Drew into the Undying. It's like, okay, fine, I can level up with this.
Yep. We actually have the Trio of Hearts this time to take back the tempo, but that sheep there is starting to be really annoying. It is going to get rid of the sheep with the attacks, so I think it'll be fine. Retaliate for 1.
Yeah, get a cheeky 1 damage in. Might matter.
Yep.
A lot of times these games are just games of inches. 1 damage could be the difference.
So Flaunt, can you tell us a bit about what Rai actually does and what does Enlightenment Counter actually do?
Oh, okay. So I am an original Rai main. I've been here. I've been Rai since Doha, so I can tell you a lot about Rai. So Rai's thing basically is he wants to banish as many arcane cards as possible because at level 3, Arcane Storm Seer gains levels equal to the amount of arcane element mage spell cards. Okay, it doesn't count Regalia, doesn't count the wind one or the elemental. Elemental is not a spell, so it doesn't count. So it has to be specifically spells, mage spells that are arcane.
Spells. Wow, okay.
So we have to be very specific about that. So really, we just want to banish as many arcane cards as possible. We eventually go up to Rai 2, who has the inherited effect, who gives you enlightenment counters on the first time you activate a mage skill or mage action in a turn. So this one counts skills and non-spells. It's weird, but yeah. So essentially, you gain a bunch of free draws because you can cash in 3 enlightenment counters to get a draw, but you can also use those enlightenment counters using a card called Power Overwhelming, so that you gain levels equal to the amount of enlightenment counters that you are essentially throwing away. And the whole deck is just designed to draw like infinite cards and then combo you all in 1 turn.
Yeah, from what I understand, that this is a very important card for careful study, basically allowing you to gain 5 enlightenment counters that you basically use it on the level 2 to end the draw.
Yeah, usually you want to play this at level 3, so you can play it for free.
Yep.
But if you've got nothing better to do,
well,
you know what? Careful study at level 2 is not the worst. In the end, it's still influence positive. It's just, you know, you're losing a lot of tempo. But Rai really just needs to hit level 3. He didn't find a dungeon guide, obviously. So just going to go careful study, level 2. Let's maintain our influence. Level up to 3. Now it's an uncontrolled banish, and Rai generally wants to banish in a controlled manner so he can guarantee that's the arcane cards. But guess what? If your whole memory is arcane, does it really matter?
Yeah, I don't think it matters because, Mark, as we mentioned, Mark is running about, what, 30?
30 arcane cards.
I think I never seen so much higher element composition in the deck other than Rai. So many.
I think like Arasana and Rai are the only ones that can afford to play such high advanced element counts. Like even like Luxom plays maybe like 20.
Yeah.
Merlin, like Crux decks play like 16-ish. So it's really it's usually the decks that play Serene that can afford it. But Rai is a deck where it's kind of baked in the deck that he has to play a ton of arcane. That's why they play 4-2 with the Spirit and Wind, just because you don't want to have one of those brick like 7 arcane hands at the start of the game.
Yeah, that's really interesting. But Mark, again here, making it to day 2, probably proving to us that that's a way to play it out. I did talk to Mark a little bit earlier on, and like he said something really, really interesting. His first 5 games were against the same deck. Could you guess what deck he was fighting against for 5 rounds?
Sander. No.
Fire Merlin.
Oh, wait, that is insane luck actually, because Merlin is one of the decks that Rai kind of preys on.
I think he went round 1, 2, 3 losses.
Really?
So he went to 6-3. That's what I remember. Or at least he went like 2-1 and then 1-3 and then he went all the way to win. But I definitely remember him saying that he lost to a lot of the Fire Merlins in the early stages of the tournaments.
Like, you're talking like level 3 Merlin, or you're talking about aggro Merlin? If it's
Aggro Merlin,
okay. If it's aggro Merlin, I totally understand him losing to that.
He fought like 5 aggro Merlin and he's just like, well, it's over. And now here's he, day 2.
You know what they say, this is Submarine. Submarine's better than being #1 seed, right?
Yeah.
Because #1 seed is a curse.
Yeah, I did hear something also about X3. Because usually when you are X3 in day 2, a lot of players are kind of demotivated because, I need to rely on tiebreaker. But I heard, this particular event, because the number of players are pretty small, right? There's a chance that an X3 full win might make it in.
I'm pretty sure 10-3 will make it.
10-3 will make it, right?
It's a bubble, but it's not unlikely that you could make it depending on your tiebreakers, right? So obviously being a turn or like day 1, if you lose your first 3 rounds, your tiebreakers might be a little bit iffy, but you gotta try for it. You gotta believe, right? You don't know how the bracket is going to shake up. Some people might just have a little bit too many draws and it kind of like knocks them down, right?
Yeah, you never know the magic of tiebreakers. It works in a mysterious way. So we are going into, I think, Mark is just considering what to materialize here.
Yeah, still, I mean, are we just going to go straight up to level 3 here? Used up those enlightenment counters. Okay, so we're going to go for Tome of Knowledge instead. Or Tome of Empowerment. So this is the one that, or Tome Sorcery, sorry. This is the one that gives empowerment and it draws a card. So there's 2 tomes. There's usually Tome of Knowledge, which is going to be turned usually into Tome of Sacred Lightning, which is the card that, it's kind of like the card that really unlocks the Rai deck because it just gives you infinite filter and more like continued banish of arcane cards every turn.
Yep.
So we're just going to go for more card draw, especially seeing that your Merlin opponent is kind of like sitting at level 2 for a bit. I feel like you're okay with just like playing it a bit slow. You are gonna have to get rid of this. You're gonna have to get rid of this 3 of Hearts eventually, though, because that's a lot of damage you're gonna be taking every single turn. Rai doesn't really play allies. He kind of just tries to rely. Either he just ignores them and kills you before he dies, or he goes for like some board clears in the form of like Anger of Skies.
Yep.
Now here's the Orb of Sealing. This is the problem card here. This card, what it's gonna do is it's gonna flip all those arcane cards in your banishment face down, which means when you go up to Rai level 3, you're no longer gonna have them as arcane cards. Even though they're still in banishment, they're flipped face down. You don't see their element anymore, and so he does not gain levels from them, which is why it's so important that he has at least one in the banish when he goes up level 3 so that he can go and get that Alcahest and try and break this. Otherwise, he's going to go level 3 and have to play an Arcane Sight in order to gain 1 level and then pop an Alcahest, even if he has no arcane cards in his banishment, so that he can break the Orb Ceiling and flip them all back face up.
Yeah, and indirectly just being targeted by the Orb of Sealing. That's a really funny situation. But as you say, the Alcahest will be able to help Mark here to actually get rid of the Orb of Sealing. So we'll just see how Mark will be able to maneuver this into this situation. And looks like in terms of tempo, I think both players are in equal tempo, even though Mark has nothing on the board. But Mark's influence is noticeably quite big because Mark hasn't been putting cards down, has been hand neutral, has been farming that element counter in order to keep his hand up. Zero Makers, on the other hand, decent start, has quite a decent board. The typical Merlin board you would expect, fluffy Thrift Hearts, and then a decent size of influence as well. So both players are just trying to go into a comfortable level 3 before all hell break loose, I guess, in terms of all this. So we're going to see Resistant right here to not take any more damage, because I do think that we are going to be taking 5 if we do not Resolute Stand here.
I also think he had nothing else to play. Looking at his hand, it looks like all arcane to me. So I think he might have had nothing else to play. He's like, you know, I'm just going to use this Resolute because I need to put 3 cards down so I can level up. That would be really bad here if Zero Magus had a way to get rid of a card in memory.
We put down 3 Arcane there and ban 3 Arcane. I think it's pretty good, right?
That's really good. So that means we're going to currently have 5 Arcane Banish and 2 Flip Face Down. So once we pop this, we're actually going to have 7 Arcane. So we're going to be level 10, which is pretty high here. That means 1 cost Arcane Blast. You play 1 Arcane Sight. You know, you're 11. You can play free Arcane Blast.
Wait, level 10?
Well, yeah, because he's going to have
exactly.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
And then he's level 3.
Yeah.
So that's 7 plus 3, 10. Level 10. He's just level 10, which means he can just start throwing Arcane Blasts for 1. He just needs to play 1 Arcane Sight. He can play them for free. And you know, your opponent's at level 3, Merlin, so 2 Arcane Blasts plus either like I guess Erratic Bolt plus 2 Arcane Blasts is enough to bring it down.
So Merlin is a deck that gains level counter per turn, right?
Yes.
And Ra just becomes level 10 just like that and shoots you with a blast?
Yeah. And guess what? Because he's level 10, 11, he can activate a Scry the Skies and glimpse 11 cards deep through his deck.
So the question is, why is no one playing Rai? So strong, so
because his early game is atrocious. He does nothing. And so these are the 2 new cards that got released in, I believe it was in AMB. These are Shattering Discharge. This is a card where when it's banished from your memory, you can activate it, like essentially from the banishment, and then it banishes itself again. And there we go. That's an Arcane Sight. Now he's level 11. Okay, he's level 11. If we have 3 Arcane Blasts or an Erratic Bolt and 2 Arcane Blasts, he just wins here. Arcane Sight with you, okay. Now he could also if he has enough cards, he can try and find a way to get. Oh, that's the second Arcane Blast. He has 2 already.
Yep. So the Arcane Blasts are free, right?
Yes. So he's currently actually no. His 2 cards are still flipped face down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So he still needs 1. Then he can use the Tome of Sorcery to empower 1. He can also go Tome of Sacred Lightning in order to try. If he gets a card in memory using that Scry the Skies, he can banish it and then go Tome of Sacred Lightning, banish it, and then now he's level 11. So it's like, okay, we have so many ways of getting here. We just need to have 2 blasts or 3 blasts, and we can just end the game right here on the spot.
Again, why no one's playing this? So good. Sounds so strong.
Well, you know, there's a lot of he also has Soul of Purity. We forgot Soul of Purity. So 2 Arcane Sights.
Yeah, Arcane Sight.
There we go. So we can now get actually up to level.
Oh my god.
We can get up to level 12 here. Might be trying to set up Evo. There it is.
Oh my god. Is it actually gonna happen? Are we actually gonna see like a really quick lightning blast?
It's very possible. Rai is really, this is what he does. He just goes up to level 3 and he blows you up. That's why he was so strong in early meta when there weren't a lot of answers. Obviously now we have Topsy Decree.
Yeah.
Aggro is more potent than ever, so it's just really hard for him to get through the early game because he really doesn't do anything early game. So his goal is just try and hit level 3 as quick as possible and just kill them. because he really doesn't have answers.
So Spirit is released. We do see the effect.
1, 2, 3. So there we go. Seven. So he has
Seven.
7 arcane cards, and he's level 3. So that's 10 plus he has 2 arcane sites. So he's currently level 12.
Okay, Providence is out as well. A lot of people also were not used to Providence. I remember they were like, "Oh yeah, Providence exists in my deck."
Yeah, you might think this deck. I would think maybe would choose to play something like Looking Glass to play Unmake Duality instead.
Yep.
But I think also values being able to draw an extra card. You can use this Purity on a turn where you're scrying a bunch in order to get an extra draw, so you can craft like an even better turn.
Yeah, look at this card just Scry. So Scry basically is glimpse based on your level, and I think
12. 12. Level 12.
This is insane.
So what's really great about this is he gets to sculpt the top of the deck, and then he can now change this Tome of Sorcery into Tome of Sacred Lightning, which can be rested in order to banish a card from your memory in order to draw a card. So not only are we drawing another card, we're also banishing another arcane card, which gets us to maybe level 13. And guess what? Is there a card that costs 15 in the deck that has been seeing a lot of play, but not in Rai?
Advent of the Stormcaller.
Exactly. So Advent of the Stormcaller is a crazy card. You can look at the top level deck. So if you're level 13, you would check the top 13, and you can banish as many arcane cards and do 2 damage for each one.
That's just like Burst Asunder.
I mean, it's better. I mean, you're checking the top 15, and then you're banishing like you could be banishing like 10 cards, and then guess what? All those cards get banished. So now what? Now you're level 25 or whatever, and it's like okay, that's why usually it's like okay, play this, then you erratic them or you fireball them, and then you just explode.
Yeah. Okay, so the only difference is we don't actually have Fireball for this particular deck because we are a norm. But I think Arcane Blast will just do.
Arcane Blast is just like, it's just free. And then Erratic Bolt is is essentially your Fireball.
Yep.
In the form of, it's basically Fireball that also banishes 2 cards. So you could also get up level 27.
Sounds like a really, really strong level 3 kind of deck. So basically, like from what I'm hearing is that Rai seems to be doing really, really well. The more you level 3, right? The only problem is that Rai has a really, really slow and non-impactful early game, so it might just get churned out by aggro. You might have defense too, but once it reaches level 3, because your opponent is a level 3 deck that's plays slow, you basically have a high advantage.
Yeah, I would say so. It's pretty good into basically every advanced element deck, or at least the ones that don't go really fast. Like Tristan can try and aggro him down.
Yep.
I think assassin decks, because they have incapacitate, can also just try and keep you down. He's also not very good into water, because the whole idea is like, you go really low in influence.
Yeah, and
then you just get negated, and it's like, okay, so I can't do anything anymore. So here comes the Tome of Sacred Lightning. We're going to now. So okay, yeah, we're gonna banish. So I assume he has all 3 arcane cards in there. So he should know the exact contents of this memory based on the glimpsing and the drawing into memory. Banishing an arcane card. So now we are level 13. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Do we have... Oh, that's a Careful Study he's just drawn? Okay, we have 2 Careful Studies. We're going to start drawing a bajillion cards here.
Yeah, because we are level bajillion. This is basically free.
Exactly. So this is going... Oh my god, we're using chips. We're using chips to denote enlightenment counters. We are literally like so rich right now.
We're so rich. Like yesterday we were learning the economy about taxation. Now, I don't think Rai is affected by tax at all. Look at all this value. Level 13, Careful Study, drawing card. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, they're like, okay, no, we need to use dice. We don't have enough chips for this.
The crazier part? I think we've been like 5 minutes and it's still Mark's turn without slow play.
This is what Rai does. This is the thing. Rai does nothing for the first like 4 turns of the game. Then he has like a 10-minute turn where he like glimpses and draws like a trillion cards.
It's a one-player game right now.
Basically, I mean, Zero Magus does have cards in hand. Let's not forget that. He could have something. He could have a Topsy Decree. Like the thing about Rai...
It's going to give us a bajillion cards again.
Yeah, but here's the thing about Rai, right? He doesn't play any... Really, he doesn't have a lot of fast speed cards, except for those Shattering Discharge. So that's the card is really important because it's your way of breaking Crystallized Destiny, especially in normal, because you don't have any fast speed cards aside from it. So it's really important that he got those banished now, because as long as he has enough cards in hand to play them, he can at least break a Crystallized Destiny. But a Topsy, though, there's no stopping a Topsy Decree.
Yep. I think what Mark is trying to do now is see if he can find Lita, I believe.
Oh, no, he's absolutely going for lethal this turn. Like, there's no way he's not. I mean, the thing is, you're playing against Merlin at the same time, so if you don't kill him this turn, you probably still survive.
Yeah. Like, I mean, we're glimpsing more than half of our deck because there's not much left in our deck. We are going to add 1 card into the memory, but I think he's just setting up what to draw because he definitely has ways to draw with the Enlightenment counter. So there's definitely not going to be any way that he's not trying to settle for little. Again, Lightning Blast, Arcane Blast are free. All Mark need to do now is just hit 3.
If I saw it correctly, he already had 2 in hand. So
Yeah.
if he just needs to find 1 more and he just glimpsed 13 cards.
Yep.
And he has currently 3 draws off of these enlightenment counters.
Yep.
If he could also find if he finds an Advent, he can go like Power Overwhelming, use 2 Advent for free, to stack his deck again, and then he can like draw more cards and then go another Careful Study and then start throwing Arcane Blast. There's like a trillion ways for him to end the game here. He can go Erratic Bolt into Arcane Blast. This is the thing. This is what makes Rai fun, you know. He's like to be in the tank.
He's just cheating at this point. He's basically setting up the top 20 of his, top 10 of his deck.
I just saw him put an. I see him put an Advent close to the top there, so I feel like we might be seeing a big Advent turn.
Yeah.
Now Advent's important because it does not target, which means it is a way of getting around the top C decree. So if you just go Advent into Advent, that's another way for you to try and end the game.
Yep. I think we're resolving a lot of things.
That was a Scry. The Sky's drawn to memory, so I think we drew. Did we draw into the Advent, or was that a Spell Shield we drew into?
Element counter to draw one
There's
more.
the Advent.
Advent.
Oh, Mnemonic Charm.
Charm.
So now we're level 15, which means you can play the Advent for free.
Yep.
Okay, this is about to be crazy. So we're going to check the top 15 cards of our deck, and we're going to banish as many Arcane cards as we want. Probably going to keep the Blasts on top, so we can draw into them. And we could be doing, like, depending, I mean, top 15 cards, 30 Arcane cards in the deck. How many are we banishing? I'm going to say, like, 6 to 7, maybe? That was non-intentional.
I mean, he did see the top X amount of, he did see a lot. I think it's all like guaranteed to be mostly Arcane.
Do you think we've already gone from like to our entire deck at this point? Do you think we're already like cycled?
I'm pretty sure the deck's limit right now, his deck size only left like 2 or 3. I'm pretty sure.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
1, 2,
11
3,
Arcane
11,
cards.
11.
So we're probably going to keep the Blast on top.
Yeah?
Probably going to keep the Blast, and we're just going to throw everything else. We might even keep an Erratic Bolt, maybe.
I don't know what's going on, but this looks really amazing. He's just going to go ham. That's 10?
No, he threw 9.
9?
And he kept the 2 Blasts on top. So that's 9 damage. That's 18 damage right
18 right there, and he kept the blasters on top. And then he just need to draw the blast and it's game, right?
Yep. He can just draw the blast.
Blast in hand.
He already has one in hand. He already has.
It's game. Mark just took like, I don't know, like 5 minutes for one particular turn just to win the game. Like, look at it. His entire deck is displayed on the mat.
You know, right. Turn 1, he played the Mind Charm. Turn 2, he played like, I think he played like Careful Study. Turn 3, he leveled up to 3, and then he blew up. I was like,
Would you consider this to be in, what's the word that people always say? High roll?
Would I call this a high roll? I think this is just normal Rai gameplay, honestly.
Again, for Element, if you're so frustrated to fight against level 3 decks, if you're local, there's this particular player, I don't like him, he always plays level 3 decks. You found your answer right here on this stream. Rai.
Yeah, Rai, I'm telling you, man, Rai, people keep looking down on him. You know, he might have been like an intro boy, like only good in Doa and FTC, and then like completely fell off the map. But hey, I mean, he was in Worlds, like, and during the first ever Worlds, no one was playing Rai, and then suddenly during Worlds, like everyone was on Rai because it was like Merlin, Luxom, like no one was playing aggro, so everyone just started playing Rai, and then there was like, I think he was like the most represented deck, I think, in day 1, and then of course that was like old Worlds rules. You could like, swap decks in day 2, so it was like, okay, actually no, that is how Worlds works for you. So like day 1, day 2, you have one deck, and then you can swap to a different deck on the last day. So it was like, oh, you know, everyone was on Ryan day 1, and then a bunch of people swapped off, but some people stayed on it. It was a real surprise pick, and then after that he fell off the map.
Yeah, I think our other player, Zero Makers, might be overwhelmed despite not showing much emotion, but I think deep down it's like, what did I just witness? What was going on? I think they're just signing in right now. So for the side decks, right, is there anything relevant for Zero to counter this particular level 3 monstrous like strategy?
So you might think Harmonious Mantra to try and heal, but the thing is, Rai does so much damage that it's like the healing probably doesn't help you too much.
I don't see a way besides just seeding his arcade.
Regals.
I think Regals will help, like getting rid of all his arcane cards, all his engine. I think, for what I noticed, Rai relies on really heavy engine on the alignment counters. Like, Careful Study seems to be a really core card because whenever I see people play Rai, right, Rai seems to be doing well with the amount of Careful Study. I see a game where this guy said, I have the best setup ever, but zero Careful Study. He couldn't draw his cards. He couldn't like get his influence back up. But I see a game where some some dude just like draw 3 careful studies and suddenly he just pop off.
The thing is, once you draw one careful study, you start glimpsing, you start stacking your deck, you
Yeah.
just put the other next careful studies on top of your deck. Oh, you get Advent of the Stormcaller, you put another, you can banish like 10 of like 5 arcane cards, and you stack a careful study and arcane blast on top of your deck. It's like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like the moment you find one, it just keeps like compounding more
It just
and
keeps
more
snowballing
and
and snowballing into a greater and greater despair for his opponent.
Yeah, and so really there's 2 main like advantage cards in that give careful study, and you also peer into mana. So peer into mana, careful study only gives specifically 5, so it's always neutral. And then usually if you have some leftover enlightenment counters, if you stack careful study into careful study, you're able to play essentially it's a +2 at that or +3 at that point.
Yep.
So with peer into mana, it's based on your level.
Yep.
So you get 2+ levels. So if you're level 15, you're gonna get 17 enlightenment counters, which lets you draw 4 cards off of 1. So that you +3, and it's all in the hand, okay? None of this is drawn to memory. Drawn to memory did not exist backhand.
I feel enlightened. Very, very enlightened. I think everyone's feeling enlightened as they watch Rai right now.
Yeah, so
good.
on the side of Rai, I think Blanche could come in, and
Blanche?
it's Merlin.
Yep.
Crystallize could come in. Topsy could come in, but let's be real here. I think Regal is another card that obviously Rai can play, but I think against Merlin, maybe you don't really care that much, and you're just gonna try and go level 3, do the same thing you did last game.
I think Mark's goal is just I'm just going to go to level 3 as soon as possible with the most balance of influence I have, with a great number of setup, and then I will try to just kill my opponent in 1 turn. But for Zero, I think it's really just about hoping his opponent doesn't draw the insane amount of things that he just saw just now, and probably Regal. Is there a Regal in?
Yeah, there's Regal. There's 3
Regal,
Regals
right?
inside.
Yeah, there's 3 Regals inside.
And on Muck's side, there's 2 Regals inside. So it's like, the thing is, both these decks are just trying to hit level 3 ASAP. So one thing about Merlin is that there's no float in this Rai deck to steal, so you're always going to have to use your own. Or you're going to have to level the 3 with no level counters, which really slows you down as a Merlin deck.
Yeah.
And guess what, you're playing against Soul of Purity. So sometimes maybe he gets to just Soul of Purity and banish your float, and suddenly everything gets a little bit messed up.
Yeah, the Spirit of Purity Rai does really follow this philosophy with the current meta, where we had this discussion like yesterday as well, where basically we were talking about how people are adapting, their level 3 decks doesn't want to get countered by Topsy or any sort of like graveyard hate by just playing less floating and just purely on card draw advantage net neutral, right? Rai basically does that, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a reason we're Norm. Like, we don't have to worry about baubles. We don't have to worry about all of these these counters. It's really just let's blow them up.
Yep,
right?
let's blow them up.
And against Seryu, it's like it's interesting just because Seryu has Innervate and Tops. Some of them even play Topsy, so it's like the amount of Spell Shroud in the deck is getting a bit overwhelming, and that's really Rai's biggest weakness. It's like boots, Spell Shroud, but the thing is, Spell Shroud didn't used to be a thing that you could get without like expending so much. So in the case of Goja, it's like, you get to play Innervate, and then now everyone has Topsy.
Yep.
So it's definitely harder for Rai, but clearly Muck is making it work here. Looking at the hand, I see Dungeon Guide at least, but I think that's Resolute and Dungeon Guide are the only normal cards. I think that might be a careful study.
Yeah, I think the issue of game 1 that Zero had was that he was forced to basically put a lot of cards down on the turn he leveled the Merlin, because he was just trying to basically go into level 3 and then see what he can do the next turn. But Mark just basically killed him the following turn. So we are going to go into
Oh
March
my
here.
god, that's awful. That's base. This shield mate is never dying unless we draw a different mate. We did see I see a Harmonious Mantra in the hand, so that was a card that was sided in here, just trying to heal through the damage. Maybe Rai's doing like exact lethal or close to exact lethal. Ooh, Fluffy turn 1 is such a good. I think that was draw for turn 2.
Yeah, because this Rider doesn't really care too much about most of his material deck, because all he plans to do is just play with his actual main deck to banish as much as possible. And Mark knows that I'm not going to use any of these cards. This Chalice, the
Ducal
Duco,
Seal.
I'm not going to use any of them. We're just going to get rid of them and draw a card.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards you're okay to throw here. Ducal Seal is obviously not very useful against Merlin. I mean, she does do a lot of attacking still, but it's just probably the game's not going to reach that point.
Yep.
And then
Chalice is pretty good.
Chalice
but
is not happening.
Yeah, Chalice is not happening. It's pretty good, quote unquote, if your opponent starts blasting you, but we saw game 1. I don't think we're ever reaching that point.
And usually these Merlin decks, a lot of times they can kill you without even putting you. So Rai's only 25 life. So it's not like, Guardians, they have 30 life. It's like actually pretty easy. Or like Luxom, where they can like heal up and then, or take damage, heal back down. Right? It's like, oh, he's at 25 and he's kind of like stuck there. So Chalice of Blood's a bit harder to play.
Yep. We are going to see backup charger here. Not really the best of an opening if you were Zero here. Zero want to see cards to discard into the graveyard for voting memory cost.
Oh, that's a lot. That's liminal, and a bunch of crux cards. Is there no discard fodder? There's nothing. There's nothing to use to discard cards from hand here. It seems no creative.
Yeah, that might be creative. That might be a.
Oh, please don't make shield me. Okay,
Oh,
okay. We have one hasty.
Yep.
So we can start throwing some of this away. Now, the Soul of Purity is a concern, but I think the thing about Rai is that he wants to use the Soul of Purity when
Himself.
he has arcane
Yep.
cards on
Yep.
himself. So wouldn't feel amazing to be using it on random float here. So the Fluffy Shopkeep is going to intercept this,
Yep.
not retaliating. Okay, so, second hasty is big. Now, the thing about Rai is he's really bad at actually getting, or is that, no, that's Harmony's Mantra, unfortunately. He wants to get a lot of allies on board now, because Rai is really bad at clearing them. So you need to get down your, you want to get like your Cheshires, you want to get down your Three of Hearts. Just get them down and just start swinging, because Rai is not clearing these allies.
Yep.
Oh, Shattering Discharge,
Yeah,
perfect.
discharge. Yeah, Rai doesn't seem to be a deck that's really good into clearing allies like you mentioned. Hence why I think Mark actually mentioned before that he feels really, really terrible when he fought against the Fire Merlins, because all they do is just alter red hair.
Okay, Rictus Tiding.
Rictus Tiding.
So,
alright.
I mean, this deck has a lot of high cost cards. Okay, that's a 2, 6.
Two.
No, it's 2 and
Oh.
4, unfortunately. So he's probably going to keep, yeah, he's going to keep the Arcane card.
Yep. Not a bad hit, I guess. At the very least, it's Arcane card.
Now, I hope he does have, I hope he has a normal card to play here. Oh, he has, I think that's Peer into Mana right there. That's the Judge promo, Peer into Mana.
Yeah, I just noticed there's a lot of Judge promos. I think Careful Study is one of them as well.
Here's the funny thing, right? All of the Judge promos have Arasana on them, but they're all Rai cards. Careful Study, Peer into Mana, it was like, well, no spell is also one of them. But initially, like the first 3 Judge cards were all like Rai cards that had Arasana on them for some reason.
Wait a minute. I thought Arasana is a cleric.
Yeah, no, but it's like for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason, why?
They put Arasana on all the Judge cards because it's like, oh, it's a Sudden Steal,
no.
Null Spell.
It's a foreshadowing that there will be a Mage Arisana.
Mage Arasana and Warrior Arasana.
Yeah, Warrior Arasana is Sudden Steal Arisana. You never know.
Maybe Arasana is just a judge. Maybe she just likes to judge people.
I mean, she does look a bit judgy, let's be honest.
Are you serious?
I
I think she seems like a very nice person.
You never know. The nicest person are oftentimes the one that... I'm not going to go
deep
into
down, deep down, they're the ones who are judging you.
Anyway, back to the game. We are going to Mega Stun. I think Zero needs to level up right this turn because you can't keep on being at level 0. I think you need to advance your tempo right here. Eventually going to level 2. I do think that the fact that Rai doesn't have any floating memory does make it really, really bad to go into level 2 Merlin. Like what do you want to do? Eat your own floating?
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it feels so bad.
And you know, it's like maybe you're not discarding flow. Maybe you're Oh, we went Kong. Yeah, we went Kongming because
okay.
so this is sideboard tech. So we're on Kongming 1 with Harmonious Mantra. So that gets us the Shifting Currents, which allows us to use Harmonious Mantra to get a lot of healing out of it. Harmonious Mantra is fast speed. So we can use that to just try and heal 2 damage. But guess what? If Rice blasting you for like 50 damage in 1 turn, is healing like 8 really gonna help you?
Yeah, that's the thing. It depends how when can the mantra actually even be played here. Because the thing is that when you go up to level 3 or when Ryan is in the position to basically try and kill you, you're usually low in influence because both of you just reach level 3 at the very same turn. So it just depends how many floating, a lot of how many cards Zero has drawn from this game. And it seems to be a better game than game 1. Zero has a really healthy influence, I'll say, above 7. And he's getting a decent amount of floating this game.
That's right, and you know, with all these hasty discards, as long as he keeps getting to discard more and more, there's another liminal guy. And I see float already, so next turn he could just level up to 2, and he can hasty discard a float, eat the float, dungeon guide to 3. He's really set up, but Mach, on the other hand, also has his own dungeon guide, so next turn he's gonna banish 2 more arcane cards, level up to 2, dungeon guide to 3, and then start doing his thing.
Yeah, the only thing that I would comment is that Mach's hand's not really looking too good in terms of influence side. I don't think there's much ways to get into a lot of influence. There is Pierce no Mana, but I don't think that Mark is in any sort of position to play it. Maybe because his level is quite low, right?
Did he play Peer into Mana this turn?
Not this turn, but he has it in hand.
No, he played the Peer into Mana this turn.
Oh,
So
he
the
did?
Grave. So
Oh,
why
he
does he
did, he
only
did.
have 2 enlightenment counters?
Ooh, okay.
He should have.
He should have another one in hand.
He should have 3 more.
3, 2.
Or did it get negated?
I think it did get negated.
Yeah, I think he should have 3 enlightenment counters right now, shouldn't he? Oh, guys, I mean, he must have forgotten. I don't know if this is probably something we're gonna have to get fixed. See, or someone we're gonna ask production to remind him, hey, you gotta have your enlightenment counters, man. That's kind of like the whole point you played this card.
We are gonna see a dungeon guy, I believe.
So yeah, so dungeon guy gonna come up here. We're now at Ride level 2, so we do have the ability to gain enlightenment counters on our activations. Yeah, I think we're just informing them like, hey, you forgot about your enlightenment counters, man. Like, that's kind of important. So that would have been, he was level 1, so he should gain 3 enlightenment counters here. All right, so.
Right. Seems to be no problem, but we are going to level 3 here with 5 arcane cards already.
Oh, okay, he drew a card already. Okay.
Yeah.
Must have missed that. Okay, we're going to bring on Lost Providence.
Lost Providence. I think this is not the turn to kill, I believe.
So we have 6 arcane cards in Vanish Ray, so we're currently level 9.
9. Wow.
He has a Peer into Mana into hand, which means next turn, when he activates Peer into Mana, he can get 11 plus 1 because of Rai level 2. He can get 12 enlightenment cards. That's 4 draws. He can draw plus 3. He can plus 3 off of 1 card, right?
You're telling me there's one card that just says draw 3 in Grand Archive?
It's draw 3
sorry,
conditional.
draw 4
conditional. Conditional on you having very high level.
Look, in a game of Grand Archive, no matter how conditional it is, if I heard a card that says draw 4, you be sure, make sure that I will actually reach that condition. There's no way I'm not reaching the condition.
So would you play Devotion's Price? Would you play Accursed Strength?
I'll make it work. Like in Grand Archive, drawing is king. Like certain card games, like there are certain card games that you draw a lot and you still don't win the game. I don't want to name a particular card game, but in Grand Archive, it's because drawing is resource. Like unlike other games where there are different sorts of costs to be paid. For example, manas or whatnot. In Grand Archive, your hand is technically your mana, because you do be banishing from hand or memory. So it is really, really important to actually keep your influence high most of the time. We are going to see. Is that a
reduced on the Lost Providence?
Huh.
That's not a great trade, because it's like, okay, you're denying them a +1, but you're also denying yourself. You're also like -1ing yourself. It's like you're essentially like influence
I think Mark
neutral.
I think Mark is trying to absorb what's happening, but I say, yeah, sure, I'll give you. The thing is that it's like what you mentioned. It's not really a great trade-off, I think, but I guess it does help. It does not help Mark to look deeper into the deck, but then again, you're trading 1-for-1. I think Mark will be pretty okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing. I think because he has so much influence too, because he has so much float, he has the haste, he's constantly discarding. He's maybe okay with -1ing himself to deny the Rai, who's like currently still pretty low influence. Oh my God, loses the pen drive. Maybe you shouldn't have. Maybe you shouldn't have used everything. Maybe you should have reduced Ash after you leveled up. Or actually, you know what? He probably put that down. Maybe he wanted to dilute his memory so he doesn't lose the Pendragon there. Liminal Guide?
I think that's the only Pendragon in hand at the moment.
Let's see. He does have Hasty.
Yeah, that's
2 hasty, so we can throw 1 more float, eat it, and then throw the Liminal Guide. We have Dungeon Guide, though.
Yeah, what are we throwing? What's the box? The Liminal Guide. That's pretty good.
Oh, okay. We could have 4 guys. Oh my God, are we going to hit the 4 of a kind here?
Oh.
Come on, you got to do it. Please, please, please. Yes.
I'm going to show it to him. Another guy, Max reaction. Look at him. He's having the trust. There's no way that's happening.
This guy is just like completely guided. He has like he's you know when you're in a store and like they just keep bothering you. It's like there's like every worker in the store is just trying to help you. This is what I feel like right now.
Hey, just discard us. You will come back and draw you a card. That's what Luminous Guide is actually doing. A guiding through to victory. I think this looks like a really.
Oh my God! No Dungeon Guide though.
Yeah.
No Dungeon. Okay, wait. He might just die right here. He literally could just die.
Mark is smiling. Mark is looking at it. Okay, I need to do something before this Luminous Guide resolves.
Mark, let him at least get the 4 Luminous Guides on field. You can't do this.
Is there any? I don't think we have any negates, right? We don't play any incap.
I think we're on a null spell.
A null spell, I think.
Or is that no? Actually, it's Muck who is on a null spell. So, I mean the top C's.
Top C doesn't. Top C just help because it's a spell shroud, but.
Oh my God, are we not on top C?
Wait, are we not?
Oh yeah, we're actually not on top C in either May or side. So I think Zero Megas has to just try and heal using
Zero Megas on different on the zero protection list at all. I don't see any protections.
There's 2 crystallized destinies.
There's destinies, but
we already have the Shattering Discharge.
Yeah, so I don't think that helps.
Yeah, this is gonna be rough. So we're gonna go Tome of Sacred Lightning now. So we have the Pier. Now the thing is, we're still kind of low on influence still. So we do need. So we're going to use the Tome of. We're going to use the Tome here, and now we're going to Tome Sacred Lightning.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the second Shattering Discharge. So currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 or 6.
8
6 or 8?
6, I
So-
believe it's 6, yeah.
So we're currently level 6 plus 3, 9. We also empowered here, so we're currently 10.
Yep.
So our peer is going to be giving us 12
Oh.
cards. Or 6, 9. Yeah. So this is going to be a big one. Now, but here's the thing. It costs 4 to play the peer, so depending on what you draw, you might not be able to continue. If you don't draw into Careful Studies, you don't draw into more stuff, we might just have to end the turn. We drew like a billion cards, but we don't have any more like influence to continue to play the game, which means that leaves Zero Megas open to actually level up to 3 and get the 4 guides on field.
Yeah, I think Mark is just gonna do it. Mark's just gonna go into the pier here. Might not be this turn that Mark win, I think.
Oh yeah, no, so 7.
Ooh.
So 7,
So
8, 9, 10, 11. So that's going to be 13 Enlightenment counters.
My.
And actually, no,
God,
14 because of Rai level
14.
2 inherited effect. We also have that as well.
That's so much alignment counter.
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Mark is just showcasing his entire arcane deck here. I believe it's mostly blinked out too.
Yeah, so that's 7. Yeah, that was 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that would be 12, then Rai effect. So 13, so 13. 13 alignment cards. That's. Yeah, he's like, oh, how many alignment cards do I get? How many? What draws do I have?
I think the judges are also trying to help out. They're like, okay, we're just making sure that the maths are right, nothing is gone missing. This just shows you how complex archives can really be.
Okay, we're drawing. Ooh, Wool broke.
All right.
We want to keep drawing more. Let's draw more cards. Why not?
Yeah.
He's just gonna pass.
I think he's confident that he won't die in this spot, I think.
You're definitely not dying. You're definitely not dying here. So I think we might escape. Maybe we might escape this, the Shieldmate, or maybe one of the Hasties. It doesn't really matter. And then we're going to bring out the quadruple guide Merlin.
This Shieldmate is just gonna stand there, not doing anything. Can you imagine not like standing there and not doing anything, just existing there on the board?
I mean, yeah. I mean that's definitely. I think that's the mall guard life, where it's like you just sit there and like nothing happens. It's just like you're just here guarding nothing.
But you're here to witness the great Rai just cast. Imagine on the battlefield, you're just standing there.
And then it
shit
starts
up.
raining, and it's like, oh boy, how
And
am I
then
getting home?
Rai just keeps casting spells and just looking. I'm getting paid to look at Rai casting spells, and then my boss just dies behind me.
I mean, you know, there is a chance. This deck isn't on Anger the Skies.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually not on Anger the Skies, so we are not ever clearing this board. Unless we, for some reason, decide, I'm going to go Advent of the Stormcaller and start hitting your guys. Because Advent can't target board.
Yeah, and then the random guy, the random Steelmate just gets targeted. But yeah, I think we are definitely going to play escape. Probably escaping the yep.
Yeah, okay.
All right, he's retired, finally
Yeah,
retired.
it's time to go home. We're clocking out before the storm is approaching.
At least he won't witness the horrors of Rai's arcane magic. So
Okay.
we are going to see.
Leveling up to 3 here, so we are going to get all 4 guides and 2 messengers. So not only are you guided, you're also receiving all of your mail promptly on time.
Insane. Being guided, having meals. This all sounds like a tourism kind of like deal here right here.
Merlin's very popular, she has a lot of friends.
Yeah, I suppose. But this is, again, Merlin Kingslayer, Merlin possessing Lorraine.
Ooh, did we just throw a fireball?
Ooh, fireball is thrown
Really
interesting.
put a fireball down. How good is this hand? Oh,
Yeah.
it's Mnemonic Charm. So Mantra's also gone here. I think Zero Megas knows there's no point trying to heal through all this. Arcane Sight drawn.
Ooh, okay. Mark is starting to see plays during his opponent's turn. I think we are going to just see the...
Oh,
Topsy!
Topsy!
Oh, this is really, really bad. Now, Topsy resolve, we are going to be going bye-bye to the guys.
Yikes. No, how can you do this, Mark? I wanted to see 4 guides on field.
And there are no more guys right here. Insane play from Mark there. Timing it really, really well. No guides for you. And all of a sudden, Zero Mega's influence just looks really, really low.
Here's the thing about Rai too, is that he as a Riot player, you can pop these alignment counters at
Yeah.
any time. It's a fast speed effect. So it's like a lot of times you just don't pop them because it makes your opponent think, oh, they don't have any. They have one card in hand. Then suddenly it's like, oh, actually, I'm going to draw 5 right now. And then I'm going to do something. And it's
And
like,
you're
oh,
like, huh? Wait, what?
oh, I see. I see what's happening. So you get to throw the shield mate. She retired, and then I guess she died.
We still have this Spirit of Purity, I believe.
We do still have Soul of Purity, so we can use that on the Arcane site that we drew. So we do need to get some Arcane cards in Banish at least to make it extra worth it. So that would, if we're currently level 10, we banish 2 Arcane cards, we could be level 12, which means we can start playing Arcane Blast for free. We just need to get a couple levels. We can use this Tome of Sacred Lightning, banish another card, 13. So it's very possible that we can hit 15 again, and then, suddenly, oh god, the advent of the Stormcaller. The storm is approaching.
I do think the storm is approaching.
We are in the Philippines. It has been raining a lot this Christmas as well, I'll be saying.
It has been raining a lot in the Southeast Asia region, I think. Well, better than... I do think that this is... I don't know if this is an unpopular take, but I do prefer the rain over the snows.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I've never been in a place that snows.
So snow is basically... Imagine rain droplets, but they weight a bit, so it hurts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting, interesting.
So yeah, it's like rain, it doesn't hurt you. It's wet.
I think I've only experienced snow once in my life.
It's alright. You have more opportunities. Anyway, we are going into...
Oh, Enfeebling Orb?
Enfeebling Orb?
Enfeebling Orb? Do we not feel like we need to do anything else? Enfeebling Orb would not be bad
We
here.
do have a really high influence right now. I think Mark is really comfortable to just pop off next turn.
Oh yeah, so one of these Shattering Discharge is not activatable because it is a class bonus, so he banished it at level 1.
Yeah.
So did not get that class bonus, so only has 1, but still, I mean, 1 is good enough. That's enough to break 1 Crystallized Destiny.
Yep.
Or did he activate? Oh, he activated it.
Yeah, like this Discharging Charge is really, really important, like you mentioned, to pop those Crystallized Destiny. And also like an extra 2 damage being up right here, forcing Zero Magus to put down 2 more cards down.
6 cards in hand, so the Enfeebling Orb will stop him from doing 2 things. Oh, that's the second Arcane Sight. This is terrifying because now we get to go Sight. Now we're level... So we're currently level 11, and we Sight again. We're level 12, and then now we can Soul of Purity, banish both of the Arcane Sights, and we can hit level 13, 15.
Yeah, it's so telling that the Arcane Sight is also Rai.
I mean, yeah, what, do you think it's going to be Goja or something? Like,
why not? Goja is the commander of the powerful Arcane Dragon.
yeah, but
Seiyu.
that doesn't count. You're not real Arcane. You're a performative Arcane champion.
Formative Hey, a performative
Also, not to
Arcane
mention,
is
she's
too-
Luxom. Let's not forget she's a Luxom champion, even if all her good cards are Arcane.
Nah, she's not just Luxom. She's Arcane, she's Fire, she's Wind, she's Water, she's everything.
So currently, that's 9 banished Arcane cards.
Yeah.
So we're level 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So if we can put 1 card down off of a Scry or something, anything that costs 1, and then we can pop the Tome of Sacred Lightning, be level 15, or we can just use the Tome of Sorcery effect, and then we can go
We can be a
Advance.
normal human being and just pay the 1 cost.
No, we don't do that. We don't pay anything. Everything is free when you're Rye.
But we can just pay 1.
No, we don't do that. We don't do that. Enfeebling Orb going to be used here. Force some cards down from Zero Magus. So currently only has 4 cards in hand, which means, okay, Crystallized Destiny, Topsy are still options.
Yep, Topsy is an option. I think Topsy is the only one that Mark is really, really afraid of. It's the one card.
But guess what? There's just no Topsy. There is no Topsy. Like, but
we both know there's no Topsy.
and actually, Muck knows that because it's open decklist now, so he doesn't have anything to worry about. Actually, looking at it, it's really literally just Crystallized Destiny.
Destiny, yeah.
Literally, or healing. But then the mantra is like, you're not out healing, right?
Yeah, I don't think you're out healing here, and we even have
You're only
careful
healing
study.
what 3 plus 4, so 7. You're healing 7. That's like not nearly.
We have 10 alignment counter. We're gonna draw more.
Oh, he's actually gonna pay the 1. I think he's actually gonna pay the 1 so he can put 1 card down. So we could, okay. So it's gonna be.
We do pay cost.
No, but here he's gonna use the he's gonna use Tome of Sacred Lightning, banish a card on the stacks. Now he's level 15, so he can still reveal 15 cards. There we go. Power Overwhelming. By the way, he still has 10 alignment counters, which means he is 3 draws that he can do at any point here. So he literally just has to stack the top of his deck.
Yeah.
And we're about to blow Zero Magus
Yeah.
into.
This reminds me of Arisana. I think the playstyle really reminds me of Arisana to a really close degree. Basically, like the
Ooh.
alignment counters is just to draw the cards after you glimpse, basically, and you're just glimpsing 15. That's the difference. Instead of Arisana, Arisana glimpse like what 3, 2, 3, 2.
Yeah, but Rai's like, oh, I'm glimpsing like 15.
You mean my entire deck? But yes.
You know, actually, I know this is a very funny. This is a very funny interaction. But do you know Cosmic Astroscope actually has a second effect where it makes it your
You will
opponent
glimpse.
only glimpses 3, I think.
Yeah, I remember.
Which like, almost never comes up. But if it was Arisana versus Rai, it would come up.
Yeah, I remember. No, I actually saw this in the store. I think it was. Oh, it was Mark as well. Mark was playing against his
Oh,
Arisana opponent.
He's like, oh, by the way, you can only glimpse 3? I was like,
Like-
what?
Like, huh?
Okay,
Oh.
okay, but let's see. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think 7, 8 arcane cards. Okay, we're going to stack Blast, Erratic Bolt. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 6. So we're throwing 6 cards. So
Yep.
we're now level. If we were level 15, we're now level 21.
21.
We're gonna stack Careful Study, Scry, Blast, and so our Advent the Stormcaller still lets you stack the deck after this. So it's basically a Scry without being a Scry.
I don't think we're playing Grand Archive anymore. I think we're just playing.
We're playing Unskippable Cutscene, as I like to call it. Unskippable Cutscene here.
Just watching Mark basically just. Basically just casting.
Look at this. What's happening? And the entire
Ladies
top
and gentlemen,
half of the
I
card.
want to remind everyone what's happening right here. These arcane cards are all in the banishment.
Exactly.
These are not cards on the field. These are not whatever you want to call them, not tokens or whatever. These are literal cards that are being banished because Rai plays this entire gimmick of every banished cards, arcane banished cards equals to 1 level.
Yeah, so we are currently level 21 right now, which means an Erratic Bolt would be coming in. So actually, also, let's not forget, this is 6 damage times 2 for each Advent of the Stormcaller procs. That's 12 damage. Literally, like, you're just dead. Like,
I mean, it's called erratic bolt for a reason. This is erratic.
it is erratic. There's the Erratic Bolt. We are now going to, I imagine, activate Erratic Bolt.
I don't believe this is a normal Rai game.
This is a pretty normal Rai. This is pretty much what Rai does. This is what happens as long as he's not getting like exceedingly pressured. This is pretty much always what happens when you play Rai.
Yeah, I mean, basically, from what the folks are looking at home, like, look at this. Look at this.
This is 21 damage. 21 damage, Erratic Bolt, and it's also going to draw him 2 here. Actually, it could go 21 damage. Zero Magas, anything? Harmonious Mantra. Come on.
I mean, 21 damage. Merlin is still alive with 2 HP.
No, I mean, 21, he's going to be at
21.
30.
Oh,
37.
36,
He's going to be at
37,
37.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, 36. He's going to be 36. So
He's dead.
even if you Mantra, you
He
still...
just give up.
I mean, he's just dead. He's
Yeah.
just dead. The storm, it approached.
I mean, I think Mark can do more damage. He probably
No,
has a
he
blast.
has a blast. He has a
He has
blast
a
on top as
blast,
well. So, and then actually you can scry the skies, look for like 2 more blasts, draw into the 2 blasts, blast. He could have done like 60, 70 damage this turn.
It feels like I just witnessed a whole new world.
Yeah,
Alright.
this is right. I mean, this, like I'm telling you, this is literally right what his Rai has been doing for the entire game. It has just gotten easier and easier. Mnemonic Charm, the Soul of Purity or the Spirit of Purity really helps. And I mean, I don't know, look at Zero Max, he's laughing because he got put into the unskippable cutscene 2 games in a row. It's just like, I mean, look, we actually burned through 50 minutes of time, and I'm pretty sure Muck took up like 40 of that.
And I don't think Mark was slow playing.
And he's not slow playing.
He was
Rai
doing
just
his
takes
turn.
forever.
He
Rai
was
just
just
takes
doing his
really
turn.
long. You know, you see how fast he plays like the early turns where nothing happens, and then suddenly it's like, oh, okay, sorry, I'm about to put you in the cutscene, and we're gonna be here for a while.
It's like, have you heard of the new game Dispatch?
Yeah,
It's basically just dispatch. You're just dispatching stuff.
You know, I think Zero Magus is gonna remember that. He's gonna remember that.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Mark here taking his first win for day 2 of Ascent Manila. You just need to win 3 more rounds?
Yeah, 3. I mean, he has to win every single game.
Yeah, he has to win
He has to win every single game, but guess what? If you can just keep doing that over and over, but you know, there's a couple aggro players in here. There's some water players in here. So it's not guaranteed. And listen, I'm not going to tell you that level 3 matchups are guaranteed. Luxom Xander is still hard.
Yeah.
Seryu is still like, it's still not an easy matchup because Seryu can also do that to you, right? Like Seryu can do it like about the same pace if they are also like super turbo. And Riot not having that much defense. I mean, you have Topsy, so it helps a little bit, but it is hard. You know, it's not like free. But I mean, Merlins are like the Crux decks. Maybe not Crux Lane. Crux Lane's a bit harder because Clarent, because of, you know, the amount of damage that they do. They can just like random you in turn 2. It's like, oh, I'm dead. And so it's definitely not free. And there's a reason why Rai is not super common. If he was extremely strong, I think everyone would be on it.
Yep.
He has weaknesses. He has very defined weaknesses. And Muck has just been playing really well, and he's been probably, I think, imagine you said so.
Yeah.
Early in the tournament, he kept running to fire aggro Merlin and just losing because he dies in turn 2. It's like,
Yeah, I think that just shows you like how well a deck can do when it's put in the right situations. As just card games, it's just card games in general where they are always bad and good matchups. We get to see Rai's good side where I don't think there's anything wrong that Zero Makers do. Zero Makers just playing his normal Merlin game plan. It's just that Mark was just on a different level where it comes to this kind of matchup where because your opponent is not really pressuring you. I mean, he was being pressured by a bunch of ones attack allies, but that's not that dangerous. Mark was just able to farm his hand, keep his influence up, and just pop off. And shows you that I think Rai, in terms of the kill range of a deck, is probably a very high kill range. Meaning, there are decks that they reach level 3, they don't immediately kill you. They actually take time farm, or they have a lot of mechanic to defensively make sure they don't die so that they can eventually kill you. But Rai is just, no, I'm going to kill you right now. I'm just going to get the things done right now. I think that's what Rai is all about. But
Rai is he's pretty fast. I think the only decks that can kill faster are the ones that can kill level before hitting level 3. So it's like so the aggro decks, or if you're talking level 3, it's like CLs can like sometimes like heavy swing you like 3 turns in a row.
Oblation, yeah.
Yeah, you know, like maybe there's like Sarah, you can also obviously do this, and it's just like he doesn't need as much. But when Rai does it, he's like overkilling you so hard. It's like he could potentially be doing up to like I'm pretty sure the highest you can do like you can hit up to like 100+ damage on a single turn if you have the right, because everything's free. Everything's free when you're
numbers. It's just very funny numbers. But speaking of that, that was a really, really exciting game. But don't go anywhere, folks at home. We will be bringing you the round 2 of day 2, basically round 11.
Yeah, so we are doing 4 rounds. We're doing 4 rounds.
Yeah,
so this was round 10, 11, 12,
11,
15.
yeah.
So we're doing 13 rounds, so 4 rounds today. So we did around 9 rounds yesterday. We're doing 4 rounds today, and then after that, we are going to be going into our top 8. So, you know, hopefully, maybe we'll see a normal Rai in top 8. I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm really hoping for it because I want to cast more Rai games. I love Rai.
I'm hoping for it because it's a fellow countryman, and I know Mark as a person. He's been playing this game for a very long time, and it's really, really satisfying to watch him pop off on stream. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I know everyone at home, I'm sure you want to root for your favorite players, so you can check the Omni decks. It's in the link below. You can see it's open deck list. You can actually see. You can also just go to Fractal of Insight if you want the easier view of all the decks. Definitely, I mean, listen, we're going to try and save the Sarius and the Tristans, because we're gonna see a lot of that. We're going to see a lot of it, and I'm just going to say our top 8 might go a little bit long, because Sarius mirrors are... They kind of take forever.
Take forever.
Sarius Tristan matchups, those also can take forever.
I think level 3 matchups in general will take quite long.
Yeah, so we're gonna try and save those decks. We're gonna try and give you the interesting stuff for the for the last rounds of Swiss here. Hopefully you can get some of the aggro decks, some of the water decks. But yeah, that's it for us for now. We're gonna go into break, and then we're gonna get you our round 11 real soon.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even...
Hello everyone and welcome back to Ascent Manila. We are going into round 11. And we've got an interesting matchup for you. Maybe not another deck maybe people would not have been expecting, but before we get into that, players are just changing their sleeves. We can talk a little bit about the players you've been seeing in our day 2. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about it in the first round of the day. There's a bunch of serial players, 13, so it's the most represented deck in day 2 today. Notably, of that 13 are 3 of our top 8 players from Ascent Akihabara, including the champion of the event, Ray Lam. He switched from Firecrux Lorraine to Serial for this event. The other top 8 players, Zer from Malaysia, also switched to Serial for this event from Water Aether Wing Diana. So I think it goes to show, like, the top players are aware, like, what the best decks are right now.
Yeah, but there is one faithful, and that is Gaming Shopao, Mark Yang of Team Mythic Tales from the Philippines, who was on Serial and is still on Serial. He's been on Serial basically for like the past, I want to say, like 2-3 sets.
Yeah, I mean,
he's an absolute master of the deck. He knows it inside and out, and I think he's really showing now when Serial is like at its best, at its peak performance. Now is the time. Maybe he can go from his, I think it was 3rd or 4th place finish in Ascent. Let's try and get a 1st place
yeah, I mean,
for the Philippines.
It would be great to win your Ascent Nationals gauntlet slot here in your home country. So far, none of the Ascents in Asia, I think, have been... no, actually, Taipei was won by APOL. So,
yes.
yeah, it was... Taipei was won by local. So maybe in Manila, we'll also see a local take it all home.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone would be super excited. There's other Filipino players who also have a shot. I think the Fire Aether Charge Diana is currently on table 3, so also has a good shot of making it to the finals. I just know we're teammates. We were talking about it, and it's like, oh, really don't want to fight the Tristans in the series, so hoping to run into all the Luxom players, the Merlin players, all the other Fire Aggro players, because those are the like decent matchups. But Serial and Tristan, those are hard.
Of course, and that's a pretty tough ask because 20 of our 50-ish day 2 players are on both Tristan or Serial, right?
Yeah.
That's a big percentage, almost a third that he has to dodge.
And that's the thing, really, right? Is that it's tough because there's so many Serials, but then there's these Tristans that are playing like this new unconventional like Shadow Reaver build. So just to explain a little bit about that, I mean, Mark was telling me about how he got destroyed by Mike on this weird Tristan deck, where basically the idea is they use Heavenly Guide and they just keep going up to level 3, then innervating back down, and then they go back, they Heavenly Guide back up to 3, return Heavenly Guide, reclaim it, Ensnaring Fumes it, and they can just keep leveling up to Shadow Reaver and steal all of your cards. And they just kind of fatigue you complete out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mill Tristan.
It's basically, it's Mill Tristan. It's Mill Tristan. It's steal your cards Tristan, and it's really interesting because Shadow Reaver, I've never seen Shadow Reaver use that way. Usually it's like, oh, Shadow Reaver, then Shadow Dancer, and then you innervate back down, then you level back up, then you draw 2 cards, right? But it's like, oh, we're just gonna steal everything. And guess what? You're wind, so you can steal their innervate and then use it their innervate to go back down. And it's like, oh my
matchup,
god.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
very
really
interesting.
Hopefully, Mike is doing really well. I think it was 9-0 at the end of day 1, so hopefully we're going to see more of him later on today. But in the meantime, we're going to hit right into our match. We're going to see over 9,000.
Oh my god.
His power level maybe over 9,000 today, 7-3. And 2, they're both on Fire CL. So you might think this is a mirror, but it's actually quite different, Flan. Why is that so?
So we have 2 from Wolves Den here, who is on Fire Aggro Guardian CL. Like, this is just the level 1. We play all the fat attack cards and we just try and kill. And then so we have over 9,000. It's hard to not say these people's names. Both of these players are my friends. I know them. They both, well, it says Australia there, but also over 9,000 does live in the Philippines like half the year, so he's basically an honorary Filipino. Starting off really strong here with the Gentle Respite.
Yeah, you love to see it, but as a Fire Aggro deck, you're actually kind of happy to miss cards, and wait, I see Ignis Deus. Wait, because of the rule change as well, this card is suddenly huge value, isn't it?
Yeah, especially because, you know, as a CL, it's actually really strong to go level 1, turn 1, and then you immediately get Omen, your Omen stacking, because this deck is very reliant on Omens, because it really wants to have like, oh, okay, I'm going to go Omen immediately on my first turn, and then I can start getting all the value from these new like Guardian attack cards that no one looks at that have like weird Omen effects.
Yeah, speaking of, we do already have one of those Guardian attack cards, and we might see him start going for them already. It is going to be instead the Veteran Blaze Bearer coming down first. It's a 3/2/3. We love that stat line. On enter against Taunt until the beginning of your next turn, which isn't going to be so important because we're turning it sideways right away. Not only that, it does also have Steadfast.
Yeah, this card has been played in some Fire Aggro builds. Basically, it's like, oh, you know, if you get like Tariff, you just play this guy and you leave it as a taunt. But actually, Steadfast, the Guardian class one doesn't come up very often, but it may be if over 9,000 wants to try and clear board with like a heavy swing, you can maybe see it, but yeah. It's definitely here just as a 3-cost ally. And the thing is about this particular CL build is it wants specifically fire cards, because a lot of these omen cards specifically care about fire omens specifically. So having more fire cards is better.
Yeah, meanwhile over 9,000 going up to CL level 1 as well, matching to on the same champion. Hasty Messenger is now going to be played. And remember, the Steadfast on the Veteran Blaze Bearer is there. Hasty Messenger is going to be discarding a Gentle Respite as well.
It was really huge actually to be able to use that Ignis Deus to lower your own influence just so that over 9,000 can't actually get the Gentle value. Very rare to see a turn 1 Gentle get stopped like that.
Yeah, but against Fire Aggro, I mean, that is one of the decks that doesn't mind going down on influence, because as long as you're able to deal damage, as long as you're able to deny your opponent, that's all that matters. Infernal Vessel and the Fragmented Spirit of Fire are going to be removed from the Fluffy Shopkeep, allowing over 9,000 to draw another card into memory, and then this will allow him to pass turn fully hands down, but he does have that intercept on the board.
Yeah, so this is big. So this deck does a ton of damage. Wow, immediate sensor here from 2, not going to let over 9,000 get all this value from float. Also, notably, did not omen here. Obviously, we're on Ablation CL, so doesn't really want to omen things that aren't going to be doing 15 damage on our Ablation turn. So basically, just it's Advent, or we also have Blackjack in this list. So we can also go for the 3/15/3. That is a bit harder, though. You don't want to really use that float. Arthur turn 2 is crazy.
Yes, Arthur is on the board now. We'll be swinging into the Hasty Messenger, because after Arthur is rested, this Veteran Blaze Bearer will now be going in for 3. So just being very, very efficient with the attacks from this Fire Aggro CL as well. And that's going to be very, very crucial for any Fire Aggro deck. You want to make sure you optimize and you make the most out of all of your different attacks to deal the most damage to your opponent.
Now, can Su get... the unfortunate thing here is we cannot play another card here to Omen this turn. Fortunately, because we're playing allies and they're not dying. No Omen fodder. But it's still fine. We still have 1 Omen. We're still getting at least the first level of buff from the Servile Possessions Mastery.
Yeah, the Ignis Deus is there. It is a 2-cost Omen. So one thing about this Fire Aggro CL deck is that it has a couple of new Fire, Guardian, CL bonus attacks. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about them?
So there's a lot of these Guardian cards. Honestly, Fire Guardian has been a deck that I've been like asking why people aren't on because I think a lot of these cards are really strong. So number one, you have Blazing Charge. It's like an old card, I think, from ALC. This is when Tenoris first came out. It is like 1 for 4, and then it poison daggers yourself for the next turn. It's really fun. Oh no, it's a yeah. So it's a 2 for 5 actually. It's a 2 for 5 that poison daggers you for the rest of the turn. But guess what? If no one's attacking you, do you really care about taking damage? It's an extremely high rate for an attack card. You also have Inverted Pyro Slash, which is able to do that is a 1 for 4 as well, or 1 for 4 if you as long as you have 2 omens that 2 fire omens.
Yes, 2
which
fire
is
omens.
Pretty much the entire deck, and then you also have the last one, which is
Conflagrative Trounce.
Trounce, yes. So this one is if you have 2 omens of the same element, then it gets +2. So that's another card. It's a 1 for 4. So
Yeah.
it's just like 1 for 4s, incredible attack cards, and guess what? Several possessions, giving you 1, 2, 3 damage possibly. So this deck is like attack based, but also ally based at the same time. In the end, it is fire aggro, so you play Teapot, you get to play the Censor, and you kind of just put Resher, Arthur, attack with allies, swing big.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Su's board right now, we're already representing 5 damage with just the board alone. Su does have their materialization to think about. Over 9,000 on the other hand though, just materialize the backup charger, they created Shock, discarding the Advent of the Stormcaller, added that into the Omens, and now has 4 cards left in hand. Most likely will be using that backup charger after he goes up to level 2 CL.
Ooh, okay, we drew one of our attack cards here. That is that Inverted Pyro Slash. We don't have 2 omens, so it is going to cost 3 here.
Yeah, the materialization was the Impact Hammer, so Impact Hammer is going to come in for 2 plus 1 from the 1 omen right now. Arthur and the Blaze Bearer are coming in 5 damage already onto CL Loyal Valet from over 9,000. Hopefully not going to be taking over 9 points of damage this turn just yet. Su though still has quite a bit of options.
Yeah, so I imagine maybe we're going to throw the Blazing Throw here just to get an omen in.
That could be the case, or you could just use an attack, and then the attack would then be able to go into the omens after he's used it already.
Both are options. You know, you have to be a little bit worried about damaging yourself because the CL deck can just okay, level 3 ablation, you die. So you can't disrespect that either. The problem with a lot of these Guardian cards is they either do damage to yourself or they make you take more damage. So here we go. There's the Blazing Charge. This is going to poison dagger affecting yourself. So guess what? Imagine if I start playing dungeon guides, liminal guides that somehow like come back from field. Suddenly you're gonna take like 4 damage off of what would normally just be 1 damage pings.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be poison dagger on yourself. It's pretty accurate. Blazing Charge, you charge a little bit too hit rush, and then you will take some damage. But this is coming in for 5, plus the Impact Hammer for 2, plus CL's Servile Possessions for 3. And let's not forget, this Blazing Charge is 2 cost, the same as Ignis Deus, which means it does turn on the Conflagrative Trounce as well. So this is going to put in a ton of damage into over 9,000, already at 16 points of damage. And I might have jinxed him a little bit, because he did in fact take 8 points from this
Oh
one
wait, Blazing
swing.
Throw? Blazing Throw for game?
Oh, Blazing Throw is lethal if he has it.
I think over 9,000 maybe should have played that Resolute Stand here because I don't think he has anything else.
Over 9,000, is there a response? Shakes his head a little
Oh no!
bit. Allows that to resolve. That's gonna be lethal. That's game 1 already taken in 8 minutes by 2. Fire Aggro CL takes down the Oblation, not allowing him to go all the way up to Umbra, up to level 3 in just 8 minutes, taking game 1 of round 11 at Ascent Manila.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're CL, you're like, I have 20 life. Surely I don't die here. Are you sure?
He is
Are
not.
you sure? I think that Resolute Stand there looking kind of lonely, being like, you're really not going to play me? I really want to come here and save you, but, you know, that's the thing is, every time you're forced to play a card to keep yourself alive, you're lowering your influence. There's Censor on field. You also didn't gain influence from that Gentle Respite at the start. He didn't get any +1s that game, so it was really hard for him to just start turbo leveling. And now if you're going to be forced to start playing Crystallize and Resolutes just to stay alive, suddenly it's like, oh, I can't even level up to begin with.
Yeah, and of course, Su had a really great start as well. The Ignis Deus right away on turn 1, immediately turning on all of those different Guardian class bonuses, immediately getting the ability to start adding that Ignis Deus that was just played into the Omens as well, giving that +1 on each attack.
Yeah, so looking at the sideboard on Su, I do see the Orb of Sealing, which is a card that has been seeing a lot of play lately. I think when it first came out, everyone's like, this is not going to stop Sylvie because Baby Green Slime exists. But CL, Ablation CL specifically, really hates this card. It really hurts that deck because flip the Ablation, what are they going to do about it?
At the very least, over 9,000 is on the Reduce to Ash, so we'll be able to deal with the Orb of Sealing if he's able to draw into it. But other than that, the other important cards are the 1 Abnegation in main and inside for over 9000. Can use that to recover a lot once he's at level 3, even though 2 is on the Infernal Vessel, the teapot. -3 is still recover 5. That's still really, really huge.
This is the only heal that really, like, I guess Harmonious Mantra, but that one's a little bit more conditional. Abnegation's really like, oh, you know, you just heal 8. And are we on Umbra site? We are on 2 Umbra sites, so we could actually potentially be healing 10 off of that. So it's a lot. I also think Safeguard Amulet probably not going to need to come in because this is mostly an attack-based deck. This is a lot. Look at this one. All his material deck is
13 one-offs.
13 one-offs, like 12 one-offs, and 12 one-offs and 1 2-of. It's like, wow, that's crazy. Morgan made the cut. Heavenly Guide, Topsy. So Topsy could get rid of some of the fire cards to stop some omens. Abnegation is obviously good. Crystallized Destiny. Flame Wreath Call. Get rid of some of these allies.
Yeah, would have been huge just now because of the double Atta plus the Veteran Blaze Bearer. Could have done a lot of work for him as well.
I do want to highlight on Su. I imagine the Volda's going to come in here. Volda's great at stopping Crystallized Destiny and Resolute Stand. Just a great way for you to guarantee that all of your damage is going to come in. Can activate it at fast speed because you are Guardian, because it is Guardian Cleric class bonus.
Yeah, but other than that, there's also the Restorative Flames, which is, again, one of the best ways to deal with CL Oblation, because you can't really negate anything, especially as fire, right? Is to just recover more, and being able to get that additional 6 life might be very, very crucial for 2 as well.
I think most players know that, oh, fire decks can sometimes pack these weird heal cards, but you also don't necessarily expect it. Especially, it was mostly the Suzakus that were playing Restorative Flames because there's so much self-damage in the deck.
That's
it was
true.
kind of necessary, especially in the mirror. But maybe this is a new world, new fire aggro. Maybe they're not playing Restorative Flames, especially with a card like Teapot in the game. They're like, oh, let's just not have this. Let's just not have this in the deck. But maybe you'll get caught off guard. But it's like, okay, I'm just gonna go for the Ablation. I'm gonna kill you, and then I heal 6.
Yeah, it's a good thing that today is open deck list, so he is going to be aware that Restorative Flames is an option for the side of Tsu. Meanwhile, over 9000 also definitely going to be siding out one of those extra spirits so that he can bring in this Safeguard Amulet from the side. I mean, you're not going to use both
Might
spirits
as
in one
well.
game, yeah, you might as well. He is, of course, going to get to choose whether he goes first or second since he did lose the game. And, of course, I think he will be choosing to go first.
Okay, I mean, going first is a huge advantage as in the fire versus aggro, fire level 3 versus aggro matchup. It's very, oh my god, is it
There's Liminal Guide Cremation
Liminal
Ritual. There's no
and
Creative
Ablation?
Shock.
cremation? Are we gonna go Liminal Guide pass and then cremate it
Cremation
next turn?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a pretty decent start. Of course, 2 does run the Sensor of Restful Peace, so you do have to worry about that.
Is that 2 Liminal Guides?
I think it's Resolute Stand behind it. It's Dungeon Guide, Liminal Guide, Resolute Stand, and then Oblation, Advent of the Stormcaller.
That
So
is not
pretty
the kind of hand
decent.
you want to see though at the start of the game.
You
You
would
want to
like
see
to have
this
the
at
Creative
like
Shock
turn
instead,
2,
yeah.
turn 3.
Oh, I think it might be 2 Liminal Guides, you're right.
I see a lot of purple, but the problem is like Liminal. Okay, that's Ablation. Oh no, so it's Dungeon Guide, Liminal Guide, Oblation, Advent,
Resolute Stand.
Resolute Stand.
And there's one
Cremation.
down card.
So it's not a super fast hand, and that's not good because when you're playing against fire aggro, you really want as much power. Oh my god,
There's
we're
the
actually,
Liminal Guide.
oh no, this is not good.
On the bright side, though, there is got that Dungeon Guide. Ignis Deus is available for 2, but not going to be using it just yet. Will instead just take the turn back to herself and then draw for a turn.
Might use the Ignis Deus.
Nope, it's Arthur.
Oh.
It
Okay,
is going
Arthur.
to be...
Immortal or no?
I don't think it's Immortal here. We're probably just going to swing in here for 2. 2 is aware that... Ooh, red hair!
Oh, yikes. Okay, and we were talking about it. This is a very slow start for a level 3 deck, and guess what? This is about as dangerous of a start for a fire aggro deck as you can get.
I mean, Arthur Red Hair is as good as it gets. That's already 6 damage on the board. If over 9000 doesn't have an answer to either of these characters, it is going to be another, and he's holding on to the backup charger. That is not the play that you want to make into 6 damage on board.
We have the Resolute Stand, but that's going to stall 1 turn, and we can't even really I guess we can cremate and then hold up Resolute. It gives us a little bit of advantage. It keeps us alive for 1 more turn, but the damage... Oh, and we lose an Ablation too. The amount of pressure that's coming in here is just going to keep like mounting and mounting. You really need to clear at least one of these 2.
Yeah, but I don't think I just don't think he has the allies available for it. He need to play his other Liminal and a Dungeon Guy. He draws into the second Oblation, which is a little bit of respite for him, but just doesn't have anything else right now. Cremation Ritual could be the play on this Liminal Guide on the board.
Imagine it's just going to be cremate, hold up Resolute and just try and survive. Level up to 2 next, or level to 1 next turn. Bring back the Liminal Guide. Oh, are we attacking? Okay, just attacking champion. That's really not a good sign.
Yeah, doesn't have another ally, no Tree of Hearts or anything like that from the side of over 9,000. No 2 attack to finish off one of these 3 attack allies.
You're seeing that, right? He had to choose between Dungeon Guide and Advent to put down. So now there's a chance he loses his Advent and he can't. Oh my god, just another Ablation? Are you serious?
He has nothing but damage available, but also has the Full Awakening, may be able to use that to find a quick lethal if he has it in the cards, because Oblation Full Awakening is going to be 20 damage. Here is the Impact Hammer. Do we see the Heated Vengeance? That might be enough.
Oh, Cinder Geyser too, so now we have some effect damage as well. I think we just swing, we see the Resolute, we could actually just go for Cinder Geyser or Ignis Deus here and just to get some Omen stacking quicker, because there's not really much point playing allies. We could also play the Veteran Blaze Bear so that we can get Taunt on field.
The one saving grace, though, is that there is no Sensor of Restful Peace, so at the very least, over 9,000 will get this draw off of the Liminal Guide. But if he wants to play this Resolute stand, he has to risk the Dungeon Guide in his memory as well, not to mention the Oblations, not to mention the Advent of the Stormcaller that he also needs to put into the trash so that he can add it to the Omens later.
This is really dicey. This is just, the hand doesn't do anything. We have one defensive card in that Resolute, and that's it. And it's all level 3 cards. It's all Advanced Element. And we do have the Dungeon Guide, but we can only level up once per turn, right? And look, we put everything down. If that Dungeon Guide gets banished, this game is basically over on the spot.
He is going to be cooked. I mean, he could always draw into another one. The Resolute stand is going to resolve, though. This means the Arthur is doing 0, the Red Hair is doing 1. Heated Vengeance is going to be much, much worse. However, we are going to discard the Ignis Deus of the effect of the Red Hair, getting some fire cards into the graveyard already. This also means we're not going up to level 1 CL that quickly.
Yeah, and look, we have a lot of effect damage, actually. We have the Cinder Geyser. We also have the Pyre here. So there's lots of ways to just get some extra cheeky effect damage in case you get resoluted again.
Yeah, the one saving grace again for over 9,000. No Ember Crypt Burn from the deck of 2. So this Liminal Guide is going to at least come back onto the board. Let over 9,000 recover just a little bit of influence that he so desperately needs, of already losing that Baleful Oblation, already losing turn 1 with Liminal Guide into Cremation.
Look at Su's hand. There's a Rococo. There's just so much damage that's possibly going to be coming out in the next turn. So we're going Ignis Deus, or we threw the Ignis Deus here. Not really much to do with it. We're not planning on actually using this to level up to 1. We just rather stay at 0. Let's not lose cards. Let's just hold up as much stuff as possible.
Let's see the banish. What's it gonna be?
Dungeon Guide?
Dungeon Guide's taken away! And so is the Baleful Oblation as well. So it's going to be quite a rough time for over 9,000, shaking his head on that one. Also, no Omen, so no on-enter for the CL level 2 either, which is going to deny him even more influence. And again, no way to get this Advent of the Stormcaller into the trash just yet. Only has this one Full Awakening.
This is how aggro needs to play against level 3. They need to put as much pressure in you as possible so that you have to play in the most unoptimal way. Luxom is the same. It's like, okay, or Tristan, you don't get to have 4 prep counters. You don't get to have an assassin card in your grave. I'm just going to force you to level because you need the life and you need to start being proactive, which is something these level 3 decks can't really do until they start hitting their level 3 power spikes.
Okay, on the bright side, there is this Stalwart Shieldmate, which could be used to provide him just a little bit of reprieve. Of course, Tsu is going to be playing the Smoke Bombs and also has lots of ways to ping this. But over 9,000 already at level 2, so 25 max life right now. Maybe a little bit harder to find the full 18 that you need to end the game.
Yeah, this is just getting
Fluffy.
so hard. Fluffy Shopkeeper here going to give us a little bit of defense. Tsu could easily clear this, but wow, we kept the Fragmented Spirit of Fire.
Well, I guess we sided out the Orb of Sealing. That's probably not going to be useful.
Yeah,
either. No,
that's
it's still in the deck as well. Maybe we
Actually,
sided
no,
out the Teapot?
it would. No, you need to keep Orb of Sealing because you use it to flip your own omens.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So,
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
also
true,
you
that's
can
true.
flip the Fire Omens on Su's side. So actually could have some niche benefit.
That's true, that's true, that's true. Okay, then now also loses the Backup Charger and the Fragmented Spirit of Fire from the material deck and puts this 1-3 intercept on the board. Again, of course, very happy to have this. Will get removed by the Red Hair or the Arthur very simply. However, better to have at least a little bit of health than none.
So we have 2 Cinder Geysers in hand. That's 4 damage each. And then we also have an Intensified Pyre. So that's 4, 8, 9, 10. We're so close, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the board is already representing 6. We do have to get rid of this Fluffy Shopkeep, and we need to find an efficient way to do it, because right now, whatever way you're doing, you're losing at least 1 damage on face as well. It looks like the Fire Resonance Bauble is going to be the choice for 2. Just going to draw even more cards. Maybe try to find a way to out this Fluffy Shopkeep pre-recollection. Oh, that's the Blazing Troll
Wait.
for...
Okay.
If we Cinder Geyser pre-recollection, we get rid of this Fluffy Shopkeep. That means Arthur and Red Hair are unlocked for 6 damage.
And then we can swing with the Impact Hammer for another 2, so that's 8. And then Blazing Throws another 4.
That's 12.
That's 12.
We're still 6 short though, unless we have an attack. Heated Vengeance would be +5. So we're still 1 short.
We have Rococo if we can get our influence low enough.
We're at 7. I think that's really
this
difficult.
Is unlikely.
But Rococo is coming in for 2 as a 1-cost ally.
That's true, that's true.
So 2 Rococos plus...
Intensified Pyre is free with Kindle. If we get enough fire cards in grave.
1 more.
So if we play the Blazing Throw.
Blazing Throw, Intensified Pyre for 2, 4, 6. Rococo for 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, pre-rec, we still have more things to do.
We're playing the Pyre now.
I mean, we can play it pre-rec anyway. It's fast. We Kindle 2.
Okay, so that's going to be another 2 damage coming in here. No cards.
9 already. 16 to go. 6 on the board. Just needs to find 10. Do we have the 10?
6.
Top decks into a Red Hair. That Red Hair is coming in for another 4. Arthur now putting him at 11. Red Hair putting him at 14. Here's a second Red Hair. Nope, he's discarding it for the Red Hair effect. Draws into another Pyre.
Second Pyre is crazy. Heated Vengeance.
Heated Vengeance comes in for 7.
That's it. It's over. Heated Vengeance is a Blazing Throw.
Yeah, Heated Vengeance, Blazing Throw, Intensified Pyre. Everything is coming in for 2. Does take the 5 damage from the Impact Hammer. No Resolute Stand over 9,000. Shakes his head. About to take over 9,000 damage. About to be sent home from Ascent Manila. Blazing Troll sends him to his grave. CL, Mirage's grave never hits the board. But over 9,000 is sent straight to his own grave. 7-4 stat line is not going to make it to the top 8 of Ascent Manila.
Unfortunately, just got completely aggroed and never even got a chance to hit level 3 there. Just staring at all these Umbra cards, the Advents, and just like, what am I supposed to do with these?
I mean, Creative Shock not present.
Creative Shock, is it in the deck? I mean, I see it here, but I wasn't feeling its presence.
Floating Memory, denied. Gentle Respite not allowed to be used because of the Ignis Deus. Over 9,000 just in this CL versus CL matchup wasn't able to find the pieces, and 2 in the meantime having everything that they wanted. Ignis Deus into Blaze Bearer into Arthur game 1. Arthur Red Hair game 2. Like, it's everything that you need to see as a fire aggro player.
Yeah, and it's just like, that's so fast how this deck is able to just vomit out damage at you from nowhere. It's like all these attack cards, the Blazing Throws, the Rococos, even the Kindle card. It's just so much value, so much damage that can come out of nowhere. And of course, it's like really hard to heal against this deck. It's really scary, and with the amount of level 3 decks that are in the meta right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Sue is able to, if she finds the right matchups like the Luxoms, the Merlins, the CLs, it's very possible. I think Seiryu and Tristan are the ones where, we can actually fight back in the early game. We play our allies, we play our Sadies, let's try and fight for board. But against decks that can't do that, they just die.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the Arthur just stood there, Red Hair stood there, 6 damage per turn. It adds up, you know, and even though over 9,000 was forced to use that Resolute Stand, he just wasn't able to do anything else. And it's just too much damage coming in. Maybe one of the things that he could have done was, after he level 1, get the Manjom Armor on the board, put the Resolute Stand in the Omens, then he can swap it out, protect himself for another turn from this physical damage, hopefully try and find more influence gainers, but just wasn't an option for him, and losing that Dungeon Guy off that level 2 is just too much.
It would have been such a different game if we were able to get that. If we were able to keep the Dungeon Guide there, we wouldn't have been able to play on Ablation that turn, unfortunately, because we actually had Liminal Guide too. I don't think we would have had enough influence to play
after
it.
Dungeon Guide, no.
Yeah, so it's... he's 30 life. 30 life would have been a lie. It would have been a big difference because he didn't even do anything that turn, right? He didn't have any defensive cards. If he just Dungeon Guide, that extra 30 life would have at least kept you in the range. And then guess what? Next turn, okay, Ablation, and then maybe we can actually get there. But that's the thing, right? Fire aggro puts so much pressure on you. You're forced to put all these important cards in your memory, playing all these defensive cards, -1ing yourself. Suddenly it's like, if I just get a little bit unlucky, if I don't draw the right sequence, I just can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, right, there's that opportunity after the Resolute Stand, instead of going up to level 2, End-step, put the Resolute Stand back into the Omens, Manjom, take it back out, and that way you also get to not only control your level up, but you also get to put the Advent of the Stormcaller into the Omens. So maybe that would have been a better option, but at the same time, I understand the nerves are still getting to you. It's a very key game at the last few rounds of Swiss in Ascent Manila. Let's figure out, I guess, what is the next step for Tsu, because she will be proceeding with an X3 scoreline, still has 2 more games to win to
Yeah,
make
so
top 8.
X3, I think, it's bubble, right? So if you have a good tiebreaker, you're probably in, especially if you just win out all of day 2, then it's very possible for you to make it. And she's just going to have to really hope that she runs into the easy matchups, the fire level 3 decks. I think if she plays against Water Diana or even like that deck might, because of the taunts, it has lots of combat phase enders, especially because she has, she has Toad Troll just sitting there doing, taunting, and then of course you just have like evasive maneuvers, you have tactical positioning, you just have lots of ways of just ending combat phase, and as an attack-based deck, you really don't want to see that. So that would be a hard matchup. The Seryus and the Tristans would definitely have more game against this because they play a lot more proactively in the early game. It's really the level 3 decks, the fire decks. Those are the ones we want to prey on, the Merlins.
I mean, the one
CLs.
saving grace is that the Seryus are all in the higher brackets because it is such a good deck. Most of them are at the X2, X1 kind of line. Of course, it is also the most represented deck, so you might still bang into 1 or 2.
Yeah, especially because they're eating each other right now. They're losing to each other, so
That's
it's
true.
like they're going to naturally fall down. So
Dragon on Dragon, Ouroboros combat is very, very tough. But it is going to be still 2 more rounds of Swiss left to decide who is going to be winning our 8 Kaze Spirit of Winds for today at Ascent Manila. Of course, everyone here has already received, well, they haven't received, but they have already locked themselves into their Shadow Strike CPR, which of course looks fantastic, and that's why Tristan is also very well represented today.
I'm sure the Tristan players are so happy that they get to play Tristan, and then they immediately get to replace their boring regular Shadow Strike with a CPR Shadow Strike.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, his very shiny Tristan deck, took him all the way to a 9-0 finish on day 1. Hopefully, 11-0.
You know what the best part is? If you have teammates who also made day 2, you can take their Shadow Strikes. And now you can have a full playset of Shadow Strikes in your deck.
Yeah,
that are
last season you steal their Pendragons. You give them your Pendragons. This season you take their Shadow Strikes. It's a equivalent exchange.
Exactly. I mean, who knows what next set has in store for us? I wonder what next CPR we're gonna get. What fancy advanced element card is gonna be.
We've already done Lightweaver's versus Assault.
Okay, so we've done
done Pendragon.
We've done Crocs. We've done Luxom.
Well, Ryan is coming back. There's already an Arcane Blast CPR though.
Yeah, there's already
Advent of the Stormcaller CPR.
Advent would be nice because CLs can
CL
play
can
it
use it too. Yeah,
so
win-win situation.
yeah, and with RTO, who knows? Maybe Rai's like back. It's like we had Muck on stream, obviously, who showed off what Rai can do. But I can imagine, if an RTO there's enough arcane support, maybe we can have like a big Rai return.
Well, everyone is getting their own ultimate spell, so Rai is a mage. Nothing says ultimate spell like Arcane Blast 2.
Arcane Blast do. They need to release a 30 cost card so that CL can play it instead.
That's insane. Please don't. Class bonus, this card costs 30 less.
Class bonus, this card costs 0, but a class bonus, it costs 30.
That's a pretty interesting way to get around this oblation issue, but we'll see.
Yeah,
pretty interesting deck building opportunities come in Radiant Origins, as well as all of the new cards and the reprints that we are all looking forward to. In the meantime, you guys also have a lot to look forward to at home because we do still have 2 more games of Swiss and then the 3 top 8 games as well.
All right, so that's it for us. It's going to be a long break just because that round was so fast. It was like 25 minutes or something, so it's going to be a bit of a long one. Go, get some snacks or whatever. We'll be back with round 12 in a bit.
Yeah, see you.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined.
Welcome back to Ascent Manila, ladies and gents at home on the stream. We are going into round 12, the penultimate round of Ascent Manila. And right now, let's do a recap of the top 10 players and what decks they're playing right now. So, I have the data here. In order, Tristan, Seiryu, Suzaku, Seiryu, Merlin, Seiryu, Luxom Xander. Not Seiryu this time, Merlin again. Luxom Xander and Tristan. So these are the top 10 players' decks right now. All of these players are at an 8-2-1 score or higher.
See. I think it's quite telling. I mean, we had the data, right, in terms of the majority of the decks that are represented in this day 2. There were Tristans, there were, of course, Seiryu was represented, there were Luxoms, there were CL, and I mean, most of them are in that circle. But Merlin for all decks.
Yeah.
It's just surprising in that current top 10 right now.
Crux is fine.
I mean, Crux is still fine, pretty good, despite all the Hail Mary or people saying, oh, Crux wouldn't be good afterwards. Nah, Crux is
But
pretty
who
good.
do we have on screen? But Henky the Goat again. Lost round 1 on stream, but has made it all the way to a 8-2-1 finish right now. He's currently 10th place in Swiss. So first, we are starting off with the serene Luxom Xander from Zephyr. He is a Singaporean player from Apex Players Guild as well. Will be facing off against the GOAT. This is the Luxom Serene Fire Xander. Of course, Henky the Goat, meanwhile, starting off with an Unmake Duality. Fantastic start for him alongside Surveil the Winds as well. Gets to draw a card, get a preparation counter, and then draw 2 as well.
Yeah, basically this shows you how much value it is to play the Looking Glass with the Unmake Duality. This Unmake Duality is just an insane value card because you just keep being able to draw with it. And of course you have Backup Charger, which leads to more, a draw because you do run the other card, which is called Turbo Charge as well, to just draw. Basically, it's just a bunch of draw.
Yeah, this Unmake Duality combo with the Turbocharge goes crazy. I have been on the receiving end of Library Witch Cremation Ritual Unmake Duality into Backup Charger Turbocharge.
Yeah.
Very, very fun to receive that from your opponent. But in the meantime, we're going to see level 2-1 for Zephyr here. He does lose the Incapacitate. Used Exploit Vulnerability, Creative Shock, I believe, to level up to 1 here. Discarding that Exploit Vulnerability. So a little bit unfortunate. No floating memory here for the side of Zephyr.
Yep. What Zephyr wants to do is that because he is basically the Luxom deck, all you want to do is just go up to level 3, farm enough influence, eventually just farm enough Luxom cards, and then basically use the level 3 effect to put cards from your opponent's hand down so that they don't have any indirection during your turn, and basically just go 10 hand or Weaver, and then just go for game.
Yeah, and here is the Purifying Terrible. Again, for Henky, has done nothing so far but draw cards. But draw cards he's done a lot of. Here is the Windmill Engineer now coming down onto the board, imbuing a Reclaim and a Stifling Trap. Drawing another card into memory, finally going to be able to draw First Blood on this Fire Xander.
Yep, unlike the Luxom Thunder deck, both are Assassin though, ironically. The Tristan deck is not really too worried about going up to level 3 as soon as possible. It's more focuses on farming prep counter, farming the board, make sure that the board is really, really stabilized, like having a few allies to just poke a bit because Tristan's win con is basically the Shadow Strike.
Yeah,
And of course, using a bunch of different allies at different. There's also a slice and dice, obviously, for level 2 win con. So depending how the situation goes, if Hanky is able to dish out a lot of damage, so really from Sadie, from a bunch of allies, to push Zephyr here into a really difficult position, you can actually go into the Assassin Ripper into the
Shadow
Slice
Strike?
no,
Slice and
Slice
Dice.
and Dice and
Yes,
just win
yes,
the
yes.
game, yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, Zephyr, though, just goes backup charger into the turbo charge, drawing multiple cards. He also draws into a Return to the Archive. This is a new card from the Merlin Recollection as well, and you can see the power of it coming out right now. Here's the Mercenary's Blade getting to be materialized for free from the material deck by using one prep counter, and now gets to draw a card plus puts a floating memory in the yard, which is great because Henki has already used his Purifying Turbo as well.
Yeah, that's the thing about Purifying Turbo. Like, you do want to use it when your opponent has a lot of cards in the graveyard so that it can banish the floating. But unfortunately, Hanky just wanted to draw. Ooh!
Top C
is that
Decree.
triple Dungeon Guide.
Triple Dungeon Guide for Henki. Maybe we'll see him go all the way out here. Is the Top C Decree.
It's insane, but not that insane, I guess. Triple Dungeon Guide. Do you think there's a world that we go Dungeon Guide into level 2 into level 3?
Well, I mean, there's a world, but it's not this world. Henki doesn't have the 4 preparation counters that he would really want to have. Loses a Regal Inquisition off of the level up, which is great for Zephyr. You can see him dropping a smile. That is one of the biggest issues in this Luxom Xander deck, getting your cards all removed from your hand or memory. Meanwhile, the Topsy Decree did remove floating memory in the Return to the Archive and the Gentle Respite as well. Zephyr effectively didn't really get to draw that much, even though he went back a charger turbocharge into Return to the Archive, but does still at least have that Juggle Knights he can pick up off of the level 2 Xander effect.
Yeah, we are going to reclaim this engineer in order to reuse it. That's the best part of a win in general. You have a lot of cards that you can just return it to hand, play it again, and reuse again. Hanky does have double Mastermind Scheme. I think once Hanky farm enough prep counter, we can actually essentially go Mastermind Scheme, and if time permits, you can go for another Mastermind Scheme and definitely try to go for Lethal.
Yeah, definitely is an option. Meanwhile, Zephyr is going to go up to level 2, now has the level 2 effect on the stack, loses a Return to the Archive as well as Striking Illuminance to go up to that level 2. May choose to Juggle Knights here or just keep it as the discard fodder for his Dungeon Guide. Draws into another Lightweaver's Assault, which is fantastic as well. Gets to put down some cards going up to that Dungeon Guide now. What is it going to be?
Yeah, we will just have to see patiently. I mean, this is a really good position from Zephyr at this point. We are already at level 3. Our opponent is only level 1, mind you. And our opponent is going to be forced to start taking damage from the Lightweaver assaults that Zephyr is about to reveal. And there's a few now. How many Lightweaver are there?
I think Zephyr has 3 Lightweaver's Assaults in hand, plus he has that Juggle Knights to put them down later. The Dungeon Guide, of course, takes out the Windmill Engineer, and then the Lost Providence is going to be activated for
I'm
free.
sure we see 3. Is that actually 3?
I mean, we'll find out very, very shortly. Henki, in the meantime, is going to just materialize the Windwalker boost. Doesn't have another Surveil the Winds or anything to get him more preparation counters. Maybe as a Sadie here, that could be useful. There it is.
Yeah, even then, a Sadie does requires like a bit of a cost in terms of you need to pay additional 2 reserve costs in order to bounce it back to hand. But we are going to Zephyr's turn. I think if what you say is true, we are going to see some form of card to put down into the reserve. We are going to see Juggernauts right here.
During the end step of Henki, Juggle Knights into his face, dealing 1 damage, and then Zephyr now has the option to materialize something like the backup charger, put the remaining Luxom cards in hand down to his memory. Remember, Henki the Goat has to use his Sadie's effect before the reveal of the Luxom Xander.
We are going to see Scepter right here. It's going to reveal us what's in the box. I believe you have mentioned 3.
3 Lightweaver's Assaults and a Luxom Sight.
So Henki will be forced to put 4 cards down into the memory, and at the same time, Zephyr will be able to deal 2 damage 3 times, and at the same time recover 3, which doesn't matter right now. It's 3 and 0.
It's a fantastic start for Zephyr. He puts all 6 damage into Henki the Goat's face, and I think he is looking at lethal, perhaps 1 damage now from the Dungeon Guide. I think he's already at 10 influence, is he? He's at 9.
9. He can actually go for 1. Oh, Sky's right.
Scry the Skies maybe looking for another Lightweaver's Assault. Remember, Henki the Goat only at 19 maximum life right now. Draws into another Luxom Sight. There's also a Gleaming Cut.
I think Gleaming Card is really, really good right now. We have just put 2 at top.
What Zephyr can do is Light Weaver's Assault, review that Gleaming card, draw 2 more cards, and then Light Weaver's Assault again off of the top. But he is going to play a little bit patient. Henki does still have some interaction left available to him, so won't be pulling the trigger just yet. But there is a very big opportunity here. Once Henki the Goat wants to go up to level 2, he's going to pay 2 for the Sadie, and that means that he won't have enough left to incapacitate. Look, Henki the Goat, only 2 cards left in hand. Zephyr, is this the time to shoot? It is not. He is still going to let Henki continue to play because there is also the option of this Wind Waker boots. Here's the Surveil the Winds now.
It might be time. Surveil? Oh, just need to resolve.
Everything is still going to be resolving. Henki the Goat is going to be allowed to continue playing the game for now. Grand Archive, a very fun game. Let's continue to play most of it. 8 minutes and 10 seconds in the round so far only. Henki the Goat now going for that Dungeon Guide. Will be heading up to Tristan level 3. And in this matchup, you know what it is. It's most likely going to be that Shadow Reaver instead of the Shadow Dancer, except Henki the Goat does not have it in the main board.
I don't think he even have it in the side. I think that people were actually opting to play less of it so they can run more space for more tech cards. Because right now we're in a meta that there's a lot of like exalted regardless that's really powerful. Like Duker comes to mind. So I think that's one of those reasoning why we don't really run the other one. But then again, being said, Henki is on 6 prep counter, which is a decent amount, considering the fact he has the Mastermind Scheme. So I do think that we are going to see Mastermind Scheme right now.
Yeah, Henki in the meantime, there is the Mastermind Scheme, going to allow him to double his prep from 6 to 12, putting him in a pretty good spot, and also has Agility 3 as well. A double Mastermind Scheme here, going from 12 to 24.
Scheme, asking Zephyr to basically, please respond to this, or I will just use a Bulgarian prep. How many prep counters is that? That's
24 preparation counters for Henki the Goat. A Shadow Strike here would go in for 28. Not even counting the Shadow's Claw or anything like that either.
Fantastic.
1 more preparation counter end of turn because 24 is just not enough. 25 has to be the right call. Here is a Light Weaver's Assault now looking to come in from Zephyr.
Yeah,
and there it is. Light Weaver's Assault going to be used at the end step. Here is the Windwalker Boots going to be used to let Henki the Goat draw another card. Incapacitate is going to prevent this Light Weaver's Assault from happening. But little does Henki the Goat know. Zephyr has another one at the top of his deck, not to mention the Gleaming card.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen right here. Henki's just going to have a really, really bad news that Zephyr actually drew all 4 of his Light Weaver Assault.
I mean, it is what it is. Here is the Luxera's map now materialized. Zephyr now going to reveal the Light Weaver's Assault from his memory. Also going to reveal the Gleaming Cut as well. 2 damage into Henki the Goat. Remember, Henki the Goat did have that Agility 6 at the end of this turn, so does still have the option to go again. But no more card draw available. So Henki the Goat still has an Incapacitate available to him in hand right now. 12 damage now onto Henki the Goat. A Light Weaver's Assault is not going to be enough to finish if there's only 1 because of that Incapacitate. But Zephyr has to understand he's in a load of trouble right now.
Yeah, I do think that Zephyr is basically in a bit of a troublous spot because Henki basically has everything, right? He has all the prep counters, the influence is also really, really good, and he's just going to pass this turn back to Henki, hoping Henki can basically just be a bit greedy, but I don't think Henki will be greedy. I think Henki will just take it slow and basically use a bit of the prep counter, won't use all of them in order to try and aim for game.
Yeah, Vanish from sight prevents any stealth. Here is the Incapacitate now from Henki the Goat. Not going to allow Zephyr to vanish away from this lethal of the Shadow Strike.
Can't run away from it. Not able to run away from it. This might actually be Henki's game, I think.
There is going to be a big damage turn from Henki the Goat. Zephyr, though, only 1 Light Weaver's Assault in the memory. If he tries to go for this second Light Weaver, only going to be able to do 7 plus 2, 9 damage. Just 4 damage short of lethal here.
I do think it's not vanish from the side. I guess Shadow Strike still goes through it, right?
Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike is not. Is Shadow Strike true sight? Shadow Strike is not true sight. It's unpreventable.
Unpreventable.
But it's not. It's not gonna let you find the hidden. find the hidden. Zephyr is going to try and find an Incapacitate for this, though.
This name, you know, it should actually be striking through strike.
No, you are striking from the shadows. So you can't strike the shadows from the shadows.
You can. Why
You're
not?
both in the shadows. That's not how it works this time, unfortunately. Exploit vulnerability to draw a card. Really looking for the Incapacitate.
Okay.
Was not able to find it just yet. Creative Shock is there, but this Shadow Strike is going to come in for 29. And remember, you can't release the Spirit of Serene Fire on the stack because you are not going to be taking multiple instances. It's 29 all in 1 point of damage.
Making it from 0 to 29. Will Hanky actually do it?
Does he have the Shadow Strike Zephyr in a pretty scary situation? Even a Resolute Stand will not save him just yet. Meanwhile, Hanky the Goat putting down 2 cards. Is that the 2 cost for the Shadow Strike? Is it something else? We will have to see. Only 30 minutes so far in the round. We're putting down the Spirel instead. This could be a way for Hanky the Goat to try and prevent the Incapacitate, prevent the Resolute Stand.
Yeah, it's a really, really versatile card because you can just not only just do negates, right? You can also just use it as a damage card. It's just a really all-rounder of a card.
It is a pretty scary card. 3 damage in from Spirel. Now here's the Shadow Strike maybe that it is going to be with the Shadow's Claw. With the 24 preparation counter, Zephyr takes a laugh and grabs it up. He is going to go into game 2 already. Hanky the Goat with the double mastermind scheme.
Yeah.
Showing his plan, showing his schemes. And Shadow strikes Zephyr into the shadows.
Yeah, that shows you how strong this Tristan deck really is if everything goes into the right direction, right? The right amount of floatings, the right amount of cards to just keep increasing your influence and eventually going into level 3. And then this double mastermind scheme there, you know, from what? You went from 8 to, what? How many prep counters were he at?
He was at 6
to 12?
to 24. I mean, exponential scaling, kind of crazy, you know, when it comes to things like this. Zephyr, even if he had taken 24 from that, he would have still been able to recover, but 25 is just way too much, 29 even. You need to double Resolute Stand in order to get through that, and I'm sure that underneath that Spirel was a 3-cost card, so that any Resolute Stands that Zephyr would have tried to play would have been negated.
Yep, I do think that it was a very heads up from Hanky. Hanky was really much in control, had the negates left and right, double incap, and then even down to the spinal being the so-called the Persuado third negate. So Hanky was just really, really heads up on his play, knowing what kind of gameplay he wanted. Zephyr, on the other hand, I believe that I'm not sure if there's any opportunity during the fire or just like we were assault. He did had a lot of those at one point, right?
I think he was just one short of going Light Weaver into Gleaming Cut Review into second Light Weaver, but the reason why Zephyr had to shoot it at the end step there is because Hanky had that Agility 6.
Exactly.
And he really wanted to make sure that he had to force some cards out of Hanky. That double mastermind scheme just doing so much work for him there. And Hanky very kindly showing us he's siding out all of his Dream Fairies. Not very useful in this particular matchup. But what else might he have sided in? I saw Tempest Downfall as some ways to add in. This is a fast speed spell that does 3, so could be a good way to kill on the stack of the Serene Fire release.
Yep, it's basically just a way for you to interact. If your opponent has any other way to recover or basically stops that last 3 damage, you can just, on the stack, go for Tempest Downfall and win the game. As I really feel not this kind of matchup, it's mainly for the Serio matchup. Abnegation, I don't think you will reach a point where you're behind the Xander player, because most of the time you're pretty much ahead.
Well,
Not too sure though.
yeah, I mean, near the end of the game there, Hanky was at around 11 damage counters, so an Abnegation there could have been pretty useful. Meanwhile, for Zephyr, his sideboard includes another copy of Excalibur Ducal Seal, 3 copies of Regal Inquisition as well, not to mention the Resolute Stand and extra Vanish from Sights, which could have been very crucial for Zephyr there in order to stay alive.
Yeah, I think Regal will definitely come in. Regal is one of the few cards that in a level 3 matchup is pretty core for everybody that is playing a late game deck, because most of the time, right, you will be trying to keep core important cards in your hand and try not to banish them from memory. Regal doesn't really care. It just opens your memory, your hand, and just say, I don't want to see your Shadow Strike, I don't want to see your Light Weaver Assault, I don't want to see your Oblation. All of them just go to the graveyard and you can draw new cards. The thing though is that if you're a good player, you can just draw back the card that your opponent discarded from Regal. So
yeah, I mean, meanwhile, Zephyr having a pretty scary start as well. Draws 3 Luxom cards off of his Glimpse. Glimpse 6 draws 3 new Luxom cards. Not exactly what you want to see. At the very least, does have Creative Shock plus a Floating Memory, but has to worry about Hanky's Topsy Decree, which put him back a lot in the previous game.
Yep. We
Here's
are
the
going to
Sadie.
Sadie here. Sadie is a really powerful ally here, being able to run away when she needs to run away, but also the fact that she's a 2/2, which is a really premium stat for an early game ally.
Oh, even more Luxom cards drawn for Zephyr. Here is the Return to the Archive now discarded. Does Hanky the Goat want to Topsy Decree this? He is going to be using that. Oh, it's imbued too. So we'll have to not only discard 1, but also has to lose 2 cards in his trash.
Yeah, I don't think Zephyr wants to lose any of the cards right now in his hand. I mean, I believe it's a wedge from side.
Yeah, loses Vanish from side, Juggle Knives, as well as Light Weaver's Assault in the hand. Return to the Archive and the Creative Shock are going to be removed. No, it is going to be the Regal Inquisition. No, Creative Shock is going to be removed from the trash as well. And then Zephyr left with 5 influence only. That Creative Shock going from a net neutral card to a -1 is going to be really, really rough. He is going to have to just back up Charger this turn. Hopefully he draws into his 1 turbo charge so that he can regain some of this lost influence.
Yeah, the thing about level 3 matchups in general, be it mirror or non-mirror, is the fact that you guys want to keep your influence up as high as possible when you're playing these cards to cycle through your deck in order to put cards down to the memory to pay cost for your levels, right? Hanky just basically negated that kind of pluses because he just removes the floating memory, and Zephyr here is not really doing very well. And remember, Zephyr is on the Serene Spirit, means 1 influence lower, which requires him to basically farm a bit more hand compared to Hanky.
Yeah, but Sadie coming in for 2 now. Hanky will go for Unmake Duality again, getting to plus himself quite a bit. Also has the Purifying Turbo on the board to deny Zephyr of any more pluses, any more floating memory that he tries to use. However, Zephyr doesn't have any of that available to him anyway. He is just holding on to 4 Luxom cards in hand, I believe. Hanky the GOAT though. What else is he going to do with his large influence, especially compared to Zephyr's small hand of 4 right now?
This Unmake Duality is getting out of hand, I think. Like every time we say it on stream, Hanky just goes super pluses. And plus, there is also the turbo charge from backup charger. So this deck just like pluses so much that at this point, do you even need floating memories?
I mean, he does still have the few copies of Reclaim, but it does allow him to just run more things. Here is the Scry, the stars on the top alongside the Vanish from side as well. Zephyr is going to do going to Recollect. Pre-Recollection does have the backup charger as well. Could be using that Pre-Recollection now to draw an additional card, at least give himself a bit more influence, and allow him to Recollect with 7 new cards. His Glimpse 2 did send both cards to the bottom, and draws into a Creative Shock, but I believe no floating memory just yet.
Yeah, I'm just going to pass it here. Like, in the end of the day, if you have nothing to discard with Creative Shot, you can just hold it because it's a fast card. Hanky, on the other hand, I think it is time to go for level 1 so you can threaten your opponent to be in a scary position. Ooh, but just play the boots instead.
It is going to be the Windwalker Boots, allowing him to not get preparation counters just yet, because he's not at Tristan level 1 yet, so no class bonus for him. But Zephyr already taking 7 damage from just these few allies on the board. Only 11 damage to go to actually be in dead from this game already.
Yeah, that's the thing about Tristan decks where they are so versatile that, see, they can go into the ally route, they can go into the champions route by farming prep counter, but now Hanky just go into the slice and dice route, which is I put enough pressure on you with the allies do the work for me, hit you enough damage, bang, 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 slice and dice hit you for maybe 9 without the Ripper's Assassin, but I believe it's gonna hit you for 11 with the Rippers.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of damage. It's actually 15, 6 plus 9 with the Assassin's Ripper. Creative Shock and Gleaming Cut are actually the banishments to go up to Xander level 2. Hanky the Goat does have the opportunity to use his Purifying Turbo right here, right now, deny the Juggle Knives from Zephyr. Paying, I believe he has 4 cards available, is going to allow the Xander 2 to resolve. It does seem like he's considering the Purifying Turbo here. He's going to do it.
I think he is gonna do it. He's just deciding whether it's worth it to just one.
Only gonna pay 3.
Yeah. I think
Zephyr though has another Juggle
Juggle
Knives.
Knives, yep.
Fantastic. So still be able to cycle. Also has a dungeon guide available, which is great. And now we'll be able to pick up this Juggle Knives again and use that as fodder for the dungeon guide. But I think Zephyr's entire hand is Arcane. Luxom right now. Arcane is the wrong champion. He is going to lose one of these at least. Zephyr giving a little bit of a prayer. It is going to lose both the Luxom cards and keeps the Juggle Knives.
That's not looking good. Like, this is why the deck doesn't want to draw any of his Luxom card early, because the expectation is that I draw it later so that I can put it down into the memory for my Luxom's effect to reveal it and trigger its effect. But putting it there because he has no other choice and losing it is such a painful decision.
Because Sadie is going to be bounced back to Hanky the Goat's hand. Zephyr gets to keep his Mercenary's Blade, which he was trying to use to get rid of that Sadie alongside the Dungeon Guide. Meanwhile, Hanky the Goat going up to level 1 now will get Tristan level 1 onto the board, get an additional prep counter, and that means also the following turn, with the effect of this Windwalker Boots, will be able to go up to 4 prep counters and then easily go up to level 2. Not to mention the Kazi outlook also in his hand.
Yeah, the thing is that everything that seems to be going really well for Henki. Henki is behind in levels, but in terms of damage and also setup, he has literally everything in his hand. Look at his hand. Look at his influence. It's so big.
Yeah, I mean, has another Ascent, so could just go Windblast Lookout into Ascent Protector again, pushing another 5 damage into Zephyr this turn. 3 already on the
And
board from the
look
Ascent.
at Zephyr's influence. Only 4. What can you do with only 4 influence in the face of just a bunch of Ascent protectors?
Well, multiple Light Reverse Assaults would be great. 2 Light Reverse Assault in memory would get rid of at least 1 Ascent. Unfortunately for Zephyr, did lose 2 Gleaming Cuts already, as well as a Luxom sight, so in not the best position, but can still recover, hopefully. The Topsy Decree really doing a lot of work in this matchup.
Yeah, Toxic Degree, one of the more newer cards in the new PTM set, showing us why this card is really, really well needed in a lot of people's deck, because it's a really good staple in terms of general usage. You can discard an opponent's card, you can get spell shot, which is very rare. Other than that, right, it does shows you the potential that Topsy has. We are going to go face it with all our allies. That is going to put Zephyr into 15 HP, really close to the into death right now.
Yeah, very, very close to lethal already. Here's the Prison Spire Scepter though. First, Zephyr gonna draw another card, draws into a Dungeon Guide, a little bit too little, a little bit too late, draws another card into the memory. Now we're gonna reveal some Luxom cards. There's 2 Light Reverse Assaults and a Luxom Sight, so we'll be able to recover. Another Incapacitate is also shown, which is great for Zephyr. We'll be able to use that. Henki the Goat forced to put 3 cards down, 4 damage into the Ascent Protector, 3 life recovered for him. 6 card influence right now, still a little bit away. Draws into an Uncover the Plot, which is pretty nice. 1 damage into, could be face. It is going to be face. Zephyr has the option to Juggle Knights, Uncover the Plot here. Will be able to put down all of these Luxom cards before he uncovers, recovering another 3, plus dealing another 4 damage, which will get rid of this Windblast Lookout.
Yeah, I do think that Zephyr now has the sort of the upper hand. I would say upper hand, but has the tempo back to him because he's able to remove the Ascent Protector. His influence is grew once again into a decent hand size. I think if Zephyr's able to prolong this, Henki might be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Henki the Goat is... I did see a Regal Inquisition in his hand, but he is only at Tristan level 1 right now, so we'll need to both pay 2 for Tristan 2, then use the Dungeon Guide, and then use Regal Inquisition.
So we're gambling to not let it hit.
No, it's in his hand, so
It's
it's not
right.
in the memory.
So it's all good, all good.
But he does still have to go up to level 3 to use that Exalted Element card, enabled if you do have another Advanced Element available.
Just going to Dungeon Guide. What?
Yeah, I mean, if he has the Dungeon Guide, it'll be great. He's drawn so many cards. It's definitely a possibility that he has it.
Drawn
It looks
3
like we're
last
just
game.
having a quick judge call. Just checking on something as well. Zephyr actually at 7 influence.
We do have some small technical difficulties, but don't worry about it. We can talk about the board state right now. So we're judging from the board, right? Nothing is really going on in terms of the ally board, but in terms of the damage counter, the influence. Remember this from the it's just a few turns ago. Henki's position was literally at Zephyr's position. Look at him, the smile. And Zephyr's position was actually Henki's. You remember that? Like, Zephyr was only having 4 influence, and Henki had like bajillion influence. How did this happen?
I mean, Henki still has a bunch of cards stuck in hand. His 5 cards in memory are going to be used to level up. But
Yep.
Tristan level 2 is basically a net neutral, since he will also get to draw 2 again.
Yeah.
Zephyr, though, really needs... Okay, so for Luxom Xander, usually the win condition is 10 cards in hand, double Light Weaver.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's Tristan, so you have to play around incapacitates as well. And that means that you need even more than 10 influence in order to actually go for the kill.
Yeah, we are going to be still waiting on more information on what's going to happen to the game. But in general speaking, I think it is still getting to a very close game. One side we have a player that's already in his advanced element, and Henki is just chilling right there for his level 2 Tristan to resolve.
Yeah, I mean, hasn't passed the turn to Henki just yet, I think. We're still waiting on this technical issue. But once we resolve it, I assume that Henki will be going up to level 2. I don't see a Dungeon Guide in hand for him just yet, so may not have actually found it. Of course, he will get to draw 3 cards. So, level 2 Tristan, draw for turn.
I mean, you just have to draw it, right?
Yeah, you just have to find it.
If you're already at this stage, at the pinnacle of I just need 2 wins away from top 8 Manila, you definitely have the talent to draw it.
Yeah, 8-2-1. I mean, X2-1 is almost definitely lock for the top 8 spot. However, X2-2, X3-1, definitely out as well. So this win is going to be so crucial for both of these players. Henki, of course, coming all the way from the Netherlands to play in this Ascent with Tristan.
Yeah, just shows you like how much this game is really grown. I don't think there's much games where people travel to other countries to purposely play for even maybe for a neighboring country like for example Malaysians go to Singapore, Singapore go to Malaysia, vice versa. Because we're very nearby, right? It's just literally 5 hours of bus stop. Not bus stop, through the bus. But for Henki, all the way from Netherlands to flying there, that's like what? Is it like 8 hours plus of flight, I believe?
Yeah, tons of time that you have to spend on planes in order to get all the way
Money
here.
as well, everything. Yeah, it's like about a bunch of investment, not just time, money, a lot of the effort as well. You need to test the decks.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Henki. He's here. He's happy, and we're going to go back into the game. Tristan level 2 is going to be materialized. We are going to level up, losing an Ascent Protector, losing a Sadie. Not cards that you need anymore at level 2 or 3. 2 cards are drawn for a turn. For Tristan, level 2 is on enter effect, and then we are going to look at the pre-recollection. Is there something like a Surveil the Winds or another, maybe even a Reclaim on this Windblast Lookout? There is not. Back to Henki the Goat now.
Yeah, what we really want to see now is a Dungeon Guide right here, so the Henki is not too behind the tempo, right? Not just that, I believe a Dungeon Guide into Mastermind Skill. Oh no, we are just going to go into Windmill Engineer, I believe, if we are reliving wind cards. Another Windmill Engineer. He has a lot of wind cards, not much of the higher element or the norm cards for him to play around. He does want to see a Dungeon Guide, does not see it, but we are fine, we're chilling, you know, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, Henki is also playing a pretty unique Tristan deck in the fact that his wind and norm count are pretty odd. He's actually on around 23, 24 win cards and 29 norm cards instead. So that's why the Top C Decree you've seen both games already have been imbued. It's a really consistent way to get that discard 1 plus the minus as well. Meanwhile, Zephyr here has the option to exploit vulnerability as well in order to put more cards down, and that means he doesn't have to materialize something like a backup charger or anything like that. Here is the exploit vulnerability now going to be used, drawing a card again, draws into another incapacitate, which you do love to see. Meanwhile, going to his materialization now after the end step will be marked by the waking up of this Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, the in-cap is really, really important for this particular matchup. Not just this matchup, like in general, in this current meta, because in-cap allows you to, let's say you're playing a lethal card, right, and then your opponent's trying to stop you, can just in-cap their card that protects them, or you're trying to protect yourself and you're trying to lethal, you can in-cap their in-cap, or you can in-cap the card that's destroying your card that's protecting you. So in general, in-cap is just a really, really good safety net. The issue is that you need to have a high influence in order to do it. But remember, after paying the cost for your win con or your protection, you still need to pay for in-cap. So that's why in-cap, despite being an important card, it's only viable if you have a high influence. So I do see that people usually in the early game just like, I don't need it now, I need it a bit later. So it's okay to banish it early, but going back to the game, Zephyr does materialize the Ducal. Ducal has a high impact against Tristan because most of Tristan's ability to do damage is through allies or the champion itself.
Yeah, I mean, the champion itself must hit in order for the Ominous Shadows to also swing into Zephyr. So this Ducal Seal just there as a preparation for the eventual Henki going up to level 3. Looks like we're still clarifying something on the judge's side. So Zephyr throwing his hands up a little bit, not sure what's going on.
So the thing is that I think looking back at what's happening right now, there is also the fact that Ducal is actually very, very strong in the Shadow Strike. Like if you think about it, Ducal costs to pay 3, and then Shadow Strike pays another 2. That's like 5 costs right there. Actually, it's also like if Henki only has like what 7 cards in hand, he actually can't save it for the in-cap.
That's
That's why the Ducal is very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, he will need 9 cards total because you need 6 to play Shadow Strike plus 3 for Ducal, and then 3 more for the Incapacitate. So we are going to try and resolve this judge issue first. It is going to take a little bit of time, so you will have to look at myself and Chrysome again, our very handsome faces, of course. Very happy to be seen again. We are going to look at what is going to be happening. It looks like there is a judge call, just an issue with regards to illegal play. We will give you more of the details once we have all of the details, of course. In the meantime, though, let's talk a little bit more about the matchup again. So far, it's been really back and forth. Zephyr is looking like he's in a decent position right now. Yeah. That game, I think the main difference is Henki didn't start off with the unmake backup Purifying Turbo. He still did unmake Turbo, but hasn't been given the opportunity to also back up and then later also have the Dungeon Guide. We saw after the level 2 turn, just a Windmill Engineer and then a pass.
Yeah, the thing is that last game, the big defining moment was Henki realizing that he needs to just build influence for one purpose and one purpose only. Double Mastermind Scheme. Double Mastermind Scheme, it's basically, I would say, a cheat code sort of for Tristan because the way to farm prep counters are actually really, really obnoxious. They're like really like hard to farm because it's like 1 by 1. So for example, you go with level 1 Tristan, gives you 1. Several of the wins, gets you 1. But there's only 4 copies in the deck, right? And then there's Wind Blast gives you 1. But if you look at the rest of it, it's just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And it's a lot of hard work, 1 card, 1 card, 1 card. And it takes a lot of time to build up that prep counter. So, for example, right, to even reach 10 prep counters, in theory, you need to basically have, like, what? You need to play around, like, 9 cards around there to get it. That's why Mastermind Scheme is sort of a gateway for you to accelerate that prep counter count. Like, you basically, most of the time, you go for 4 to 5, and then you go for Mastermind Scheme in order to duplicate it to go to 10. And 10 is not usually enough as well, as you can see, maybe in Mastermind Scheme that 14 damage.
Yeah, first things first, you would need to build up some
That
preparation
counter, exactly.
and then double it.
Yeah.
And then if you can double it again, give it to the next person
exactly.
through your Shadow
Yeah,
Strike.
it's like that. Yeah, exactly like that trend. Double it and give it to the next person. That's basically what Tristan's trying to do.
Yeah, but meanwhile, I do have updates for you. What happened was that Henki the Goat did an oopsie. Paid 3 for his Ascent Protector instead of 4. That's not something you're allowed to do.
Yep.
Because it is such a long, irreversible game state, he will be receiving a game loss here in the penultimate game of Ascent Manila. Which does mean we will be going to a game 3 though.
Yeah.
So we will see the conclusion to this series still on stream. It's not a match loss, just a game loss.
just a
They're
game
now at
loss.
1-1. We will go back into the game and then we will see Tristan now starting us off first. Henki, of course, will be a little bit disappointed that he made this mistake, but everybody makes these oopsies here and there. So we are going to focus on game 3 now. It is still going to be the same result. End of the day, what do you have to do when you're in a game?
Just win.
Exactly.
Just win. Although, to be fair, it is gonna be a really tired. Like, of course, it's a fresh day. I understand that. But the thing is that players are really tired since yesterday. And judging from Henki's hand right here, well, I do see the Wind Blast. I do see decent amount of starts. We are going to go to the backup strategy right away. This is a very standard Tristan start, as we mentioned. Tristan does require a lot of hard work in order to farm the prep counters, and to play prep counters, you must actually play cards from your hand, and that requires a lot high influence. So we are going to go into Engineer here, very typical start here. Going back to Zephyr's turn right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zephyr's end step first. Henki's end step is where Henki will have to see Zephyr do a Creative Shock into a Return to the Archive. Is there a Top C Decree this time? It looks like there is not. So far, there's a Regal Inquisition, but that's not going to be used just yet. Zephyr finally gets to level up to level 1 on the second turn. Ideal for him. Glimpses 2, both of them are not super great. There's a Resolute Stand as well as Exploit Vulnerability. Not the cards that he wants to see right now. And so he will immediately just use another Exploit Vulnerability to draw another card pre-recollection. Look for more cards. There's a Luxom site, which is going to be useful later on. And Light Weaver's Assault as well, which is going to be great right now. However, 2 incapacitates, no Dungeon Guide so far. At the very least, has a Creative Shock to go up to level 2 later.
Yeah, no floating as well. I think Zephyr will take it slow next turn and play some sort of Regalia to basically recoup his influence. Henki, on the other hand here, might be time to... Oh, he's going to go for boots. It's an interesting play I see from Henki all the time. He's materializing the boots before he goes to level 1 Tristan. I think it's because it's still a very free turn for Henki. Henki's like, okay, I can chill. I can play a bunch of my 2-cost allies. It's really fine. Gonna go for Wind Blast here. Wind Blast here, really good card because the way to get a prep counter is not restricted to the class bonus. The class bonus basically just says Glimpse 1.
That's right.
So it is such a really good early game ally. 1-3 as well, really good defensive stats. We are going to go to Creative Shock, see if we draw any floating right here.
Does not draw us into a Weighted Accord as well as an Incapacitate. So Zephyr, tough choice here as to what he wants to discard off of this. Henki the Goat though, Weighted Accord is going to be the discard. Henki the Goat, I think I understand the rationale for this Windwalker Boots as well. Just now, when he played the Windmill Engineer, he imbued with the Windblast Lookout and the Reclaim. So the Reclaim is probably the plan to go up to level 1 without paying for any influence. And here is Exploit Vulnerability as well, pre-recollection for Zephyr. Will be able to pick up that card from the graveyard using that Xander level 2 effect. And let's see, is there a Dungeon Guide for the side of Zephyr, letting him go all the way up to 3 already? It does not look like there is.
But there's 2 incaps there. That's a lot of incaps.
That is a lot of incaps, but it also does not look like he has a way to go up to level 3 very safely. All of the cards in his hand are mostly Luxom or they're incapacitates, and those are cards that you don't want to lose just yet. Reclaim is going to be used on the Windblast Lookout, allowing Henki to go up to level 1, get that additional prep counter, and also get an additional prep counter from the Windblast Lookout as well. And that will mean he will be at 3 prep. End of turn gets another prep from the Windwalker Boots and gives him a very nice way to go up to level 2 and then get those 2 draws.
Yep, those 2 draws are really important. This is where I would say this is the greatest, best start for Tristan, because you are able to farm 4 prep counters, and then you'll be able to go to level 2 comfortably, depending on how many cards you want to banish as a cost. Because at this point, right, you don't really care about floating memories because you have enough influence to pay for it already. And anyway, right, like when you go to level 2 Tristan, your influence will recoup itself. It will come back to you because you're allowed to draw 2. So we just have to see how that turns out when Hanky goes to level 2 and Hanky just wants a dungeon guide here. And is that
Another incapacitate drawn for Zephyr. He's drawn 3 of them already.
Zephyr's face looks a bit different too after seeing that third cap.
Yeah, I mean, he's not happy about that. He will have to lose a couple of key cards. Like, this is a problem that you rarely have. My hand is too good. I can't level up.
No. If you have so many good hand, you should extend it to your opponent. So what I'm going to do is that if Hanky plays Seville to win, you can just incap it, right?
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, you do need to pay 1 more in order to go up to level 3. Hanky, in the meantime, though, does go up to level 2 already. Gets the 2 draw. Now, Dungeon Guide up 2.
Yep.
Again, Shadow Dancer. No Reaver in the main deck or side deck for Hanky to go. Here's the Shadows as well. Here's the Shadow's Claw. And we're going to start poking into
Just
Zephyr.
pure gas. Hanky just going really fast right now. He's just turning all his allies really fast.
Here it is, 1-1-1.
Mastermind scheme?
Mastermind scheme would go crazy, but I don't see it in the hand just yet.
It's what we mentioned about like the hard work. Look at all this hard work. How many prep comes at the end? Only 5.
Yeah, but Hanky has had such a great start so far. 1-2-2 now from the Tristan and the 2 Shadows. Zephyr gonna have to use this backup charger to go up to level 3.
This is where the other attack card might play more prevalence because you're taking so much damage counter already, right? You as Hanky would probably consider the fact that you can go slice and dice right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zephyr going to go up to level 3 now using the backup charger, draws a card into the memory. Zephyr losing 3 cards, all of them so far showing to be pretty good. What is it going to be? Excalibur and 2 Crystallized Destiny, so gets to keep one of those incapacitates, which is kind of nice for him. But does he have any way to put down cards pre-recollection? He does not. So really looking for an uncovered or plot, something like that. At least has a Vanish from sight, so next turn won't be taking so much damage.
Yeah, Vanish is pretty good. But again, like Vanish is only like a 1-turn, buys you a turn. So Hanky can just basically chill and just wait it out. Meanwhile for Hanky, he's going to use the boots in order to see more cards right here. Probably trying to find the Shadow Strike or the Slice and Dice. Turbo right now coming down. I don't think it has much impact. Is there any floating?
There is not any floating, and even if there was, Zephyr doesn't need any more memory cost for the rest of his material deck. Will just banish 3 non-fire cards and will vanish from sight to protect himself from the damage on the board. Right now representing 5 plus 5, 10 damage already, which would have forced Zephyr to release. Vanish from sight is going to be the play.
Yeah, I think Vanish from sight is really, really important for this particular matchup, especially for Tristan, because basically you don't take any damage, not even from the allies.
3 cards down. The Unmake Duality is going to be the play, allowing Hanky to draw 2 more cards, losing that Looking Glass. Here's a Surveil to win. Ace of Protect.
That was the game that basically that was the card that, you know,
lost him the game.
I would say lost him the game, made game 3 exist.
Yes, that's true. And 2 cards down now. Are we going to see the Regal Inquisition? Yes, we are.
No, this is not it.
Zephyr will want to incapacitate this.
I think you want to incap this.
Is there an incap from the side of Hanky as well?
Oh no.
It looks like there is. And now Zephyr going to lose all of those Luxom cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 Lightweaver's Assaults as well as a Gleaming Cut and a Luxom Sight.
I think everything's gone.
Everything is gone. 6 cards.
This is a disaster because everything, not just 2 incaps are gone. The Lightweaver, so the Gleaming cards are all gone. That's a lot of cards just disappearing from Zephyr's side. Zephyr will need to hit similar hand quality.
Oh, yes! 2 Gleaming Cuts and his own Regal and a Lightweaver's Assault!
What? This is better than the previous hand.
Zephyr's insane! He's got everything! He's got 3 new Luxom cards. Hanky's not too happy about that. And of course, if there's a second Regal right now, Hanky would go crazy, but he does not have it. Just the Juggle Knives now, allowing Zephyr to draw another card, put those 2 Gleaming Cuts down, draws into a Resolute Stand, not exactly what you need right now, but we're gonna see now the Prison Spire Scepter coming down, allowing Zephyr to put 3 more cards into the memory. Lost Providence is gonna draw into another Norm card. Of course, a lot of the Luxom already removed.
Zephyr smiling, he's nodding.
Still happy about that. 2 Gleaming Cuts and a Lightweaver's Assault. Drawing 4.
Oh my god.
Norm, Lightweaver! Second Lightweaver is available. Wait, does he have lethal? He's at 10 influence.
Wait. 16, I think. We should be fine. This is 16 damage, I think, in total.
16 damage total, but he could also just find another Lightweaver's Assault off the top. Unfortunately, he does not. Another Gleaming Cut. No, he also has Striking Illuminance.
Yeah.
He's going to put it down, though. Not going to look at that as a lethal line. Here's his own Regal. We're going to say, Henki, give me your Shadow Strikes.
Oh,
You
give me-
took my Light Weavers, you took my Incaps, I'm going to take yours.
So I think it's going to be the Shadow Strikes and the Incaps.
Yeah, the Abnegation also could be a potential target. It's going to allow him to recover 8, of course. Instead, Shadow
Shadow
Strike
Strike.
is drawn into after losing
Regal
the shot.
again.
Second Regal is drawn. Okay,
Oh, no.
but on the bright side, Zephyr does still have an Incapacitate, so he can incapacitate this Regal Inquisition, and Henki doesn't have an
Yeah.
Incapacitate of his own just yet.
Yeah, Henki doesn't have his own Incap, so it's actually still in a really, really good position for Zephyr, but this game is getting really, really hot. The amount of regaling is happening right now.
We've regaled once, we've regaled again. Henki the Goat has another Regal in hand. Wants to take a look at Zephyr's trash. Remember, if this Regal Inquisition from Henki the Goat does resolve, I think Zephyr is going to scoop it up because there is no way for him to win with all 4 Light Reverse Assaults in the trash. He's going to exploit vulnerability here and then vanish from sight. But this means he's open to the Regal Inquisition.
What's happening?
And there's the Regal Inquisition. Zephyr is going to lose all of these Luxom cards once again. The Resolute Stand is also going to be removed. Zephyr, though, just worried about the Shadow Strike that Henki was able to draw. Had to vanish from sight here. And though the Regal Inquisition now forces Zephyr to lose all 4 of his Light Reverse Assaults. And that is going to be game for Henki the Goat. Zephyr has just scooped it up.
I think the game was... I mean, that was just Regal gaming, no?
And that's the issue with this Luxom Xander deck, is that the Regal Inquisition is too strong against it. Removing your only win condition, removing your only way to do damage. And Luxom Xander is now on the floor.
I don't know how I feel about that. Like, this game was just... It went from one side to the other side. We thought it was over, and then he drew all the gleaming cards, and then, you know, he has his own Regal, and then he Regals Henki, and then Henki shows back his own Regal. Again, despite all this, I have just one question. What does Regal actually means?
It's like lordly, like kingly, you know? It's because it's Alice. Alice is the one that's making the Inquisition of your hand cards. He's looking at your hand and tell me, yeah, give me all of your money.
So in a way, just taxation?
Dread it, run from it, tax. The IRS, the Alice RS comes for you again. And just an unfortunate ending for Zephyr here, just hitting into double Regal Inquisition. And unfortunately for him, it was that his own Regal Inquisition forced Henki to draw into his own.
How important Regal is in this matchup. Like, if everyone is following the meta game throughout the moment Regal Inquisition was printed, in most of the level 3 decks and for the meta that has level 3s, Inquisition is so important because it basically removes all these important win cons. Like, you can't actually win if your card just disappear, especially for Luxom. This is why there was a huge discussion back then, right? When Regal Inquisition was printed, is it too strong of a card? Because it basically stops all sort of win con that you have. The answer is not really, because Inquisition is not really good throughout the early game of the early stages of the game. It's really weak against aggro. It doesn't do anything. But when it does, it work. It's such a crazy card. Like, we just saw that both players were using Regal. Basically, Regal was the win con, right? They were just preventing each other from, you know, not achieving their win con. Henki, Regal, Zephyr's like Weavers and all his Luxom card, and then somehow he managed to draw back a pretty decent hand, and then also has his own Regal. Regal back Henki, say, oh, 2 Shadow Strikes and an Incapacitate. Go to the graveyard. Draws back a Regal and also his own Shadow Strike.
I mean, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. He's just too good.
He's just too good.
Like, at the end of the day, at this kind of games, at this stage of an Ascent, you do have to get lucky still, even if you're in a good matchup, even if you're in a bad matchup, because everyone at this level is insane. You're all at X2-1, X1-2. Like, these are players that have been through insane games all throughout Ascent Manila.
Like, I always believe this thing where I agree with the statement that at the end of the day, luck does play a huge factor. However, you need to be really, really good in order for that to play a factor in the first place. Like, I think if both players are equally skilled at the highest level, yes, luck does play a factor, which is what we saw. But you need to reach that level first in order to even have that kind of like discussion whether your game was affected by luck or stuff like that. But again, that's a really good showcasing, well played from both players, both sides. Unfortunate for Zephyr, but well displayed game, all well played, and Henki the GOAT. As his name suggests, there's nothing else to say. He is the GOAT.
He's the GOAT. Well, it is going to be a lunch break, so you guys can eat some goats yourself if you want. Goat in Philippines is pretty nice. Don't eat Henki the GOAT, though. he would like to win his last game.
Are goats
and-
edible?
Yeah, it's lamb. Lamb is goat. Mutton
is
is
lamb?
goat. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They're the same, I think. Close enough. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But enjoy your lunch break too, chat. Those of you watching at home, we will enjoy our lunch break as well. I'll go eat some goat. I'll meet Henky the goat. Maybe we can eat some goat together.
Sure. All right. I think we're just signing off there. All right.
See you guys later. Bye.
in Ascent Manila here. The last round, series round for today has actually started,
Yes.
has begun. So, how are you feeling so far, Floon?
I mean, we've had a lot of really exciting games, and the top 8 is shaping up to be really interesting.
Yeah?
So about our match that we're about to be featuring.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the round or the table we were supposed to feature ended up not playing their game.
Too excited to play.
And everyone already started. So
Yep.
we have to wait for we have another match ready, but we have to wait for them to finish game 1 because they already started. So they're probably about to end that game soon, and then we'll have them come on for game 2 and hopefully game 3. They want to have a game a 2-0 on the last
Don't want
round.
to be too fast.
But yeah, we can talk a little bit about what the bracket is looking like. So I think only one player was like, or 2 players are locked in, guaranteed.
I think table 1,
Suzaku,
right?
yeah,
Yep.
table 1 and table 2. Well, 2 players on table 1 and table 2.
Yep.
So that's Suzaku and Mike on Tristan. So those 2 are locked in, and basically everyone else is like fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of atmosphere you want, right?
Yeah.
You're table 3 and you're still not safe.
Yeah, like that's what is competitive all about, right? Like, sure, I can accept that the table 1s and the table 2s are like, no, kind of on the safe barrier, but for everyone else, it's fighting for their life, fighting for the coveted top 8 spirit, the Kaze. And we have a lot of exciting game. I heard that the bracket is really interesting too. It's like Seiryu against the world.
Okay, so there are a lot of Seiryus, a lot of Tristans, and a lot of Luxoms. So like the three cores of this world. And I think there is one CL that has a chance of making it, but it's a lot of Seiryus. And the thing is, right, these Tristans are crazy, and they've got like incredible Seiryu tech. And I'm also honestly their matchup against Luxom is not bad either. So I'm definitely curious to see if the Tristans end up running away with it. But let's see. And also, there is a golden universe where if every single Seiryu that is playing right now loses, there's 0 Seiryus in top 8.
Yes, that's the universe we're living in. It's literally Seiryu against the rest of the meta.
So if you want to live in the correct world line where Seiryu doesn't get top 8, then
I mean, I want like some Seiryu to make it in. I don't want it to be like obsolete. I do like the dragon. Right? I pretty like blue dragons.
I want Seiryu in top 8 so I can see a Tristan like
Destroy it.
fatigue it to death. Like I just want to see that because we haven't seen it on stream. Like I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it. And I really want to see it happen. And I want it to be recorded for the future, for our future generations to see a Seiryu get every single card in their deck stolen by a Tristan.
We had the Senjus battling it out in Taiwan, the Phoenix versus the Dragon. Now we have a random assassin lady just comes in and slaughters the dragons. Is that the lore we want to bring in?
She doesn't even slaughter you. She just takes all your stuff. She steals all of their treasure. And then she leaves and she comes back and she steals up more of your treasure. It's like every night she just comes back in and takes more of your stuff.
Sounds disturbing. Sounds really, really reflective of a certain part of the history.
We could also have the universe where we have a Taipei rerun where it's Suzaku versus Seiryu. That could also happen because there's one Suzaku. So of the 2 that are guaranteed, one of them is Mike on Tristan, the other one is Suzaku. So it's like, I mean, I don't know if anyone was expecting Suzaku to suddenly make it, but
I think people were expecting an aggro deck, but
yes,
it being Suzaku, probably not.
of all the aggros, everyone's on Merlin. Everyone's talking about like these Aether charge decks. Oh, Suzaku, out of nowhere. Sure. I mean,
yeah, I didn't expect it. So I think no one expected. I think the closest aggro deck is probably a Merlin.
Yeah.
And maybe some people are still coping on Lorraine. Look, I have been playing Lorraine Philo for like a long season since the HVN season, and I can tell you, Lorraine is alright. It's a really, really interesting deck, but I don't think it's gonna do well now with this current meta. It's too hard. But speaking enough of what if and what not, but what we are guaranteed to see is a familiar face. We have once again, like yesterday, last round of Swiss for day 1, we have him feature again Egg.
yeah, and guess what? It's the exact same matchup. It's the exact same matchup, but a different Vanitas Taxer showing up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the taxation.
You know what they say, right? It's like
show. Yeah.
even if you run away from your taxes one time, they will come again. You can never escape them. Egg had won the first game though, and he did 2-0 the previous Tax Vanta. So I don't know. Maybe Egg is the tax slayer.
He is what we call the man that runs away from the VRS. Fantastic player.
Okay, so let's see. So this is Lance Lim, local from the Philippines. The only... So we have one Filipino, I think, that is locked in, and that is Fugitive, Ascent top 8, multiple timer. And Lance's teammates with Gaming Shopao who top 8'd in Ascent Akihabara. So their team actually had 100% conversion rate, all made it to day 2, but he is the only one left who can make it into top 8. So gonna really try his best here on the Tax Vanitas, which was apparently from what I've heard from them, a snap decision change, because he is known for playing Fire Xander, Fire Assassin decks, and he also played CL during previous meta because he Fire Assassin wasn't good enough, and he didn't want to play Fire Assassin this time. So he's like, you know what? I'm gonna play Tax Vanitas out of nowhere, and
Yeah,
it's looking like a pretty similar setup here.
It looks like a really, I want to say, different list. There are really interesting cards to this run here.
So we do have the Searing Rebukes in this list.
Yep.
Which is it's insurance for the aggro matchup. We still have Besiege. We have Trotters.
Yeah,
Trotters really
Trotters.
good because it allows you to get buff counters on your horses. So now they're like mega horses. They're like steroided horses.
I mean, now we are like just leaning on the horses. Back then we only played 2 horses. Now we have additional a few more horses. This is truly the horses and taxes. So we are going to a quick level 1 game right here. Let's wasting no time going into the Vanitas level 1.
Yeah, so we are going.
Besiege as well.
So that was a Vestige here to level 2 and then play a Trotter to go up to level 3. Seems like the play. Draws Liminal Guide. Unfortunate to draw that right after.
Yeah, what do you think
using
about
your
Liminal Guides in Vanitas? Is it consistent enough to be discarded?
You can just treat it like a different copy of a floating. Instead of playing a floating memory card, just play the Liminal Guides because it's an ally. It can give it the Beast Soul Visage. So it's just worth it. It's just better than playing a random float here at this point. Also, yeah, we are on LG, so that means we are, of course, on Unmake Duality, which is the new hot tech on these Vanitas decks. They just go through the mirror and just break it immediately.
Yeah, Unmake Duality just really showing its mark in this meta game. A lot of people were talking about, oh, is this another charge up?
Oh boy, look at that. It's a Volda. It's a Volda in the hand, which means we can go Volda here to stop any prevention effects, which means if Egg has a Crystallized Destiny, a Resolute, it is not going to be stopped here.
Volda is avoiding you. Volda is basically guaranteed the taxation right now.
Yeah, so you usually want to use this at fast activation so that they at least use something first, but we don't have enough cards to do this. We have to play something just so we can use this to level up to 3. So let's see if Lance... I mean, I'm looking at his face. He looks pleased with his start. Egg looking at Volda is like, oh boy, I think I'm in for a world of hurt. And remember, we talked about before, if you get taxed at level 0, leveling up to Lorraine 1 means that you also have to pay for the sword. You got to pay extra.
You have to pay extra for the items that you basically want to own. And that's just how tax works.
Okay, so here we go. Leveling up to 3 here. That Vanitas Dominus Rex comes down onto the field, ready to take his claim to the throne.
I will say, despite how the sentiment with this deck it really is, I do think that Vanitas itself is pretty cool. Like, it's really cool that you have this champion that just activates from your material deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Really strong,
Really
though.
strong.
You know, it's a really strong effect to give to someone. And honestly, Vanitas is basically carried by the fact that he gets to just do this.
I mean,
level up super quickly.
The man has everything. Able to cheat, to go into level 3, has an attack stats, has the ability to tax opponent. Pretty good overall.
The only thing he doesn't have is a way of regaining influence after he hits level 3,
Yeah.
which is generally how you win these matchups is to try and play this grindy game. And we saw Egg winning his matchups because he's able to play these fluffies, these intercepts, and then we resolute our intercept and just make it so hard for these decks to get around it.
That's the thing. I do have a friend that, again, it's actually Mark is a big Vanitas fan. He was trying this Vanitas build where, okay, we try to build influence and then eventually go into Vanitas. But it seems like it's too slow because Vanitas' game plan actually wants to be accelerating its game plan as soon as possible in order to win. And that's why this deck was born, right? This deck was existed because, yes, Vanitas can do that. And it's really, really beneficial. Once you can snowball this effect right now, like what's this happening right now, Egg has a really hard situation to level up. We are going to...
This is pretty disastrous here.
This is
So
very disastrous.
Egg going for Creative Shock.
But no floating.
No float. So, at least if you're going to get taxed, you at least need to have some way of like compensating for the loss. So
Some tax reduction.
now I don't even know if he can level up anymore because he's going to be losing 2 cards here to go up to level 1 and then also bring out the sword. So maybe he might try and sit at level 0, dig for maybe a Fluffy or something that can keep him at least afloat for one more.
Yeah,
we're creating again.
I think we're trying to find for an intercept or a taunt at this point.
He still has. I think he still has. Ooh, that's a Tempered Steel. Okay, that's a float. Something that we can use here. Are we leveling up? Ooh. Seems like
Oh, we're just recollecting.
he skipped materialization because he was taxed. He didn't even want to bring out like a backup charge or
Yeah,
anything.
there we go. The Fluffy.
There we go.
I think Egg understands this matchup really, really well. He understands that, okay, I can take it slow. I just need to play my wall in order to avoid taxation, and then eventually I just level up and play the game. Like, Egg has shown that he's very, very competent in terms of understanding this matchup, and that shows you the skill difference of a really good player, in my opinion. Like, you need to understand what you need to do despite being behind in order for you to have a chance to actually win the game.
Yeah, so here, the Volda cannot kill the Fluffy. So Lance is
Yeah.
going to have to, with only,
One.
well, if we go, so he is not on GCR, so he could go for, there's no draw Regalia we can play.
No
So
draw Regalia.
2 cards in hand, he's going to have to find something that costs 1. So Beetle Visage on the Volda kills the Fluffy, but that would not stop if Egg if he has a Resolute, because Volda's prevention effect only works on the turn she comes in.
Yep. No way to actually kill the Fluffy without using the Vanitas right now.
Or we could Smoke Bomb.
We can. I don't like to use Foot Bomb right now. I don't know how I feel about that.
The thing about Smoke Bomb here is if you use Smoke Bomb, you're guaranteed to get the hit. Actually, no, you're not, because Resolute would still stop this. Yeah, so Beetle Visage is the safer play here. Get an ally that can swing for 3 every turn, unless Egg is able to remove
Yeah,
it.
and,
So
and Voda's a really good target as well, because making Voda even harder to kill is a big deal. And like, Voda is a really strong unit in this particular deck.
yeah. So Volda gonna come in here on the Fluffy. Egg is thinking here. Ooh, I wonder if he doesn't have anything. I mean, if he has a Crystallize, he could also Crystallize on the Vanitas swing here. Resolute is ideal. Resolute on the Fluffy to keep her around for another turn. There we go,
There we
ideal.
go, Resolute right here. I don't think Lance will be able to do anything right here.
Yeah, Lance
Passes.
cannot kill. Fluffy's gonna stick around for one more turn. We get to use that float, level up to 1, untaxed.
Yep, now we're untaxed. I'm actually going to get the weapons out here. Would be enough to take out the Voda, I believe. Maybe not.
Ooh, Dungeon Guide to 2?
Huh.
This might be a Dungeon Guide to 2, kill Volda with Lorraine swing angle, then we can keep the Fluffy up.
And we can draw a card.
Yeah, and now Lance is not gonna have any way of getting around Fluffy aside from, I guess he's gonna have, I know, he can't even play the Smoke Bombs because he doesn't have a card in memory, so
Yep.
we're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, just had to hit it with Vanitas, I think, at this one.
Yeah, I definitely like that angle because this Volda, if you get rid of her, this Fluffy is gonna stick around for the whole game, or Vanitas is gonna be forced to swing into it.
Yeah, there is an angle for sure. It's just whether it has the Dungeon Guide. That's another question, right? It just passes.
Oh, just passes here. Okay, maybe he has Resolute number 2.
Maybe. But this doesn't look that good. Like, there's a way to take out the Fluffy. Vanitas is still pretty much there, you know. Like, the problem is that you need to get rid of... Oh, my. And it's going to go for the inner thought, so this is actually more damage this time.
Yeah, still would not be able to kill through a Resolute. Dungeon Guide.
Guide.
That is not what you want to be seeing.
That's what Egg wants to see.
Oh, Resolute number 2. No way, Egg. Come on, come on.
Resolute number 2.
This is the most Resolute store keep I've ever seen. She will not let you steal anything from her store.
Resolute anti-taxation.
Do we need an SP4 Fluffy shopkeep facing back? You know, not showing her face to the camera. I mean, you know, we had the Unyielding Wraith Guard in the previous game, and now we have the shopkeep that refuses to go. So
this Fluffy shopkeep is absolutely standing right here, refusing to back down. Like, can you imagine the actual battlefield? Like, this cute little shopkeep just defending the Lorraine there from the evil Vanitas.
yeah, I mean, she's a shopkeep. Shouldn't the Lorraine be defending her? But no, apparently she's the one doing the defending here. Lorraine's like cowering in fear, like, please help me, please defend me.
Is Lorraine dead lore-wise?
I don't know. Don't ask me about lore. I'm sorry. Don't ask me about lore.
I have no idea. Anyway, go back.
Dungeon
to the
Guide.
game.
Dungeon Guide 3. Oh, we got through the whole game untaxed. I guess we had one turn where we were taxed, but we just didn't materialize anything. This is insane. Like, Eggs is just the best at evading taxes, I guess.
For argument's sake, this is in-game, of course.
Yes,
but
in-game.
In-game, of course. But anyway, we are going to go to Spirit Ruler here. We allowed to materialize one of the swords that we have banished from the Fluffy. And of course, it is the one and only Sword Strings. Wow.
Yeah, so Fluffy once again still awake, so Vanitas still can't tax us. Next turn, we can bring out, I don't know, maybe like a Drawn.
And here we go with the Pandragon.
This is getting out of hand. I think Egg might be running
Yeah.
away with it.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing the same pattern as we saw like yesterday. The whole... Oh, second Pandragon.
Oh my God! Look at Lance's face. He looks despondent.
I think Lance just went from, oh, I did it. I'm able to go into Vanitas safely early game as soon as possible and start text. Oh, wait. What happened? Oh, no. Resolute. And now... And
You see, this is what happened when the Fluffy shopkeep. You know, she holds the lion, and then the cavalry arrives on their spectral steeds. Lance can't do anything. Just brings out Thurible.
I mean, this is just... this is just how the meta really is. unfortunately, like, this is the problem with the Vanitas deck. There is no consistent way to go around intercepts or taunt if Resolute is in the meta game. Like, I don't even remember Resolute being a thing last year, if I'm being honest.
No, Resolute's always a thing as
Was
long
it?
as aggro is around.
No, I think Nats wasn't, right? Fractal meta?
Because that was Fractal meta.
Exactly. So
It was Fractal meta.
yeah. So
But
like,
if there's attack-based decks, Resolute is always
exactly,
around.
it's always there. Yeah.
And honestly, those people were still sideboarding Resolute because what if they're playing against the like Wind Wake Up guys or no,
Just
the like,
don't-
Wind Allies guys? And, like,
just don't meet them. Just dodge them.
so Lance draws a Dream Fairy, which allows him to get rid of the Fluffy Shopkeep. She's finally able to take a break here, but
She's gone.
there's 2 Pendragons, and guess what? Egg doesn't need to materialize anything anymore because it's all just swords anyway. We can just choose to skip here, or we can even use a materialization.
We have,
Okay.
we have reached the point where we are so wealthy we don't need to materialize anything anymore. The taxation doesn't affect us. Pendragon goes in, 3/3/3, and then it.
Hone Rending.
Hone Rending
Hone
is
Rending would do
how
it.
they must do it. We are going to create this structure to dig further into our deck. Probably to set up fire cards as well. We don't even have enough fire cards, I believe, only 2.
Yeah, this would put us exactly enough. So our Rending here would be doing 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 damage. That's enough. That's lethal. Egg, do you have it?
Do you have it? Do you have the Rending?
I mean, Lance has 1 card in hand. This is completely free. Hone by fire.
Honed by fire.
Oh, that's our
Temper
Temper Steals. Oh, that's a ton of prep. Actually, can we just... There it is. Oh
there
my
it
god,
is.
wait,
I
wait.
think this game.
This is 8 plus 3, 11, 22 damage.
22 damage.
What an overkill. Look at that. Egg is... He's crazy. He's a Vanita Slayer.
Look at Lance. He's just like, you can't believe it. The man just, like that's just how games really is. Like, the thing is that Vanita's deck, when it runs out of steam, which he always does, if it doesn't get its taxation out and your opponent just, can avoid attacks, go up to level 1, go up to level 2, and eventually go up to level 3, games just seems really, really doomed. I think it shows the importance of Resolute stance, your taunt, or your intercept for this particular matchup. Well played from Egg.
Yeah, I mean, this was the story of the Vantas deck. In the event that the Vantas deck, really like stormed the scene,
Yeah.
it did lose in finals to a Crux Lorraine player who did the exact same thing, just like Fluffy, Resolute. And this deck is probably the most well-equipped at fighting Vantas because guess what? 1, so much of your material deck is just swords that you don't care about. And then also, you play Fluffy. Like, you naturally just play like 4 Fluffies. It's really easy, and you just naturally play Resolute, and your decks, even if you're playing Crux Lorraine,
Yeah.
being able to fight for board by just swinging like your Clarence at the horses, a lot of times is good enough.
Yeah. Who knew that the way to avoid taxes is through basically intercepts and taunting?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the reason why it was a deck that did really well. It's like, oh, no one was playing the Fluffies, no one was playing the Resolutes, and now it's like, oh, everyone's on Fluffy, everyone's on Resolute.
Was Fluffy,
Even in Calming Breeze, right? So
was Fluffy a card when Vanitas was meta? Was it like a printed card? I think it wasn't, right?
Vanitas meta was, yes, it was.
It was?
I
Interesting.
think I'm getting my timelines crossed here. I can't remember because Fluffy came out. Actually, no, Fluffy came out in DTR.
Yeah, DTR card, yeah.
And that was before DTR, I think.
Yeah,
Think.
because
Wait, no. That was Clarence already. So that was Fluffy. That was Fluffy meta.
Because Clarence came out before DTR as well.
Yeah, but Clarence came out the set right before DTR came out.
Yeah, it was announced, I think, in Ascent KO.
Yes. It was
Yeah,
KL, and then Nats happened, and then after Nats, that's
Yeah,
when.
after Nats,
so,
yeah.
so it was already DTR. So but it became super popular
Yeah, again,
like this set.
Like, everyone thought that Vanitas would run ramping because of the amount of representation, but after that one Ascent, it just never showed up again. I guess it did show up like today's stream, but like, it just shows why it has a huge weakness. Where if you are just up against taunt, against intercept, there's not much you can really do.
Yeah, and really, it's still an incredible result. Obviously, getting like one game away from top 8 is still a great result. So huge props to Lance. And
Yep.
I'm happy to see we at least have one different deck in our top 8 aside from the Luxom, Seiryu, Tristan army.
I'm really interested in how Egg actually pilots and maneuvers his deck into other meta, because his deck actually looks really, really interesting. It's basically, I would say, it's a much more tamer version of Crux Knight. It is, like, if you look at how the composition of the deck, it's actually almost one-to-one like a Crux Knight. The only difference is that Crux Knight is much more aggressive. Like, what Crux Knight does is that I want to banish as many swords as possible and then swing in with the Crux Knight's champion ability to swing for like 6 or 7 constantly. But Egg is just playing for value, I believe. Value, or just playing with the Vow, and then eventually going into the Rending Flames.
Yeah, the thing about Egg's deck is that he can get to such high damage numbers that the Crux Knight decks has to do it by banishing swords.
Yeah.
Without the banished swords, you don't get the plus.
Yeah.
With Egg's deck, since he's using Sword Saints, the sword is naturally going to do it. So it's a little bit faster than Crux Knight because you don't have to spend these turns bringing out Clarent.
Yep.
And bringing out, like, you just need Fluffy, right? Like, these other Crux decks, oh, you need the Fluffy, and then you also have the Clarent.
Yep.
With X deck, oh, he just needs to either do one Clarent or one Fluffy, and that's usually enough for him to get there. And then the moment he hits level 3, boom, Rending, you just die if you ever go hands down. And I think it's quite good against Seiryu too because he can, like, cleave the board for, like, 15 potentially, right? If his sourcing gets big enough.
Yeah, I mean, Flame Flip is a really scary card. The only thing is that I think, like you say, that case against Seiryu is a bit more weaker because for Crux Knight, the damage output is much more higher because much more passive, right? For this particular deck, I think you need to set it up a little bit more Vow into a bunch of the Rending, not Rending, Hones, or even the Tempered Steel, you know, to give the Vow a bit more damage, a bit more attack stats in order for the sweep to actually go in and kill the Dragon as well with the other allies. So I think that's the main difference. Other than that, it seems like it has a really good matchup into the meta. I think, if I'm being honest, I think Tristan might be a problem.
Tristan, it depends because we have Cleave that can hit over 7, which means we actually can just clear the shadows. But especially with these Tristan builds where they're going Shadow Reaver, it's kind of scary because you might get your Pendragon stolen.
My concern is also the fact that I think if the Tristan player has a really good opening, eventually, right, they can actually go into a slice and dice setup. Of course, granted, you have the intercept, you have the ways to defend yourself, a library which also exists in your deck. But there's a world where Tristan just heroes you and open up like what enough prep counter. If it opens like a really nice sweet spot of 4 prep counter into the assassin rip, into the weapons, into the assassin dice, it can do basically 9 plus 6 plus 9. That's 15 damage.
On the
That's a
flip
lot.
side,
Yeah.
Tristan is also a deck that takes long to level up. So there's a world where maybe you just go level 3 and then you just Rending them and they just die.
Yeah,
It's
I
very
mean,
possible.
I mean, that's why this game is really, really good. Like, Jarka is just a really fantastic game of, like, anyone can win if you just play your cards right, if it is in your favors and stuff like that. It's a game that requires a lot of game knowledge, I think. A lot of inside knowledge.
And I think taking this deck, the Story Saints Vow deck, not the popular Crux variant, right? It's usually Crux 9. So with a good meta call, finding like a unique variant of this Crux deck that's able to like take it really all the way to top 8. So congrats, actually. I think he's top 8. I'm not sure if it's 100% locked because he is 10 and 3, and 10 and 3 is like not 100%. I think maybe 1 or 2 of them might bubble.
I think, don't quote me on this, but I think someone did the math. It's probably one person that has this score not making it in. Other than that, I think that's about it. But everyone else that's above like a 2 loser score will probably go in.
Yeah, but if you're 10-3, you're like
Guarantee, I think.
I think you're almost guaranteed. It depends on if other people draw.
Yeah.
It all depends on if some of these games that's going on right now, because I think this might have been the first game that finished.
You guys are not seeing it, but behind us is actually a very intense game. Everyone is really focused. I think it's almost pin drop silence. Actually, they're playing with much intense. So we just leave it to them to give us the result and hope for the best for them. And again, this is a wonderful event so far.
Yeah.
Everything good. And I hope to see a really, really good top 8 soon.
Yeah, you want to talk? Let's talk a little bit about conversion. We were talking with Siladar. He was giving us the numbers. So, Seiryu, I think there was like 20 or so, 26 maybe, I think, and then 12 made it to day 2. So it's pretty good conversion rate.
That's insane conversion rate.
And then you have Tristan. I think it was like 16 Tristans, then 7 made it.
That's
Or no,
hard.
it was like 12. 12 Tristans? It was almost, it was either 50% or almost 50%.
That's 60%. If it was,
Something like that.
It was saying like 16 of them and there are 12 that made it in, that's like
Almost
60.
50%. So incredible
60.
performance from the Tristans.
Yeah.
CL, the real big loser of this event. There were 60 CLs, I think the most represented deck, and only 6 made it? No.
I have a feeling that I had a talk with like some players. I have a feeling that CL is not soft. I had a really strong.
I don't think it's soft. Yeah.
I like Water CL was a thing. I think Water CL might actually be, I won't say better, but Water CL might be more consistent. But Fire CL just seems really fast, I guess.
Yeah, the thing about Fire CL is just Fu. It's like Fu is the big upgraded deck. So if you play Water, it's like you're basically playing the same deck as last set, except you have Abnegation now.
Yep.
So it's not all that different. I definitely think there's a way, and I think CL feels gate-kept by Seiryu a bit.
Yeah.
So in a world where, because he's basically forced to play Ablation because of Seiryu.
Yeah.
But if Seiryu ever receives like anything, or a card changes, or somehow the Seiryu gets pushed out of the meta, maybe because there's too many Tristans, suddenly maybe the CLs can kind of like rise up and start playing like different versions that don't have to play Ablation.
I think CL is not CL. So I think Seiryu is alright. I don't think it's a ban-worthy card. I don't think it's like change-worthy card. I think it's just because like it's the most, in terms of game plan, it's the most easiest to understand. most easiest to execute. In terms of deck execution, the piloting, the decision making is also not that hard. That's why players actually like it. The easier the deck is, it's usually better than a long switch round because you don't have to think too much about your decision making. And the scary part about this is that usually to me, right, decks that are easy to play, they usually have a weakness where it's too one-dimensional, it's too straightforward, where you have no way to diverge to another game plan, and your opponent can just stop you if they understand how your deck works. Like Vanitas is what I call a deck where it's very strong. Like one straight road, you just play pam pam pam, go to level 3. If your opponent has no way to stop it, intercept and stuff, bam, you actually have no way. But Seiryu is not. Seiryu is basically that kind of deck where it is one-dimensional. It has a simple game plan, the dragon, and you just swing with dragon. But it's so powerful that even if you do try to counter it, your opponent can still play around it. For example, I literally was walking around and watching a game where one of the worst rating boy, his dragon is gone, like against a Tristan, but he is still winning the game. Why? He has a bunch of allies, like a 3/4 ally, and then like a Ascent protector right there, just swinging in. Because his opponent spends so much resource and time to get rid of the dragon, he still can win through the ally route. This is why Seiryu is very powerful. Like, it has this thing where, despite it being like straightforward road, once you lose the dragon, you have another straightforward road to win the game. Which, oh, I have my allies up. I can just play and win with it.
Yeah, Seiryu is, I would say the dex is it has a low skill floor, but it also has a really high skill ceiling. Like when you watch strong Seiryu players play, they do things and they play in a way that just like an average Seiryu player like cannot comprehend yet, right? It's like you really need to have a lot of reps and like you really need to understand matchups. And there's a lot of hard matchups like Tristan and I think the mirror match are both super hard.
Tristan's really hard.
Those like the Seiryu mirror in particular is like an extremely difficult matchup, and you need very specialized like experience with it in order to do well.
I think it just boils down to understanding how your opponent can use Fumes. Fumes has a big thing, which is it's really heavy, 5 costs. And the other problem with Fumes is that if you want to use the cheaper alternative cost of it, you have to use prep counters. Like we mentioned on stream with Hero just now, prep counters are really, really hard to achieve and to get. Like, yeah, sure, I'm using my prep counter to remove the dragon, but I'm at the same time reducing my prep counter, so I actually can't go for my win con. So there is cause and effect. Like, sure, you are stopping my dragon, but you're also stopping yourself from winning the game. So there's always this thing where a give and take. That's why the matchup, despite seeing so easy, oh, I have a counter card, but it's not really. There is always a way out. Because your opponent is slowing down himself in tempo, you can think to yourself, I'm already level 3. I can play all these exalted allies. There was this exalted allies, 3/4 allies. There's also Ascent protectors, all these things. Like I mentioned, there are alternative ways to win with Seiryu. The only thing is that I do notice is, like we mentioned, remember that really early game we casted that particular Seiryu list without any ally? I think that list, I think has shown his weaknesses. And I'm walking around just now, like, I don't know if you noticed, a lot of the Seiryu lists actually are on allies. Most of them,
That's the conventional build. You play the Grove Tails. Just helps you, especially it helps against aggro. And you really need it for Tristan. Because in Tristan, it's like, oh, you know the dragon's 100% getting removed. So that's why, like, with Tristan, you have to make it really awkward for her. Ideally, you flip Dragon at level. Either you never flip Dragon, you just play the whole game with an extra card in hand, basically. Or you flip Dragon at level 3, force them to ensnare, so they also end up removing their own shadows. So it's like, there's all this like give and take, and her allies are just better. Like, Goja's just, they're all bigger. Like, Tristan only plays, Ascen's the only big ally. And then you have like 1/3, 1/1, Sadie's a 2/2, right? So it's very easy to move. It's hard for them to kill things if they start to snowball and get out of hand, especially with Trotters. Displace Trotter, get like one Ascent who's like humongous, or even like a bunch of rats on field. It gets harder, like with the menagerie, like kind of takes up the mantle when the dragon gets removed.
It's basically the farm animal versus the thieves.
Yeah, this is Animal Farm. It's basically Animal Farm.
Animal Farm Simulator.
Yeah, so that's it for our last round. I mean, the thing is that a lot of these games are like Seiryus and Tristan, so it's like these are long games, so I imagine like barely any of them are actually done yet.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Obviously, you can check OmniDex if you want to see, check back in like another 20 minutes, and you'll probably see who has made it into top 8. And of course, we'll talk about it when we do go into our top 8. Are you looking forward to it?
Definitely looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to see what is the representation. I'm really curious to what is actually going to end up in the top 8. I'm actually really curious is that we have a Suzaku already in the top 8.
So we have one Tristan, one Suzaku. That's guaranteed. And let's assume that Egg makes it somehow. Then that's a Sword Saint's Vow.
I'm curious if there's any other non-level 3 decks. Because I'm actually an advocate of like non-level 3 decks. I personally like to play non-level 3 decks. So I was wondering if there's any.
There might be a Wake Up.
There might be a Wake Up.
There's a Wake Up
right?
that could make it.
Yep.
So Wind Wake Up is another. I think everything else is not. I don't think any of the Astra or the Aether Wing Dianas can make it anymore.
I think Fire Diana lost last.
Yeah, Fire Diana's lost. The Water Diana's also are all out. So I think it's just
The wake up, right?
it's just wake up and that's it. And everything and
Yeah.
the Suzaku, everything else is like Luxom, Tristan, Merlin. Actually, there were actually a fair amount of Merlins in our top tables. There's actually like 2 Merlin mirror matches going on like over there. So that's Merlin potential.
Kingslayer,
Luxom,
right?
But yeah, Kingslayer. Kingslayer, Merlin. We have to make that clear now. There's
Yeah,
2
now
Merlins.
there's 2 Yep.
Yeah, so there's Kingslayers, then there's Luxoms, then there's Seryus and Tristans.
Yep.
So I'm expecting maybe like, let's say Egg makes it, so that's Lorraine, Crux Lorraine, Spirit Ruler. Then you have Suzaku, then you have Tristan, and then I think maybe 1 or 2 Luxoms, and then another Seryu or Tristan, and then Wake Up, let's say, right?
Yep.
That's a pretty decent spread.
Yep. Let us know what you chat think that who will actually make it or what that
Yeah,
will
type
actually
in the
make it.
chat. Type in the chat if you want the golden line where there's 0 Seryus in top 8. I don't know. It's like it's possible.
Yeah,
It's possible.
I understand the Seiyu hates. I personally am okay with Seiyu. Not that much of a like. I'm not even a fan of Seiyu that much, but I also don't hate Seiyu that much. I think it's like, yeah, it exists. It's a deck.
Yeah, no, it's a fun deck and it's a really strong deck, and I think when the Rico is good, you really feel it, right? Like when the Rico is like, especially out of the box.
Yep,
I think
yep.
Tristan and Sylvie was the one who was out of the box is really good. Tristan, you needed to get Sadie, and Suzaku, you actually need to get Suzaku's command. So
Sadie's insane.
yeah, I mean, just goes to show Rico decks really strong. Mordred Rico, let's see if we can bring it home.
I pull a, is it a level 2? I think there's a level 2 Mordred.
CSR?
Yeah. Not CSR, I pull like a 4. Yeah.
Oh, just 4. Okay. I'm just saying, but get your Mordred CSRs now. They were like super cheap. I remember when I was playing in Doha, like Mordred CSRs were worth nothing. So get them now.
Yeah, then now,
Mordred. Actually, here's the thing. It's probably going to be a different Mordred too. It's going to be like Tristan, where it's a different level 2, so you can't even play your CSR.
Hey man, if there's a will, there's a way. We will work it out.
All right, but yeah, that's it for our round.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go into probably about 20-30 minute break because we also do have to like
Yep,
confirm the
check.
top 8 and everything.
Yep.
And then we're gonna go into top 8, and
Yep.
it's gonna be really exciting. I'm super looking forward to seeing.
Versus-
I want to see the Tristan. I really want to see the Tristans who are doing their funky Shadow Reaver stuff. I want to see it on stream. I've seen it on just like observing.
Observing, yeah.
I need to see it on stream.
Yeah, I want to see what actually make it in, and I'm hoping to be a level like. I'm really curious about this Suzaku. Remember, this Suzaku actually is confirmed, and we haven't seen a single gameplay at all on stream. So really curious to see how it actually goes out on stream.
Yeah, so if you want to see the Seryu Suzaku matchup again, we're gonna run back Taipei again.
Yeah.
Maybe Suzaku can win it. I imagine if Suzaku wins this whole tournament. Imagine that.
Then anyone who sold their Arthur will be quite sad. I think Arthur had a slump. I remember seeing a lot of want to sell Arthur. Everyone's trying to get rid of the Arthurs, yeah.
They're like, oh my god, Fire Acker's dead. They sang your familiar and sang my Arthurs. It's like, oh, maybe not.
Maybe not.
All right, so that's going to be it for us with the round. And catch us in another like 20-30 minutes, and we'll be here with you for top 8 of Ascent Manila. See ya.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon lead, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Hello everyone, and we are here with our top 8 for Ascent Manila. It's me, Flan, and with me is Hiroshiso.
Hello, everybody. We are back with the quarterfinals. We have our top 8, and Flan is going to tell you who these top 8 decks are going to be, as well as who they are.
Yeah, so we have 2 Crux decks, one of which is Egg, who we saw in the round 13, who is on the Sword Saint's Vow, Spirit Ruler of the Rain. Then we have
Neon Eclipse
Neon Eclipse on Merlin, which is, I think a lot of people were kind of dooming. It's like, oh, there's no way Merlin's good. And suddenly, and even last set, she wasn't particularly strong, but suddenly Merlin coming out with a vengeance here, taking a big slot here. 2 Tristans, one of which is Mike, who was basically the first seed for like the entire tournament.
Yep, he's insane.
He was first seed of day 1, and he's crazy. His deck is crazy. I'm really, really hoping he makes it. I want to see him fight against Seiryu. I really want to because he's playing the weird Shadow Reaver,
Yeah.
like Fatiguey Tristan. And then the other one is Henki, the goat.
The goat.
Henki, the goat, making it here with a more traditional Tristan build. So none of that Shadow Reaver stuff. So I actually think he's probably gonna have he's gonna have a worse time because his matchup to Seiryu is not as good, and his matchup into other Tristans and other assassins is quite not as good, but we'll see.
Speaking of other assassins, we do have a Luxom Xander as well.
Yeah, so Luxom Xander, our only Filipino in our top 8, which is Fugitive from Team True Sight, who's on Luxom. Then we have one Suzaku.
Who is about to be on stream, Tua from Malaysia, and he's up against one of the other Seiryus, Abby from Singapore.
Yeah, so there are two Seiryus in our top 8. One of them is Abby, and then the other one is...
It is going to be Raylam, of course,
Raylam,
winner
Raylam.
of Ascent Akihabara.
So the only one to make it from Ascent Akihabara to now, the only one to make it. So currently, I mean, Duo, he is from Malaysia versus Abby from Singapore. Both of these players have some experience. Duo, this is his
Fourth
second
Ascent.
day 2 in Ascent, but his 4th Ascent, second day 2, so 50% conversion. But Abby, on the other hand, this is his 6th Ascent, 5th day 2.
Yeah.
So very consistent day 2, but both the players, it is their first time hitting top 8. So both players so happy to get that Kaze, their first spirit. And it's win. It's a win meta. Good time to get a Kaze.
Of course, and Abby here, very, very consistent player. This guy is actually my rival on Fractal of Insight.
Damn.
I'm
And I
1-3-1 into him.
that's a pretty poor. It's a pretty poor. Maybe you should get some coaching from him.
Yeah, well, okay, but he's there and I'm here, so I mean, I think it's fair. He's 5 day 2 Ascents, I have 0, I mean, well,
yeah, me too.
Beseeching Fate Stone is going to be on the board now for Abby. Turn 1, you do love to see it. He is going to go up to, say, Gojia level 1. Most likely is going to be paying 1 with that Sunblessed Gazelle. Meanwhile, Tua just starts us off with the Tree of Hearts, not able to hit into the opponent, even though the Spirit is on the board. That is also part of the new rule change for this PTM Ascent. First Ascent with this rule change, of course.
Yeah, so this build of Seiryu is not the conventional build that plays off allies, like the Grove Tails and the Ascents. This is more like Exalted heavy, very like Exalted, normal, heavy Seiryu. It plays Royal Oathguard, it doesn't play Ascent, it doesn't play like Grove Tails, doesn't play Trotters, things like that. It's really all in on this level 3. Let's get to level 3 as fast as possible, and let's start using these strong Exalted cards like the Ducal Seals, and of course Lost Providence.
Yeah, of course.
The new blowout Regalia. From
Yeah, I
this
mean,
set.
we've seen Abby play against a Malaysian Fire Aggro player on day 1 on stream as well. Not a teammate of Tua, but still a countryman. In the meantime, we are going to see Tua himself go up to level 1 Guojia again. This is a mirror, but not in the way that you might think. Guojia has the effect of being able to put into the play many different Fate Stones.
Yes,
You already
yes.
saw Abby put in his Fabled Azurite Fate Stone, but here is the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone
Yeah,
for
so this
Tua.
is, if you know anything about Chinese culture, the 4 heavenly beasts and all that. So clearly we've got a game on our hands, Shenzhou Battle. This is also a repeat of Ascent Taipei's finals with the Suzaku versus Seiryu, but only for our quarterfinals.
Yeah, and instead of the Singaporean being on the Suzaku this time, the Singaporean is on the Seiryu. No Taiwanese player here. It is going to be Malaysian Tua. Of course, both of them are going to still be looking to make it all the way to the top to get that very coveted Gauntlet slot.
Yeah, it would be huge to get the Gauntlet slot there, so you get a guaranteed into Worlds. Though I imagine both these players are still going to go to Nats and still try their best to just get into Worlds the normal way, so you don't have to go through the Gauntlet. No one wants to be put through
course.
that. Like 3 days of playing, and it's just super stressful.
You do it for the love of the game, but the NQP...
Actually, I'm pretty sure you make more money. I think you make more money if you go Gauntlet first, win Gauntlet. You earn more money than going straight to Worlds.
Yeah, in theory, if you want to min-max and you know that you're the GOAT, you could do that purposely. You could purposely go through the Gauntlet to earn a little bit more, but Abby here, we will have to first get into the first place here, or maybe into the Gauntlet from Nationals. Abby is going up to Guojia level 2, deciding on whether he wants to draw all the quest counters here. Is going to go up to 5 quest counters, so really turboing up to this Seiryu.
Yeah, so it's interesting because when I watch most other Seiryus, they actually go for the draw here because they usually take an off turn to go Tengu. They kind of sit at level 1 or level 2 for like an extra turn. But since Abby is very much all in on that level 3, get there as fast as possible plan, we really just want to hit 5, hit the 10 quest ASAP. And we do see the Beseech already in the hand. Might be playing this instead of a Dungeon Guide to 3.
Dungeon Guide would actually be perfect here. Does give him exactly 5 more quest counters. Here is the Dungeon Guide indeed. 2 quest counters are going to be gained from the on-enter, banishing 2 cards from memory, putting Abby at Seiryu. Guojia, level 3, Heaven's Favorite. And we already know, Paul, Heaven's Favorite in Taipei. Abby, he's going to look to replicate that today.
Yeah, so the big thing here is because of the addition of Lost Providence, even with just one card in hand, we get to go Reliquary, Lost Providence, draw 2, Serious Command.
And exactly
Immediately.
that. He does have that one card in hand right now. Could be getting an additional card if he decides to flip the dragon just immediately, but may choose to just hold up the influence instead.
The big risk here is if you do flip the dragon, it is possible that you could have your Seryu killed right here. I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy to kill Seryu, but you know, if there's any deck, like I think Fire Aggro, surprisingly, is very good at doing that.
Definitely. Abby, though, is going to pass and chooses against banishing the card in memory as well. So might be happy to have that card. Chooses not to draw another additional card and flip this Panda.
Oh, going for the Tariff Ring here. I think Duo, you don't have any influence. I know you can't do like a big like attack turn if I just Tariff you first.
That's right, Tariff Ring is going to be on the board. There's no way for Abby to get rid of this with something like the Baby Green Slime. No influence on the board just yet. What is the response here from Abby? Remember, in the top 8, all of these rounds are untimed, so it's good for you guys to always take your time, make your decisions, and there is this Seiryu going to make its advent for the first time in our top 8 rounds in Ascent Manila. Here he is, the Azure Dragon. What is Tuoto's response?
All right, he's doing some... Ooh, is it Vermilion Decree Imbue just to do some damage?
Vermilion Decree would give him 2 quest counters if he chooses to hit the Dungeon Guide and face.
Yeah, that is 2 quest counters here. Gonna help ramp up to our Suzaku here. And actually, we did see a Suzaku's Command as well.
Yep, that's going to go to 4 already. 4 quest counters, just needs another 3 to flip the bird right now. Tuo going to recollect and draw. Might not have it just yet this turn, but the Suzaku's Command could be fantastic. Does not have it this turn just yet.
Just passing the turn here. Wow, I mean, I'm seeing we have Intensified Pyre in the hand. We have some more burn spells. But the question is, are we even surviving to our next turn? Because if we have it, Reliquary, this is really scary.
That's the cards that we need to see. Reliquary draws 1, Lost Providence, another card.
Oops. Is that Suzaku's Command? It looked blue to me.
That is Seiryu's Command in the hand of
yes,
Abby.
sorry.
That is the last card that he kept in hand right at the end of the turn. There's also a Resolute Stand. And it looks like
no,
it is not,
it was
in fact, the
Resolute,
Serious
Resolute.
Command. It is
Okay,
the promo
we're digging.
Resolute Stand.
We're digging. Wow, this is getting dangerous though. Now the thing is, as long as we leave the Seryu up, we at least don't have to worry about like getting hit to face. But the thing about Suzaku is that it's so much burn damage, but also Suzaku's Command being unblockable means that a lot of times you can just go over the Seryu, kind of flying over him, and the Suzaku swooping in and striking the Master instead.
That's right, but the Tariff Ring will be protecting Tuo for this turn at least. Has countered the influence needed. Serious Command plus a swing is not going to be on the table.
Do we even
for
have an
Abby.
Arcane card in the Banish at this point?
No, not at the
Yeah,
moment.
I don't think so. So yeah, so we really do need to wait a little bit. We do have the Harness Lightnings that we saw of that Scout the Land, so could use those to also get an Arcane card in Banish because it does banish itself after it resolves.
Yep, in fact, could be doing that right now, 1 card down. He does also have the Baby Green Slime now, so can interact with anything that Tuo tries to do the following turn. And one very key thing is that you can deny quest counters from the fabled Ruby Fatestone by using that.
Yeah, so we've seen one of the new cards, one of the new innovations in this Suzaku deck, which is Royal Oath Guards. It is a 3-cost, 3/4 Intercept Vigor ally. Fantastic use here because 1, got the swing, comes back, wakes up, clear one of these allies. Actually, we can't clear the ally because of the Tariff Ring, but it is just an intercept. We have a taunt, we have an intercept. It's going to be hard to get through both of these, but remember, Suzaku's Command, unblockable.
That's right. However, 7 damage counters now already on Abby. He will need to take another 18 in order to lose this game.
Currently, we're going to have 1 damage off of the Suzaku for the Ruby Fatestone, which means we need to find another... We have to find another 17. With Suzaku's Command, that would be 8 unblockable. So if we have enough burn, we do have the Blazing Throw.
Oh, but no weapon right now. Vermilion Decree is going to be the play. 2 more quest counters will be enough.
Intensified Pyre as well. That's another form of burn damage that we can do.
And that is the 2 quest counters indeed given to Abby.
Oh, wow. So we're hitting the Royal Oath Guard, which means that we can swing into it with the 3 of Hearts to clear it. If that's something that we need to do. It is good. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is Suzaku's Command. That's 8 damage.
Pre-recollection, Suzaku's Command.
This is going to be 11 plus 8. So we just need to find
6.
another 6 damage. Intensified Pyre does 2. So we need another 4.
Suzaku is coming in.
Blazing Throw, we don't have a weapon. We have Spark of Light.
Resolute Stand is going to be used, but the Suzaku's command is...
It's unpreventable, unblockable, yes?
Yeah, but the Resolute Stand is still a valid and legal action.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, the Resolute Stand resolves, and Abby still takes the full 8 damage.
Okay, so he's going to take a full 19 here, and I think because of the Taunt Intercept, we're basically going to have to rely completely on effect damage, so that Resolute is doing nothing.
Yeah, we are just going to see whether that Resolute does end up getting Tixie's Backseed. It is Tixie's Backseed back into Abby's hand. He does take all the way up to 19. Now 6 more damage is going to end the game.
Oh, not enough. So we have Sparkle Light, that's 2. We also have the Intensified Pyre, that's another 2. We could also Kindle that as well, so it could be free to play. So we need 2 more. Any burn spell in there?
Not sure just yet, Abby. Are you going to be able to find the lethal this turn with the Seiryu's command? He's deciding what he wants to materialize. He has a lot of protection from combat-based attacks, but the Suzaku's command was enough to push him to such a close, almost lethal.
Yeah, but at the point, you're so low now that just as soon as Duo draws any other 2 damage burn spell, he can kill you if there's no Innervate in order to heal.
And remember, Abby's already seen his top 4 cards. We've seen them. They're not very good defensively.
Harness Light. It was Harness Lightning, and
Baby
2 other
Greens?
things. Baby
2
Greens, yeah. I mean, we could kill the Suzaku here. If we can kill it twice, is there enough fire cards in grave?
There should not be enough to kill it, to revive twice. We do have the intercept to punch into it, so is Seiryu. Also available to punch.
If you do punch with Seiryu, though, it is going to be rested, which means this 3 of Hearts can now swing in
But
for
it
that
still
lethal
does
damage.
have vigor, so we can protect ourselves with the Oath Guard.
We do have Resolute Stand, though, which we could use on Suzaku if we want
or
to.
Tixie's Backseed, Resolute Stand. Only four fire cards right now, but total, of course, fire being an element with a lot of fast speed cards could also put 2 fire cards so that this Suzaku does come back to life.
Currently 6 influence on Duo side, so the Reliquary is pretty much assuredly going to get an extra draw here.
Yeah, Toto can activate 2 cards, but
Intensified Pyre plus 1, put him down to 4. It would be then 4 to 4, which means it's a draw, which means Reliquary still draws, because Reliquary draws on a tie for some reason.
Yeah, it's very balanced deck, Seiryu, this Azure Dragon. He is the biggest of the Shenju as well, with the 12 HP. As a fun fact, the Shenju have increasing life totals in multiples of 3 from north to east, and it goes counterclockwise. So 3, then 6 for Byakko from the west, 9 for Ganbu from the south, although Ganbu usually has closer to like 30, and Seiryu has 12.
Why is east considered better than all the other directions?
Well, we are in the east right now.
We are in the
east
what?
right now.
I agree. Oh my god, Enfeebling Orb. I think this might be a defensive Enfeebling Orb.
Yeah, we might be using this to prevent more damage coming in on the following turn. But Abby, he's going to recollect and draw 6 cards in hand right now. He did have the Harness Lightning. He did have the Seiryu's Command. He did not have the Seiryu's Command. He does have 2 Harness Lightnings though.
Doesn't
2
have a
Harness
Byakko's.
2 Harness
Really
Lightnings
needs
goes in for
8.
plus 8, so 12. That means we're only 12, 3,
16,
1,
17, 18, 19,
That's lethal,
20.
no?
He has
Double Harness
Resolute
Lightning is
Stand.
lethal?
Duo has Resolute Stand in hand.
Ooh, Dodo does have Resolute Stand in hand.
Is he going to bite here, though?
He put the Resolute Stand down. That's the first card he put down, Resolute Stand.
Oh, no.
No,
okay,
he's
okay.
using it. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
there we go. So Resolute Stand going to get played here, which means looking at the hand, there's nothing Abby can do here.
Double Harness Lightning is not going to be enough. One, there's not a single Arcane Blast in the Banish, so he won't be able to use it yet, even though the double Harness Lightning will give him more. But he could use the second Harness Lightning to empower. He could use one to go +4, the second one to empower. Would that be enough? We do have to do the math.
If he does one, that would be 1 Arcane Card Banish, swing. No, you still need an Arcane Blast. It would be in power 4, right? So it'd be 4, 5, 6, 7. Just 7. You'd need to pay 4 for the Arcane Blast. I don't think he has enough cards for that.
I need to do the math. Oh, Mo. How much is that going to be? Generate Arcane Blast and power 4. I think it's just short.
Yeah, he would need to have, because he has to play the Harness Lightning first, and then, ooh, Enfeebling Orb.
Right here, right now? Is he sending? Abby!
Does he have it?
Has he seen a lethal line that we couldn't have found?
Oh, wait, he has Byakko's. Is that Byakko's?
don't recall.
I think that's Byaku's command on the left there.
If that's Byaku's command, that could very well be lethal. 8 plus 8, minus 3. That's
10.
still a bit short.
Yeah, that's still short. And we'll have one arcane card in our banish, but we still need to generate and then empower, and still wouldn't be enough to play the empowered arcane blast. So it's still a little bit off.
Just a little bit more to go, Abby. The resolute stand right there on top of Suzaku, on top of Guojia. We say them interchangeably, but this time we're attacking the champion and not the bird.
Boy,
What
this
can Abby
is
do?
so down to the wire here. Really just hoping that Abby's able to find that lethal line, because I mean, the thing is, if Duo couldn't kill you in the previous turn, there's a chance he just doesn't draw another burn spell, and he won't be able to get through as long as we keep the Seiryu rested. Because if we do, even with the Royal Oathguard, we can just use Suzaku into the Royal Oathguard, then swing with the 3 of Hearts. So we definitely need to do something here.
Yeah, but Abby loses to another Suzaku's command. He also loses to the Blazing Throw that we already saw
Oh
in
yeah, we have
Duo's
Blazing
hand.
Throw. We can just go Impact Hammer Blazing Throw.
So we do want to make sure that we can end the game here if possible, but I don't know how it's going to be possible. There isn't a second Harness Lightning in hand either. It's
I think
win-win.
it's also, it's still probably on the top of the deck, right? Because it was 2 Harness Lightnings. He stacked it with the Scout the Land. He didn't drop both of them. It's Stifling Trap. So yeah, no, he doesn't have it. I don't see a way for him to end the game here.
Maybe he's thinking of killing Seiryu.
Killed the Suzaku here. Stifling
Oh,
Trap.
yeah, that is going to
Wait,
kill the Suzaku.
yeah,
Stifling
yeah.
Trap is a skill, not a spell. It's going to be able to deal the 2, and then Seiryu will be also able to deal this damage.
Resurrecting here.
3 fire cards banished for the effect of Suzaku. The Immortal Phoenix is going to come back to life one time, but not enough fire cards to come back to life a second. Seiryu might be making its attack here into the other Shenju.
No way we're going to rest our Suzaku. I guess Abby thinks Royal Oathguard is enough. With Suzaku off the field, we know that this Royal Oathguard is probably not going to be removable, and we do need to generate this Arcane Blast now, because otherwise, when are we ever going to get a chance to generate it? But little does he know, we have the Blazing Throw with 3 cards in hand. None of them can stop effect damage, so we can just go Blazing Throw into Intensified Pyre, and that should be the game.
We will have to see it. Here's the Impact Hammer. He is going to recollect now. Is there anything pre-recollection? There is not.
Here comes. It's going to be, 2 damage to Royal Oathguard.
Yeah, to the Royal Wolfguard. It's just going to be intercepted. Not going to allow the damage to come through onto Abby just yet.
Okay,
Now
now we need to think, right? So maybe he's worried about a possible... Actually, I mean,
agility would be...
well, all of these are skills, right? No, Intensified
Pyre is
Pyre
a spell,
is
yeah.
a spell. Okay, so I mean, we're just going to go through it because we're going to probably die next turn.
Yep, Blazing Throw coming in for 4. That puts Abby all the way up to 23.
Intensified Pyre here is lethal.
2 more damage will be enough. There's
Spark
also
of
a Spark of
Light.
Light. This is unpreventable. There's no Innervate. There's no nothing. Abby is going to go to Game 2 already. And Tuo finishes Game 1 of the quarterfinal, taking the win over Seiryu.
That was a crazy game. That just goes to show how quickly this Suzaku deck is able to completely take control. And remember, Duo is higher seed here, so that means he did choose to he gets to go first, which means even if Abby's able to win the second game, third game, he gets to go first again.
Exactly, but we did watch this exact same matchup play out in the finals of Ascent Taipei, and Pro-An similarly had that option to go first in 2 of the 3 games, and yet we all know how that happened. We all know how that ended. Is Abby going to be able to replicate the success of A-Paul?
Yeah, and so let's talk a little bit about the sideboard. So on Abby's side, do you think any of these Blanche? Definitely very strong against this deck. It's a lot of effect damage.
Of course, Nullifying Lantern, also fantastic. It's going to be able to deny all of these fire cards from being banished for Kindle, from being banished for the Suzaku effect. So that's going to be very powerful as well. Not to mention the Dream Fairies and the Sunblessed Gazelle.
How are you feeling about Tri-Castle?
I think Tri-Castles is a really interesting card in the sense that it does prevent them from trying to do a lot of things, but at the same time, will you have enough influence? You already saw that turn, that game, when Abby went up to level 3, he was already at only 1 card. There's not much that you can do that you will play the Tri-Castles and still be able to survive, I think.
This is a very heavy fire deck, so there is a world where you just lock them out and you just hold up the Seiryu as a taunter, and then the Suzaku can't even swing at the Tri-Castle, so that is interesting.
there's only a total of 6 norm cards in Duoduo's deck, so it is an option that I think Abby will definitely know better than us as to whether or not he should put it in. But let's look at Duoduo's side deck as well. He does also have the Crystallized Destiny in the side that will allow him to protect himself from a big old Arcane Blast. And that is, of course, going to be one of the key points of Abby's lethal.
Exposed Darkness is another card that often comes in against Seri because you need the anti-innervate outs, especially against this. If you were going for a kill Seiryu line and they innervate you, you usually want to have something like a Reveal the Hidden or an Exposed Darkness as a potential option just to get rid of that stealth.
Yeah, of course, the smoke out as well, also going to be very crucial. And Fiery Interference could be fantastic as a way to prevent Innervate Agility from even being used.
Flame Wreath Call is another option. Even though this deck plays less allies, we did see the Royal Oath Guard, so maybe just having some more board clear is an option. It's also a skill if that ends up mattering for Seiryu kill lines.
Yeah, I mean, an additional 3 damage on the Seiryu is not something that you can laugh at. It is going to be a little bit scary as well. Duo, in the meantime, though, is going to be shuffling up his deck. So is Abby. Both of them using pretty similarly colored decks. I'm not sure if they've been forced to re-sleeve.
It's very possible, you know.
Top
It
8,
is.
you know, stream
Top eight.
table. You just got to do your deck checks
Yeah,
again.
I mean, ooh. Yuan Shao, does this work against Suzaku?
Unique. Oh, that
Yeah,
does.
I mean, is it a unique? It is a unique. Is it actually? I think it might not be unique because it's a material deck card. I think material deck cards are not unique.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting question. We got to find out whether the fabled Ruby Fatestone flips into a unique ally.
It's not
it is
unique.
not, in
It's not
fact,
unique. It's not unique, which is, I think, yeah. Because I remember I was thinking, can Yuan Shao stop Seiryu?
Yeah, it
or
does
or the Genbu thing
Oh,
like that.
Pride 2 wouldn't
But
stop
yeah,
it anyway.
I was like, does it stop Suzaku? It doesn't, because all material deck allies are not unique.
Yeah, I mean, technically they're unique, but they're not printed with unique on them. That's a pretty good way.
That does mean that if you can use like a copy card, you could copy a Majestic Spirit and have 2 of them, right? Because they're not unique.
Yeah, you could duplicitous replication.
Yeah, duplicitous replication.
Suzaku, if you really wanted. No, they don't enter the field. Yeah.
No, but
The-
if you copy something that's unique, like, let's say using like Clockwork Amalgam,
yeah.
it would be forced to sacrifice itself, which is
That's true.
unfortunate.
We'll see, we'll see. Anyway, Abby is going to be starting first this time. He's putting 3 cards down, maybe has a Besiege the Wind.
I'm seeing command on command. I think that was double Seiryu Byakko or double Byakko Seiryu.
Yeah, something like that. Double commands in hand, so we'll be going up to level 1 very, very quickly, which is great for Abby, of course. You will appreciate this acceleration. The Fabled Azurite Fatestone does make its way onto the board. Duo is going to take a look at the material deck, see if anything has changed. I'm going to assume that Nullifying Lantern is in. It is going to be, of course, a really good answer to this Suzaku deck. And loses that Oath Guard to draw an additional card for the effect of the Fabled Azurite Fatestone now.
Yeah, that's definitely double
Off
command
Arcane.
in hand at least.
Yeah, there's
I think it's
3
double
arcane cards.
Yeah, I think it's double Seiryu.
Does
or maybe-
look like that.
Not sure. Some of these cards can look a little. Oh, it's Topsy.
Oh, okay.
Topsy's really strong. There's a lot of spells in this deck. Also, you know, just forcing discards or removing fire cards from grave. All very useful.
Spell Shroud, of course, really good. Removing fire cards from grave, also good. Forcing him to lose 1 card so he doesn't have the cards to play his turn is also very good. Here's the Coiled Fatestone.
Yeah, Coiled is one of the cards that we saw a lot of these Suzaku's cutting during the HVN meta. Because it's just not really quite good enough. And the amount of damage it does to yourself also ends up hurting. It forces you to play extremely heavy fire deck because it's a random discard. So if you discard a normal card, you don't get the draw back. But guess what? We did get to throw 2 fire cards. That
Yeah.
really fuels this this whole like graveyard-based strategy that we've got going.
And the cards we lost are Demolition and Intensified Pyre. So this might mean Abby has to really quickly pull out that Nullifying Lantern just to make sure that he is a little bit safer from this. I also don't know if he has any way to accelerate up to level 2. There is the Portentous Tango giving him an additional quest counter. Plus with the 3 remaining cards in hand, we'll be able to draw into memory. Looking for answers, looking for outs, looking for ways to go up to level 2 just that little bit faster. Here it is going to be the draw into mem, recollect, and draw again.
So the thing about the Coiled Fatestone is it accelerates the Suzaku extremely quickly because it's an extra 1 damage ping every single turn for the rest of the game. And then, okay, maybe occasionally you can flip it into the snake. You don't usually see that happen because the game usually ends before then. But it's just a really strong card at getting Suzaku out quicker while also just getting extra damage in. So it's like, okay, every turn you're going to take 2 damage from both of my Fate Stones. So even if you have taunts, intercepts, a lot of times just gets over it.
Abby has drawn into a Dungeon Guide but doesn't have literally anything else to do, so might be forced to use this Dungeon Guide to go up to level 2. And he's put it down in the middle of the board already. I can see that with my X-ray vision. He's going to get ready to go up to level 2, and probably next turn we might see him go for the Purifying Turbo, get rid of all of these fire cards in the graveyard, and also be able to go up to level 3 more controlledly.
The hard part here is if he only has one Dungeon Guide, then he's going to be stuck to level 2, or he's going to have to hard level up to 3. And, you know, this deck, it's quite, like, the 2 commands. Already, we have a Royal Oathguard as well. So it's a lot of cards are kind of unplayable at this point.
Exactly. Most of his hand is all those advanced element cards, or this Byaku's Command, which he can't really use just yet. So here comes the Dungeon Guide going up to level 2. As mentioned, it is going to be enough for him to get another 2 quest counters from the Banish, most likely drawing a card off of this effect, and then hard leveling, loses 2 Arcane cards, I believe. No, that's the Serious Command and the Topsy Decree. So 1 Arcade card in banishment right now. Gets I believe.
Oh, yeah, he did have both. He both had 2 Serious Command and a Byaku's Command, so that's one of them lost. I think there might have been a Harness Lightning in there as well.
Yeah, he does have a Harness Lightning in hand. He does go up to Guojia level 2.
Almost forgot the level up there.
Yeah, can't forget that. Gets to on-enter draw. And
Blanche.
pretty nice and just nice as well. He is going to be level 2, so we'll be able to use that at fast speed. Dungeon Guide coming in for 1. And end step, we will also see, actually, we could also just play the Blanche 2 level up, but no, we're not going to do that. We are just going to lose this Oathguard to draw an additional card.
Okay, that's a Besieging Fate Stone, which we do not have enough influence to play that, unfortunately. 5 cards influence, unless we go...
We could go Turbo and have exactly
durable.
7,
Yeah,
but then we would have a totally uncontrolled Banish for our level up. Creative Shock is going to drop a Liminal Guide into the graveyard for Toto, so that's fantastic for him.
Oh, this is so much damage threatened now. That means we're going to have 2 damage off of the 2 Fate Stones, as well as a Liminal Guide swing that can now be sacrificed to a potential second Pepper Chef.
That's right. Once again, losing the Peppered Chef to the level up, showing the material deck. Nothing is changing. The only sideboarded material deck card is... Oh, actually, there's an Infernal Vessel as well as the Viridian Protective
also,
Trinket.
yeah. But Infernal Vessel, I wonder if you put that in. I mean, Suzaku doesn't heal that much outside of the Innervates. So actually, I guess Gazelle as well. So it might as well be put in if you want to remove... Is there anything worth removing here?
Yeah, I mean, just Innervate, I think it's still going to be quite cool to remove that though. Coil Face Stone is going to be tapped, 1 H counter so far, 1 damage on both champions as well. The Liminal Guide also going to come in for an additional 1 point of damage.
We do see there that we have that Restorative Flame, so if Abby ever pulls the trigger a little bit too quickly, could try and stymie that. We also see the Suzaku's Command as well, so really the goal here, Duodo just wants to chip through Abby enough that a Suzaku's Command will be able to kill him or put him low enough to die to burn damage.
Yeah, here is the Fluffy Shopkeep now, getting to banish 2 cards. The Sensor of Recipe is not super relevant in this matchup. Other than that, 1 other card needs to be removed so that he can get this draw into memory, making this a net neutral ally.
Yeah, looking at the material deck, I don't see the Infernal Vessel, so chose not to actually put that in here. I think the rest of the cards in the material deck were too important.
Yeah, I mean, well, not too important since he is still going to use the Fluffy Shopkeep to remove some of them. This Sensor could have probably been removed, but that being said, Sword of Seeking and the Sensor are removed for the Fluffy Shopkeep's effect. Is not going to swing with it, just going to leave it up there as an intercept, which is still very good. Making sure that we stay alive is going to be important. That way, we are going to not die. 3 fire cards in the graveyard, no cards in... there are a couple of cards in hand. So Abby has the option to banish his entire hand.
Are we actually doing Beseeching Fate Stone to level 3?
It's an option. It's really an option. He is going to pay 5, so not going to allow Toto any response here. Abby going up to 6, now 7 influence. Can really go for that Beseeching Fate Stone. Maybe he was able to draw a Dungeon Guide or a Displace. Could be very huge for him as well.
I very much prefer the Dungeon Guide instead of use that Beseeching Fate Stone, because Beseeching Fate Stone would also require you to banish 3, because it's not a discounted level up like Dungeon Guide. So let's, yeah, I mean, I think is it just like, oh yeah.
He top decked into a Dream Fairy, so that would be exactly 3 cards to banish for his level up.
Yeah, you could just hit the Fluffy here, just get rid of it, and then hard level up to 3.
Yeah, but that would give Suzaku effectively a +1, which you don't really love to see. However, it is going to be that Dream Fairy.
You're going to have to clear her eventually, so might as well do it now.
Might as well get it out of the way. Abby actually considering just hitting the Liminal
Guide?
Just going -1 himself so that he can level up, and also just removing 1 damage from the board. That's also a viable option.
It really doesn't feel to essentially reclaim, I guess, escape the wreckage your opponent for them. So
Well,
I
it
could
doesn't go
definitely
to
see
hand,
it.
so
Yeah, but I'm thinking
Yeah.
more in the sense of like, oh, they +1 off
Yeah,
of
yeah,
your
yeah,
own
yeah.
card, right? So I'm kind of feeling like maybe Liminal's okay, but it's definitely leaving you open. And look, you only have 19 life left to give. You're gonna take 2 damage off of the 2 Fate Stones. You only technically have 17 life left to give, and this deck is very explosive.
And Abby does not have any interaction available in hand either, which could be very, very scary. There's 4 cards in hand for Tuotuo, so best case scenario, he could get Vermilion Decree for 2. He could get... Yeah, he is going to Dream Fairy the Liminal Guide, so go
Okay.
straight into the banishment, and Abby gets to put 3 cards down so that he can level up. There's
This
a
is-
Blanche in hand for Abby.
Yeah, there's a Blanche, but if you put the Blanche down, that means you're gonna have to risk banishing 2 of your commands, which is kind of the whole win con of the deck, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he is in kind of a scary position anyway. Dream Fairy just marking down. Liminal Guide
Yeah,
is
in
not going to be played
In
anymore.
case Duo wants to hard play Little Guy.
Yeah, a Liminal Guide Cremation into the Guojia 2 that he does not have. It is not going to matter right now. Tuotuo is going to have his materialization this time.
Now, one thing that's important to note is that Blanche doesn't stop you from getting the quest counters from the 2 Fate Zones because they damage both champions. And you only have to damage something. It doesn't have to be your opponent's thing. You can manage anything here.
That's
Gonna go
right.
for GCR. It's got some advantage rolling in here.
Tuotuo has a pretty scary line here. Vermilion Decree into both Fate Stones is 4 curse counters, which would just put him 1 off of flipping Suzaku this turn. And that is going to be quite a scary position for Abby. Does
not-
take 1 from the Fate Stone. Now the ring is going to be popped. Is there a Vermilion Decree? There's a Fire Interference.
Oh, yeah, we also have the Saku's command already. Lots of options here.
But without the Vermilion Decree, he is going to be quite a bit short in regards to the quest counter. Still only at 3, 4 after the Coiled Fate Stone, 5 after a spell. Will need to play 2 spells and also the Suzaku's command. Is that going to be in the cards? Actually at 9 influence pre-recollection, so could actually be a possibility.
Yeah, there's a lot, and a lot of these burn spells are cheap, especially when you start adding in like Intensified Pyres with the Kindle. We don't have any fire cards right now, but you play a couple burn spells, then you throw an Intensified Pyre for free. We could start getting Suzaku this turn already.
Yeah, Tuotuo just has to decide pre-rec. There is a
Vermilion.
Vermilion Decree.
Oh, we're gonna have to blanch this 100%. Because that would stop at least the damage on your own ally as well, and your champion, so
Yeah,
it would
it'll stop
deny
both.
both of the quest counters.
Both quest counters being denied would be huge. We do have to see if Tuotuo is going to be doing it. Of course, he does have knowledge of what Abby's deck list is. He does know that these 2 blanches are in the side. Might have to worry about playing around it. But as the Fire Aggro player, you do have to stand. Here's the Vermilion Decree now, revealing 3 cards.
This is big. You're denying 2 quest counters and 3 damage on your champion as well. But remember, what's the downside here? Suddenly, our commands have to go into the memory.
Yeah, Abby does have to think about this. This is going to be such a crucial card to stop. Fire Interference, Flame Reef Call. I
No,
believe
that's
Suzaku's
Demolition.
command. Oh,
Demolition, Suzaku's command.
Okay, but
So
all
we
these
have
cards
them. We have the
revealed.
burn spells. We can hit Suzaku this turn if this resolves.
Yes, just 1 more spell will resolve it, and then the Suzaku's command on alongside it. That can represent as much as 8+4/+4 with a Peppered Chef.
Yeah,
That's scary. It's the 16 already, and we already
Yeah.
have the Fluffy on board too.
We only need 17 damage to end this game after the Coiled Fate Stone. So we're getting closer and closer here. Abby, you have to push it.
There's the Blanche. The Blanche is going to prevent all of this damage onto the board, onto Abby's face. And that means that Blanche is going to be a huge cooldown. He's going to be a huge answer to whatever Tuotuo is trying to do here.
The Sheltering Saint comes down, defends the field with a prayer. Just want to make sure. Ooh. Oh! Okay. Well, so just a judge call here. Unfortunately, we have to check Arcane Blast because we might have not put the generated Arcane Blast back in. Okay, so hopefully, I'm really hoping here that Abby... I think this shouldn't be too hard of a fix.
Yeah, I mean, we just take the Arcane Blast out of the deck.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the board state here. So the Blanche is stopping this. This is good. This means you're probably not dying this turn, and there's no allies to actually kill the Blanche at this point. The one problem, though, is that we're forced to play in this way where suddenly, okay, if we level up to 3 next turn, both of our commands are in there. If you lose both of them, how do you win the game? Okay,
Yeah.
there was an Arcane Blast in there, I think.
But
So
easy resolution. Just take the Arcane Blast out of the deck. We're fine. No decklist error here. So we are going to use the Coiled Fate Stone.
Okay, so we're rolling it back. All right, so Blanche.
Yep, Coiled Fate Stone is on the stack of the Blanche.
Just do extra 1 damage here.
Yeah, so not prevented by the Blanche here. Abby going up to 5. And now Recollect for Duo. Needs to play another ally to get rid of this Blanche because the Liminal Guide, of course, was Dream Fairy. So that is a big difference maker.
Second Vermilion Decree. The Blanche would still stop it.
It would... I mean, he could shoot the Blanche.
But it would still...
Yeah.
The damage to face. I guess you could go draw.
Yeah, you could
Or
punch.
you could target your own champion.
That's true. That would be 2 counters. But 2 counters is still 1 too short. He would need to use Vermilion plus 1 more spell. He's at 8 influence. Vermilion is 4.
That's just short.
Yeah,
short.
he's just not going to have enough. Vermilion, he does have... Does he have Pyre?
I don't think
He
it's
can
fire because
kindle for
he
1.
discarded it earlier from the Coiled Fate Stone, so I don't
True.
think that's in the cards here.
We are just going to be checking. We're just confirming the Suzaku's...
Yeah, that was
Ruby Fate
I
Stone.
believe he took that at the start of the turn.
Yeah.
So he took the 1 damage from the Ruby Fate Stone and then threw the Blanche out on the
Recollection
Vermilion
stack.
Decree.
Yes.
So this should be correct as far as life goes, unless we're remembering.
That
wrong.
is going to be... We're just confirming.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Oh, Abby is gonna get a. Oh my God! The 2 commands are gone.
Well, that being said, it's still level 3. We aren't going to complain that we're level 3. And we also got Arcane cards in our banish. That's 2 Arcane cards now, allowing us to empower 2 if necessary. Guojia 3 has hit the board. Abby just hitting an unfortunate snag in terms of what he's drawn so far. But alongside the Blanche now, the 2 other allies, all of them will be able to turn into the Fluffy Shopkeep and remove that intercept that is blocking Abby's way right now.
That is assuming that we don't fire a spell to kill one of these allies to keep that Fluffy Shopkeep alive for another turn.
That Vermilion Decree is, of course, still available. And this Blanche is not going to be
definitely go for
long
that.
for this world.
Could even just do something like a fire interference on Blanche and then throw Vermilion Decree after, hitting Dream Fairy plus face, get those 2 quest counters that we were sorely denied.
Abby, even considering the recovery option here on the Seiryu.
I don't hate that. Though I don't know if he need to have a 1 or a 2 cost card to play here. Oh my God, just Dungeon Guide for turn after hard leveling to 3.
That's brutal. That's really brutal. Here's the Lost Providence, though, making its way onto the board. But at the very least, Abby now will have the Seiryu to protect him the following turn with that taunt.
Look at this hand. It's junk. It's Besieging Fatestone plus Dungeon Guide plus... Is that 2 Besieging Fatestones?
It's a white card.
Oh no, it's Harness
Lightning.
Lightning. So yeah, it's just... I guess the Harness Lightning is going to be useful for us to try and get a cheeky lethal line, especially because this is going to do another 2 damage. These 2 Fatestones are going to put... It's going to put Duo at 7 at the end of this turn.
Yeah, and here is the Sparklight. We're not going to allow the Blanche to stay on the board. And we're not going to allow this Fluffy Shopkeep to be removed. And there's the 5th quest counter for Duoto, about to complete his own quest. Abby's quest already completed. Can be allowed to flip the Fate Stone at any point now.
Fortunately, because of the sequencing here, Blanche was the first attack, so I think going to need to use another burn spell to kill the Dream Fairy here.
Blanche was, in fact, the last
Oh, was it the last attack? Okay,
Yeah.
so this is actually fine. So the Fluffy Shopkeep that's could have actually sequenced that differently, where Blanche was the first attack here, so would be forced to kill one of the Dream Fairy or the Dungeon Guide instead. Or I guess you could just Sparklight on the Blanche attack, and that would still have done the same
Yeah,
thing.
same thing. We'll see what is Abby going to respond with here. He doesn't really have anything to do. He could Harness Lightning right here, right now, but...
For what? To
For
what end?
what?
To kill
Exactly.
Fluffy Shopkeep? Like, you don't need it.
Exactly.
But
He
the
only
thing
has 2 cards
is-
in hand.
You can't flip the Seiryu here and try and kill the Fluffy, because that leaves you open either to you dying or your Seiryu getting killed. With Suzaku on deck, it is so possible that Seiryu dies here.
Of course, and there it is. The pass from Abby. Only 3 cards in hand, and none of them are interaction.
Okay, we're gonna get Abby up down to 7 damage counters off of these 2 Fate Stones, which is gonna put him at... We're just gonna need to find another 18 damage here.
Well, 17, because we do have the Fluffy Shopkeep. 13, because we do have Suzaku. If we have this, we do have the Suzaku's command in hand. That's 9. If we can find 9 damage.
We also have Vermilion Decree currently in hand.
6.
we're getting really close here. If we have like Blazing Throws, we could go Impact Hammer here, or even Sword of Seeking.
He's considering it. He's pulled the Impact Hammer to the front of his hand, but there's also a Terrafring option, which is going to be pretty strong. But remember, the Seiryu himself can make his way onto the board. It will protect him from a non-flipped, non-commanded Suzaku. Let's not forget, this Coiled Fate Stone is about to flip as well. It does have 3 counters.
Oh my god, we're actually going to see the rare Coiled Fate Stone flip. I never see this happen. You know what that Coiled Fate Stone says? You cannot prevent or cannot heal.
Yeah, opponents cannot recover, so Innervate Agility is no longer a card that Abby has in his deck.
Oh wow, we have a lot of burn spells. There's a Demolition in there. Is that Cinder Geyser?
Yeah, spoiled for choice right now, Tuo. Fire, he has
Cinder
Geyser. He's going to use that. Of course,
damage.
doesn't get the discount, but will force 4 burn damage into Abby.
With 1 card left in hand, can also now activate that Coiled Fate Stone as well.
Yeah, could use that immediately, turning it over, dealing 1 damage from the snake itself.
Okay, so we're at 25 minus 10. We're going to take 2 damage from the 2 Fate Stones, putting him up to 13. Then the Suzaku's command is another 8 damage.
There it is.
So we just need to find 5.
Seiryu is going to be flipped though, so
no, the Fluffy cannot attack.
and the snake comes in rested, so also cannot attack.
Blazing Throw.
But no weapon just yet.
My kingdom for Barukan Soul Knife. Why does it have to be class bonus?
If it wasn't, that would be crazy. But we're going to see what Tuo has in store for us still. Already putting some cards down, counting out his lethal. 14. Here's the bird. Suzaku makes his way down onto the board, flying down from the skies and maybe into Abby's face. Suzaku's command is going to be made.
Just needs 6 damage now. This is going to be 8, putting up to 19. He has Fiery Interference. He has the Blazing Throw, but he's not yet there. If he has enough Kindle... Oh, wow, we're just going to pass.
Yep.
Okay, this is the exact same scenario as last game. We have Terrafring, we have a Blocker, we have a Blazing Throw. So if we make it to our next turn alive, unless Abby has drawn a second Blanche or maybe a Crystallized Destiny, I think he's just dead.
Exactly, Abby doesn't play a Safeguard Amulet, so he's not going to be able to use that to protect himself. He still can't get past this Fluffy Shopkeep.
Yeah, this is so tough. Terrafring plus Fluffy Shopkeep is really stonewalling from even going for the lethal if he had it. But since he banished all of his commands, he can't even really do anything.
Exactly, and just
Ducal Seal.
in a very difficult spot. The Lost Providence will allow Abby to go up to 4 cards. Maybe can find something like Fairy Whispers, scout the land, allow him to find a way back into this game.
We have the 2 Crystallized, assuming he sideboarded the other one. Resolute, probably not doing it, because we're not attacking with the Seiryu this turn. So we need something to stop effect damage, and that's really just the second Blanche.
And let's not forget that Restorative Flames is in Tuo's hand. He does have that as an option to recover 6. So effectively at 1 damage counter only. Plus this Fluffy Shopkeep is doing so much work.
Yeah, okay. Needs to think really hard about this materialization here. Are we going to go for something defensive, or are we just going to start digging for answers? Because none of these material deck cards answer Blazing Throw next turn.
Yes, this might be his final turn. The only things left, the Tengu, the Reliquary, the Turbo is already used. The Enfeebling Orb could be used to prevent some interaction, but Tuo, I think, still has 5 cards in hand, not going to do much.
Yeah, this is so dicey. We have, I think, 2 or 3 other burn spells in hand between the Fire Interference and whatnot. Actually, even if you go for the Innervate, you can also get the Fire Interference.
Chooses the Reliquary, he hits the Seiryu's command!
But he has the Wait, we're still in Recollection, right?
Yes,
so
we're still in Recollection, and Abby will recollect into a hand of 5 cards because of the Lost Providence. So he can definitely send this. And let's count it out. Seiryu's command onto the Dragon. The Dragon kills the Fluffy Shopkeep, opening the way. The Dream Fairy and the Dungeon Guide now both do 1 damage. That's 9 damage counters onto Guozia. Arcane Blast is enough.
Restorative Flames, though, don't forget. We have the Restorative Flames. That means we could heal through this.
Abby, though, may not have the luxury to play around this. Might have to just send it. Let's see what he ends up deciding.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tight game. But Abby, I think you have to go for it. You know you're going to die next turn 100%. He's rubbing it. He's rubbing it.
Lost Providence first. What does he find? Is that a Byakko?
It's Byakko's.
But
No,
it's
but
Terrafring.
Terrafring, we just can't. It's got to be.
Gonna do it?
He's got to go for it. He's got to go for it. You have no defensive cards in hand. You just have to pull the trigger and hope. Believe in your dragon that you can end this game.
Okay, on the bright side, even if he sends, he can Seiryu's, attack once, and then leave Byakko's up as a way to set Seiryu active again so that he doesn't die. But again, he's going to die to spell damage, not
Yes.
to combat.
The plan was never to attack again. The plan was always to just send more burn spells. All right, Suzaku, or Seryu's command coming down here. Going to try and end this game swiftly. Tyrafring going to be promptly propped here.
Abby recollects draws, again looking for an out. What does he
Stifling
find?
trap.
Not something that he's going to use. Is it the Gazelle?
Was it the Gazelle? Gazelle would not, I mean, you're not healing off of this. It wouldn't really help.
Yeah, you're one too many cards to heal
No,
off
it's
of the
stifling.
Gazelle.
It's stifling trap. That's not going to be enough. Stifling trap doesn't do anything here. I mean, you could kill Suzaku, but we were never planning on attacking.
Suzaku isn't the out for Abby. He can't recover because of the Coiled Fate Stone.
Right, so remember here, so we're going to swing for 4 here in phase pay 2. We're going to generate Empower. Actually, can we do...
We
no,
can
we
Arcane Blast.
Throw an Arcane Blast for 11, so it would be...
1 damage counter short, and then the Restorative Flames just ruins it?
Yeah, we would be doing 22, and the Restorative Flames would heal you 6. So it put you down to 16.
That
3
being
short.
said,
We have 3 fire cards in grave as well.
we
Can
still
do it.
have to send it. He's putting 2 cards down.
He's swinging. He's got to swing.
He also can't Stifling Trap the Fluffy, so he gets additional damage on the Seiryu.
Yeah, there's just nothing. We can't do anything here. Unless, can we do... No, we just don't have enough cards in hand.
Yeah, we're just a little bit short, and that little bit is all that matters. That Fluffy Shopkeep, again, just protecting Tuotuo from a big old dragon, that little sheep.
You know, we saw it in the last game in round 13, how a fluffy shopkeep can completely turn the tides of a game. And actually, really, this whole tournament, I feel like the intercepts and the taunters have been doing so much work.
It's such a good keyword. Being able to protect yourself from all forms of combat-related damage is going to be so crucial. Unless you have something like that Suzaku's Command, which of course Abby doesn't.
God, this is go down to the wire. Abby just needs to make a choice here. I mean, looking at the hand, he just can't do anything. He has no defensive cards. He just has to pull the trigger.
And Tuotuo, what a fantastic choice on this Terrafring, because if not, he would have been dead here to Byaku's Command, Seryu's Command.
Imagine he drew 3 Seryu's Command already at this point too, which is quite fortuitous for him as well after all those banishes.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, it would have been more fortuitous to have drawn better cards to level up with earlier
That's true. It would have
on.
been better if you just drew this now when you were banishing junk earlier.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll see, Abby. Of course, this is a very difficult turn for him because I'm sure he's not forgotten that literally last game he lost to Blazing Show Burn Spell.
Yeah, and you know, he lost the fire aggro also earlier in this tournament when his Suzaku, he didn't lineage release on the poison dagger, so maybe he's been feeling a little bit traumatized here.
Yeah, exactly. We have to see what is he going to do.
You know, untimed rounds here, so he can really sit here and be in the tank, but really looking at the hand, there's just so little options.
Abby, I wouldn't want to be in his position right now. He's laughing it off, but yeah, he knows. Like, both players recognize the position that the Seiryu player is in right now. Abby, of course, the Seiryu player himself.
I think duo here, I can see he feels confident. I think looking at his face, he kind of knows he's got this in the bag.
I wouldn't write Abby off just yet, but there it is.
Okay.
Seiryu is going to be swinging into the champion. Fluffy Shopkeep is going to intercept.
Wait. On attacks first.
Generate. Empower.
Okay, here we go. Generate. Empower.
Fluffy Shopkeep
Retaliates?
is gonna die. Retaliates into
Retaliate?
Seiryu for 1. Isn't going to make a big difference right now. But that does mean we do have the Arcane Blast. Arcane Blast alone only coming in for 11th. Won't even force Tuotuo's hand on the Restorative Flames.
Just a little bit off. This is so fortunate, but he has no other options. He's just gonna have to force. Actually, he does have 2 more cards in hand, so he can attack with the Dream Fairy here to try and get that lethal.
Yeah, here's the Arcane Blast now coming in.
Here we go, 11 damage. Gonna put Duo up to 18.
This does mean that he dies to his... No, there's no more Fate Stone.
Yeah, the Fate Stones are gone. These 2 are both gone.
Yeah, I mean...
Could
Abby
also
has to
just
swing
could
with the
also just go
Dream
Safeguard
Fairy.
Amulet to stop yourself from taking damage as well.
He's holding 2 cards. He might just swing with the Dream Fairy and then get Restorative Flamed.
I mean, you have to go for it here. You have no options. I mean, I guess your other option is Byaku's Command as an
Defensive
intercept.
tool, yeah.
But then, like, you know that you're playing against the deck that's like half burn spells. He's really thinking about it. It's like, am I really just going to leave it all up to chance here?
leave it to chance that he doesn't have a Resolute Stand, doesn't have a Restorative Flame, doesn't have anything else that he can play. There's no second Arcane Blast either, so he can't even try something like the Harness Lightning and Power route.
And actually, I'm not sure if we, on one of these Vermilion Decrees, I don't know if we showed the Restorative Flames, actually, so he might already, like, know that it exists.
Yeah, we did. I think we did.
Yeah, I think we did, so, and we haven't, I'm pretty sure we haven't discarded it, yeah, so...
Holding on to the 2. Are we going to swing? We're counting. There's 4 fire cards. There's no Nullifying Lantern. 1 damage in. Here's the Restorative Flame. Tuo is going to recover. And he's not going to allow Abby to recover from the game 1 loss. Tuo banishing the fire cards in his graveyard. Suzaku is going to make his way into the semi-finals of Ascent Manila, taking revenge for a Paul's victory in Taipei. He's going to hit all the way to the semi-finals now and maybe even to the World's Gauntlet.
Can we see a game finished with the Coiled Fatestone? No, we're just gonna pack it up here. Abby doesn't even want to give him the last hit privilege.
But great materializations in general from Tuo. Just Terrafring, always there. You know, Abby, you only have 3 cards. If you want to command, you want to swing, you're not going to be able to swing, command, swing again. And that is one of those very key lethal lines for this Seiryu deck.
So you know what that means, right? Seiryu won once already. Suzaku is 1 now. We need the best of 3. We need the 3rd game.
We do have one more Seiryu in the top 8. We could
see this
yeah,
again.
Lam
Yeah.
versus Tuo maybe in the following round. We do have to see whether they're on the same side of the bracket.
Let's
but
actually see if any of the other matches have finished already. I'm curious
Yeah.
to see.
Great run though from Abby. This is of course his first Spirit. We talked about it already. 6 Ascents, 5 Day 2s, 1 Spirit. Unfortunately, it is going to be the top 8 Spirit only, 5 to 8. Not going to be getting one of those 1 to 4 lower number Spirits. But he will still be happy with the prize money, with the Spirit, with the Day 2 invite, and can still try to qualify for Worlds through the Nationals that are coming up in June this year. Either through the one good thing about Grand Archive is that you can qualify for Worlds through any Nationals. You don't have to go through just the one in your respective region. You just have to have enough NQP. And how you get NQP is by making Day 2 at Ascent and winning Store Champs and topping Regionals.
Yeah, and Ascent victories are wildcards. So you can use them to actually enter other Nationals if you would like.
Yeah, anywhere you want, as long as you have the money to fly, or, you know, if you can teleport, you'd be able to attack anywhere you want.
Yeah, you would also need to get regional Store Champ and regional cards.
Yeah, just so you have enough NQP.
That's right.
But there is also more Ascents coming up.
So yeah, I mean, there is, of course, in March, we have Ascent LA. That's going to be the premiere of RDO, so I'm sure a lot of people are going to be very excited to go to that. And then we also have London later this month. I think everyone forgot. Oh yeah, we have 2 Ascents this month.
We also have Vegas later on.
And we have Vegas in May, which is actually same time as Nats. So Vegas, it's very interesting. The way it works is Vegas is the scrubbed out of
NA
Nats.
Yeah,
And then scrubbed out is the scrubbed out of Vegas. So we get 2 scrubbed outs. You know, if all you do is lose, at least you have 2 chances.
Yeah, maybe I should go. I would scrub out twice in a row. I think
And you know what the scrubbed out of scrubbed out is? The casino.
That's true. I mean, that's today too.
Yeah,
in Manila, there are many very wonderful
in this area?
casinos. Yeah,
very,
in the area.
many.
Let's not talk about the casinos because we're already playing a card game. I think that's degenerate enough.
Yeah, so
Meanwhile,
none of the other matches have finished. As expected, I think
Yeah,
this was
2-0
everyone knew this was
by
going to be the
aggro.
fastest game of top 8. This is probably going to be a pretty long, untimed top 8 because these are very grindy decks that we're going to be seeing. But yeah, I mean, that was a crazy game. We always love to see the Shenchu matchups. They're always exciting, whether it's Genbu, Suzaku, Seiryu. Sorry, Byako, you don't really get. Who? Byako, who?
but we'll see if we can maybe pull up a backup match or something like that. But in the meantime, we will be taking a short break after this. Don't go anywhere. I mean, well, you should go somewhere. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah. You probably should go take a break. I don't know, go eat or go use the bathroom.
Take a
or something.
nap.
Yeah.
Take a nap.
All right.
See you next time. sorry, chat. I'm sorry. We told you to go away and do your thing, but we have a backup match. It is going to be Table 1 Egg versus Fugitive, and just nice. We're at 1-1.
So here's the thing. You know, in the time it took to finish this best of 3, someone wasn't done, and we're like, they're just about to go into game 2. So we're like, you know what, get on here, and you know, especially because the only Filipino in the tournament, don't want to see them in case they potentially lose. Fingers crossed, obviously.
Who won game 1, by the way?
Fugitive won game 1.
Fugitive won game 1?
So in the time it took them to finish one game, we finished the entire best of 3 of table 4.
Well, I guess that will give you an idea of what this deck might be. It is going to be Serene Fire Luxom Xander.
Yes.
Fugitive special, I think.
Yeah, the thing is, it's so funny that he became a Luxom main after CNATS because he had like never played Luxom in his entire life, and then like 3 days before the event, he's like, whatever, let's just play Luxom. And then he obviously made it into Worlds, got third or fourth in that tournament, and made it to Worlds, all expenses paid.
Hell yeah.
And then promptly proceeded to bomb out of Worlds. I think it was like 0-6 or something. Actually, every member of True Sight bombed at Worlds. They bombed in Gauntlet, they bombed in Worlds, they bombed in 3v3, so you know. Trying to get some revenge here.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh. No,
you know, we're friends, so I'm allowed to say that.
That's true. You have the pass. It's just like how I can hate on Pro-On and the other Singaporean players. True Sight Fugitive now on the left here. He's against Egg, multiple time stream, I guess, stream
Third time
table.
on stream,
Yes.
and many times on stream in the past.
Of course, also many times topping Ascent, and also is another Worlds participant. So this is a battle of the giants that we have here on the stream table. And it's kind of a shame that they're the backup match because these guys are insane.
Yeah, and I mean, this is table 1, remember? These are the highest seeds in the tournament, so I definitely expect to see some adjustments on Egg's side. Now, the main thing about Egg's deck is I don't think it's very teched for Luxom because guess what? No Regal in the deck.
And that's such a big difference maker in this matchup, especially, I mean, we've seen how much damage Regal Inquisition can do. Zephyr, unfortunately, at the start of today was the victim of a double Regal Inquisition into a handshake. So let's hope that we get to see what this Luxom Xander deck's full potential is.
Yeah, and Fugitive going first. Well, he won first game 1, so that means Egg is going to be going first in this game. But it means if we go to game 3, Fugitive gets to choose to go first here.
Yeah, it is going to be a huge deal to be able to go first as these fire decks, as these level 3 decks. Fugitive now on his Glimpse 6.
So, you know, not to gas myself up a little bit here, but this is my innovation, Looking Glass, Unmake Duality plus Return to the Archive. I mean, Return to the Archive was a card that's being played in a lot of these decks, but most of the Apex guys are on Lost Providence instead.
Yeah, I mean, we are on Lost Providence because the Return to the Archive on the Mercenaries blade is generally enough, and the Lost Providence is more consistent. So if you don't draw the Return to the Archive, this Looking Glass just stays there and does nothing for like the entire game.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a trade-off, right?
Yeah, because now it's like, I've seen game, I mean, my teammate was telling me about a game against Zedivex where it's like, oh, he just goes Return to the Archive with nothing on field. Imagine if there was a Looking Glass at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Zedus has been complaining to me about the Luxom Xander mirror recently. He's been not having a good time in that mirror. But we are gonna see the Tree of Hearts make his way onto the board for Egg. It was his first turn play, so he is going first this time, so not able to swing into Fugitive just yet. We are going into game 2 already, so we do have the chance to talk about. Here's the Return to the Archive already.
Yeah, now here's the thing, does Egg have that Topsy decree?
That is gonna be a big difference.
Actually, he wouldn't
maker.
be able to play it here, actually. No, I mean, it is slow speed, so we still can't play it here on main phase, though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we can play it main. I think that's not too big of a difference maker. Here's the Lorraine level 1, though. No floating memory for the side of Egg. Maybe he has a Liminal Guide in hand, so we'll go for that on the stack of the level up. But that will deny him the Inert Sword. It is going to be the case. Here is the put 2 down for the Tree of Hearts. Draw 1, discard the Liminal Guide, and then we'll let him draw another card. And then that means the Inert Sword is also going to make his way onto the board. So really great start for Egg.
You know, a Topsy would absolutely have crushed this right here, just saying.
I mean, yes, it would. But at the same time, it is still a pretty good start for Egg. A Topsy on Egg's side would also be pretty strong.
Yeah, Topsy really has been the blowout card of this entire event. Topsy has been a huge problem for everyone, really.
Exactly, but it's not Topsy, but the card that is featured on Topsy, the Cheshire Cat, which makes its way onto the board, pushing in another 3 damage. Fugitive already taking 1/3 of his total max life. Now at 6 damage counters, going up to Xander level 1, will do the Glimpse 2 with the on-enter.
So there are outs to the Cheshire Cat in this Luxom deck. We do have Planted Explosives, which is a skill, so it gets around the Spell Shroud on the Cheshire Cat. The only problem is, actually, I'm not sure if he maybe cut that last minute.
No, he has it.
Okay, it is in here. So You know, I'm just saying we are like last second deck changers. We just changed out like 2-3 cards like,
Who isn't?
like a couple hours before. You know how it is.
Yeah, everyone knows. Here's the
Exploit.
exploit vulnerability now. Just going to be using that to draw a card and recollect into his turn. Also puts a assassin card into the graveyard for Xander level 2.
Oh, I think we have the second return to the archive here.
That might be the Merc Blade into the return. We will have to see.
Oh, he's touching his champion. Makes me think he's about to hit that prep counter.
Yeah, you do want to touch your champion. Make sure that they feel well loved. They know that they are appreciated. That way they will be kinder to you. And so will your deck. And there is the Mercenary's Blade. Now a preparation counter is going to be removed. Now return to the archive second time in a row.
He had 3 return to the archives actually.
Yeah, there's one more in the memory as well. Return to the archive, allowing Fugitive to draw another card and also gets rid of this Mercenary's Blade. Really, just plus, plus, plus. You love to see it.
I just gotta say though, shouldn't this card return the card to the archive? Why is it going to the banish?
The banishment is the archive. Your material deck is drawing from the archive and then it returns after you've used it.
To the banish? Not to
Exactly.
the material deck?
The banish is the archive. Your material deck is stealing from the archive.
Could you imagine Mercenary Blade return to the archive, Mercenary Blade return to the archive?
I mean, that's what you do with the Pendragon, right? That's
Yeah,
what
basically.
That's the Merlin assassin line, but they've smartly made it a bit more difficult for Merlin to generate prep. But that's not going to be on the table right now. We're gonna see 4 damage pushed into Fugitive.
Could swing with the Inert Sword. Still has 2 durability counters left on it. Would need to find another 13 damage because of the Serene Spirit in order to end this game.
Egg did just go for the backup charger at the start of this turn, just drawing a little bit more. There's also the option to just go, even more allies. Here's the Tree of Hearts now.
This is really the weakness of Luxom. It is very bad at clearing allies until it hits level 3 and starts getting those Light Weavers out, able to chip down, kill these allies. That's the other way you kill allies with Luxom, or the Cheshire, because Light Weavers, I don't know why, doesn't target.
Yeah, I mean, good card. Good card. Printed very, very early in the game's life cycle. Now it is going to be that Tree of Hearts. Egg just has to decide what he wants to put down. Of course, you do have, normally you just like put down stuff randomly and then are like, okay, I'll level up with Float later. But now because of Topsy Decree, you do have to be really wary. Like if your floating just disappears, suddenly all of your memory are up for grabs.
Yeah, and Fugitive really is I've seen a lot of yellow cards in his hand. So he really wants to get to this level 3 here, if possible. I actually don't know if I saw a dungeon guide either, so there's that as well. Really, Luxom's games where you find dungeon guide and Luxom games where you don't are night and day.
I mean, it is going to be a big difference, but Fugitive already had a pretty good start, so I don't think he can afford to complain. 2 more damage from the Tree of Hearts will put him up to 12 damage already. And now we are going to see the Xander level 2 make his way onto the board. Is there anything from Egg in response? There is not. We're going to lose another Scry Disguise, so the return to the archive stays in the memory. Not going to be returned to the archive just yet. Here is the exploit vulnerability added back to the hand of the Luxom Xander.
You know what? When a Luxom player doesn't use a Juggle Knives or exploit in the recollection phase, you know their hand is insane.
Yeah, they have Dungeon Guide.
Topsy Decree here, probably going to be a card thrown away here. Not too important. Like, obviously hitting the fire cards in grave is good, but Spell Shroud not too useful in this matchup.
That's true. It is not going to be very helpful for Fugitive right now, but he is going to put down 3 cards, and there's the Dungeon Guide. Of course, Fugitive drawing really, really hot right now. Going up to Xander level 3, keeping 1 card, but losing the exploit and the return to the archive. Exactly the cards that he doesn't need. Xander Blinding Steel makes his way onto the board. And now we're going to deal 1 damage with this Dungeon Guide, but does he have an Uncover the Plot to help him remove some of these characters?
Absolutely. Oh, I think I saw one, but I don't know if he has 2 Light Weavers. Would be able to at least kill 3 of Hearts using the Dungeon Guide swing as well. We did lose the Mercenary Blade, so we cannot bring that out and finish off anything. Ooh, swinging 1 to face.
Fugitive has 5 hand cards. He's level 3, he has 5 hand cards. This is not real.
Vanish Insight could be a card he's holding here, which would be very strong against Egg, because True Sight only really on that sort of seeking.
Yeah, but it's going to be Clarion Reimagined. This is going to allow Egg to protect his allies from anything that Fugitive is going to throw, and then most of his damage is going to be non-combat damage after all. The downside is Egg has way too many allies, and that means that he can only Clarion to protect 1 of them at a time. Maybe he'll focus on protecting the Cheshire Cat.
Also, not to mention the fact that Light Weavers does not target. It chooses. So, it would be...
It prevents damage. It prevents non-combat damage. It's not the spell shot that
But
protects.
isn't it targeted?
No, so the way Clarent works is that it prevents 2 non-combat damage and also gives Spell Shroud. So the Light Weaver Assault does get around the Spell Shroud, but it does not get around the Prevent 2. If revealed from memory.
Oh no, I'm
yeah.
saying that since it doesn't reveal, it doesn't target, you can choose a different thing than what you Clarent did.
Yes. Yeah, that's why it is difficult because Egg has so many different allies that he wants to protect.
Yeah, so it's like, it's like, okay, you could hit Liminal, you could hit one of the 3 of Hearts. So which one are you going to choose? You're not going to pop all 3 on your powerful allies, right?
He'll just protect the Cheshire Cat, I think.
Cheshire Cat is
biggest
the
one.
safe play. If he has 2 Light Weavers.
Yeah.
If he only has 1, then you could choose the 2 3 of Hearts instead.
Yeah, you could kill one of them. Now, we will see what Egg has left in the tank. He has that 1 Tree of Hearts on the board, still hasn't swung.
He's thinking about Chalice of Blood here.
That's true. I mean, that's a very important card they have to play around. And in that case, maybe shouldn't have swung with the Liminal Guide yet. Could have put him at 19 instead of 20. But Fugitive also has the option to just ping himself with the Light Weaver's Assault if that's the worry.
Yeah, though obviously does not feel good to hurt yourself and also not be proactive at clearing the board.
So big difference maker. It can still also just clear this Dungeon Guide. Has the option to do it for sure.
It's usually quite strong to kill Dungeon Guide because 1 Light Weavers plus Dungeon Guide is 3 damage. At least allows you to get off the 1 ally that'll help make these like lines to kill 2, 3 allies a lot harder.
At the same time, I think Egg would have preferred to kill this Dungeon Guide with his level 2 effect. Or maybe he's saving that level 2 for a big Rending Flames turn, something like that. But there's no fire cards in the banish right now, in the graveyard, sorry.
Yeah, looking, a Null Spell is a card in the hand for Eggs. That's a way for him to stop maybe a Light Weaver's Assault that gets activated.
Yeah, it came in from the sideboard. Is going to be pretty crucial in order to prevent any kind of spells. But let's see what it has to do.
Ooh. Yeah, Egg is really thinking about whether or not, he knows he's probably not going to be able to kill this turn. Either he is looking for a lethal line or he's trying to think of whether or not to push damage and put Fugitive into that Chalice of Blood range.
Yeah, I mean, Chalice of Blood
So
puts him
reasons
at
on the watch
9
list.
influence.
Yeah. 9 influence. Draw for turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
He's going to hit the Dungeon Guide instead.
Yeah, okay, we're clearing.
With the Inert Sword as well, keeping all of the durability on that Clarion Reimagined. This also implies that there's not another ally for Egg to play right now, because wastes 1 damage on this Dungeon Guide as well. And full hand pass from Egg.
Okay. Okay, Fugitive, what's the
backup
plan?
charge?
Backup charger. This is the classic, it's Luxom with that hits level 3, has a million cards in hand, it gets up with oh my god, that's so much Luxom.
That is a lot of yellow. You don't love to see it if you're Egg. He's already lost 1 game in this matchup. How many Luxon sites are we going to be seeing? It is going to be
double
light-
striking, Excalibur, Light
Okay.
Weaver. Oh, no
No
sights.
sights. Okay, okay. Egg is okay. He may have a chance back into this game. This Light Weaver's Assault isn't going to be enough, but Fugitive might be forced to use a Striking Illuminance here in
Just to
order
clear.
to clear one of these allies. So Striking is going to come in for... I mean, he has 3 Luxom cards. You would assume he holds the Excalibur in hand, so...
Might have to use this just to clear an ally or even break the sword,
He
maybe.
could clear 2. He can review the Light Weaver's Assault and then do 2
Activate Light
now.
Weavers again.
Yeah.
You could also, you could strike Illumine, so you could clear the board. But there's no healing going on right
Yeah,
now.
and also there's the Clarence, so it can, like, if Fugitive decides to Light Weaver 1 right now, he can choose to Clarence later. But no, this 2 damage just goes in the face.
Is there a world where we kill him?
I don't...
We only have
Strike?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 8 influence. So we could go for a striking plus Light Weaver's line.
Yeah, we have exactly enough to do
And we
that.
have 4 Luxom cards. It was Light Weaver's Sight, Excalibur,
Another Striking.
striking. So okay, the Claret is gonna stop the damage from the Light Weavers.
Weaver.
So it would be, I guess at 3, he needs to find 17 damage. So a striking would reveal.
2 Luxom cards right now.
Yep.
As of right now. But no, it's a full pass from Fugitive.
Yeah, okay.
There is the lethal math. We've seen Bob do it, but Fugitive is not Bob. Even though
If he
he
was
started
Bob,
really
he
hot.
would have had 3 light. He would have had 3 gleaming cuts. If he was Bob, that's what would happen.
That's true. True sight Bob. You guys should recruit him.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that Fugitive has a 0% win rate against Bob. He has lost him in like every single time they've ever run into each other.
You know what? I don't blame him, right? It's Bob. We all know Bob, right? So here is the Lorraine level 2 now being materialized for Egg. He is going to use the Tree of Hearts on the stack. So I'm going to assume that's another Liminal Guide into the graveyard for Egg. And that means another Liminal Guide onto the board for Egg.
Ooh. I'm gonna use this 3 of Hearts here. Draw a card, discard.
Liminal Guide
Oh,
makes his way
boy.
onto the board, is going to guide Egg to 1 more damage per turn into Fugitive's face, and look at how much damage that represents.
Egg did have that annul spell as well, so if we try and go for a defensive board clear Light Weavers, it's not going to be enough. I mean, he has a lot of cards to pay for it, but
Yeah, okay, Egg is representing 9 plus 4 damage right now on the board. And if he has Dungeon Guide, that goes up a lot by another, I want to say 3. From Inert Sword to Sword Saint's Vow.
Vanish in Sight was one of the cards drawn here. Very fortuitous.
Yes, no Sword of Seeking on the board for Egg just yet, and there's also no anti-stealth card in the deck, I don't believe.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh, he has 1 Peer Beyond and 1 Reveal the Hidden in the side.
Ooh.
One ofs.
Does
So if he
he have
finds
it?
it, that would be crazy right
That's
here.
almost lethal, isn't it? Okay, so there's 7 life remaining, plus the 6 from Serene, so 13. And Fugitive is also representing Resolute Stand. Here's the Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Guide does imply that we might have a way to deal damage this turn.
Dungeon Guide. Just, okay, go up to 3. Bring out. Does he have enough cards to do Dungeon Guide? No rending. We can't rending here. No cards in
Not
the
rending.
grave.
If we can remove the stealth, the allies now on board represent 3 plus 3 plus
10.
4, 10. And Lorraine herself currently represents 4, but with the Sword Saint's Vow represents 6. That's 16. That's lethal.
Yeah, that's-
If he can remove the stealth.
Wait, 16. He still has Serene, so put him to
34.
Yeah,
That's
that's
lethal,
more
yeah.
than lethal.
But he still represents Resolute Stand, so we do have to see what's the option here.
We also
Again,
still have that Excalibur, so we could break the Sword Saint's Vow.
Yep, that is going to be the Sword Saint's Vow making his way onto the board now. Excalibur, yes, of course, is an option. There's the Ghost of Pendragon. Jesus, look at all
Hoenn
of these
and
allies.
Dragon. We really need to find that one of Reveal the Hidden.
Yeah, I mean, we're
don't
going to
already
draw.
have it.
Looking Glass is probably the option. If not, it could be the Inert Sword. I mean, he's holding on to his lineage. Maybe he returns the champion back into the material deck. I don't think that's going to be the case, though. Inert Sword is going to be removed. Here's a 2-draw. Can he find the anti-stealth? Can he find the answer? Egg, can you find your way into the semifinals of Ascent Manila and deny Fugitive the win in his homeland?
Oh man, this is getting down to the wire. I feel like if he found it, it would be a windmill slam. Just gonna pass turn?
Yeah, I mean, the power cell stood up, and so is Egg's entire board.
Here's the problem. This board is unclearable at this point. We cannot clear. So the only option we have is to try and kill Egg here.
I mean, Terrafring, I mean, that's going to slow down the board a lot.
Slow it down a little bit, but really, now we need to find a big striking Luminous line because even Lightweaver kills are going to be really hard to triple Clarence.
Fugitive didn't even bother revealing because like he's probably not put the Luxom cards down, and then he's got a full pass here. So, Egg, you have every right to beat
There's
Fugitive
nothing.
up.
There's nothing. He has a Crystallized Destiny. That's all he's got.
He's cooked. No, I mean, the Terrafring is going to be popped. That very nice Rebel Fest promo Terrafring Egg. Just, yeah, okay, fine, yeah, no problem. And we're still able to swing 3 times or make a big swing with this Sword Saint's Vow. But like you said, Crystallized Destiny does exist. 3 from the Pendragon instead. We're going
We're
wide.
not threatening lethal, though. That puts us in a position to get Chalice of Blood.
No, we are, because it's 3/3/3 from the... No, 3/3/4. No, 3/3/2 with the Inert Sword and the Cheshire Cat.
Fugitive has to release here because of the dispersion in the deck that could potentially hit him for lethal.
That's true. There are 2 copies of that card. Egg now swinging in for 3, and now swinging in for 3 again. And if he wants to, can swing in for 1. Again, playing around that Chalice of Blood really hits up by Egg. 1 damage, now 19 damage counters on Fugitive's face. Has that Lightweaver result, of course, like we mentioned, he can shoot himself if he wants. Fugitive just going,
Fugitive
that's rough.
is a known meme when he got double Lightweavers milled off of a bovine by his own brother.
I mean, it's on the Grand Archive
I
YouTube
believe the
channel.
highest viewed clip on the Grand Archive YouTube channel.
Isn't that Limbo?
It was between
It's
the 2
close,
of them.
it's close.
It was like they would like teeter between the 2. But last time I checked, that was the higher one.
All right, Fugitive, you take this round against Limbo, but you have to take it against Egg instead. He is the enemy in front of you right now.
Egg, no cards in hand though, so maybe we have an opportunity to go for a big striking line. Only 1 prep though, so we still do need to get that second preparation counter.
Yeah, that's gonna be really
I mean,
rough.
Insignia.
Yeah, he does have the insignia. Can put that down and also force this last card from Egg's hand down as well. It's not going to be that.
Paying yourself. We're doing
Chalice
it.
of Blood.
We need to look for a Resolute.
What does he have? There is the Excalibur. Gonna use that on the Sword Saint's Vow. Just get rid of that big scary weapon. No longer going to have a Vow. Still no other Luxom card other than this Lightweaver and this Striking. 2 damage done, again, to himself. You're now gonna be able to draw 2.
Can we find... Oh, Sights?
Sight is pretty
But
good.
maybe a little bit too late for that.
Does he have second Lightweaver? Second Lightweaver isn't enough for lethal yet either. He does have the 10 influence, but 10 influence is only 16. And remember, Clarion Reimagine is on the board.
Yeah, I think this might be over if we didn't draw a second Vanish. Resolute could also keep us alive for another turn. We just need to find 1 Fog a turn, just keep doing it, looping over and over and over again.
And Egg not... Did he forget to use Clarion on the Sword Saint's Vow? Like a Spell Shroud, right? Excalibur is a spell.
It gives Spell Shroud to itself, doesn't it?
Can we pull up Clarion? I'm pretty sure it gives anything. Yeah, target unit. Oh, unit.
Clarion gains Spell Shroud.
Ah, okay.
So it gives itself Spell Shroud.
That makes sense,
Also, you wouldn't be able to target... You wouldn't be able to target a weapon because a weapon is not a
unit. Yeah. That makes sense. It's a little less broken than I remember it being.
Yeah, the thing is, it's hard to remove the Clarion itself. It's
Yeah.
You know, it would be so nice to just Excalibur the Clarion, but...
Oh, that'd be great. I hate this card as a non-combat damage enjoyer myself.
Absolutely. I think everyone who plays effect-based damage decks absolutely despises Clarion Reimagined. One of the standout Proxius Vault cards that they've released.
I would like to reimagine a world where this card didn't exist, but it is what it is. Fugitive now is going to be able to...
He has 2 Lightweavers.
Not too much, honestly. Yeah, he could do 16 damage to the entire board. That's almost enough to kill 4
If he
allies.
did draw a Sight, it would heal as well.
He did. He does have a sight.
Yeah, so it would heal you 4.
Double Lightweaver, 16 damage to the entire board.
And you know, we're not in Crux Knight. We're not Crux Knight, so we don't have like the 5 damage swings every turn with the Clarion this time.
Yeah, we just have 13 damage on the board.
But if we clear almost everything that is damage,
We can try.
we will get out of range unless still no rending either. Well, with the rendings in hand, but we still have no fire cards.
Yeah, the graveyard is totally empty. But if Fugitive kills these 2 Tree of Hearts, that's also fire cards in the graveyard. So it's definitely something he has to think about. And thankfully, rounds are untimed. Times are unrounded. You do have to take your time in a match where the stakes are so high.
Do you know what that means, though? If we do activate both our Lightweavers here, that means we're not activating our Light... Oh, wait.
There is the Lightweaver's
Okay,
Assault.
it's double Lightweaver's clear board. This is a disaster. We can now use the Clarion, but remember, this doesn't target. So he's
Yeah.
going to have to preemptively Clarion here.
Yeah, and it goes as 8 damage spread across, right?
Yeah, so you can like, split it up however you want. So if you just start Clarioning random units, you can just start splitting it to different places. I mean, you can just put it on. You could put it on Pendragon, 3 of Hearts, and Cheshire.
But 5 damage would still kill the Cheshire through the Clarion. Because
Yes,
it's not
yes.
instances
It's
of
not
1
instances,
damage.
it's not
It's
instances.
8 damage split.
Yes.
So, Egg now, I think considering what he wants to do, two procs of Clarion means that the Pendragon dies to 1 full assault.
Yes.
But that means you only have 8 damage left to split, and you can only kill 2 allies with that.
Just giving one to Cheshire.
So 1 to Cheshire. Cheshire also coming in for 3, so about the same value as the Pendragon.
Spell Shroud does make it a bit more annoying to kill here.
That's true. You could always Thieving Cut the Ghost of Pendragon, although there is no longer a Mercenary's Blade. That's 4 damage prevented on the Cheshire Cat, so you have to burn almost an entire Lightweaver's Assault.
At that point, you
And-
probably just move it to
Yeah,
something
and
else.
9 damage remaining means you can clear 3 other 3 health allies. So, okay, let's say he just ignores the Cheshire Cat, right? 16 damage, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4. That's exactly 16. So he can clear everything except 1 Dungeon Guide or Liminal Guide and the Cheshire Cat. But that means Egg is still representing lethal, because he has 4 damage from the Cat and from the Dungeon Guide.
But we're still healing 6 off of these 2 Lightweavers, so we would go back down to 15.
There's 2 sides?
No, well, both Lightweavers would reveal.
Oh, right. Okay, from 1 side he recovers 6. Egg is representing 4 damage with 2 allies. The Cat
then
and
the
1.
swing on the
And the
sword.
swing on the sword is 2. So he just needs 4 damage. 4 damage from hand.
Even like Rending plus Hasty or something would get here.
Yeah, and
Honed by
egg.
Fire as well.
Egg.
Egg thinking really long and hard about whether he wants to pop another Clarence stack.
Really tough for him. And if this cat survives, the Palvor Sword bumps it up to a 5 damage attacker as well. So that's going to be a big difference maker.
I think we might have banished the Palvor for the Clarent.
You're right. Yeah, I think it's gone.
I've never seen him actually bring out a Palvor.
I'm assuming it's a tech card for like some matchups. Here it is. It's the reveal. 2 sites. He's got a huge shelf.
Oh my god. Cockroach deck coming out here. Remember, none of this targets. Egg cannot respond anymore. Once we have done the reveals, it's over.
He's still going to go for the cat. 4 damage.
Oh my god, look at this. The judging. We gotta put the dice to calculate exactly how much damage we're doing here.
4 plus 7 now into the cat and into the Pendragon. That means there's a remainder of 5.
So another 8. Heal 6.
Heal 6. Remainder of 5.
Okay, another 8 here.
Wait, did he not count the Claren?
He did not actually use the Clarence, so that's 3 stats. So I think he was thinking about doing it and chose not to.
I see. Okay. So we've just chosen not to Clarence here.
Choosing not to kill a 3 of Hearts because he doesn't want put another fire card in the grave. Very heads up play here.
Okay. Now, Egg has to represent 6 damage per turn, or
Yes.
he is doing nothing.
So this was super heads up from Fugitive. He knows, okay, you're not on Crux Knight. The threat is not as bad. You've lost your Sword Saint's vow. Even if you rending me, you're only rending me for 6, unless it was, I guess,
No.
10 with
Yeah,
the sword.
10.
So it's like, I could potentially just heal you out every turn.
Here is the 2 damage from the Tree of Hearts, from the Dungeon Guide. That's 3. We do need to do at least another 3 to...
Stay at parity here.
Yeah. to
And
just
the
stay
moment
even.
you draw and uncover the plot, this all completely falls apart.
I mean, the Uncover right now is another heal 6. We did see the 2 striking Illuminances as well, so he can also just swing into the board and heal 6 again. Don't you just love watching Luxom Xander?
I love Luxom. This deck is so fun.
Yeah, it's so fun to watch. As long as I'm not the one playing against it, I think it's
Yes,
fine.
I love watching it.
Yeah.
Sitting again, I love playing it. I love watching it.
Fiery Momentum.
Oh, okay. Wait, rending? That's 2 fire cards. Only 2 fire cards.
Yeah, only does...
Hone rending?
Oh, no, Hone by Fire. Hone Rending.
That's still not. That's not enough. We only have 2 fire cards. Do we have a third that's like buried in there?
We're using it as a swing.
Oh wait. Oh.
Dispersion! Oh, it's enough! Hone Rending Dispersion, and
Wow.
Egg takes the game suddenly after Fugitive uses the double Light Weaver's Assault to clear the entire board, and also double Luxon Sight to recover 12. But it's not enough, and Egg is going to be able to take game 2 in this, honestly, not very nail-biting series just yet. But it is about to
I
be
think it was
in
pretty
game 3.
nail-biting.
If your Fugitive is
If
nail-biting...
Fugitive was able to survive that, the game would have become like into full-on cockroach mode.
Exactly. How is cockroach mode nail biting? You're only biting your nails if you're
are you
fugitive.
serious? Every time I get assaulted by a cockroach, I feel like I'm about to die. You know, like if it's 3 a.m. at night and you're going to the bathroom and there's a cockroach in front of your toilet, are you not biting your nails?
Yeah, if the cockroach jumped up and double light reverse assaulted me, I would be very worried. But I thank the Lord that they can't do that right now. Those who know me would know Luxon Sight does traumatize me a little bit, but I'm glad that Egg managed to find his lethal through that double Light Weaver, double Luxon Sight play. Really, really heads up. For those of you who missed it, Inert Sword, Hone by Fire, giving it a bit more damage. Rending Flames, coming in for 7.
And then actually we had 2 swords, right? Or 3 swords. We had 3 swords.
We had the Clarence as well. And
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's why Egg was like, okay, you know what? I don't need to pop the Clarence stacks. Because even if I pop it, he'll kill the ally anyway. Let me just save this 2 damage and use it to shoot spell damage. And that's enough. That's lethal. I'm sure Egg has counted that out.
Yeah, and I think he must have been even calculating. Okay, if he has 2 sites, I know because he never revealed those sites, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He found
revealed
those sites
one
later.
site. Eh? Wait, no,
No,
yeah.
he never revealed any
reveal.
of those
Yes,
sites.
yes.
So that means he had no idea how many sites. If there were like 3 or 4 sites in there, then it's like it would have been super curtains.
It would have been cooked. He would have been cockroach cooked. And you know what? The cockroach was cooked instead. Spray some Bagon on it. It is going to come back again though for game 3.
You know, you can squash it with a slipper. You can spray some Bagon on it, and it still doesn't die.
You know what? We'll find out if it does end up dying or not. There is one more game in this series, best of 3, for True Side Fugitive. In the meantime, maybe we'll do a quick check on the standings and let you know if any of the other games have concluded. Because, of course, this is a Luxom Xander match. It is going to take a little bit longer than you would expect. And with the True Side, it is going to be even quicker to end. If Egg is going to be able to sort of seeking through a vanish from sight later on, we'll find out.
Want to give a highlight here to the dual sleeves. That's True Sight and Mythic Tail sleeves. Sister teams, basically, at this point. We do all our testing together. We hang out at events together. So we're both teams. So the Mythic Tails guys are on Mythic Tail mains, True Sight material, and True Sight's on main deck True Sight, material deck Mythic Tails. So
that's cute. I just wanted to highlight.
Oh, okay. The other
Negative
three
just
matches are done.
missing.
Raylan has beat Henki the Goat. So that's one Seiryu making it forward. Mike on the Tristan beating the Onyclax. And then we have Suzaku. So this could be potentially 4 unique decks in our top 8, because this is Suzaku, Tristan,
guaranteed 4 unique
Seiryu,
decks.
and yeah, guaranteed 4 unique decks.
Yeah, I'm just face bombing because Singapore is on the floor. Both of our representatives, unfortunately, was not able to take it home. But that being said, top 8s is pretty good. 25%, we'll take that. It beat out Philippines.
Yeah,
we can't complain. In their home turf too.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you don't have to rub it in.
But Ik and Raylam are both in the running still. Very, very strong players. Fugitive, of course, also a very strong player, about to show us how strong he really is and whether his metal is going to stand up to the test of playing against one of the best players in the world. True Sight sleeves, True Sight team draws into the return to the archive. I guess he's talented after all.
Resolute has also been found. That was a card we did not see in that second game that would really help. Turn to the archive. Do we see Topsy? Is that Topsy?
It could be just a cat. It looks like Cheshire Cat.
I mean,
It looks
Topsy,
like
Cheshire
Topsy.
Cat, same, basically the same
Yeah,
card.
no, that's full art. That's Cheshire Cat,
Yeah,
the
okay,
second
that's
card.
Cheshire Cat,
But the
that's Cheshire Cat.
bottom card looks
Yeah,
like
that
Topsy.
could be Topsy.
Okay, but we'll find out really, really soon. Return to the archive is now going to resolve, and this is main phase, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Return to the Archive is a slow speed card.
Oh, yeah, you're
unfortunately.
right, yeah.
It, it can't be that good.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It would be so much better if it wasn't.
I mean, you can wish, you know. They print a lot of busted cards nowadays. It's just part of being a card game with now 3 years of history to it. And Fugitive has been a pretty big part of all 3 years of that history, and so is Egg.
Yeah. I remember when I introduced Grand Archive to all of it, because I'm just, not to gas myself up. I'm the one who told them, like, hey guys, we're not playing any card games. You guys want to play this new one I found called Grand Archive that I got when I was on vacation?
Yeah, Grand Archive, kind of a gas card game so far. A Topsy Decree imbued as well.
Imbued, no. that
Library
is
Witch,
so
Cheshire Cat,
bad.
and a Null Spell are going to be the reveal.
Do we have a
Fugitive.
float that we could throw here?
But even if he
Yeah,
throws
yeah,
the
right.
float, they're both going to be banished.
Might have to be backup charge. I think there was a turbo charge in there.
Scry Disguise and the Return to the Archive now going to be removed from the trash. Fugitive does still have 3 cards, can go for the backup charger. He will do that and take a turn off. The question is, does he have that turbo charge?
I think I saw it. I think I saw the turbocharge in the memory.
I think I saw a pushy cat, and I think I also saw the turbo charge in hand.
Yeah,
Will
there.
allow Fugitive to turbo up again. The influence already lost.
All right. You know what? It's a recovery. We're recovering. And then guess what? Next turn, I think he had another return, so then we can go Mercenary Blade return, and we've essentially +3'd ourselves to counteract the -2 that came out.
Yeah, we're down, but we're not out. And I think that's a very big deal for Fugitive. I mean, Return to the Archive, great card, starts off really strong. Egg, Topsy Decree, great card. Answers that +1, makes it neutral. But Egg himself had to go -1 to do that.
And now we have to bring out backup charger that we cannot even pop during the recollection phase because we have to commit so many cards to play an ally and also that Topsy Decree.
But Egg, I think delaying Fugitive's level to 1 is also going to be pretty crucial. Not allowing him to turbo up as well is going to be pretty big. 2 damage in from this Tree of Hearts. And now, considering the backup charger.
So here's the big thing. This is why we're on Return the Archive. It's a card. It's very much like Gentle Respite, where even if you activate it, wow.
Library Witch Cremation? Yeah.
Okay. Egg getting his own +1s here as well. But yeah, Return to Archive, really strong card because even if you remove it, you Thurible it, you Topsy it, it still ends up being a net neutral card.
Yeah, at least you draw.
Yeah.
So it's still good.
As long as you had something to sacrifice.
Oh, you drew, but then you also discarded from the Topsy, so.
Yeah. So, but it's in a way, it's like if you're gonna get imbued Topsy, you're always getting -1 either
Yeah,
way.
-2
-2 if you count the float. Ooh, and make the Duality being lost here because we
mean,
already used
yeah, it's gone.
the
It's good.
return.
He will get the glimpse too. Let's see if he puts any of these on top.
Must have drawn that off of the return as well, or off the backup charger, because otherwise you would have absolutely gone for unmake over return.
Yeah. I mean, probably a more recent draw, but still, this Luxom Xander deck really just wants to draw a lot of cards and get a big influence.
Ooh, I think he's choosing... He had an exploit in hand. I think he chose not to play it because he doesn't want to get top seed again. Or maybe palver it, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Merkblade, return. So still a really good way to go up on influence again.
See, this is why we're on that looking glass, man. Getting the early returns on the games where you get like Thurable and top seed, and it's really strong.
Yeah, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off.
And you also get the heal. Look at that.
That's true. It is a recover too. You're right.
Yeah, you get a recover too here. You know, we forget about that.
Yeah, I did forget about that. We are gonna see Egg though. What is his play going to be? He is going to use the backup charger and then level up maybe,
So
or maybe go
uncontrolled.
for a sword.
Oh yeah, okay. That means we can't go for the inert sword here. It means we're gonna have to go for Sword of Shadows or maybe Sword of Seeking.
Sword of Seeking would be good to just have that true sight available. It is gonna be Lorraine 1. We're just going uncontrolled up to 1.
Okay.
Sword of Shadows.
What's the damage here? If Egg is willing to put his whole memory down, tells me that it might not be that good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of it. We saw Annul Spell, Treasure Cat, and the other Norm card that I forgot. Loses the Annul Spell. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, it's not a particularly useful card in this matchup. It only really stops Excalibur and Lightweaver, so it is going to be that Sword of Shadows because it does do more damage. Gets +1 as long as your warrior class bonus, and as long as your opponent doesn't control an ally with stealth, which this deck does not have any, you will be fine.
Yeah, so just gonna come in for 2 plus maybe 2 with the Lorraine. Or it could be Dungeon Guide Rending Flame. Is an option. Not enough fire cards.
Only one fire card.
Yeah.
Topsy number 2.
Dungeon Guide is imbued as well, so huge. Another Annul Spell and the Library Witch going to deny Fugitive of this level up for -1.
Oh my god, the Topsies are coming in so clutch here for Egg. Imbued. This is why playing these norm-heavy decks is so strong.
And remember, Fugitive isn't allowed to choose the order. It always resolves top to down. So he has to discard and then the cards will be banished. So you can't even like lose a floating memory and then use that later.
Throwing an Excalibur here. See, this is actually why Fugitive did not use that exploit during the Recollection phase, because he knew if he got top seed again, he would lose both the Assassin card and the float. So, you know, there's no reason to kind of like greed it out, especially because you're not doing anything on your turn anyway. So you might as well just like try and play your outs. Make sure like even if they have Topsy, you're not completely SOL.
Yeah, have that as a controlled level up still. And you can also use it later on for the level 2. Or when you're level 3, you can just use it as a fast speed way to get Luxom cards into your memory before you reveal. So it's a good card all around, all of these net neutral assassin cards.
Now let's see if Fugitive decides to just go for the level up or maybe goes for Prism Spire instead. Might just try and like refuel here. This 3 of Hearts is getting the chip, but I mean, Egg I'm pretty sure had a Cheshire Cat in his hand, but choosing not to play. There we go, Cheshire Cat comes down. Now, notably, Sword of Shadows only gives +1 to Cheshire because it uses the base power of the weapon, so only going to be swinging for a measly 2 here.
Loses 3 is still pretty good.
Resolute has been lost.
Yeah, was able to gamble it, but look at his hand. I mean, you can't blame him. He has a Dungeon Guide, he has some Luxom cards, doesn't want to lose any of that, and does pick up this exploit again. Will, again, not be using that again pre-rec because he wants to get rid of it for the Dungeon Guide's banish requirement. Will be putting down cards again, finally hitting Luxom Xander, Blinding Steel once again for the last time this series, but hopefully not for the last time in Ascent Manila.
This is huge. Depending on what these 3 cards in his hand are, when we go for that Prism Spire Scepter, if I see triple gleaming, I'm gonna say Son of Bob.
Son of Bob is crazy, and we will have to see if Fugitive is indeed the Son of Bob, or if he's going to scrub out of Ascent Manila right at the end, right in the top 8. Egg though, is he going up to level 2? Lorraine Blade Master getting the +2 on his sword. We will have to see what his option is. That will give him a +2 on attack. If he has a Dungeon Guide, can go all the way up to 8 attack this turn with the Sword Saint's Vow as well, I believe, with a Rending Flames.
We're going for the
Doubling
Clarent
for
first.
16, Clarent first.
Because we do need to get that Sword Saint's Vow into the banish before we hit level 3 here. But now, you know, the thing is, it's very hard to go for Sword Saint's Vow kills because of Excalibur, but we already saw Excalibur get banished earlier.
Yeah,
so
and there's only 2 in the list. No, 1 in the side, so maybe 3 total. The damage coming in from the allies, again, 4 more pings.
But yeah, if this is gleaming, it's like the game is going to start getting completely out of hand.
I think I see 1 Lightweaver, so it's not 3 Gleamings. It could still be 2 Gleamings.
We're also not choosing to kill the Dungeon Guy, which means that in this... Actually, we do have a Clarent, though.
Yeah, we do have the Clarent.
So we just put it on the 3 of Hearts because you can't kill the Cheshire Cat anyway.
Yeah, we will see. It is just going to be a full hand pass as well. Here's the Karazi instead
Wait,
of the Prism Spire.
Did we remove the Prism Spire Scepter?
Exploit vulnerability to use it prepped. Yes, okay.
There we go. Exploit vulnerability.
Does
being
give you a
used here.
+1. You can't complain.
Yeah. I mean, especially if you didn't have... it's not a Luxom card anyway on that exploit. Gets you 2 draws deeper through the deck compared to Prism Spire, which would only draw you 1.
It is going to be pretty dicey for Egg now. Has to decide what he wants to do pre-recollection. Because remember, he can't respond to the reveal. He has to respond right here, right now to the exploit instead.
Okay.
And this exploit also means that the Trio of Hearts is going to die to the Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide is not an assassin ally.
You're right.
So
Assassin only.
Assassin only.
He's going to use the Trio of Hearts on the stack.
Maybe expecting it to die.
Oh, gets rid of a Liminal Guide. That's pretty nice.
Pretty good here for when we do go up to level 2.
And how many Luxom cards are we going to see? The bright side for this for Egg is that the card that Fugitive draws is going to hand. So it's not going to be revealed. So if he draws like something crazy, like a Luxom side or like with Assault, he's fine. Egg is just going to create a shock now as well on the stack.
Yeah, just wants to put down all the cards in hand in case it's like triple Luxom
Triple
cards.
Luxom, yeah. One of them, of course, is going to be from the Dungeon Guide just now, so may not be that great. Draws 1 into memory from the Karazi Insignia, so does get to at least have an additional card. Luxom, only 1!
Oh,
Massive for Egg, but horrible for Fugitive, and he has just a return to the archive and a Gentle Respite. Both of those not very good right now, but at the very least does have the Crystallized Destiny to protect himself from a big swing later. 2 damage is into the Tree of Hearts. The Dungeon Guide will be able to finish her off. It's going to reduce the damage every turn by 2. That's still a pretty good result for Fugitive though. Egg, in the meantime, going up to level 2.
I'm sorry, I mean, I guess he's just not Bob. He's just not Bob. Not hitting the gleaming at the immediate turn. I can see Fugitive feeling very, very despondent here. I think he maybe sees that he's going to have a hard time here unless the top deck is insane. Actually, he might just be dead here.
Egg losing a Library Witch doesn't care about that in this matchup. We'll also get the Liminal Guide back onto the board. So the Tree of Hearts may have gone down, but replaced by a slightly worse ally, 1 less damage per turn, allowing Egg to draw a card. Let's see if there's anything else pre-recollection before he goes back to his turn. And then the Dungeon Guide Sword Saint's Vow play is about to happen. That being said, Egg has seen the Crystallized Destiny.
Yeah, so probably not going for a big lethal. I don't think we're killing any time. Oh, Uncover? I think that was an Uncover, but we don't have Luxom cards. Where are the Luxom cards?
Egg has Spirit Blade Dispersion, so he can use that to pop the Crystallized Destiny.
Yeah, that's right.
In the
He
deck
could
list.
do that. He could do that. He could use one of the durability on the sword, one of these swords.
Yeah,
He does
we
have a lot
saw-
of extra swords here.
Yeah, we saw this exact play by Ollie in Ascent Akihabara to get rid of the Crystallized Destiny, but you're pointing it out. You can say it.
Pendragon in hand. Dispersion also, I think.
Oh boy, he has everything.
But is there enough cards to play? I mean, Dispersion's free.
And
But
so
also,
is Pendragon.
There is enough fire cards for that rending. So we're going to swing first. Always just swing first. No reason
Yeah,
not
3
to.
damage. 3 damage is in. Fugitive now on 12 to go.
Yeah, I see Uncover Library. Okay, there it
There's
is.
the
Okay.
Dungeon Guide.
Hey, this is getting dicey.
Dungeon Guide scary.
Very, very scary. Fugitive only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in hand, which means Crystallized Incapacitate is not an option.
Crystallized Resolute is an option, but we don't know if he drew it. We have 2 unknown cards. After all, we do know 4 of them, and 3 of them are pretty bad. 2 of them are pretty bad. We have the Light River. Oh, Rending Flames is lost, but
he had
Egg
two.
put
He had
it
two.
down.
He had two.
Yeah, so still has the second one in hand.
Oh my god, this is about to be so scary. I actually feel like he might swing with... Will he swing with Clarent just to make sure it's not going to get Excalibur?
Yeah, that could be a way, but remember, he can also just Spirit Blade Dispersion. If he uses an attack card, losing the sword may not be too big of a deal. Here is the Dungeon Guide. So right now, Lorien has +2. The Sword Saint's Vow is 4.
Well, 5, because
Oh,
it has its
5.
own base power. 7,
That's 6.
8.
Still very far away. Plus, we do have
Still
to
have
get rid of
Serene.
the Crystallized Destiny. The Serene Pendragon is going to make his way onto the board.
Looking Glass?
Looking Glass is the most likely target
Maybe wants to keep swords on field, though.
for the Dispersion.
Egg
Egg.
taking a long time to think here.
Yeah, again, rounds are untimed, times are unrounded. Fugitive has just as much time as Egg, all the time in the world. This is the last match in the round, and
Yeah, I think everyone's being like, you guys pack it up already. Can we wrap this up?
speed up. Come on,
Yeah,
boys.
come on, guys. Come on, guys. Hurry up. We got places to be.
4 more damage represented on board right now with the Pendragon and the Dungeon Guide, putting Fugitive up to 17.
Okay.
17. That means another 8 plus 6. 14 will do the trick. Can we find 14? The Rending Flames is coming in for 18.
That's assuming we're even using the swords. And we could also just use Clarent, 3, 4, well, it's be 6, 12. 12 damage.
That's short.
Short to
Yeah.
the Serene, yeah. Okay, actually,
No,
we're
it's
just swinging.
Sword of Shadows.
Oh, are we
for
swinging Dungeon
2?
Guide?
Oh, no,
Dungeon?
yeah, we're
Okay,
doing
okay,
the
you know,
Dungeon
I
Guide.
guess
On
playing-
kill draw 1, though.
Yeah, on kill draw 1. I guess playing it safe. I think he saw that
The hand is shit.
The hand sucked. Like, there's no reason for us to push.
Here's the Cremation Ritual now on the Dungeon Guide, I guess. Yeah, I guess the draw 2. No complaints.
My God, this is looking worse and worse for Fugitive. Also, does not want to put him in Chalice of Blood range either.
Yeah.
It's again being denied.
17.
A ton of
Fugitive
fire cards.
Still has the Prison Spire Scepter, so can use that to put down his 1 Luxom card.
Well, he has Uncover now, so 2.
Two.
But card with no reveal effect. Not exactly the best thing to put down.
Yeah, only 3 cards in hand though, so we'll force him to be hands down. Basically hands down. He can still represent Resolute Stand. Who cares?
Resolute Stand would get... I mean, the Dispersion would get around that, but we do have the Crystallized Destiny in response to that after. All right. Gleaming Cut.
Show us the money, Fugitive. Money, money, money. Nothing!
Oh, Resolute Stand. That's something. It's
Resolute
something.
Stand. Drawn into memory from the Prison Spire Scepter. Also the Gentle Respite, which we know. And this Uncover the Plot. Right now, still not going to be enough though to take the game off of Egg. Fugitive is going to be able to uncover this Light Weaver and get rid of this Pendragon at the very least.
Alternatively, he could also just Resolute and then go for... Oh yeah, okay. Seems like that's the plan. Needs to get rid of some of the pressure here.
Yeah, at least getting rid of 3 damage is going to be a difference maker.
Draw Gleaming off of this for this draw for turn, please. It's... Okay, I'm not sure. I couldn't tell based on the reaction.
No, it's Blanche.
It's black.
Wait, why is it Blanche? Why is he a Blanche in
Yeah,
this
it's
match?
probably because he knew about the Dispersion.
Oh, Dispersion. Yeah, that makes sense. So Blanche on the stack of the Dispersion, on the stack of the Crystallized Destiny would be pretty big.
That's
Yeah, there's no Blanche in the... What
oh,
card
no,
is this?
that wasn't Blanche. I think that was a Gentle Respite.
Ah,
It was
okay.
gentle. It was gentle. They, they look similar. They're both white.
Yeah, close enough, I guess. He has another Resolute Stand. He has 1 base art and
Wait,
1
does he have
promo
2
art.
Gentle Respites in that right now?
Oh, that'll be so
He has 2 Gentle
bad.
Respites. He has drawn so many Gentles. Unfortunately, drawing the float
Wait,
side of the deck.
Uncover into the Clarent Reimagine, protecting the Pendragon though.
Even if it doesn't target, it's like you have nothing else to hit. Even if you hit Liminal Guide, it doesn't do damage.
It's rough.
Actually, that doesn't target, so he could have hit Champion here.
Is this lethal on board? Inert Sword? No, not enough hand. So Looking Glass, also, yeah, also no Looking
Well,
Glass. So no
Resolute
Inert
is
Sword.
also a thing here.
But the Sword Saint's Vow comes in for 4, for 5. Liminal Guide in, no
Okay, he's
Resolute
taking
Stand.
damage.
the 20,
He's
yep.
taking damage because he doesn't want to. He wants to put himself in Chalice of Blood range because he's desperate.
Here is the Resolute Stand now, but
Oh,
only
Dispersion.
5.
Dispersion. This would be 1,
Dispersion
2,
is lethal. That's
6
7.
damage.
No, he has the Sword of
Oh, yeah,
Shadows as well.
or
That's
7 damage. That's 7 damage. 2 cards in hand. Don't have to worry about Incapacitate. Don't have to worry about Crystallized Destiny.
Don't have to worry about Blanche because it's not in the deck list.
Oh my God,
Does Egg
Egg.
see it?
Does he have it? No, it might be.
thinking?
Is that like a sight? What are the other Crux cards in the deck?
Oh, we can't tell. We can't really see.
Oh, it might be Spirit's Blessing, actually.
Oh, it is? Yeah, it's
It-
possible.
Can't tell. It looks purple. It's purple for sure, but I'm not sure which purple card it is. Oh my
Varrook!
God, Varrook!
Varrook is in. It's on the board. That means next part of damage dealt by a fire element source, which includes Lorraine's Spirit Ruler, is not going to be able to be prevented. But Egg is only representing 4 right now. Does he have 1 more damage? Does he have an attack?
Rending Flames. He has Rending Flames, doesn't he?
Rending Flames is going to be on the board now. We have to get through 5 plus 6, 11 damage.
This is more than enough with the Sword Saint's Vow.
There's
That's
the fist bump. Egg takes the game. Fugitive is denied of the champion of Ascent Manila in his very own hometown. But what a game that was from these 2 world-class players.
Let me tell you, I'm going to get so much shit from him later. Because I was the one who was like, hey, you need to go on stream. And he's like, do I have to? And I'm like, yeah, you do. And he always folds us. I never see him win on stream except for NC Nats. On stream, he always gets unlucky. I guess he did beat Caban during Singapore.
It's the caster curse.
Caster
you know?
curse,
It's the
caster curse. But Egg did an amazing job there. What an insane line to find there with the Varrock. I was like, you know, I kind of forgot that it was in the deck to begin with.
Yeah, it is a really powerful card. I mean, prevention is really good. When it comes to decks like this where your big swing is so scary, like if you can't say anything, you can't say no, then you die.
Exactly, and I mean, you know, you can't really cockroach when they make all of your defensive abilities unpreventable, and it's just really like not finding all the Luxom cards. It was so much float. It was like triple return, triple gentle, like defensive cards without the Luxom, and that's really Luxom giveth, Luxom taketh, where it's like you'll have games where you're like, oh, you're Bob, you're triple gleaming on your level 3 turn. And then you have games like this, where it's like, oh, there's like 6 normal cards in my memory and 1 Luxom card, and it's not even a reveal Luxom card.
Yeah, and we saw the power of the Topsy Decree there. Like, it just does so much work against these level 3 decks. I mean, it's coming from a level 3 deck, but these level 3 decks also have the option to play so many norm cards now, and imbuing that Topsy Decree twice in a row, making your opponent go -2, it's so painful.
Yeah, the double Topsy was just absolutely insane here. So yeah, I mean, that was an extremely long round we essentially did here. So we're gonna go to a quick break here, even though I think all the other players are like, can we freaking get going? Or we've been waiting here for like 30 minutes for these freaking Luxom players to finish their game. But yeah, so we're gonna go to break now, just to give ourselves a little bit of a rest, and then we're gonna get straight into our game 2. I'm not sure who we're gonna put on. Maybe we're gonna put the Tristan on. Maybe we're gonna put the Seru on. I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, we have the Suzaku and we have Egg.
Yeah, maybe.
And we'll see.
We'll see.
Who else we go?
All right.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the semifinals of Ascent Manila. Over here, you can see.
Yep.
It's me, Hiroshi Sho, and Krizom.
Yep.
We're here to cast the second last match of today, the semifinals between Egg and Ray Lam.
Yeah, I think Lam here has a really, really interesting deck that everyone has been talking about. By interesting, I mean everyone playing it.
Yeah. The most represented deck in the day 2 of today. Technically tied for most represented deck in Top Cut. Well, technically is the most represented deck in Top Cut. There's 2 Crux decks, but they're both different. It's not going to be a surprise to hear that Seiryu is in the semi-finals.
Yeah, a bit more. I mean, we did expect a Seiryu to be in the semi-final. We didn't expect a Seiryu only to be in the semi-final. The other side of the bracket is interesting too. Tristan and, of course, Suzaku.
Yeah, and this semi-final is just starting up, but they've already played the other semi-final.
Yeah,
and it's done. And
I mean,
spoiler alert, Tristan won.
Tristan won 1 game, or Tristan won the set?
Tristan won the set.
Tristan won the set. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have it. Well, unfortunately, the Phoenix will not be appearing in the semi-final. However, in the final. However, it would be the Thief.
Yeah, I mean,
Assassin,
Tristan,
actually, yeah.
the
But
assassin. Yeah. I mean, she is. The Thief is actually not very far off because Flon was talking about it the entire time. Mike is on the Thief Tristan build, and we're already in the game. Let's talk about Mike later. Ray Lam.
I'm just going off with the Besieged Fate Stone, one of the most coveted cards you want to open up with, and then, of course, going to level 1. Gocha now revealing his entire very expensive material deck.
That is very shiny, but Ray Lam, the winner of Ascent Akihabara, the winner of multiple spirits as well, it is going to be quite a tall task to separate Ray Lam from the friend that he has known as a victory.
Yeah, this matchup is going to be really, really interesting because I think this is the first time we see Egg actually going to be playing against a Seiyu. Last game, we did see him playing a Luxom masterfully as well, showing that he has multiple ways to win the game, be it through attack cards or dispersion. So really interested to see how Egg deals with the fearsome Seiyu Dragon. That's been actually terrorizing the meta right now.
Yeah, and the past 2 times we've seen Egg on stream, he was playing against Vanitas. So it is
yeah.
going to be a great way to see Egg even more. And if he wins this game, we get to see him one last time as well. Ray Lam, though, is going to take 1 damage only from this one Cheshire Cat because not at Lorraine level 1. Ray Lam higher seed, so does get to choose whether he goes first or second. And of course, you do want to go first.
Yeah, going first just unlocks you a lot of advantage considering the new rules that's in play right now. Like, because you want to actually have the first act to play cards, first act to actually materialize cards. Oh, flipping the panda right here.
Yeah, we're going Tangu, and then main phase, flip panda, and that's how we're putting cards into the memory so that we can level up. Ray Lam playing a bit more of an ally-focused build than Abby Seiyu, which we saw last round. Brisk Wind Trotter is going to be in the deck list, of course. Gives you buff counters on some of your allies. Ace and Protector.
Frost Cake. A card that we haven't seen in a while, actually. I remember people were playing a 4 copy of it, and then everyone just started not playing it for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, it has its trade-offs, of course. Like, late game, if you draw a Forest Cake when you're like 1 or 2 influence, it doesn't really do anything. You need to draw it early game instead. So, we're looking at the Panda now on the board. 3-4 is able to deal damage every turn, plus also does have Vigor, so will stand up. Unfortunately, no Intercept or anything like that.
A very premium kind of like stat line for ally, because as we discussed this before, anything with 4 defense above is really hard to remove, because in Graka, name me a 4 attack ally that's easy to play. Name me one.
Cross-Talon Archer.
That's not
Technically, it becomes a 4 attack ally.
Exactly so. So most of the 4 attack allies are really, really, really conditional. Hence why 4 defense allies are real. Example, Tristan games. A lot of the Tristan allies are 1 attack, 2 attack. So can you imagine a 4 defense ally? What are you going to do about it? You're going to attack with your Sadie with a bunch of 1/1s. And then this matchup, your Egg actually has arguably an easier time dealing with the Panda. It just requires 2 hit. All you do is just materialize a sword that has at least 2 attack, I believe. 2 attack, and then the Treasure Cat will inherently. Oh, that's 2 attack, right? With
Yeah, this does have 2 attack
Yes,
if there's no stealthed ally on the board. So if Ray Lam has a Dream Fairy, for example, that means this Sword of Shadows is effectively
gonna go face.
useless. But the Treasure Cat goes into face for 2 because it does copy base power, the Treasure Cat. Now, we are going to see what else Egg has in store. He also has a pretty good way of dealing with the Panda in the form of Flame Sweep. But we're going to see him Dungeon Guide up to 2 already.
So early. I think he's going to use the Lorraine level 2 in order to attack into the Panda. Of course, he will take 3 damage from Retaliation, but in return, he'll be able to draw a card.
Yeah, and the Panda was going to hit him for 3 anyway, let's be real. So it's better to clear it first.
Some Pandas are peaceful, you know? Okay, most Pandas are peaceful. The only Panda that's not peaceful is probably this one. The name itself.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Look at the Panda.
Daunting Panda.
I'm daunted. I'm daunted by this Panda. But
I think I could take a Panda.
you think you could take a Panda?
I think I could take a Panda.
Chrisom, let's be real. Let's be real. You think you could take a Panda?
I mean, with enough love and support, I think I could.
I think you could take this Panda from the table into your pocket, but maybe not a real Panda. In the meantime, though, Egg is going to level up with this Dungeon Guy. Going to lose 2 cards from memory. He does lose a Rending Place and a Library Witch.
Gone.
So the Intercept could have been really useful, but it's okay. We're just going to use it to level up, and then we're going to draw a new card. Are we going to Resolute Stand? Oh, Byaku's Command!
Oh, Byaku's Command!
Byaku's Command on the Panda!
That's survive,
4
right? 4
damage.
+1/+1?
Yeah, gives it a buff counter.
What am I watching?
Well, okay, the Panda is going to die to the Dungeon Guide, but it forces the Dungeon Guide to sink into it, and it also does 1 damage to Egg. I'm not sure if that was worth it.
You don't get to draw, I guess.
Yeah, you deny Egg the draw, so it's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1, huh?
That's a really interesting play. You've done 4 damage, you've denied them a draw, he Dungeon Guided up to this level 2, which means he went -1 on a card. So this is actually not too bad for Ray Lam, all things
I guess
considered.
it's a 1-for-1, but you lose a card though.
It's a trade. I think we're okay with that
Trade.
trade. We still lose the Panda, which is why I think it's not that great.
Yeah, that's my problem with it. The play is that you still lose the Panda due to the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, so we're gonna see what Raylam ends up materializing. Maybe he goes up to level 2 right now.
Yeah, interesting line of play from Lam. Maybe he thinks that, okay, maybe because, I mean, to be fair, the Lorraine is like kind of low in terms of influence. He's thinking, like, okay, if he gets any more influence, that's kind of bad. So let's deny that influence, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's still good. There's the Purifying Turbo. We're gonna deny any Floating Memory or Lemno Guides as well
Or fire,
from the side of
or
Egg.
fire cards, because fire cards are really important in this particular deck.
That's also true. Rending Flames, of course, you do need to banish 3 fire cards. And that would be really bad for you to take double the damage you usually take.
Yeah, the side of Egg right now.
Forest Cake.
Forest Cake will come down, giving us a card, digging deeper. And it's probably a good card to combo with any of the beast or animal, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, he can play those Brisk Wind Trotters, like we mentioned, give them a buff counter.
Yeah, buff counter,
Yeah,
yep,
make
yep,
it a
yep.
little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Loses a Windmill Engineer to go for another quest counter, draw into a card, and then now I think Raylam is going to level up using the Purifying Turbo or the Pretender's Kangu instead.
Yeah, I think there's no rush to use the turbo right now. The turbo can always be much more flexible, you know. Like, you don't really have any... If you don't have any cards to play from hand, like you mentioned, you can use it as the cards to put onto memory in order to level up. So we are going back to Ascent, I believe.
Yep, he is going for a backup charger. It's just going to draw a card into memory, get that Parasol on the board. I
Yep.
don't think there's any turbo charges in his deck, but that's fine. We're still going to be able to go +1.
The thing is 1.
We'll take the +1 anytime. Treasure Cat, Dungeon Guide, pushing in another 3 damage into Raylam, putting him at 6 already, which is a bit scary because he is not at level 3 yet. He's not even at level 2 yet, actually.
Yeah, he's not at level 2 yet, so a bit like slow from Raylam. But again, I think Raylam's list is mostly the ally route. We do see Ascent Protectors in his deck. There is the Trotters, there are Dream Fairies, there are a lot. There's even the Longtail, there is...
Growth Sword, yeah. Trained Hawk
Trained
as well
Hawk
as
as
Besiege the
well.
Wind on the top 3 from the Fairy Whispers. It's going to send the Besiege down. So it does
Yep.
show that he has a Dungeon Guide in
Trained Hawk.
hand.
Train Hawk is a pretty good card to let the cake be eaten by it. So I think it's a pretty good target as well.
Yep, here we go. Guojia 2 now hits the board. Another Windmill Engineer is going to be removed.
6 quest counters.
That is
already.
going to be... He's going to consider whether he wants to draw off of this, I think.
Yeah.
Or has he already drawn off the on-enter?
I think he's still deciding.
Yeah, right now at 3 total cards in hand, it looks like Black Sleeves. A little bit hard to see on these black mats. It is 4 hand right now. Can burn all of them for the Tango, but it's 3 for the Tango. Not using the turbo just yet. Gonna save it for later.
Yeah. I think they are resolving the on enter trigger right now.
Yep. Looks like he forgot to draw.
And then you look at.
Oh,
you're gonna
drawing
draw
on the stack. Okay,
yep.
cool. Now,
Yep.
recollect and draw.
Yep. All good. All good. Resolvable.
Dungeon Guide and Harness Lightning also drawn. Can be banished for the Dungeon Guide to
Yep.
get some Arcane in the banishment. So far, all win cards only.
Yeah, because they play more of the ally route. I think I'm expecting like Train Hard to be played right here, right now. Train Hard is pretty strong with the egg. Not egg, sorry, with the cake right there.
With the egg. The egg is actually his opponent. I don't think... Rayla would love...
Look. I think the Train Hawk can actually eat the egg as well, so it's fine, you know?
Yeah, Rayla would love if the Train Hawk would eat egg and then deal all of the damage to his champion. But right now, Rayla most likely going for that Dungeon Guide instead. Head up to level 3, get this area on the board, start threatening damage, and also threatening lethal by generating those Arcane Bolts.
Of Seiyu. Is there a way for egg to actually deal with the Seiyu?
Yeah, I mean, well, we've already seen this matchup once in Ascent Akihabara. Similar deck as well played, I believe, by Ollie from the US. He is also on the Spirit Blade Dispersion. The way that he dealt with the deck is Immolation Trap, but I don't think that is in Egg's main board. I think his main answer to Seiyu is to punch it.
You mean just physical violence, just, you know?
Yeah, punch the card physically with your fist. No, with the Rending Flames and one of your big swords. You can do 12 damage to Seiyu and then take it out. Here's the Dungeon Guide though for Raylam. Does go up to level 3 already. Loses a Harness Lightning and a Resolute Stand, and then will activate the Lost Providence from his material deck.
Yeah, already at 12 quest counter. Sorry about my Yeah, but 12 comes under already. We're still going to be able to flip the dragon as soon as possible.
Yeah, no problem though. The Hawk, the Trained Hawk, last card in the memory, does go Hawk toward the banishment. And now Egg is going to materialize that Clarent reimagined.
Yeah, we are going to see basically very similar lines that Egg has taken so far. Cat into the reimagined sword because you want to put swords into the banishment. Everything has been going according to plan so far, but can we actually deal with the dragon?
Yeah, we will find out. There's a second dungeon guide now for Egg. He is going to go up to Lorraine level 3, Spirit Ruler, and then that will allow him to get that Sword Saint's Vow back from the banishment. Remember, we do have to pay the 2 before we go up to level 3. Just confirming that 4 and 5. That's going to be those 2 cards. And there it goes. There's another third dungeon guide.
I mean, at this point, right, any multiples of dungeon guide is just, folders for causes.
Yeah, extra dungeon guide. Like, looking at dungeon guide, draw 1, you're okay, you're pretty good. Draw 2, sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're not. 3 or more, yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
Take them away.
Yeah, take them away. That's why you should just play 3 dungeon guides.
No.
What?
You can't be too disrespectful, because then on the games you want to draw 1, you'll draw 0. You know, it's about showing love and care for your deck.
I mean, I play 1 copy of a certain card. It appears like 4 or 5 of the game, so...
You're just built different. That's why you can take on the Panda. But can you take on the Panda with a buff counter?
That's a bit difficult, I think.
Yeah.
I would need more help. Maybe I need to debuff the Panda.
Okay.
But going into the Sword Saint Vow right here, and
Goes with
Pendragon, this has been a consistent team. Every time it goes to Spirit Ruler, there's always bound to be a Pendragon.
Yeah, I mean, Pendragon is a great card. 2 cost 3/4.
Is this like an extra effect I'm not reading from Spirit Ruler? Maybe Spirit
Add
Ruler.
a Pendragon to your hand.
Yeah, maybe there is. I'm not too sure about
I would
this.
like to play that champion. Add a Pendragon to your hand. Generate a Pendragon from your tokens.
Speaking of that, the Pendragon is going in, going face.
There's
Dragon.
the Dungeon Guide's face as well.
Yeah.
All the damage eaten
Yep.
by Raylam, not allowing a single point of damage to meet his dragon.
Yep. A horse, a cat, and 2 guides.
Raylam, is there a serious command in hand? Do you see it? I do not, but I do see Harness Lightning.
Yep, I think William didn't flip the dragon because, as you mentioned, the only way the dragon actually dies is through literal damage, right? Attack damage. So there's a world where the dragon just dies when he flips it.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Raylam now, deciding what the materialization is, deciding if there's anything left on the end step, thinking about waking up, goes back to sleep.
I don't think there's anything to be really considered right now. The only thing would be like, do you have lethal, or do you just need to basically count to survive the next turn? Right now, Raylam is in a dangerous position, right? 12 damage counter is quite a lot. This is the amount. Dispersion right here with the amount. Oh,
Suppress on the
suppressing.
Clarent in the end step.
Huh.
Winds of Destiny.
We could give it Spell Shroud, and I think Egg will proceed to do that.
Yeah, he will burn 1 counter and make this. Okay, so yes, Clarent has Spell Shroud, but this also means that Egg has 2 less points of prevention, and that might be exactly what Raylam is hoping for. So maybe he's done the math already. I haven't yet. Raylam recollects here. Going to do 1 damage with this Dungeon Guide.
He's gonna take it.
The Dragon flips.
Dragon flips right here.
Has he countered lethal already?
Yep.
Is that why?
Not too sure.
Serious
Serious
command?
commands. It's happening.
10 quest counters removed. Seiryu makes his advent in the semifinals of Ascent Manila, facing off against Egg. 4 damage. Now, Byaku's command is going to be played. Empower,
5.
generate, empower. There is another arcane card added to the banishment. Empower. Will give Guoxia Empower 8. The Arcane Blast will come in. Clarent Reimagine is going to prevent 4. That's 7 damage dealt still with this Arcane Blast.
Still not enough. There is that dragon still standing.
There's going to be another swing though with the dragon. Another 5 damage going to come in. And Arcane Blast is going to be lethal.
Fei Lam has done it.
He's found it.
A crazy, insane game. Vela basically, it shows us like why this combination is so scary. It's not just the fact that the dragon strike twice. It's the fact that you can actually blast it twice with the arcane blast. Like, it's because you always go for empower, and generate, right? So you always get a free arcane blast after the dragon swings in. You know how much damage was that in theory?
A ton. Way too much.
11, 11, 5, 5. That's
32.
32.
32 damage is a lot. And Rayla making a very heads-up choice to get rid of 1 counter on the Clarent. I can't count right now. If it was prevented to 5, 5, 5, 5,
6, yeah.
it would have been 20 damage.
6.
And that would have been just short of lethal because Egg was at 5 damage counters.
20. Yeah, you'll be 20
Right?
damage. Yeah,
so
yeah.
that spell, putting one counter off the Clarent, is exact lethal for Raylam. That's insane math from him. So quick as well.
And shows
He's
that
already thinking of it.
I think it shows his comfort and also like how used he is to Claret. You can see that he was very confident. Oh, I'm going to suppress it. I can suppress it. Yeah, sure, go ahead. And then, back to me. Like he didn't even pre-rec to do the dragon play. He immediately does it in main phase because I think he understood that Egg's position right there, right? Only 2 cards in hand. There's nothing much Egg really has to answer what Velam can actually do here. And that just shows you why this deck is very scary right now with the Providence and the Relinquish, right? You basically have a way to generate 2 cards into your hand to make the magic number 6 cards in hand to actually play out the double commands.
Yeah, it's a big difference maker, that Lost Providence.
Yep.
Of course, any champion with the advanced element enabled can use it. Seiru tends to go to advanced element really quick and saves them a materialization, which is really important when you want to end games this fast.
Yeah, I'm just proving to us and showing to the rest of the world why this deck is to be feared, and showing maybe he could, get a redemption arc, right? He was in Akiba, right? Ascent Akiba, pretty high up.
He won Ascent Akiba.
So he's going to try for a double?
Yeah, I mean, the back-to-back would be insane. We've never seen somebody win 2 Ascents back-to-back. And Raylam right here, right now, is halfway there, on the way to the finals of Ascent Manila.
Showing us why he's a true Dragon Warrior. But I think right now, in terms of the side deck, there is a few options to actually be considered right here.
Yeah, I mean, Raylam, of course, the Orb of Sealing not going to be very useful. Spell Scepter as well. No real negates coming in from Egg.
Inquisition.
But Regal Inquisition, we've already seen how important this card can be in these level 3 matchups.
Yeah.
We also have those Royal Oath Guards. Intercept is going to be very important against a deck like Crux Lorraine.
I think Royal Oath Guard in particular, because of its ability to intercept, and also the ability to actually be a 3-4 ally is really, really important. Because in this matchup, technically speaking, it's actually sort of an ally matchup if you think about it. Like, Egg actually has a decent amount of allies, and Raylam too is trying to represent a decent amount of allies. It's just that so happened in that game, Raylam's like, I have double command. I just go for command end game and win the game. But in other cases where you actually don't get the command, I think, to prolong the game, you actually need to play some sort of an ally route. So I think Oathguard's pretty good. Reconquisition though, this card, unlike the other level 3 matchups where both of them are trying to turbo into level 3 and win with the higher exalted element cards or high element cards, this is not that matchup, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could remove things like the Rending Flames from Egg, but he can always just draw into something else.
Yeah.
Other than that, looking at the deck in general, there isn't really many outs to Seiru.
Yeah, like looking back at the exact, that's the thing we've been asking, right? Is there a way, answer against Seiru? Even then, Immolation Trap is not really an exact answer, right? Because there's always that level 2 Gorgias effect.
Yeah, so you need to draw double Immolation Trap in order to remove Seiru from the board. So I guess Egg has just decided my answer is to either kill him faster or to kill the dragon. And if I can't do that, then I lose. And that's fine. I guess that's one way you can approach the matchup as well. His sideboard has a couple of important cards like Crystallized Destiny, which is going to be really good for protecting yourself from the Arcane Blast. We saw 2 of them activated in the final turn against Egg just now from Raylam. He also has, for top C decrease, so can spell shot himself from the, once again, the Arcane Blast.
Yep.
Yeah, and other than that, Varrook can prevent prevention, so Resolute Stand. It won't prevent the Innervate Agility stealth, but he also has anti-stealth cards like Peer Beyond and Review the Hidden. So lots of outs. And starting off, Library Rich Cremation Ritual. Great start.
I mean, that's always been a great start right there. Raylam too, just flexing that beautiful spirit right there.
Yeah, I mean, Brissa, Spirit of Wind. Raylam has won multiple spirits already. I believe he won this in Taipei.
Yeah.
Because so he top 8 in Taipei.
Yep.
He won Akihabara. Today he's top 8 again. Raylam is on a tear of these Asian Ascents. Here's the Besiege face note again, going up to level 1. Loses a Forest Cake, but he has lost his cake, but that means he can't eat it too. He will go up to Guojia level 1. Is going to be very, very happy about that.
I'm wondering though, can animal actually eat the cakes? Isn't it poisonous for some of them?
The cake is a tamer cake, so it's built for the animals. It's great.
Sure.
It's tasty. I've had it.
A bit suspicious, but anyway, we are going back into Egg's turn, going into the level 1 Lorraine right here. Gonna be seeing what he's gonna be banished from.
Yeah, this time he gets the Inert Sword on the board instead. So we'll have a slightly stronger cat if he does end up going for it. He loses a Home by Fire, which could be a very key card, but had to put it down to do the full Library Witch Cremation Ritual. Inert Sword is going to be paid for. He does draw into a Creative Shock, and there's a Dungeon Guide, so we'll be able to use that to go up to level 2 or level 3 later. But other than that, he also has the Fluffy Shopkeep, which is going to be huge for him to accelerate.
Yeah, there's also the Treasure Cat. I think I spy a bit on the other side of the hand. So we will see if actually if it comes into field. Egg is thinking about it. I think Treasure Cat here will be pretty good here.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. The Treasure Cat does make its way onto the board, coming in for 3 damage already.
Yeah, it's just a very strong ally with Spell Shroud and Stealth. And because you have the Inert Sword, it is a 3/3.
Yeah, and it is going to be a really, really powerful card. Egg always treats his memory, like what cards to put in memory, very, very seriously. He's always thinking, okay, which 3 cards do I put down? He's never willy-nilly about it, and that's really important in these untimed rounds as well. When you have all the time in the world, there shouldn't be a single decision where you make hastily and carelessly.
Yeah. I think the only time you would do it is because you are running out of time. But again, this is an untimed match, so you can take your time, take all the time you need, but of course not too much. Take enough relevance time to make the correct decision, and then we just play on with it. But Raylam, on the other hand, is like, most of my cards just, I just put it down and it's whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's Seiryu, he doesn't get to choose most of the time. But actually, Raylam is also very good about controlling his level ups. You saw him do it last game. He was able to have 1 card in memory, and then after that, Fairy Whispers, and exactly those 2 cards go away for the level up. And in Seiryu, it's actually pretty important to choose what you level up with, because you do want to use arcane cards as much as possible. So that way, you saw Raylam had exactly 2 arcane cards in the Vanish, and that was what enabled the lethal with the Generate and Power.
Yep, Fluffy Shopkeep is going to be played here, banishing the Paladin Sword, and I believe that's the
Sword of Shadows, not the Sword Saint's Vow.
Yeah, not Sword Saint's. Yeah, that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, we are going to see the Portentous Tangu going to be played, but once again, Raylam flipping the Panda instead of using anything else to go up to level 2. So basically a repeat of last game's curve. We're going to see him now lose a Harness Lightning in order to go up to end of turn for the Azurite Fate Stones effect. Pretty nice for him to draw an additional card and also lose an arcade card into the banishment, give him an additional Empower later. Egg and Raylam having a bit of a laugh. I think Egg is like, oh, of course, I hit the arcane card in your memory.
I mean, it just shows you how much these two already understand what's going on. Like the big difference of not hitting and hitting an arcane card, because it does make a huge difference. Because the magic number, I think we discussed about, it's about you basically empower and generate, and that empower actually matters because you have an extra arcane in that map in your banish.
Yeah, just 1 arcane card is enough, but of course there's some lines where you just don't draw Serious Command, then you just need multiple arcane cards that you can swing 1 time and empower like 5 or 6 and maybe 7.
Yeah, we do see they reimagine here, playing a critical role in every Lorraine. I think there's no Lorraine that doesn't run Clarence Sword.
Yeah, I mean, even the Fire Aggro Lorraines run this card because it's just really, really good for...
It's just a free weapon.
Like, it's a free weapon. It also is 3 durability. It also has Spell Shroud in itself, so it prevents interaction. 3 damage from the cat into the panda. No, into face.
Into face.
Raylam's just pointing at the panda. You want to hit this? He says no.
Egg's
kind of unhappy. He's hitting his head. Maybe he's a bit worried about another Byaku's command on the Panda, because Raylam is holding exactly 3 cards in hand, I believe.
I think that was Raylam's strategy to give a traumatic experience to his opponent, and now his opponent refuses to do that play.
Yeah, 1 damage from the Fluffy Shopkeep, and Egg is just going to full pass as well. Raylam now going up to level 2, going to lose 2 more of these cards that he put down to flip this Panda. Going up to Guojia level 2 again. Most likely this time grabbing the draw card as always. Loses a Serious Command, another arcane card, as well as a Beseech Fate Stone.
Yeah, doesn't seem to care too much about it. Maybe he has another one in hand.
Yep, Raylam getting draw for a turn now. There does in fact have another Serious Command.
Serious Command, yep.
Portentous Tangu now going to be banished pre-recollection. And Raylam, do you have the Dungeon Guide to go up to 3?
Yeah, the Dungeon Guide seems to be playing a pivotal role right now. We only see the Ascent. There is the Beseech the Beseech the Wind does exist. We can actually do it, but it is a more expensive and extra memory cost instead of Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Guide is slightly better, but beggars can be choosers.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take what you can get. Panda swings into Fluffy Shopkeep, does take out the little sheep. And there's the Dungeon Guide.
Never mind, he has it. It's too good.
Yeah, Raylam, he's the GOAT. He's won 3 spirits back to back.
I never seen
won a
someone
whole Ascent.
played Seiru so smooth.
He's just too clean with it. And Ray Lam won
Double
the
Ascent.
previous Ascent, not on Seiru, despite it being such a great deck. He actually beat a Seiru to finish Akihabara with Firecrack's Lorraine, but is on Seiru today, so it kind of goes to show the pro players do understand, hey, this deck is kind of crazy. Besiege the Rain now banished for the Dragon, and allowing Ray Lam to once again draw an additional card.
You see how fast Ray Lam actually acts. It's like he understood his position. He's like, okay, all I need to do, like we talk about, get that magic 6 cards into the influence by basically going to level 3, having the Lost Providence, and then very likely you're just going to go into the Incandescent Reliquis, and then afterwards you are going to be able to get into 6 influence and just play double commands.
Yeah, I mean, he is already at 5 in hand, I believe. Here is the Tempered Steel, discarded off of the Creative Shock. We'll be using that to go up to Lorraine level 2 Blade Master, I believe, and that is going to be the play. Now, Lorraine has +2 on her attacks for the turn, so this could be a pretty scary turn for Egg. There's 1 fire card, 2 fire cards in the graveyard right now, the Cremation Ritual and that Creative Shock.
2, 2, 7, 14.
Home by Fire? Dungeon Guide, Home by Fire.
We need one more fire card, right? If we actually want to play the Rending Flames.
Yes, so Home by Fire would be that fire card if he is going for it, but Home by Fire is not going to be used. Rending Flames right now coming in for 14, 1 short. But the cat is on the board. Cat will go in to put Ray Lam at 13.
Yep, I think if the cat lands and if Ray Lam has no defensive tools and if there are 3 fire cards, I think Random Flames is lethal because you basically have 2 attack from the Lorraine level 2, 2 attack from the Inversor, and also 3 attack from the Rending Flames, making it 7 times 2, 14.
Here's 3 from the cat. Ray Lam now at 13. Egg needs to represent at least 12 damage because if not, the cat will be
Dungeon
flipped.
Guide.
Oh, there it is. Dungeon Guide up to Lorraine, Spirit Ruler, the Crux version of herself, finally realizing her full power, brings back the Sword Saint's Vow onto the board, giving her a very powerful weapon.
Yeah, but the thing is that I don't think it's lethal yet because the fact that none of this play doesn't actually add a fire card into the graveyard. As we mentioned, I think the most viable way is to get Rending Flames lethal right now, but doesn't seem to be the case. Egg is just going up into level 3. I believe this is also the fact that because you're on level 3, you'll be at 28 HP, a bigger buffer than 24, so you won't just outright die to the Serious Command combo, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, 23, 24, Serious Commands combo with the Byaku's command is going to be 32. So you do still have to worry about that.
I mean, look, man, if Ray Lam draws it again, I'm just going to hand it to him.
Yeah, he deserves it if he does. Here is the turn now from Ray Lam, banishing the Spirit's Blessing. Will allow Egg to go up to Lorraine Tree. Here is now the Sword Saint's Vow, I would assume. 4 durability counters put onto it with the effect of Lorraine Spirit Ruler. And Egg, are you going to send? May not be the Rending Flames, but
14.
a different attack, maybe.
Still have the Lorraine's level 2 effect like alive and online right now, so there is a +2. I think the Saint's
6.
Sword Vow is 4, so 6.
Yes, 6 damage from the Sword Saint's Vow and the Swing of Lorraine 2. No 6 attack, no devastating blow or anything like that in the deck of Egg. So it's not able. Oh, there's the Pendragon.
It's getting closer and closer to the damage range. He is going to be adding another additional 3 damage to the enemy champion.
Yeah, that means we're 3 away if this Pendragon lands.
17. We are so close yet so far. There's 8 more damage away.
Yeah, Ray Lam just happy to allow these things to resolve. Egg gets exactly 3 cards in hand. Another Pendragon would do the trick, I think.
Ray Lam is
Flipping Dragon.
going to flip the dragon after the damage right here. He has seen enough. He's like, okay, I seen it. I don't think you have a way to deal 12 damage to my dragon. Even if you do, I actually die. So might as well just put the dragon on the line.
Yeah, we're going to put Ray Lam at 17.
Yeah. I think this is what Ray Lam is thinking. He's like, okay, I might actually potentially die this turn, so I'm just going to flip my dragon and see how it goes.
Yeah, still nothing from Egg. He wasn't able to get the on-kill draw from Lorraine level 2 either this game.
And now it's even harder. You can't actually touch the panda because the dragon right there is just taunting you.
Yeah, I mean, the on-kill is over. It's until end of turn, so he's still not going to be able to draw.
No, he Dungeon Guide, right?
Yeah, he went level 2, then he Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, so he has the
Yeah, for this turn.
Yeah, for this turn he has it, yeah. So he won't be able to attack. Like, I think there was a consideration to attack the Panda early on, so he can on hit
Attack the
draw.
Panda first.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that Wei Lam is mastering understanding the tempo. That's why like this situation right now looks worse for Egg actually. Wei Lam understood the tempo, the position. He's like, okay, it's time to flip the dragon.
It's so crazy to look at a board where there's Pendragon, there's a 4 attack sword, 28 max life, only 1 damage counter, and say, and Seiryu has 17 points of damage, and say, yeah, I think Seiryu's in a good position right now.
I mean, that's how strong this. Oh, it's gonna force it again.
Baby green slime.
Wei Lam is doing it again. He's showing you again. Oh, dispersion.
Dispersion.
Oh, it's dispersion.
Is enough damage? There's 8 damage exactly.
That's it.
Egg is found lethal from literally nowhere.
Understanding that Wei Lam has no way to protect, Wei Lam went for it and just instantly went for dispersion game. That's just really, really fast.
Oh my god. I swear, Raylam had lethal the following turn. If that baby green slime landed on the board, finishes on enter, and then that Claren was not there for the following turn, Egg would have died on the spot to the 32 damage Seiru Byaku's command combo. But no, Egg puts Raylam to exactly 17, Spirits Blade Dispersion, and takes out Raylam directly before the dragon even gets to swing a single time.
That just shows you how well you can actually pilot a deck. Like, I think none of us actually saw that until he played the situation. Wait a minute, that's 8 damage.
My gosh, that's a lethal that's seen out of nowhere. Egg had exactly 1 card in hand after after playing the Pendragon before the on enter.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that card was the Spirit's Blessing or if he drew into it off of the Pendragon. Either way, fantastic game from Egg, bringing the series back 1-1 now.
Yeah, this shows you how much potential damage that Spirit Blade Dispersion actually brings in at times, because like with this amount of durability you have on the field, the Vow, the
Claren
Reimagine, and like those are alone are 7 already. And then typically you have another weapon on the field, so basically it's like another +1/+2. So 8 damage right there, that's a lot of damage. It's the typical, not typical, sorry, it's the same theory of why field is really good in
Xiao.
Xiao, yeah, because you just have this, just missing that little bit of punch, that 8 damage, that 4 damage buffer.
Yeah, speaking of Xiao, did not make day 2 top 8 this event.
First office, I think this is the post. Not really post, but I think Sia has consistently made it top 8, even in Akiba, I believe.
Yeah, in Akiba there was 1 Xiao.
Taiwan is 1.
From Singapore, from the US.
Yep, Taiwan is 1.
Sebastian. Taiwan, there was also 1 Xiao at least. That was Sean from the US. So maybe it's just the US Xiaos already cracked. The TM32 Xiao in particular.
Might need
Could
to.
be. Sean, if you're watching this at home, Sebastian, TM32, you know, Shinja, if you're there. Your Xiaos are cracked. But I guess no one came to Manila, so no Xiaos topped today.
I think it's also due to the fact that this particular CL, this particular set may be a bit more different to actually solve in terms of deck list. But back to the game right here, who do you think actually has the advantage? At this point, it's anyone's game, I think. Although Wei Lam just been showing, yeah, Wei Lam goes first. Wei Lam has been showing, like he basically maneuvered this deck as if like he already won the game.
Yeah, he's just so good at this Seiryu deck.
Yeah.
Besiege the Winds now is going to be the play. So no besieging Besiege Fate Stone this time, but the Winds are also pretty besieged. We can also use them to go up to Guojia level 1 and accelerate the game even further.
Yeah, the Besiege to Win is an interesting card to put in. Like I remember a lot of these Seiryu players basically cutting it to 1 or even 0. And then at one point, Paul was playing 4, I think, in one of the tournaments. And now we're seeing it back to 2. I think there is an argument to play Besiege to Win, and Wei Lam is showing it right now. He's going to be going Besiege to Win into a level 1 Gocha, instantly going into it for his turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's the turn 1 you want. It's not the Panda this time. And Wei Lam has used the exact same curve the past 2 games. Besiege Fate Stone, Tangu, Recollect, pay for the Panda, level up to 2. But this time he is going to be forced to play slightly differently, goes for the Besiege the Winds instead. And then we will have to see what is Egg's response here.
Yeah, Egg here is going to probably be responding with allies or just keeping it chill. Yeah, I do see, is that Topsy?
There is a Topsy. There is also a Cheshire Cat. We can do the same game plan as well. Put the Cheshire Cat down, start putting in some damage into Wei Lam's face, and put in the pressure that we need to push him to that very crucial breakpoint, which I believe now is 17 damage, because Spirit's Blessing for 8 is lethal.
Yep.
Not Spirit's Blessing, but Spirit Blade Dispersion.
Dispersion,
Is
yeah. Dispersion is lethal. I think there's another thing that I noticed is that there was a world that Egg wouldn't die in like a lot of scenarios right now, because I just noticed Topsy Decree at 4 is actually a really, really core card against this matchup, because the Spell Stroke, as long as you are protected from the Arcane Blast, in theory though, the dragon doesn't really hit you that hard. I think the most you can do is usually like you swing twice with the Byaku commands for 5 and 5, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We are going to see Raylam again go for the Pretender Stango. This time he's using it pre-Recollection because he does have the cards available. What is his play this turn? Of course, you would love to do something that's net neutral, or you could just put out an ally and start putting on more damage. I did see a Trained Hawk, but is not able to take out this cat just yet. It is just a Windmill Engineer.
Engineer is really, really appreciated. It is a net neutral card, as you mentioned. It's pretty good, it's pretty solid. The only thing about it is that you need to actually imbue wind cards. And like the thing is that William's list is, well, pretty windy. There are a lot of wind cards. But in terms of deck lists, these people do tend to like put less and less of the element that they're playing and more norm card because of Topsy.
Yeah, the A-Paul style list that we saw Abby running in the top 8 game. Of course, Abby is not here and Raylam is, so might be either a commentary on the matchup or a commentary on which list is better. You can decide, those of you at home.
Yeah, I think lists in general are mostly subjective, I think, because in the end of the day, it really depends on what's your comfort zone and what you predict will go into the meta. Speaking of that, we are going to Inert Sword right here. Really good start from Egg right now. The Treasure Cat is going to be, it's really, really premium step, because in most cases, right, Treasure Cat, it does represents 3 attack, 3 defense. That is generally what you want to do with it. You want to Inert Sword on the field so that it becomes a 3-3, and it's really hard for opponent to deal with it. Spell Shroud, Stealth, really hard, really sticky, and the fact that it's just going to deal 3 damage most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Cheshire Cat, great ally. There's a reason it was like $60 for a long period of time.
It's $60.
It was. I think it's not anymore. Market Watch, let me know. But Inert Sword coming in for 2 into the face of Raylam, putting him at 6 damage right now.
Yep. I think this position right now is pretty much balanced, because the fact that Egg has the tempo advantage, right? Egg has the best, I would say not just Spirit Ruler version, but any type of Lorraine deck. This is your best position right here. A cat and the sword.
Yeah, I mean, cat and the sword, cat and the fiddle, both of those things you really want to see. 3 damage per turn is quite a bit. Ascent Protector and the Trained Hawk on the top of the deck. I believe that's both Trained Hawk and Force Cake.
Yeah.
So we can turn that Hawk into a Tria, and then that would be pretty good for you to get rid of the cat. But no, it's just the Ascent.
Just one Ascent. Maybe a time to return the Windmill Engineer with the Ascent. I think this is going to be our first Ascent for this particular matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent's really good because it's a 4 HP intercept. We talked about it a couple of times, like that 4 life stat line, so premium. Innervate Agility and a Baby Green Slime both lost to the level 2 Guojia, who will now allow the draw on enter. And the Ascent Protector could be a fantastic way to go up to level 3 if there's no Dungeon Guide for Raylam, because he'll put 4 cards down, he'll return this Windmill to hand, and at the same time, he'll also banish 1 card at the end of his turn. There is a Dungeon Guide though, so forget everything I said. Raylam is going Seiryu soon.
I mean, I need to know where Raylam actually gets all his mantra. Like, everything he's been doing is so smooth.
Yeah, his deck just really likes him. I mean, if you're not good at the game, your deck won't respond, and Raylam is cracked.
I think I need to look deeper into it. I don't understand how Raylam draws like this.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have it. You gotta see it. There is the Dungeon Guide now.
The
Arcane card.
Arcane card right there. Although it is, again, set up from Raylam, but your opponent still need to choose the card.
Yeah, Lost Providence now activated from the material deck again. For the last time this series, it is going to be Game 3, of course. And this will decide who hits into the finals of Ascent Manila.
Yep.
A very great event so far. The first PTM event showing the power of all of these new decks. Windmill Engineer lost for the effect of the Fabled Azrak Fatestone. And here's the danger zone again. Raylam, 4 cards in hand. Dragon available next turn.
Rancoury will be pushing the hand into 6 with the Providence. So this is just really strong play. Again, this is why this deck is really feared right now, because it is the few deck that basically take advantage of Lost Providence, take advantage of all the new Exalted card. It just does things really well with it, because it is generically good. Because, let me be honest with you, is there any single Luxom cards in this deck?
Yes, the Sunblessed Gazelle sometimes.
Sometimes they don't even run it anymore.
Yeah, sometimes Excalibur as well. I've seen some.
I mean, I mean, look. Let's be real here. There are cards that are printed for the Luxom Gotia, meant for Gotia, and they're not running it. Why? It's because these exotic cards are just too good.
That's right. I mean, Regal Inquisition, we've seen it. It's great. Arcane cards, much better for
Duco is
Gotia.
really good in some situation.
Ducosio, fantastic card as well. It hasn't made its way onto the board
Royal
just yet.
Oathguard.
Royal Oathguard, 3-4. 3-4 is a really good stat line.
Yep.
Here's the Clarion Reimagine though, from the side of Egg. He has his own 3-4 that he can play, but also does have to be Crux first. That Ghost of Pendragon. Very, very key card as well.
Yep.
And now, Clarion Reimagine, Sword Saint's Vow, Clarence Sword of Peace, both banished to the banishment.
Yep.
Setting up for the level 3 Spirit Ruler effect.
Yep, Raylan has to be careful here. This is another onslaught from the cat and the sword. The cat is going to be going in for another 3 damage. At this point, the cat has dealt, I believe, soon to be 9 damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lorraine did 2 of that, so you
maybe
gotta
did
give her
2.
credit. So, cat has done 7 damage so far. The threshold that we're looking at, again,
Yep.
17.
Yeah, we're looking at 17 again. Raylan here, not too afraid right here because there's not enough allies to shop. Fluffy will come down here to provide support. Again, this Fluffy shopkeep has been a trouble for a lot of people.
Yeah, and both games have gone, like all 3 games have gone so swimmingly for both players. Cheshire, Fluffy, DG for Egg. Raylam, Beseech, DG, Level, Serious Command, etc. etc.
I didn't know this game was that easy.
Yeah, it's so simple. Just draw the cards, the good cards in your deck, you draw them, and then you do good things, and then you win, or you lose if you're the other person.
I mean, this just shows you like sometimes, right, you just need to have the right hand, the right play, the right mentality to pull off this high maneuver moves. But again, like this is gonna be really, really good for Egg. Egg is gonna be able to draw one into the memory, and also Ram here wants to respond apparently.
Yeah, I mean, he could do something like the Stifling Trap, or the Baby Green that I see him bringing to the front of his
see
hand.
Baby Green, I see Fairy Whispers.
Once again, Baby Green on the Clarion Reimagined, trying to force lethal. The Fluffy Shopkeep is going to prevent 4 damage from that big combo, but Serious Command, Byaku's Command is still going to be 32 minus 3, minus 4. So
Yeah, take note this time Egg is actually on level 1, so the threshold to actually win this time is 20 HP, so it is lower for the Stereo to try and aim for lethal.
yeah, it's only 17 actually.
Yep, 17, taking 3 damage counter already. So it's really, really dangerous for Egg here. But the Egg does have the top seed degree. I think as long as Egg does have the top seed degree in hand and the influence to pay for it, I think he's in clear.
Backup Charger is going to be removed from the material deck of Egg.
Interesting. This is the first time I think we've seen the backup charger being removed.
That means that the remaining cards in his material deck are Lorraine 1, Lorraine 2, Lorraine 3, and...
Powerful Sword?
No, the Pelvis Sword was also removed. It's the Sword of Shadows.
Oh, interesting.
So, could be going for a bigger dispersion? He gets a 10 damage dispersion instead?
Maybe.
Which makes the threshold down from 17 to 8 to 15 damage
15,
counters.
15, yeah. But Raylam here is going to go for the Fairy Whispers to see what else he can dig.
He's going to put 1 card on top.
Just considering his options, just looking through his influence, just counting lethal now, counting what he's going to eat for his dinner as well. So we are going to see Raylam is going to put 1 to top, and what the card could be. Byaku's Command maybe, you know, it's a Stifling Trap.
Just a win card. Cannot complain about adding a card. Your Fairy Whispers being a miss would be significantly worse.
Could just ask about the timing of, could I still Stifling Trap the Shopkeep? I think it's past.
No,
No,
it's
no,
way
nah,
over.
way over as well.
We're going to see what the materialization is for Raylam. Most likely the Reliquary. It is going to allow him
Yeah.
to draw a card.
Yeah, it's insane if you think about it. Gocha just have like 2, regardless, it's allowed her to basically refill the entire hand here to become 6 for an advanced element.
Yeah, Lost Providence also allowing him to draw Raylam. Not flipping the dragon, no prereq Serious Command. Maybe doesn't have it. For the first time this year. Never mind, he's flipping the dragon.
Egg is just shouting, no, please, no.
No, God, no, says Egg. Raylam, please stop.
Or maybe it's baiting him because he has top in hand.
We don't know. We will find out. Here comes Seiryu, the Azure Dragon. He makes his advent for the last time in this series. 4 damage goes into the Fluffy Shopkeep, but there's no Seiryu's command.
We are going to attack the Fluffy Ship. And we're going to generate an Arcane Blast. I think we're going to see a Byaku's command.
Oh, the Fluffy Shopkeep is not going to go down without a fight. Punches into Seiryu. That's 1 damage to the big old dragon. 2 more damage counters into the face of Egg.
15
more
now.
damage. Sunblessed Gazelle.
So there is a Luxom card.
There is a Luxom card. We talked about it earlier. We're seeing it now. It is a 1/1 that on enter, if you have 3 or less influence, which Liram does not have, he has much more than that, you get to draw a card and also recover 3. In the meantime, Sunblessed Gazelle also has a static effect where it has plus X life, where X is the highest influence among your opponents. In this case, it is X equals to X total influence.
Yeah, but then again, the keyword, the highest among your opponent, you know what this can be used for?
Pantheon.
Pantheon, yeah.
Pantheon. Pantheon is a couple of months away. We're all excited, but right now I'm more excited to see Egg. What is his materialization going to be? Because it's going to be a big deal. He does, of course, want to go to Lorraine too. And one key thing about this is if he goes down on influence, this Sunblessed Gazelle goes down on total life. But Rayla maybe is just buying a turn.
Yeah, this Gazelle is a problem right now. If you look at X influence, it is actually quite huge. 8, even though you're going to play 2 here, you go down to 6, recollect and draw 7.
6, 7. And it's going to be still a 8 life Gazelle that he has to deal with. Rending Flames is going to be banished.
It's going to get banished alongside another fire card. Not too sure what that was, but looking at X face, I don't think he's quite pleased with that.
Yeah, a Lorraine Blade Blaster does make its way onto the board. The Gazelle, a pretty painful ally to deal with. Of course, the Cheshire Cat is on the board, so only really need to do 5 damage to get rid of the Gazelle.
No, I think it's do more than that because right now our influence is 7.
Yeah, so it's 6 goes to 7, then the cat hits it for 3, goes to 5. So if you hit it for 5, it dies.
Yeah. Oh, you mean with the Lorraine Blade Master?
Yeah, with the Lorraine.
Yeah. I think it definitely dies with that.
Dungeon Guide Pendragon would also be a lot of damage. And it will also mean that you don't need to invest that much damage. Dungeon Guide Pendragon would put you from 7 to 5, no, to 4, 7 to 4. No, 7, yeah, 7 to 4 because 1 in memory. Then Pendragon up to 4 again.
Oh, Hone. He's gonna Hone.
Hone prereq.
I think it's because the weapon's about to break. It has only 1 durability. So you want to Hone to increase its durability. I think that's the main purpose. But indirectly as well, the sword will get an additional 2 attack this turn.
Yeah, so right now Lorraine is coming in for 6 already. And because Egg went -1, this means this Gazelle is only at 7. Is that
I think this gets out at 6 because we actually play a card which is the Hone by Fire.
Yeah, so Egg has 6 now. So it's 1 plus 6.
Yeah, 6. Oh, 1 plus 6, yeah, 7.
So 7. 1 plus 6.
Well, if you can play a card down, it will become 6.
Yeah, if you play 1 card down, the Gazelle becomes a 5, and then becomes a 6, and then Lorraine with the Inert Sword +2 plus Lorraine's +2 will be able to get rid of this Gazelle alone. Dungeon Guide would also... Oh, he does have the Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Guide means this Gazelle dies to the cat. But looks like he's already swinging the cat.
Cat just goes
Oh,
in.
well, yeah. Okay, because damage counters apply. So Raylam has to decide right here, right now, if he wants to resolute stand on this Gazelle.
Yeah, because once the Gazelle actually take damage counter, we can actually go Dungeon Guide here, reducing our influence by 2, making our influence 4, I believe.
Yes, that's right. 6 minus 3 becomes 3.
3, yep.
But does it represent Dragon Kill right now? Because... No, he's just gonna go 6 into the Gazelle.
Maybe taking his time, slowly. Doesn't want to rush stuff.
Raylam responding with Baby Green on the sword.
Oh, suppress the inner sword right there.
Is there gonna be a response from Egg at fast speed? The inner sword, of course, is currently a 4 damage sword and being sent suppressed to the banish, and then coming back would mean it comes back with more durability, but no extra damage.
Yep, no extra damage will be found here, but Raylam here is trying to protect his Gazelle as much as possible.
Yeah, but again, Egg has the opportunity still. Right now, if he Dungeon Guides, the Gazelle will die. Because it already has the 3 damage counters on it. This 2 damage swing is coming in. would have been enough to finish it off.
Yeah, it should be enough because you still swing with 2 attack from the Lorraine. It should take another 2 damage counter. This means the Gazelle it's an additional 2, means it's on 5 damage counter.
Yeah, we do have to see what X ends up doing. Owned by fire.
Are they not putting the damage counter?
No, I think Egg is responding to the baby green slime. So baby green slime is in response to the attack of Raylam's Gazelle, like into Raylam's Gazelle. And then Egg is deciding, is there anything I want to do on the stack? I'm not sure what he has available to him at fast speed. Maybe like a Creative Shock or something.
Most of the fast speeds are, yeah, Creative Shocks, and I think most of them are on the Crux side. So Crux part, so not really much. Reduce the Ash. I don't think Reduce the Ash is quite helpful right here.
Yeah, he cannot reduce this Gazelle to Ash. He will just allow the Inert Sword to be suppressed.
Obviously doesn't really help here as well.
Yeah, if he Dungeon Guides, the Gazelle will die, but that also means Egg will no longer have interaction available, and he may die.
Yeah, but being at level 3 there with a buffer of 28 minus 5, 23, it's not impossible, never mind.
Yeah, Raylam deciding whether to retaliate or not, and he does retaliate into Lorraine for 1 damage. That might be a crucial breakpoint, but no, choosing against it. We will find out if that matters. Seiryu's swing plus Arcane Blast is 15. We will have to see. And pass from Egg. He's not going to commit the Dungeon Guide to kill this Gazelle.
And the Gazelle still lives.
Yeah, the Gazelle lives, and
After all that hard work, the 5 damage counter is gone.
Egg tried his best. 2 swings is not enough. Raylam, though, materializing the Ducal Seal now, taking this game much, much slower than the previous few, because just isn't able to...
Maybe understanding that he doesn't have the damage output to win, or maybe understanding that, okay, in case something goes wrong, I can still Ducal Seal to buy another turn. Maybe he still aim for game this turn. We are seeing the Guides, the Engineer, the Slimes all going in for 1 and 1 and 1. Gazelle probably not going in.
1/3 of Lorraine Blade Master is already done. Seiryu will make that half with his swing.
There is.
Wait, there's a lethal line here. We can empower on the Seiryu swing, and then Arcane Blast with hand, and then the Gazelle swings in for 1, and that's 24.
Raylam here is taking off his decision. There is an interesting card that he just put down into this memory. There is the Harness Lightning.
Harness Lightning would give Seiryu +4. Also puts another Arcane card into the banishment, so could even go even faster. Arcane, Harness Lightning into Empower Swing into Arcane Blast is 19 damage.
Yep, that is 27 damage, a bit more.
Here we go.
We are going to see the Harness Lightning here. Are we actually going to see the Dragon take the game right here, right now?
There's, I believe, 3 Arcane cards in the banishment right now, so we're going to swing. This is not going to be a Empower, it's going to be a Generate, so we're putting another Arcane Blast into the banishment. Raylam does appear to not be going for lethal then.
Unless it's Byaku's command right here, right now.
Right here, right now, Byaku's command would allow him to empower 6. I don't know the current hand size Raylam has. Does he have enough for Byaku's command +2? It looks like there's 5 cards. That's exactly Byaku's command +2. Byaku's command, empower 6. Arcane Blast for 2. That's exactly... Well, it's not. It's way, way past exactly lethal, because this Seiryu is going to come in for another 8, and that is definitely lethal. So, does Raylam have exactly Byaku's command in hand, and does Egg have anything to say about it?
He's just thinking about it. He's touching his cards, touching his deck, just really, really thinking about it. I don't think it's Egg's turn yet. It's still Raylam's turn. Raylam is deciding whether to actually go in or not.
And the thing about this is that Egg needs to have 2 separate interactions in order to not die right here, right now.
Yeah.
Because he needs to Resolute Stand, the swing from Seiryu, and then he needs to Crystallize Destiny or Topsy Decree on the Arcane Blast.
Yeah, there's 2 different type of damages coming in. One from the attack of the dragon, which is really, really big to begin with, and also, of course, the Arcane Blast, which is going for 11.
Well, we are going to see what Raylam's decision is here. He is, again, this is an untimed round. You do have to slowly think and consider. I do see Seiryu's command.
Yeah,
but
not playing it because the timing is a bit off right now if you want to play it.
yeah, I mean, Seiryu's already rested. Here's the Topsy Decree. Forcing a discard.
Looks like William is going into
Oh.
his end phase, and then back to Egg's turn, I believe.
Egg is using Topsy Decree on the end step of Raylam to level up.
Yep.
And now the Ducal Seal is going to be popped. And Egg has one card in hand. He cannot do anything.
You smell blood?
Oh, no, he has exactly 3 cards in hand, so he can put all of these cards down in order to kill the Gazelle.
But that's it. The Ducal is just preventing Egg from doing anything. And Egg is actually, although he's in Spirit Ruler, the only card I think that can save him right now is Pendragon, but unfortunately not having it this game.
Yeah, I mean, he would love to see it, but he just isn't right now in a pretty scary position for sure.
I think Ray Love smells blood. He's like, okay, my one has only 3 cards in there. What does he exactly have that can stop my damage?
Yeah, Egg on a roll today.
Safeguard.
Started the day off.
Raylan's playing really, really safe. I think Raylan starts to understand that, okay, I'm in a position where I can actually afford to play safe and be aggressive at the same time. This same comes in, the stereo commands here. Stereo commands here is going to threaten a lot of damage. We can go empower, generate, and gain a lot of potential damage here with the Arcane Blast here. Arcane Blast might actually take it. Do you think it's actually over soon?
Oh my gosh, I hope not for Egg because he's on such a tear today. He started the day 6-3, won 4 games in a row, now 10-3, made it in the top 8, won his quarterfinal match. Now in the semifinals, is he going to be denied? It is going to be the scoop. Serious Command is all it takes for Egg to call it quits. It's game over, and Ray La makes it to back-to-back finals of Ascent Manila again.
The man who slayed the dragon in the final is bringing the dragon to the final. Any thoughts about that?
Ray Lam is good on both sides of the matchup. He beat Dragon as Lorraine, he beat Lorraine as Dragon, and now he has the final boss in front of him in Mike's Tristan. Mike as well, also running super hot this tournament, has started the day 9-0, made it all the way to the finals of Ascent Manila, and now he is going to try his best to defend that in this last game and make it all the way to the World's Gauntlet.
I think this is also what Flon wished to see, which is the matchup that everyone wants to talk about. We are going to feature a really, really interesting final match. In fact, I think it is the pinnacle of this current Ascent, the Tristan versus the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Tristan versus Seiryu, this is a matchup that people think is really, really difficult for the Seiryu because of those ensnaring fumes. But I have heard along the grapevine that there is, of course, a great way to play around it. If you are the Seiryu, you Regal Inquisition. If they have ensnaring, you don't flip the dragon. You throw the ensnaring fumes away. If they draw into a second ensnaring, you just wait. If they don't have a second ensnaring, you send. And that's all it takes.
Yeah, from what I heard from both parties, it's like there are ways to play around the matchup. It's not as easy as it is. I think, quoting one of the players, they say like, those who say that it's an auto win for Tristan, not really. Like in a high-level game, it's actually close to a 50-50. Because in the end of the day, the one that is going to turbo into level 3 to have access to all this exalted card is actually not going to be the Tristan, it's actually going to be the Gocha play. The Gocha play is going to be able to go into the Gocha level 3 to have all the access to the Regals, to the Ducal if it's really needed, into the Lost Providence, into the Reliquary to basically increase its influence and eventually outgrind the Tristan player. And also the Dragon. Even though you take care of the Dragon, like you mentioned, there are ways to, you know, avoid it. If your opponent actually is hinting, look man, I have enough influence to pay 5 for the films. I also have the
3 prep counters?
3 prep counter for the films. I can fuse it. And again, even if you do that, it's a huge cost. It's not as easy as it seems. Yes, you pay 5. It seems like a good opportunity to get rid of my opponent's Dragon. But don't forget, look at Ray Lam's list. There are a bunch of allies. Dragon is not the only thing you have to be concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, Windmill Ascent, just win allies gameplay. Windmill Ascent, Brisquin Trotter, make the Ascent 5-6. Can you kill it? I don't know.
Oath Guard, Train Hawk. There's a lot of strong allies.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, we can only find out once we actually watch them play against each other. And I think you and Flon will do a great job bringing us the coverage. And I will see you guys later. And you guys also, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very, very soon.
And we are back for the final game, the pinnacle of the Ascent Manila. How are you feeling after watching the game?
I'm ready because
You
I've been
ready?
waiting the
Yep.
whole tournament to
Yep.
see this specific matchup. I've wanted to see because I've heard so much about it from all the Seri players that I know who have
Yep.
been telling me, and I really want to see it. I know it might not be the kind of gameplay everyone wants to see, but I'm really amped because this is a very interesting Tristan list.
I think it's interesting that we dodged. Okay, we obviously we picked the matchups, but we have dodged this matchup throughout the day. And despite us dodging it on stream, it is probably the most seen matchup, I think, in the table, because this matchup has been back and forth. Everyone has been debating about it, talking about it. Seri versus Tristan. Is it really Tristan favored? I think everyone is still in the consensus that yes, Tristan is kind of favored. That's because of how the recent builds of Seri has become like sort of like a level 3 deck, not really focused on the allies deck. But Relam here, his deck right here is not really the current. Well, it is still running a lot of the new Exalted card, but it still follows the traditional Dragon list that we have seen time and time again, playing a bunch of allies.
Yeah, and that's really, I think, the best way to play Seri. You want to play a mix of allies, but also just have the potential to go level 3, because in the end, you're playing a deck that's super consistent, that has a ton of glimpsing, that has a lot of filtering just innate as part of the Azurite Fate Stone. And then you get to play these allies so you don't immediately die to aggro, and you still have the potential to do a ton of like, just like burst damage
just
out of
burst
nowhere,
damage.
right? It's just, this is what Seri
It's
does.
to contest the bot, because in the end of the day, I think Seri's biggest problem is that, actually not just Seri, if you notice, we talk about Rai, right? Rai's biggest problem is that it's unable to deal with early game bot. Seri actually has similar weaknesses, or just level 3 decks, setup decks in general. If you don't actually have allies on the board to contest with your opponent's ally, it's actually kind of, you can get run down by opponents like allies, Swarm, and we've seen it a lot of times where Egg was an example. Egg just oversum his opponent with allies, and his opponent can deal with it, like how that Luxom game went.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then on the other side, we have this Tristan list that has been innovated by Mike and some of his teammates, I assume, who have been...
Same teammate, by the way, both of them.
Yeah, actually, yeah. And notably, Relam just off of a win on Ascent Akihabara, so this might be first back-to-back Ascent winner we've ever had, potentially.
Yeah, it's either Relam becomes our back-to-back champion, or Mike proving to us all that he is also in the same level of Relam.
Another thing to note here, gauntlet slots don't pass down. So if Relam wins, he just eats up 2 gauntlet slots for no reason.
Can you imagine, hey brother, sorry about that game, man. I took your win, I took the gauntlet. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, I mean, you know what? I just want another one.
I think Mike is pretty confident. If what the words has been saying, that Tristan is really favored into Goja, specifically the Seri version, Mike is going to be feeling himself and on to a really quick start here. We're seeing allies being tossed left and right, being swing here. We are going to see the windmill engineer here. Games are going really, really fast right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is a matchup you really... This could potentially take a really, really long time, depending on the way that the Tristan ends up playing it. Like, they can still just go for big Shadow Strike, but a lot of games, they have to play extremely slowly.
Yep.
And we're going to see maybe the big tech of this deck being that Shadow Reaver. I'm hoping we get to see it in this game and maybe see a potential mill fatigue kind of win.
Yep. There's also one thing to note, we just to catch everyone up to speed, because everyone's playing really fast. Both players are already at level 1. Oh, sorry, Mike still at level 0 because he materialized a backup charger. Relam, on the other hand, has materialized his level 1 through the Besiege Fate Stone, and also have the Patungus Tengu giving the quest counter up. So it's back to Relam, so he's going to flip the Panda, a really common play that we've seen him done in the previous featured game.
Yeah, it's really nice to flip this Panda early, because usually you don't really get much value out of the Fate Stone unless you're baby greening it, so you might as well flip it, get a free ally that is pretty well statted and has vigor, so can attack and is very hard to kill. On the Crackback, especially for a deck like Tristan, where most of the board clear comes from ally swing. So, you know, you can't Sadie swing into this Panda, because guess what? He's going to retaliate.
Yeah, the other problem is that for defense, it's actually really, really hard to be answered with, especially if you notice all the allies from Tristan's are usually just 1 attack, 2 attack, and the highest one is actually just Ascent Protector.
Ascent, yeah,
but
pretty much.
But even then, Ascent is actually a really hard card to set up in this particular situation. Mike is just going into the phase. No mercy, doesn't care about the Panda. Does go to another Windmill Engineer here. Shows 2 Wind Blasts. Is just really concerned about influence and not really the prep counter.
Yeah, so this is the way these Tristan builds work. They don't really Turbo 3 because, you know, they're not actually trying to go for necessarily big Shadow Strike. A lot of times they're trying to get this big, like, Shadow Reaver game going on. So you'd actually rather go play an influence game, level 1 or 0, 1, 2, and then eventually you get to go, okay, I'm going to go level 3, I'm going to shatter, I'm going to steal all your stuff, I'm going to innervate back down to Z2, and then I'm going to do it again over and over and over again. Especially in this matchup, you can steal the Sarius innervates as well.
Yeah, as you can see, Mike here really, really comfortable with the current situation he's at. Although his one behind is a Gocha level 2 against a level 0 Spirit win, Mike is still pretty much ahead because of all the tempo that's going on.
Yes, you can see in Mike's hand, he has 2 mastermind schemes already, which means once he starts getting the prep down, he can start redirecting and just using prep for all the prep shenanigans, like a big, fat, like 20 damage Shadow Strike. Because actually, in this matchup, you a lot of times don't want to do too much damage. Oh,
Wait, I'm just throwing into the stage win here. I was saying like,
no?
I was just saying like, oh, maybe it's really, really ahead in terms of the tempo, but look at the tempo in terms of the champions right now. We have a Luxom champion of level 3 Gocha into a Wind Spirit level 0. Oh,
did he forget his quest counters?
I think they. Oh,
No, because he was at 5 at level 2.
Yep.
So he got 3 from leveling up. He didn't get the quest counter from the on enter. Or did he? Oh, he healed.
He healed, I think.
Okay, you know what? I think, yeah, because he's playing against Tristan, he knows he's not going to flip the dragon anyway, so he might as well get the heal off here. So that's very heads up.
I think William understands this matchup as well. As you can see, like, they're playing in a really, I want to say unconventional. Like, these are methods that's going on. Like, Mike is going really, really aggressive compared to how he was playing or how other Tristan was playing, how other Tristan players were playing. And Mike's playing like a sort of like a win ally.
Here's one of the problems, though, with healing there. So because you've healed, actually, you can't play Innervate anymore. So one of the things about this deck is a lot of times you don't want to do damage to the Seiryu because you can deny them from playing Innervate if you haven't done 5 damage to them. Instead, you just Shadow Strike them for 25.
Yeah. I think the thing is that it depends whether Mike still goes in. I think what happened is that William understands that Mike is just going to go face most of the time, ignoring the Panda right here. And William is understanding that, okay, I just need to go into my advanced element to have access to all my advanced element cards, my exalted cards. So we are going to prop the Lost Provinces right now. Relenquery will be able to be activated as well. So we are going into a really healthy influence.
Dungeon Guide has been found off that Reliquary draw. Unfortunate, you always draw Dungeon Guide the turn after you hard, he didn't hard level, but you know, you'd rather have Dungeon Guided.
Yeah. William as well, ignoring the allies. We've been seeing like both players are just ignoring the allies and just swinging into each other's champion.
Yeah, you know, it's really right now, this is the calm before the storm. Both players are refusing to kind of like commit everything because the Seiryu really can't flip the dragon. If you just go flip dragon and then it gets removed, your whole game plan kind of falls apart. You don't have that like kind of bomb that you can drop at any moment.
There's nothing much to fall back besides just allies, and Mike is actually pressuring Raylam like, look man, I might not have 3 prep counters, but I do have the influence size to actually to tell you, hey man, I have enough cost to pay for that fumes.
Yeah, and you know, as a Tristan, he can also just use the prep counter, use the prep counter additional cost, and just activate for free to get around maybe, well, in this case, a null spell wouldn't work. Neither would, well, actually, Raylam does play Incapacitate, which is a really nice deck in his deck to stop a potential fumes. So he might need a double fumes if he's holding up 5 cards.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, again, this is open list, so actually, right, that's another mindset I want to bring up. That what if Raylam just thinks, look, man, you only play 2 fumes in the deck. There's no way you have it, right?
Honestly, sometimes you can just gamble and like, yeah, he doesn't have the fumes, I can just go for the OTK, but guess what? It's Tristan. She still has Dream Fairy. She still has Incapacitate, which is one of the strongest cards against the Seiryu matchup because it's very hard for Seiryu to do anything. Most Seiryus don't play negate, so actually by Raylam on an Incapacitate to maybe stop. And that's in the maid board, by the way.
Yep, we are going to negate the cards on the graveyard, in the graveyard right now with the
Sensor
right here.
Piece,
Yep.
Yeah. Dream Fairy seems like the card that Raylam wants to add on top. Doesn't want that Beseech, rather just have this Dream Fairy. Maybe you can target an Asen.
Dream Fairy, not really the best kind of allies against this particular matchup.
Yeah, Harness Lightning, coming down, Byaku's Command, Resolute Stand. So we got a lot of defense. We have Innervate already, we have Resolute, we have a lot of things that can stop a big kill turn here.
Trotter here, really, really big, making the Panda even bigger than before. Now the Panda is actually going to be a 4-5.
This is how you win the Tristan matchup. You're not supposed to actually flip the dragon. Instead, you're supposed to try and win with allies, especially you don't want to flip dragon until...
Why? So this Panda is going to be a 5-6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's humongous, right?
This is no longer a daunting Panda.
And he still has Vigor, so it's very hard to trade into this. We're now at 10.
This Panda is almost as strong as a Byaku.
Yeah.
Byaku's a 6/6.
Yeah, I mean, guess what? He also has Vigor, which is pretty nasty.
I think it's arguably better.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could Trotter a Byakko. Oh, so we banished the Heavenly Guide. So this is one of the techs of the deck. So actually, this is actually why Raylan went for that Beseech the Winds there, because one of the things that Mike's deck does is it tries to goad you. Okay, Dungeon Guide up to 3. Now I'm going to go Heavenly Guide, level up to 3, and then I'm going to de-level back to 2, and then Heavenly Guide again, like you can reclaim it or Ensnaring Fingers back to hand, and just keep replaying Heavenly Guide so you can keep leveling up to Shadow Reaver for free over and over and over again.
Yeah, but since Raylan understood that, I mean, they are teammates. I think they tested this matchup a lot of times.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
I'm going to see Mike here going into hopefully a Dungeon Guide, I think.
I think it's my Mastermind scheme? Ooh, or Shady. Oh, yeah, there you go. Dungeon Guide. So are we going to Reaver here, or are we going to just go into the traditional Shadow Dancer? Shadow Reaver is the play, so we're finally seeing it. Steal your girl, Tristan, coming out here. What is the 4? Okay, here's the thing. The problem with casters is kind of hard to see what the cards in there, but you know, it's a nice little surprise. You know, for us, when he activates cards from there, oh, you know, he's nodding. He's like, oh, he's pretty happy about it, huh?
We can see reactions, right? But Mike is just stone cold. He's not showing any reaction. We can't tell whether he has hit a good card or not. He's going to check it right now. We can see his reactions.
If he could play, like, some fast speed cards, you're like,
whoa,
favorable
that
wins?
reaction right there. He's like looking at it.
Come on, Mike. Show it to us. What do we got? He's activating his... Oh, I think... Okay, double Mastermind Scheme is also crazy here, which means we can now go for... we could go for some crazy big Shadow Strike gaming.
I think we can go double Mastermind Scheme, because this particular matchup, you don't really are afraid of opponent just killing you out of nowhere. So this seems to be a really, really Mike favorite position right now.
We're in the level 3 with 8 cards in hand. Isn't that crazy? Oh my god!
Dungeon Guide again. He's going to go into the other Tristan here. For those that didn't know, Tristan, Shadow Reaver has this ability where it allows you to actually level up into the other Tristans. And when you basically level up into Shadow Dancer Tristan, you are allowed to actually go ahead and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and guess what? When you innervate back down to Shadow Reaver, now you can level back up to Shadow Dancer, draw another 2 cards again. So this is the other line that Tristan's used to use. That's actually a big part of why innervates are getting played in these Tristan decks.
This just draws a bunch of cards.
Oh, are we about to swing Shadow's Claw into the Panda, try and kill it?
Yeah, even then, if Venom flips the Dragon, there's a chance that the Dragon just dies right now.
Yeah. Oh my god, Harness Lightning.
Harness Lightning!
Harness Lightning on the Dungeon Guide? Are you serious? That's insane. I can't believe this. I mean, who would have ever expected that? Oh my god, Resolute Sand on the Panda?
What's going on? This is not normal. Why are we watching?
Second Resolute Sand? He has 3 Resolute Sands right now.
He's trying to protect his allies. Something's going on. Incap. Is it going to be Incap?
My god, what is it? Incapacitate? Imagine fighting this hard to keep a Panda alive.
And then it goes to another one. Mike just say, sure. If you had another one, I'll give it to you.
You know, at this point, the Panda is kind of the Shenju. So I think... Oh! Shadow Claw. Okay, that's Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw. He still has... I need to see if he's gotten maybe...
Is that enough?
Oh yeah, the Panda is now
where's Shadow Claw?
This is... I think it's going to Panda, so this is going to be...
Shadow Claw here.
No, it's Resolute. So it must be going to face. Are we killing Trotter, maybe?
It's
yeah,
face,
it's face. It's face.
Shadow Claw, are we actually going to go face?
Or do we... I mean, we could kill Trotter. Ooh. Yeah, so in response to the Shadow's Claw, might flip Dragon here. Think about Mike. How many cards do you have left in hand? Because if we just went all in here, it's possible that Raylam can just OTK.
Mike's influence is insane. That's 8-7 influence?
Yeah, this is it's a huge influence. And also, remember, there's the 3 cards there. We don't know what it is. Even if you only have 2 cards in hand, that could be Innervate. Yeah. It could be a Resolute that you free play. There's so many things. It's so hard when you start stealing your opponent's cards.
I wanted to remind everyone, this is the same turn that Mike...
Shadow. Okay, Mastermind. Let's get those prep counters.
This is the same turn that Mike actually goes to...
He leveled up twice. Yeah. He went to level 3 twice this turn.
Reminder, because the Lost Warriors is still rested. So this is the same turn they actually level up.
Okay, so that's Mastermind Scheme. So we're going to get that Agility trigger, and we're going to double our preps now. We're at 10. But we have Redirects now, so it's going to be very hard to OTK through damage, but we still have that Arcane Blast. I believe there was a Topsy Decree.
Topsy Decree probably exists. I think there's also a... Oh, we're going to go Duco. Seal here again. We are not going to be able to draw because of the Resolute Stand playing for free.
Yeah, but you know, we still have Reliquary, so we're fine. Gonna get the Fairy Whispers, get some filtering in. We need to try and dig. Remember, this matchup, you really can't flip your dragon. I mean, you could probably flip it now, but especially with the possibility of innervate, level back up, you can bring the shadows back too.
Yeah, that's the problem with this particular matchup is because of the fact of the fear of fumes. I think at one point Yuna asked herself, does he really have fumes or he's just he's just trying to bait me?
Yeah, you always have to worry. But even if you don't have fumes, you can also just stop the dragon from killing you and then kill the dragon yourself. You have so many allies on board. You have the claw, you have the shadows. It is possible. Okay, we're gonna bottom. We're gonna add a windmill engineer. Got more allies on field. Oh, okay. So there we go. We skipped the draw phase because of that resolute stand alternate activation cost, and now we have a 5/6 panda swinging in every turn. Are we redirecting this?
That's the question here. That's a lot of damage. Might just takes it. Say no fear. I'm gonna take this damage. Nothing to be feared. Ooh, that's the wrong one.
All right, Mike's getting pretty low here, but I mean, Raylam is also not particularly high up either. Another thing is because it's open deck list.
Dragon's gonna be flipped up.
Are we finally gonna go for it? Are we just gonna be like, oh, you know what? I'm committing. Innervate agility. All right. Innervate gonna be used here. Going to D-level back down to Shadow Reaver, not to level 2. And we are now going to be able to give, I imagine, it's stealth. Because it's stealth, there's nothing for the Seri to attack, so he can't even get the on-attack trigger.
And he can attack the allies. Oh no,
No, it's stealth for the whole board.
Yeah. You're
now,
right.
do we have a way of removing the Seri? Or maybe can we just kill? As you know, another thing, Raylam's deck has Incapacitate, which means the Incapacitate, if he stole it off that Shadow Reaver, kind of a crazy line right there, right?
Yeah, that's the thing about this kind of like stealing. We don't really know what it might actually stole until we see the card itself. It's Mike's turn. It is going to be a Safeguard Amulet in case anything's going on. There's a lot of Regal right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards in hand. I mean, there's so many things we can do. I think I see another Mastermind scheme. I think that's 2 Topsies.
Topsy, right? Yeah.
Asen as well. Lots of things we can do here, but Mike has to think. And also, don't forget, we have the 3 cards on Raylam's side. Ducal Seal has been popped. Mastermind Scheme going to be used here, so we can't really go for a lot of attacks this turn. Just going to use our Mastermind Scheme, go up to 20 prep. Yeah. So the Shadow Strike here is absolutely lethal as long as there's no stealth or... I mean, I don't think it's a big enough prevention effect to stop that 25 damage.
Yep. We are just going to pass the turn here back to Raylam.
We could also start redirecting now. We have so much prep. It's probably okay. Abnegation also in the hand there, so Raylam could be healing, or Mike could be healing huge here.
Yeah, I think Raylam now here is just trying to see what kind of cards Mike has to actually stop his dragon right here. Mike as well as just taking his time. I think Mike is in no hurry right now because he's in such a commanding position.
Might also be thinking, what has he taken from me? Looking through his hand, looking through his banish, looking through his grave. Is like, okay, looking at these, trying to think about, okay, what's still in my deck? What could possibly be stolen from that Shadow Reaver? Gonna get a draw. Ooh, Incapacitate. Was not one of the ones stolen there. One of these Incapacitates. One of 2. Ooh, 2 Innervates in hand.
2 Innervates. So this might go to a very long game of both players trying to just innervate each other out.
Wow, that's crazy. So much Innervates going around here. Oh, actually, you know what? We de-leveled the Tristan Shadow Reaver, which means you can't redirect right now, because that's a part of Tristan.
Yep,
that's a part of Tristan Shadow Dancer's effect.
Shadow Dancer's effect, yes.
So right now we're a little bit vulnerable.
I think Mike should be fine. We are going to go Trapper into the face there. William's going to take it. This giant hand that's going to swing him for 5. He's going to take it again because there's no other options. Does the dragon swing?
It's tough. Do you rather have the taunt? If you swing here, I mean, you're forcing the issue, right? He is touching it. Okay, I think he's going sideways. Is the dragon finally actually going to get a hit off? And actually, you know what? This is an on-attack, so we get the on-attack. Even if you do stop this, we still have the Arcane Blast. Maybe we can hard play Arcane Blast for 8.
Yeah, I'm going to take 4 damage out of this.
Oh my god, all right. We do have to worry about the Topsies. There's a lot of gas in this hand. We have that Harness Lightning.
It might be a
Incapacitate as well.
There's going to be a Byaku's command, I believe. Oh, he's going to pass.
Okay. Byaku's command on Seiryu. Going to wake it up and then also put a buff guard. Swings for 5 here. That's going to be lethal. We can't redirect here because we're on Shadow Reaver right now.
We are going to empower for 3 plus.
3 plus 2, that's 5/8. So 3 cost Arcane Blast as well right after the swing.
Yeah, a more fair amount number compared to whatever we have seen earlier today. But
actually payable. That's the thing, it's actually payable.
Like, this dragon's going to swing for 5, also threatening the leader. Does Mike have anything to say about this?
He actually might just choose to generate another Arcane Blast here, so in case the Seri gets removed, he can just start throwing blasts. Gonna be tough to get through the Tristan just because she does have those top Cs.
Yes,
but
and
yeah,
power.
second Arcane Blast.
Sorry,
Doesn't even
that's-
want the Empower.
Yep, yes. Gonna generate it. We are gonna abnegation here.
Okay, Abnegation gonna heal 8 here. Mike kinda identifying that he wasn't at threat of dying, so using that Abnegation to kind of like bait out Raylam to make him move. But he does have that Incapacitate. Asking for a response. Raylam, are you going to pull the trigger? I actually don't know if he can activate the Incapacitate. I don't think he has enough. Does he have enough cards in hand? 5. Yeah, he might actually. Yeah, I think he does.
But it's a bit dangerous, right, to activate it. Because
Okay.
there's going to be a lot of cards going down to the memory. I don't think Raylan wants to do that. So it's going to just be back to Mike's turn.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. Topsy Decree
Topsy
here
Decree here.
being used for discard. Okay, discarding with the Topsy Decree because he needed to put cards down in order to level up because the Abnegation only costs 2. Going to banish 3 here. Going to re-level up all the way to Tristan Shadow Dancer and draw another 2 cards, essentially making this a 1-cost materialization.
Summoning 2 more tokens.
Also summoning 2 more shadows and giving us the opportunity to use the redirect ability of Tristan Shadow Dancer. This is actually the amount of damage we're going to start doing off of these Shadow Claw swings is kind of crazy.
Now we have the CSR version, I believe.
If we swing at Seiryu, can we kill it right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Currently 10 damage.
8, 10.
So we just need another 1, or another 3 in order to get through a buffed Seiryu. Wouldn't be hard. I believe maybe has like an Ascent.
I think we just go face here because the Seiyu is sleeping, so we just gonna aim for Raylan's face here. It's gonna be a pause, I believe. There is a judge call.
Okay. I mean, yeah, right? So currently each shadow swings for 2 because of the Shadow's Claw.
Yep.
If Tristan is able to connect, because the main thing is Tristan has to connect, then we do know Raylan has that Resolute Stand in the hand. This is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. If he plays like, yeah, he would need 3 damage. It's a bit hard unless he has another Ascent in his hand. And of course, Resolute and Innervate are huge problems to worry about when trying to kill Seiryu using attacks.
Just a question, do you notice where the cards that Mike stole from Raylan's are?
They are right here. So there's 3 of them still unaccounted for, I believe. So one of them was the Harness Lightning. Actually, he could harness Lightning
Yeah,
and
that's the
attack
thing.
the
Like,
Seiryu.
that's an element of surprise that we're not aware yet. There are 3 cards right there that Mike is hiding and sitting it over there. And remember, they both are actually on win, so he could actually stole one of Raylan's like Innovate maybe.
Yeah, so actually, so Raylan has used 2, he has 2 Innervates in his hand, and he plays how many in the main? 2 Innervates, so he knows neither of the Innervates are one of those. And then Mike used one of his own Innervates earlier, so that, and he
Yes,
also banished
nice
1, so
one,
yeah,
yep.
so there's actually a lot of Innervates gone already from the pool. Let's see, what I mean, let's think about what could possibly be the things that are stolen right now. Obviously, one of those Incapacitates could be in there because there are 2 Incapacitates in Raylam's deck.
Resolute Stand could be stolen.
Resolute Stand could be stolen, but I think Raylam already used 2 of them, so a little bit unlikely. Fairy Whispers. Okay, so we're taking, so he's going face.
Oh, this Shadow Dancer is going to go in for a lot of damage here, leaving Raylam really vulnerable with only 2 damage left, and Raylam survives this onslaught here. Mike here smiling here. Mike signals some kind of hint that, okay, if you have it, you have it, kind of like feel. You think Raylam has this?
I think there's a world, but the Safeguard Amulet's going to stop him from just throwing the raw Arcane. Actually, raw Arcane Blast would be coming in for 7, so
Yeah.
would have to play around possible Topsy, and then would use his whole hand up. But these attacks are coming in. We're redirecting the Panda Swing. Actually, this is Panda Swinging for, 5. It's not enough to kill the Shadowy yet.
Yep. The Shadow Weaver does take less
This
damage
guy's going
right
to take
here.
2 damage here.
Yep.
Seiryu could actually finish off one of the shadows if he wants to. We're just going to redirect here, rather eat up the prep counters.
Yep. And the Shadows will take really less damage right here.
Did we do Empower here? Oh, yeah, that was Empower. So that was, I think, 5 Arcane cards. That's 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 9. So 3. It's
3.
going to cost 3.
And then Raylam is just going to pay 2 here. He's going to
2.
For the Arcane Blast here, that's minus anything to answer this.
Topsy Decree, I believe, is in the hand. So that could be used here to stop that. But Raylam has so many cards that he could actually bluff this Incapacitate. He could actually activate it here. Mike doesn't have that big of an influence. So I think he might have it. I think Raylan might be able to end this game here.
Has to be in cap, right?
If we have another Byaku's Command, we could Byaku's Command attack again and then empower on that one. Top Sea Decree going to be tier 4. Spell Shroud, I assume. Incapacitate comes down. Now, does Mike have... Does he have a... Oh my god! Mike goes down here!
Reilam takes it one more game away from becoming a back-to-back Ascent champion. Just one more win.
That was crazy. The dragon actually stuck. You know, you were right. Maybe sometimes they just can't remove it.
I'm shocked.
He just didn't draw one of his he didn't draw one of his ensnaring fumes.
Yeah, although what was actually stolen in
Let's
this
see. Actually, can he show it? Mike, flip those down. I want to see what they were. He also has to remember to give them back to Rail because, you know, there they okay. Can you show him? Oh, Trotter.
There's a command.
Double command.
That's not helpful at all.
Double command is absolute garbage. I mean, it's good that you take it from them, but it's still much better to actually have useful cards for yourself.
It's like taking like things you can't use it anyway. Like for example, let's say like you just steal like let's say you don't know how to use a sword, right? You're a bowman. You just go on and steal someone's sword and you're a bowman. You can't even use it. That's the point. So like that's a really bit unfortunate from Mike's side on the Shadow Weaver. But that's the thing about Shadow Weaver I discovered. I was like on Tristan for a while, like I think during the HBN season. Like I was really happy to fight against Merlin. Oh, I can just steal their Pendragons and then send back my Shadow
but
Claw.
You know what happens? You steal Ascension Float.
Exactly. If I steal something else, if I steal like random nonsense that's not going to be helpful, it's not going to be a really good steal. The only thing good about Shadow Weaver is the fact that you can go into Shadow Dancer in order to draw 2 cards. That's pretty much it, actually.
I mean, obviously, this deck, I think 90% of it is stuff that you would be happy to see. Whether it's allies, whether it's defensive cards, innervates, resolutes, even just cycle cards. You know, things like the Fairy Whispers are always, you're always happy to see those because they're essentially +1 when you activate them from your opponent's card. So most of them is good, but the bad ones is definitely, I mean, Harness Lightning even is kind of playable. It's really mostly the commands because they pretty much can't be used on anything on your side.
If you look at this text from the commands, the only one that Harness Lightning was pretty okay. Like,
I mean, it was kind of nasty to go Harness Lightning and try and kill that panda. The double Resolute there was forced.
Yeah, the same command, you really need an arcane element in you. So that's the problem right there. Mike here still going into his side deck, choosing what to come in and what to come out.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the sideboard. So on Mike's side, I'm looking at those 2 Regals and 1 more Ensnaring Fume and probably another Innervate all coming down here.
I think, yeah, definitely the Fumes. The third Fumes will be really, really helpful. We didn't actually see much action of the Fumes. I'm pretty sure if Mike actually drew the Fumes in one of those situations, Mike would have absolutely Fumes Reilam's Bob.
Yeah, not only would you have removed the Seiryu, but you also would have removed the 5/6 Daunting Panda, which is did like majority of the work in that game.
There is another thing to be considered is the fact that Ensnaring Fumes actually remove your own board as well. That means your shadows.
Yeah, but see, because we can innervate back down, we can innervate down, then bring back the shadows. So there are ways around it.
There are ways around it, yeah. This is one of the key cards in this particular matchup as Marine Fumes. It's been talked about ever since this matchup was basically discussed. People were saying that, oh, I want to bring Seiyu, but it does lose to this particular card. And, well, Reilam proved to us that, you know, sometimes in life you just need to dodge it.
So on Reilam's side, I imagine all the allies are coming in. We're going to get that Gazelle. We're going to bring in the Oath Guards. So Oath Guard, a card that he sideboards into instead of maining like in Abby's list. Other than that, might put in that Spellword Scepter so you can stop yourself from getting negated on your big kill turn. Because a lot of times, if they don't have the Ensnaring Fumes and you go for the big Seiryu combo, the main thing you're looking for is, okay, Crystallized, as well as the Incapacitate to stop the command. That's the one that's really, really hard to play around, so you might as well get that Spellword Scepter, stop any negations from happening. And then, of course, we can also just put in Veiling Breeze that stops Shadow swings. That's a lot of damage, especially when there's 4 or 6 shadows on field. So I wouldn't hate to put Veiling either. So lots of options here for both of these players. But yeah, Reilam already on game 2 out of... He has won one game in this best of 3. Can Mike make this into game 3?
Like, we are just 1 win away from seeing the first ever back-to-back Ascent champion.
Yeah, and really, this is a match between friends, between countrymen, between teammates. So I think either way, both players are happy to see. But I think, obviously, you want to be the one coming home with that level 1, or the spirit here, the Kaze, as well as the Gauntlet spot. I wonder if Reilam deep down is like, I kind of want Mike to win so we can both go to Gauntlet together.
Nah, fight to the death. But the thing is that in Reilam's side, it is also proven of skill Just a reminder, Relam is your Ascent Akiba champion, but he wasn't playing Seiyu. In fact, he took down the Seiyu.
Yeah, exactly. He had to go through the Seiryu Gauntlet. I think he might have fought 2 Seiryus on his way to
And
to
now
number 1. Like,
now he becomes the Dragon Master, highlighting his deck, and we're going to see not really a decent hand. We do see the there is a Fate Stone.
you know, it's the classic. It's the classic.
I see Dungeon Guide as well.
Oh God. So we are gonna have to worry a little bit here about. We're gonna have to worry a little bit about potentially losing that Dungeon Guide, but maybe actually, you know, like we said,
Oh,
maybe
the Dungeon Guide is gone.
Okay, Dungeon Guide gone, but actually, I wonder if Realm's okay with that because he doesn't want to give Mike the ability to use his Heavenly Guide, so maybe he's okay with losing Dungeon Guide. Actually, what you usually would do is you Dungeon Guide to 2, and then you hard level to 3, so you can avoid it. Because the thing about Heavenly Guide is that the top of the lineage has to be the one that was Dungeon Guided into. So if you Dungeon Guide to 2 and then level 3 after, it doesn't work.
Yep.
That's why it also doesn't work against Vanitas, because Vanitas Dungeon Guides to 2, and then he uses his Dominus Rex effect to level up to 3. Something that gets people tripped up a lot.
Yeah, this
No, you see, Heavenly Guide.
Heavenly Guide again. Mine seems to be really good during Heavenly Guide. Is that more than 1 copy? Heavenly Guide. Huh. Pretty sure it's only a 1 copy card most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Heavenly Guide is... Yeah, okay, I mean... Oh, no, that's the sideboard. Okay, so he did side out the Heavenly Guide there. So so I think he knows because Raylam plays around it, he's like, I'm not even going to bother putting it in. I'm not even going to try and, you know, threaten him to do it. So 2 damage, Sadie. You know, we're just going to get our prep counters rocking here, get some damage in.
Very similar game state as before, but this time Ascent Protector here, unlike the last game, there was only a bunch of like very weak allies, a bunch of 1/1s and 2/2s. This time we have the great, powerful Ascent Protector here, a 3/4 ally here, gonna swing in for 3 damage here, and it's also a 4 defend ally. Really, really hard to deal with this.
You know, the rare Sadie returned to an Ascent Protector. It's almost always Windmill, but in this case, probably the only ally in the hand worth playing.
Probably the fact that a 3/4 is really strong in this matchup.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Ascent's Ascent. He's an incredible card. Gonna do his thing. In that last game, really, it was just like, oh, it's just Sadie swings, especially because we couldn't kill the Panda because Sadie, the Vigor here. So I'm definitely expecting Mike to adjust here and try and go for more pressure in the early game.
I see, but the win in his hand is when I'm gonna jump into another level.
Oh, Regal as well. We have Regal, we have Stifling Trap, we have Innervate. We've got so much interaction here. Dream Fairy. Fairy's really nice here. Okay. All right, Mike, you're going to have to make something happen. The Ascent is now locked away.
Yep, Dreaming Fairy, Ascent just for Ascent to get banished here. This is going to be a problem for Mike right now because this Dream Fairy here, not that annoying in terms of the damage, but not being able to play the Ascent Protector might be a bit annoying. We are going to see Turbo here. Acts like a backup charger, basically increasing the influence. Again, Mike just refuses to go into... Oh, the Spirit is almost gone to the bench area.
No, that's a power cell, actually.
That's a power cell?
That is a,
oh, the power
that's
cell,
a power
yeah,
cell.
power
So
cell.
he already backup charged it earlier, so he's actually used both of his backup chargers at this point.
Honestly speaking, I think the power cell looks more like a Spirit.
I mean, it's because Tristan's on it.
I mean, I would want a Tristan Spirit right
Yeah,
there.
I mean, we're gonna get champion spirits in RDO, so I believe they're doing it for every champion.
I think there are only a few of them. But then again, back to the game right here. Mike is going to go in with the Sadie here, going really aggressive here. Meanwhile, Waylam here might want to flip the Panda if he could, but I don't think he has enough influence for that, does he?
No, he doesn't. I mean, he would if he can do it. If he wants to do it main phase, only has influence of 4 here.
4 right here.
So would not be able to flip that. Panda would require... Actually, no. He can flip that Panda here now if he wants to. Or no, that's his memory, right? No, I think it's... Those 2 cards on the left are his hand. Is that his hand? Because that's Dream Fairy, so it should be 3 cards. We do have the end phase trigger as well. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna pop this Tango here. We're gonna get our extra quest, and then we're also gonna draw a card. Love backup charger. You know, you always love to see a card that draws you. Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Draw level 2 here. Let's see what's gonna get banished here. William's hoping to see if there's any arcane cards here that's gonna get banished.
Let's see it. Oh, Resolute
Stand.
and the Beseech going to go into the banishment here. Going to choose to draw a card, I imagine, off that to go to level 2. We already have the 5 quest, and, you know, we're not even supposed to really be turboing our quest in this matchup anyway.
Besiege might be a bit painful, I would assume, because this Besiege does actually helps Relam to actually goes into level 3 here without going through the Heavenly Guide penalty. But again, Heavenly Guide is probably sided out from Mike. We are going to see the Dream Fairy going in for 1 damage, just a little bit of poke. What are we going to see
okay.
next?
We're flipping Panda here.
And that's flipped.
This is actually perfect because we're going to get the Banish on the end phase as well. So we're going to have still 3 cards in order to level up here. Just really great math from Relam. Knowing this deck inside and out, loses the Arcane card as well. So that's fantastic for us.
Yep. The only thing is that I don't see a word that Relam actually flips. Maybe it does. Because if he goes into level 3 next turn manually by paying 3 cards in his memory, he will be going into the Gotcha level 3 with 9 quest counter. He would require to use the effect to gain an extra 3 quest counter in order to reach 10. However, I think based on his previous pattern, Relam might actually opt to just heal.
Yeah, that's very true. I think he probably will, to be honest. Wow, double Surveil, pre-recollection phase.
Wow.
We are ramping up our quest. We can actually return Sadie now and hit 4 immediately.
We are gaming right
Oh
guys.
my god, triple Surveil the wins, and they're all Store Champ winning Surveil the wins. One of the hardest cards to get in the game, one of the most expensive promo cards, because Store Champs are actually very hard to win, you know?
I think Mike just wins all of them by himself. It's I just need to win 4. What's so hard
Yeah,
about it?
it's not that hard to win a Store Champs, isn't it? When
Well-
you're this good. Also, Store Champ win Windmill Engineers. This guy is completely decked out.
This
There we
man does
go.
really love his Tristan. Even notice everything about it is Tristan. His spirit is Tristan. His house is Tristan. Even the sleeve is Tristan.
Well, it's Worlds that has Tristan on it, I suppose you could say.
Everything is Tristan, basically.
You know, if you're a Tristan fan, you're a Tristan fan. Gotta give it all for your Oshi.
Yep, we are
Oh,
going to choose to go
okay.
for the quest counter.
No, that's from leveling up, I believe. Yeah, so
Oh,
we are
yeah,
choosing to
we
recover here.
choose recovery here. So we are missing that 1 quest counter in order to flip. But then again, we will get that 1 quest counter from the Fate Stone effect at the end turn.
Yeah. So and you know, right. Flipping is not the way we win in this deck. Really, the way we win is by trying to control the board, playing with our allies. So currently, we can actually trade here. Dream Fairy into the Windmill. We can just Panda into Sadie to force it, or we can just start pandaing face and leave the Sadie because Mike's probably going to return it to hand anyway.
Yeah, but the only thing about this particular situation compared to last game is that Mike is not presenting a really scary ally board. If you notice it, it's just a Windmill Engineer, which is a 1/1, a Sadie, which is a 2/2, and he can't actually play the Ascent Protector because the Dream Fairy's effect is still lingering in the board. On the board, but yeah.
Yeah, so Dream Fairy going to kill this Windmill, and Mike is going to use that Reclaim in his hand to get a +1 here, which I imagine is going to be used to level up to Tristan 2 next turn, and then we might start seeing the dungeon guides going off.
Panda there threatening the Sadie or even Face right there. Really, really scary Panda. This Panda has made his debut twice already in this matchup.
Yeah, Panda is super important. There's a reason why this card is played in some of these decks, because it's just really, really important to have an ally that not only acts as a besiege, but also becomes an ally. It's crazy, and you know, you also have high roll potential of going for like baby green target your besiege Fate Stone to get like an extra use of it. There's just so many advantages to this card. It's a reason why it's an SR.
I mean, yeah, but when I first had 4 copies, I was like, what am I going to do with it? I guess I just keep it in my album. I never really had the chance to play. Maybe I would actually consider playing Seiru now.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Seiryu is a really great deck. I think clearly we can see from the distribution in the top cut, the deck is incredibly strong. Sadie can return to hand here. I think was the Panda to... Calming Breeze here. No. Oh no.
Whoa. We are going to see a Regal right here. Relam's like, okay, calm down. We are going to Regal first. Shadow Strike.
There we go, the Shadow Strike that we just got today. He has 2 already. He must have gotten one from someone else.
Relam is just flexing.
Mike
is just flexed him at this point.
Mike already has such a blinged out deck. He needs to have the CPR Shadow Strikes right now.
This hand is more expensive than my...
Your entire net worth?
I think so.
No, I'm pretty sure it is also more expensive than my entire net worth.
Insane right here. What are we looking at? So
Okay,
many cards.
Slice and Dice, 2 Shadow Strikes. So we're just going to hit Incapacitate, Shadow Strike, Mastermind Scheme. Those are like 4 of the most important cards in the deck.
And now it's important to see what we hit.
Failing, Crystallized, Innervate.
Not much. No win con.
Yeah, and we also don't have a Dungeon Guide in here either.
This is looking bad, worse and worse for Mike right now. Well, Wayland right here is gonna just go into the Face Stone effect to get that last quest counter in order to flip the dragon if he wants to. And there's no fumes.
Yeah, he didn't find a fumes either there, which means that he can actually go for the dragon. And even if the crystallize you, you're forcing them to use defensive cards, and you're also putting Arcane Blast into your banishment, which you can activate later in the game, even when the Seiryu is removed.
Yeah, the situation now is now really, really dangerous for Mike. Okay, Mike does have the level 2 right here, but a Dungeon Guide, I don't think we've seen it.
We didn't see it, but he might have drawn it. He draws Regal, but he doesn't. He's not level 3. He hasn't activated Exalted yet.
Yeah,
Mike's in trouble.
Yeah, that's the problem we mentioned. Like, prior to this game is that Realm deck is designed to have access to all these Regal cards, all these Exalted cards, because you will be going to level 3 first before the Tristan. So you'll be Regaling first, and that's a really core thing. Going to show that really, really unfortunate two Ascent protectors that Mike can't use because the Twin Fairy, again, it's been here the entire game.
Now we get to go Reliquary Gaming. We're going to keep getting a bunch of extra cards. Some might say the reason why Seiryu feels so unfair.
Yeah, this card just generates so much value. It's insane to think that this card exists.
We forgot to bring out Lost Providence in the previous turn, by the way.
Rhythm reaction is showing us
He's like,
right here.
oh God,
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe I think this is the first time we've had a Lost Provi fail in the entire stream.
I think we failed to mention it.
Yeah, so
What
I
is
mean, you know
in-
what? This is the first time you get to see a
Lost
person forgetting their Lost Providence, because this is the first event of this set. So
Hey, but
I
telling you,
expect it.
if Raylam, Ascent, Akiba also forgets about the Lost Providence, it is not unusual for you to forget. So it is a really new, unique
Even
experience.
the best players in the world forget their Lost
Exactly.
Providence. Just like the best players in the world forget the level up of Dungeon Guide. It happens to all of us.
Someone did.
I mean, it doesn't happen on stream because judges will usually catch it. But I mean, I've definitely seen it happen.
All right. We are going to go to Shadow Weaver here. It's going to be stealing 4 more cards here. What is going to be stolen here? Maybe.
Mike, hit us up. Can you show him, please?
All right, Mike. May the fortune favor you.
No, look at that. He does not even want to give us a single glimpse of what's in there.
Fairy
Fairy
Whisper.
versus 1. Okay, that's really strong.
That's actually a plus because you're using your opponent's card. So that's actually instantly a +1 to you.
That's right. All right, oh wow, all 3. Okay, two top, 1 bottom. Fumes has been found. Okay, so now Raylam's like, well, never flipping this guy now.
I think William's going to wait for the opportunity. William now needs to find his other Regal Inquisition in order to get rid of the fumes right now.
And remember, Mike already has his own Regal Inquisition, so he could start going for that. And you know what? He might have also stolen Raylam's other Regal Inquisition. So now
It's going to be a Regal matchup again, where both players are trying to Regal each other's win con or tag cards.
yeah, this is kind of the crux of this whole matchup, right? We're trying to play this kind of mill out strategy Tristan that still has the potential to go for big shadow strikes. Draws another reclaim for turn, not the best.
Did he finally draw the Dungeon Guide that we were waiting for?
Oh, I know, he did draw that Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide will be played right here, I believe. We are going to see the Dungeon Guide.
Stifling Trap?
Ooh!
Oh, okay, we have reclaim. We could reclaim the Dungeon Guide here.
The Dungeon Guide here. It should be fine if we can reclaim it. Reclaim is played here. Dungeon Guide will actually resolve here.
You know, too, another thing is because we keep innovating down, this float is not useless. We can eventually use this again to level up to 3 later.
We are going to get the Dungeon Guide reclaimed. The Stifling Trap will miss its target. We will activate the Dungeon Guide effect going into the Shadow Dancer.
Okay, loses a Crystallized, unfortunately. Probably want to keep that, but admittedly, if the Seiryu's not going to flip anyway, maybe don't need that. Going to get 2 draws and bring out our shadows here.
Well, Mike's position right now is slightly better because he has a fume, so he's not that afraid. But keep in mind that if you don't actually innovate back, you will actually lose the Shadow Dancers. These Omniscient Shadows because of the fumes, because these fumes will actually return everything. Not just your opponents, your own allies as well. Shadow Claw does come down right here.
As well as the Lost Providence. Did not forget his own Lost Providence in this game.
Very, really important.
Don't forget about it. That's the whole reason we're playing this card, is so that we can materialize it for free the moment we hit level 3.
Such an insane card.
Such an insane card. There's a reason why it is kind of impossible to find right now.
Yeah, I was surprised when I found one in my room. But anyway, we're just going to flip the dragon right here. Maybe baiting out the fumes, I believe.
Yeah, he's just like, hey, you know, you've brought out your shadows. I'm now okay with flipping my dragon.
Yeah.
Also, it is a taunt. Let's see. Mike would either have to use his prep counters here or activate it for free for 5.
Raylan is basically challenging Mike. Sure, I can lose the dragon, but you can lose your shadows too. So
Yeah,
what is it?
yeah. wants to have the dragon as a taunt here just so we can't swing at face or at our panda.
I would lose I don't mind losing my shadows, I think.
If you have an innervate, or if you've stolen one of Raylam's innervate, I definitely wouldn't feel too bad about it as well.
Because the thing about Wayland's win con is that after the dragon disappears, it's just all about the allies.
Exactly, and you know,
There's not much, I think. If Wayland needs to actually figure out a way to win through the board, and if Mike just gets rid of the dragon, it might be problematic here. Fields might be played here. Are we going to see it? No, we're going to say Regal right here.
Regal first, all right. Want to make sure there's nothing, no shenanigans going on in Raylam's hand. By the way, I did catch a glimpse. Mike did have an innervate in his hand. Okay. It's not allowed. Okay, we have that Royal Oath Guard. We have his own innervate. All right, get that out of here. Get that out of here. Actually, looking at this hand, Resolute and the innervate is gone. It is very possible that a Shadow Strike can kill here.
Do we want to get rid of the Oathless?
I think you're okay with keeping that. It's just an ally. You know, you can. I think you're fine with this. Oh,
Incapacitate is drawn. Mike's reaction right there.
Yeah, I mean, not enough cards to play it right now because it is Assassin class bonus for that cost reduction, which means we're going to have to worry about that next turn, though, because we're going to get Reliquary draw plus Lost Providence.
I think Mike is fine because there's no Regal Inquisition drawn from Raylam. So Inquisition will be really, really dangerous for Mike. So it should be fine here. Ooh,
Slice and Dice just coming down here. This is going to be Slice and Dice for 4 into 7. That's going to be 11 damage. Into the Sari, he's going to be able to retaliate for 4, but he is going to die because we know there's nothing in the hand. There's no Resolute. There's no Innervates. Okay, that's 11 damage. Shadow swings into 1. It's gone. It's gone. We didn't even need to use the Fumes here.
Insane. The dragon just dies without the Fumes. Dragon is taken down because of the Slice and Dice and the Shadows as well.
Okay, that's okay. We've removed the central problem. But now we still have to deal with Panda. We have at least not found a Trotter yet to get this Panda on the Roid. Stalwart Scepter.
If we slate a dragon, I don't think it's a problem to slate a Panda.
I mean, slate the Panda is a problem if he gets buff counters. If it's a Panda that works out, it's a problem.
I mean, it's not that scary of a Panda right now. I think it's fine. Mike's feeling it. I think Mike will be very comfortable. The only thing that Mike doesn't want to see now, I think, is the Regal Inquisition, because that can still actually mess up his game plan. Gazelle and also the Byaku's command. I think I spy my eye the Resolute Stand as well.
Yes, he didn't draw into it. And then Spellward Scepter there, I'm wondering what, maybe that's just like the only thing that's worth materializing, because I'm not sure what we need to guarantee doesn't get negated. I guess a Regal. He probably wants a Regal back and then probably have that not get negated.
Yeah.
Get to swing with some allies here. Now Mike is in a position where he just needs to try and wait. He has to clear the board and just wait till he finds his mastermind schemes. Or actually, he could probably go for a Shadow Strike at some point if he gets a Regal off and is able to see anything. Oh, but the Oath Guard beatdown coming down.
Yep.
Gazelle right after as well. Gazelle is so crazy here. Humongous. Currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is, I think, a 9-life Gazelle. 10-life Gazelle, actually.
This is...
Because the influence is 9. So, yeah. That, and then once we boss out Providence, draw for turret, it's going to be a 12-life Gazelle.
This Gazelle is as big as a Seiyu.
Not on the offensive side, but on the defensive side, yes.
Okay, we're going back to Mike's turn right here. What can Mike actually do? Is he going to track the Lost Providence first to see what he actually draws here?
Definitely hopes to have a Dream Fairy. Maybe he could have used maybe one of Raylam's Dream Fairies here. See, Dungeon Guide for draws Dungeon Guide for turn. Classic Grand Archive moment. We have the Fumes here, so we could start fuming.
Do we want to fume this board? Huh.
I mean, if you fume the board, it does get rid of everything. Gets rid of those taunts, but they will come back to hand, so Raylam can play them again next turn unless you already have the kill. Windmill Engineer.
Rethinking
about it. Rethinking it.
Do you think Raylam can still take this game without his dragon? That's the biggest question.
Absolutely, he still can. Currently, if these two do not get cleared, especially with that Gazelle, it's going to be very hard for a Tristan in particular to clear them because she doesn't really have clear outside of Dream Fairy and attacking.
One thing to actually note about, you notice that Tristan's prep counter is really low.
Yeah, it hasn't found a mastermind scheme this game. Only at, is that 3?
I think it's a 3 because after that we used Slice and Dice for 3 as well. So
yeah.
Actually, right now Mike is quite vulnerable. This means he can only redirect twice maybe with the boots effect at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and that's why he brought the boots out here because he needs to start refilling on his prep.
But again, once you are out of prep counter, as we mentioned again, you don't really have a win con aside from ally gaming. And if we want to compare ally versus ally, I think Relam has a better shot at this ally game plan.
Oh yeah, pound for pound, Raylam's allies are much better than Mike's. The only good ally in this deck really are Sadie and Ascent. The rest of them are just, you know, advantage allies, level 3 allies. Meanwhile, Raylam's got 3-4 Panda, 3-4 Oath Guard, Gazelle that's unkillable.
That Gazelle is basically just a Seiryu stand-in. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
Seiryu is
yeah.
now retired, we're gonna have a Gazelle instead.
But remember, you know, this is what happens. When our Dragon Lord goes down, the entire menagerie has to come up and finish the story for Raylam. But let's see. Okay, yeah. Okay, Mastermind Scheme.
Really, really important. But this Mastermind Scheme, is it enough? Or 4 plus 8? So we're gonna be 8.
So we
Prep
do get
counter.
agility. We get the
do get
agility trigger,
agility.
but only 8. It's not a lot. We need to find the second one for it to really feel impactful.
We're gonna activate the agility. So we're gonna return 3 cards back from the memory into the hand. Mike's just gonna pass the turn over. Again, I do think that Relam just needs one card on it. Regal Inquisition.
Yeah, absolutely. Regal here. I mean, this is going to be a Regal War. We also have not seen one of these 3 cards. You think it's more
Yeah.
commands?
I'm not too sure. Like, is it actually Regal? I think if it's Regal, Mike will have Regal maybe at some point in the game. Oh, he did eventually.
He regaled
right?
the.
Yeah, he
we
regaled-
both players have already. Oh,
Innervate.
innervate. Okay. All right. So this is the problem now. Because we established a bunch of allies, but they all have stealth now. So the only way we're clearing through some of these is if we draw into a trained Hawk. Nope, it's just a Windmill Engineer.
I think Mike is preparing to film this board as well, because it's like saying, okay, if I film this board, I can actually go into my Shadow Dancer and make back my clones again. Because in the end of the day, I think having 2 Omnivorous Shadows is good enough. You don't need 4.
It's actually it's crazy the amount of damage you get when you have more shadows though.
Yeah, it is, but like I think you want to actually deal with the board. So this is just depending on the situation. Because the Gazelle right there is really, really annoying.
Here's the thing, right? I think the game plan at this point is we just try and hit the one-shot Shadow Strike. We've already gone through some of the innervates. If we've stolen any cards that he knows that could help, we just need to have Incapacitate plus Shadow Strike with enough prep counters to just one-shot.
Oh, he might have stolen Raylam's Incapacitate.
Raylam, yeah, I definitely could have stolen one of those Incapacitate, but remember, Spellword Scepter, which means we can't stop an Incapacitate on an Incapacitate anymore.
Yeah, this Starwood is really, really heads up from Raylam right here, being able to stop Mike's. And you thought a lot of plans that Mike has is just being stopped by this particular scepter.
Ooh, wow, the boots being popped here means we're not going to have our consistent prep generation anymore. Going to draw some more cards off of that Shadow.
Gonna recollect with, I lost count how many.
That's a lot of cards. It's a lot of cards.
Yes,
We
a
didn't
lot of cards.
actually. We actually stayed at Shadow Reaver unless we have a dungeon guide here to play.
We are definitely. Are we going to Dungeon Guide?
Think so. Dungeon
Dungeon
guide
Guide is gonna
coming
be playing.
down. Siphoning Trap? No, nothing. Let's see. Just digging through the deck. Finds another dungeon guide and an Asen lost. That's like I think 3 Asen protectors banished at this point. Gonna draw another 2. Shadow Dancer, Shadow Reaver insane with that innervate. So we are now currently at 9 preparation counters.
Is there no way to answer the Gazelle? Because it's really, really tempting. As long as our Tristan hits, I guess there is a true sight from the.
We just need to throw a Shadow Strike. So
Shadow
once
Strike,
we throw
right.
the Shadow Strike, okay, currently a Shadow Strike would be doing, this would be 9 plus 4, 9 plus 5, 14. Then each Shadow swings for 2. So that's 16, 18, 20, 22. That's 22.
22.
It's more than enough, but Raylam has Innervates, Veiling Breezes, and Resolute Stands. So I think if we can get another Mastermind Scheme off, that would be fantastic. Oh, actually we're just going to attack the Gazelle. We're just going to attack it.
We're just gonna attack the source of the problem, the Gazelle. That's how Mike had attacked the dragon now is taking down the Gazelle.
What is this influence right now? Anyway, this Gazelle's like, what, 15 life?
I know, we're about to find out, I believe, but no, we're just gonna get a damage counter. Retaliate for what?
Retaliate. Actually, okay, well, the Shadows can attack face at least because, okay, 2, 2,
Yep.
2. How much life does Gazelle? I don't even know how much life does Gazelle have because
This Gazelle is
Mike's.
definitely thicker than the Seiryu at this point.
Oh no, he is absolutely thicker than the Seiryu at this point.
Look,
Oh, it was 12. Okay, it was exactly 12. So
Gazelle
that
is
means,
it.
that means Mike has an influence of 11 right now, which is crazy to think because he's leveled up to 3 thrice now at this point.
Can Raylam still survive? Okay, remember, there's also another card that can intercept, which is the Oath Guard right there. But the Oath Guard, again, is not that scary compared to the Gazelle.
Not nearly as thick as that Gazelle. Gazelle has that just like infinite scaling potential, especially when a deck like Mike's that's always sitting at such a high influence.
We are going to see both players exhausting their material deck. This game is going to go really, really long right here. Both players are not giving up. Despite the Dragon disappearing on Raylam's side, it seems like Raylam is still making this seems really, really playable. Is that end of it?
Oh my god, we still haven't seen these 3 remaining cards. I wonder if they're all just commands. That'd be so unfortunate.
Ooh. Yeah, commands are really, really bad right now. The only command that makes sense would be the Byaku's command because you can restand the Panda.
Well, that would be if you had the Panda on your field on Mike's side. He would need to play a Beast first and then activate the Byaku's command on it.
No, I'm thinking about Raylam.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about more on like Mike's side if he has Pandas that were banished off that Shadow Reaver.
Don't cast the curse. There's definitely no commands there. Don't say that. I believe that playable cards. There's no ways commands.
Surely, but without, look, we have innervated. This is the 3rd time we've innervated this game.
I think this is showing us the potential of Innovate. Mike is going to go back into this Shadow Reaver again. I would say this is the exhaust Tristan. Tristan is getting exhausted from changing her clothes from Reaver to Dancer to Reaver to Dancer.
You love a versatile boss. She's coming down here. She's gonna keep doing the cha-cha slide back from Dancer to Reaver to Dancer to Reaver. Just gonna keep drawing cards. Infinite value.
I lost track of Mike's bot. Do you keep track of Mike's bot? Look at where everything's
There's
going.
is 4 shadows,
Yep.
a claw, a dungeon guide,
Wind Blast.
a windmill, a wind blast, and I think that's. Oh, Regal coming down here. We do have a negate for this. If we negate this, the Spellword Scepter could stop that.
Do we need to Stalwart Scepter?
Well, actually, no. You have to Spellword Scepter
Scepter
first.
first, right,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, I think maybe Raylam is okay with this getting negated.
Is Mike okay to let this through? Mike maybe is like, okay, I'll show you. Let's wait. Fumes are gone. The ink cap is gone. Sadie, not really helpful to this matchup. Oh no, that's what's
Dungeon Guide. Do you actually want to get rid of Dungeon Guide maybe? So we can't keep re-leveling back up to 3.
I mean, it is relevant. It is relevant because your opponent is still on it. But no, we're just gonna get rid of the cards right here.
Abnegation, Crystallize, Shadow Strike. Okay. Now we have a problem. We did get rid of the Incapacitate, so now we don't have an Incapacitate for anything Raylam might do. So if he has his own Innervate or a Crystallized Destiny, no way to pop this. This deck does not play anything like Juggle Knives, maybe.
Yeah, really interesting situation we're putting ourselves. Gazelle is back again.
He's back. It's a new Gazelle.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the child of the previous Gazelle out here for revenge.
You can see Mike's face like, again? Really? Not again. We're gonna be in here for a long time, ladies and gentlemen. Then this is just game 2. Remember, if Mike takes this, we will have a game 3. But if Raylam wins this seemingly impossible matchup right now in this situation, Raylam will be your 2-time Ascent champion.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. I mean, really, we have the Shadow Strike. We have more than enough damage. We just need to make sure that Raylam has nothing in hand. So finding another Regal would be crazy here. We also have that Abnegation, so we're just like nowhere near close to dying.
Speaking of that, we are going back to the Shadow Dancer here. We'll be creating more
6 shadows.
6 shadows now, and then we're actually going to draw 2 cards here. That might have enough space for more shadows.
At this point, how much durability does the Claw even have? Have we not been swinging with it this whole time?
Have we lost the claw?
No, it's still there.
Where is the claw?
That's it right there. I mean, I know there's like 8 Tristans on field, but like
that claw looks like an ally at this point.
because that's Tristan on it, and the shadows are also Tristan. So 2 durability.
Okay, so we are 2 durability. Like it's insane. We thought that Mike has swung a lot of times with the claw. Actually, it's been a little bit only.
He just swung at the Gazelle. That's the only time he swung with the claw.
Yeah. Wait, with the Seiyu, right?
He just used
Slice and
Dice,
Dice. Yeah, without the attack. That's definitely enough.
So currently, are we gonna just try and kill the Gazelle again? Are we gonna do this song and dance all over again?
This is insane. 6 shadows on the board. Have you ever seen this much shadows?
I have never seen this many shadows on field all at once. I've seen at most 4.
Maybe a motivation to get 6 CPRs from Mike.
Yeah, this is the problem with Mike's deck. Why doesn't he have more CP? Like, look at these bro-key shadows right here.
Bro-key shadows? Hey man, I think having 2 is like a sign of loyalty already.
If you're gonna play this deck, I think you need to have at least 14 CPR shadows.
I think Mike will probably get 14 if he actually wins this Ascent.
Oh my god, the board is just getting more and more full here.
I am losing track of what is going on. There's no way we are allowing so many allies on this board. This is not enough space, ladies and gentlemen. Is anyone even keeping track of what is going on Mike's board at this point?
I think we need a board limit. We need like an ally limit or something.
Maybe this will wake some of the devs' eyes to see, okay, maybe this is a bit too much.
You know, we saw that normal Rai game earlier where there was like 20 arcane cards on the field as part of the banishment, but now it's like, oh no, it's like we just have a bunch of allies and items on field and no one can do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is so fun to watch, but it's getting really, really hard to track what is going on. We're trying our best to see what is going on, and Mike is attempting to swing into the Gazelle.
Oh.
Round 2.
Resolute stand in the hand. Are we going to retaliate again? Okay, well, you know, our allies can swing now.
Yep, we are going to be swinging into the Gazelle here. Relam just like, okay, sure, we're going to keep swinging into the Gazelle. How many Gazelle does Relam even run? Is it just 2 or 3?
2 in the side, so this would be the second and last Gazelle.
Yep, this is going to be the last Gazelle, the last wall, I would like to believe.
Oh my god,
Relam.
now we're going to kill the Oath Guard. Going to be able to retaliate on one of these allies, but not worth very much.
This 1 damage ally has finally showed you
Are we
how
going to Resolute stand this? Don't tell me we're going to Resolute stand this.
What are we doing here?
I have no idea what is going on anymore.
This is just a hysterical game. We have a bunch of 1 attack allies just going into other allies. Now the allies are gone. Mike just passing here. Mike is playing it really, really. Again, there are 3 cards.
Now.
There are 3 cards in Mike's side that revealed that he stole from Relam. Again, now Relam is going back into, like you say, the Ducal Seal here. It's going to be really annoying. Mike will have to pass one particular turn. I don't think Mike wants to put 3 cards down for no apparent reason when he attacks.
Ooh, Reliquary actually not drawing here.
Finally, I have reached the same amount of influence as my opponent.
Well, no, you have to have more because if it's equal, you would still get the draw off.
So I reached more than my opponent.
Okay, gonna get a little bit of damage in here, but guess what?
You know one thing? Throughout the entire history of this game, there's 1 card that stayed on the board besides the champion. This Dream Fairy. You know this Dream Fairy has been here the entire point of the game?
Another Oath Guard comes down. All right, currently we have two non-shadow allies on board. So if we want to clear the Oath Guard, we're gonna need to. Oh! What is it? What's the card? He's looking at his stolen cards.
The cards that are stolen are so curious that even the judges are curious what was actually stolen.
All right, so look at Raylam. How many cards in hand does he have?
Raylam has. It should be around Mike's influence, right? Because Relinquary didn't trigger. Oh
my god! Winds of Destiny stolen! This is one of the cards? Really? Ducal Seal is gone, which means we're now open. We just need to get rid of this Wraith Guard and we can just start throwing the entire Shadow army at Raylam.
Raylam is going to be really, really scared right now. The only positive is that the Shadow Claw has only 1 durability left.
Yeah.
So
oh, there we go. That's gonna solve the problem. Actually, hey, Mike, you have Ensnaring Fumes? You have Ensnaring Fumes in your graveyard, by the way? You forgot about your Ensnaring Fumes? And
I mean, at this point, you know, let the man enjoy his Assassin Ripper.
Okay, Assassin Ripper gonna come down here. Our alternate dagger when our Shadow's Claw is at 1 durability.
Well, we finally see the end of the tunnel for this game. Mike is showing us faces of.
We still need to get rid of this guy. We need at least 3 more damage because we only have 1 Dungeon Guide on field.
We are
Dream
going
Fairy!
Dream Fairy right here.
Was that a stolen dream? That's a stolen
Dream Fairy.
Yes,
stolen Dream Fairy.
Okay, so we've used 3 out of the 4 stolen cards.
I told you those cards are not the stolen are probably usable at one point.
Okay. Not using it on the Gazelle. You see that? That's such patience there.
Yeah, Relam here just smiling, looking at the side there.
He's like, damn. Why are all the cards I give you so good?
Oh no, I think the floating can't work because of sensor.
Oh, yes. Sensor. I forgot
sensor.
This game's been going so long, I've already forgotten.
I think no one blames us. Look at the point. Like, look, there's a Dream Fairy that existed in as early as turn 2 right there. That has been targeting the what's it called again? The Ascent Protector.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I wonder if the judges even remember what this Dream Fairy is still on.
I wouldn't blame anyone.
Okay.
Anyway, it goes.
Okay, I mean, do we have we still have the Resolute, I think?
Yeah, we are going to go face with all these allies on the board, 1 by 1.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's an Umbra site under the Tristan's Lineage. I was wondering what that card was the whole time.
We are going to use the Assassin Ripper here, paying one prep counter here to activate the effect so that we actually get an additional 3 attack. Raylam here is deciding whether he can answer this attack. Is there anything can Relam do?
I think he has a Resolute in hand, if I remember correctly. Should be able to play that, but you know, it's like we're just slowly and but surely getting whittled away. And you know, I'm just saying, I've already seen it. Mike has another Innervate in his hand.
This Innovate gaming is getting out of hand. Mike it's gonna Innovate. If he actually resolves this Innovate, it's gonna be the third Innovate.
You know what would be funny? If that's also an Innervate in there, in that stolen card, if that's another Innervate.
I'll believe you this time in the sense that it might be a command. I don't think he stole
you know, there's no way you got 4 useful cards, right? There's just absolutely no way. If we don't kill this turn, the Ducal Seal will come back at least.
This game has gone so long.
You know, the first game didn't last that long, actually, but this is the grind, right? This is what happens when Tristan gets to completely control the game.
By the way, look, a very easy matchup. Do you think it's that easy?
It's not easy. It's favored. I didn't say it was easy.
Easy, huh? Yeah. So for those folks who want the answer, you're looking at a game right now among I would say the 2 best of the pilots of this deck, showing you how this matchup could actually go on. And you see Mike.
Okay, had to use the Spellword Scepter to not explode here.
Yep, and you can't interact this. Like, yeah, go ahead, resolve it. It's fine.
Okay, we live to see another day.
Yeah, but now without the scepter, there's nothing to protect Relam anymore. And Relam's board looks, well, compared to Mike's board.
Yeah, comparatively, this is a lot less going on here. Ducal Seal is back now, so we can't go for the big Shadow Army attack, but we can actually just go for Shadow Strike if we can find a way to guarantee that we are good. I mean, like, this is...
Now, what the Panda will attack.
What the Panda doing? Just going to swing here. Looking at the hand, I see an Incapacitate in Relam's. Baby Green. Ooh, Baby Green. We did get a sight of it. The Baby Green here, so that's a slow speed Baby Green, but could just use it as... I mean, what are you targeting here? Ooh, target your Shadow Claw.
To
reset the durability?
That might be the play for Mike.
I don't hate that. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it at all. I think it's actually quite playable. We are going to go into a cake. Of course, why not? We're going to get food right here because everyone is hungry right now. Oh, another one.
We are so hungry right now. Honestly, I could really use a snack. It's been a long day. Could I have some of those, please?
Yeah, I mean, can the judges just get those next to us? Like, maybe standing here for quite long, but anyway, this game has been going so long. Even production is asking what is actually going on at this point.
Safeguard Amulet. Remember that Mike has... Don't forget that Mike has a Innervate and a Abnegation in hand, so he is literally has no chance of ever dying in this game.
Yeah, Duco is going to get prop here. I think this is another turn for Mike to just say pass. Relam is just surviving. I'm amazed at how much Okay, imagine if this is a time game. What would actually happen?
Oh, Mike would have lost by now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, exactly. See, look at this, insane.
Third cake, okay. We are so freaking fed right now.
Are we going through the entire deck right now? Like,
no, I'm telling you, if we find the Regal, we can actually just Regal mill. We might just actually just mill out here. It would be really funny.
Can Mike actually just get Regal out right here? Is Relam actually planning for that? That will be an insane ending. We are going to see the Panda swinging in to the army of allies.
Crystal is Desi on Panda? We're just like, I don't know. Just like, I just want to play something.
I'm sorry. I have lost words to commentate on that. But yeah, well played from Mike.
What else are you going to use it on?
What else am I going to say? It's a crystallized destiny on the Panda. There's nothing else to say.
You know, he might he can't harness lightning anymore because he doesn't have his Shenju. So I guess this is the highest damage swing left in the deck unless he starts trotting.
There is still Innovate in Mike's hand. This game might go even longer than we expected.
Yeah, there's just so much defense.
Finally.
Okay, you know what? Backing it up, he's like, let's get out of here. I don't want to drag this out anymore. Then already it's that Baby Green Slime.
After
showing the final card here.
10,000 years, we have a winner for our game 2.
Game 2. So now there's a game 3 now, imagine. Imagine we get that again.
Mike taking it back, showing that he is no pushover, spending, I want to say 30 minutes more?
No, that was, is that 40 minutes maybe? Like 45 minutes?
I don't know, but that felt like eternity. Look at the board state. Like, again, everyone has been saying this matchup is not that hard. All you do is just fumes the dragon and you'll be good. Yeah, look at that. Look at the point. Look at how the board has become because of one simple card, Regal Inquisition.
Yeah, and really, being the first one to throw the Regal makes such a huge difference in this game because you get the complete knowledge of your opponent's hand. You know that, okay, so like every turn they're going to draw this many cards, so I can kind of like anticipate all the new possibilities, but I know everything, right? And I think if Mike actually gets an opportunity where he is able to throw out a Regal, sees that Raylam has nothing or hits everything that Raylam has, and he just goes Shadow Strike and he just kills him.
Yeah, like that's that's insane part of the entire matchup. The fact that Raylam has actually a chance to play despite the dragon actually going away, and we just confirmed that was about a 40-minute game.
Yeah, 40-minute game, 2. And then the first game was probably like 20 minutes or 15 minutes, so...
Yeah, Mike and Raylam hitting up again for the last round. Give it up for this two. We are going to see this last match for Manila today. It's going to be Raylam highlighting the Seiru versus Mike highlighting his beloved Tristan.
Yeah, literally decked out with every Tristan paraphernalia. I guess not a Tristan mat, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, but maybe one day we could get like requests for, stream tables to get their personalized mat, but we are going to see what is the opening hand here. We see...
that looks bad.
I don't see any
That
opening.
looks bad. That was like in-cap, slice and dice mastermind scheme or something?
Now, let's play the question. Does Raylam open Besiege?
Okay, 3 cards down. 3 cards down.
His face is showing otherwise.
Is this a double break?
Pass! Is this going to be the
Oh my
first
God.
time we
Double
see
break?
Raylam missed it?
Okay, this dungeon guides at least.
All right.
think.
We are going
Okay,
to
okay.
Whisper.
We're fine.
Innovate is found.
Calm. Oh, okay. Keeping the calming. Oh, innervate. Okay, perfect. All right. The loop has now found one of its pieces. Now we just need to get to level 2
Going
and then
to
start going.
Turbo here because there's nothing to be played in Raylam's hand. I assume we are just going to go into a Windmill Engineer here with showing double Byakko, I believe. Was that Innovate?
No, so this is that's double Byakko. So it's funny because he didn't pop the Thurible during Recollection. I think because he felt that if he did, I think that was a windmill drawn for turn, because if he didn't draw that, he wouldn't have to play. So he needs to use the Thurible during main phase, but thankfully did draw that windmill.
Yeah,
it's not completely gimped.
Raylam is showing signs of a very weak hand here, breaking hand. Mike here going after the backup charger. Is standard play here. Windmill Engineer does come down right now.
Trades?
I think it's going to be a trade here, showing us a Wind Blast and I think another Windmill Engineer. Oh, that's Stifling Trap. Yeah, that's Stifling Trap.
That's the alternate. Oh, Stifling Trap. Stifling Trap on a Windmill Engineer.
Wow.
Reclaim.
Wow, reclaim?
Reclaim.
We're gaming.
The punish.
We're gaming, ladies and gentlemen.
Can he imbue it again? Can he do it again?
We are actually going to imbue it again. It might actually
Do we have enough win cards to imbue it again?
It doesn't
Okay,
pass.
he doesn't.
Well, Raylam here, quite comfortable with what he just did. It's going to go into a level 1 Gocha right here.
Wait,
Thurible,
Thurible though, we can at least hit that reclaim.
Oh my. If we can actually hit that
Trotter,
reclaim.
no, we needed him if we're going to try and play this board war.
No, I think we can get it later. We don't get it now.
We need the Trotters though. There's only 2 Trotters in the deck, you know. That's one of your 2 Trotters.
Just draw it.
You gotta have to draw the second one and then just keep looping it over and over and over
Draw
again.
it. I mean, if you are Raylam, to come to this stage, to become a potential back-to-back Ascent winner, you have to have the half the cards. We are
Dungeon
in
Guide to 2?
level 2.
Dungeon Guide. Wait, do we have our own Siphoning Trap, Mike?
It might just resolve. We are going to bench
The
2
double
Byakko.
Byakkos.
Yeah, Byakko's not really helpful in this matchup, honestly speaking.
Are we going draw card here?
Dungeon Guide going in with the Windmill Engineer, going for 2 damage in total.
Beseeching Fatestone Dream Fairy?
Pass, I think.
Okay.
Turbo?
Thurible going to be used here. Get rid of that reclaim.
Yep, not letting Mike have an easy way to go up to level 1 Tristan.
Then we do get our extra card here. No, Innervate has been lost. That's a really important card in this matchup.
Yep, pretty
It's one
important.
of our ways.
It's a few of the ways to actually get stealth right here. Mike's turn right here is going to play his own Turbo here.
This is just backup charger at this point.
Yep, going to be putting out cards into the bench area from Raylam's side of the graveyard. We are going to go Windmill Part 2, maybe, or even Wind Blast, I believe.
Windmill Ace
No,
would be really
tree.
nice here. Oh, Sadie
Sadie.
is fantastic as well. Get our prep generation rolling. Next turn we get to go Sadie plus Windmill Engineer to try and kill the Dungeon Guide. Get an agility trigger.
Yep, unfortunately for this turn, you won't get the agility trigger because you are not on Assassin class bonus. So we're going back into Relam's turn here, going to the level 3 Gocha immediately. Again, we have seen this pattern a lot of times. Will he remember the Lost Province this time?
Okay, wait. He went Quest this time. He went Quest this time. He was at, yeah, he was at 3, and he went Quest.
He
Okay, so,
remembered.
okay, he remember. He don't forgore.
He didn't forget. Compared to
Ascent?
last game, Ascent. Compared to last game, Relam now is really ahead in terms of the speed game. Trotter, the other tripper, he drew it.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay, the horses are on the way. Dungeon Guy getting Cycling Trap.
Cycling Trap, and the horse is
Not
gone.
like this. We needed that guy.
Relam looks quite disappointed that the Dungeon Guide couldn't swing for at least 3 damage.
Is he not banishing here? Oh, elected to not banish. Must really like the cards in his memory. Lose the
this
Mastermind.
Mastermind here is really, really important for Mike to actually keep on the tempo because, again, getting this prep contests are really, really hard if you don't actually open up Mastermind scheme. And we are going to get into, well, Seville to win.
Into another Mastermind scheme.
Well, these people
Or is that Windmill?
I think that's Windmill.
Okay, it's Windmill.
Well, some people are just, I don't know, talented.
Okay,
we're
okay. I mean, as long as we have Sadie, we can just continue to get our prep counters. We also have the boots as a potential option. So prep is, you don't need 2 Mastermind schemes necessarily, but it's nice to have both of them.
Yep, so we are going to go Wind Blast here, getting another prep counter. With the Sadie effect, we will eventually get into 4 prep counter now. We have 3 here.
Agility trigger as well. Okay, I'm real. Mike is in an insanely advantageous position. He's got a lot of influence. All the interactive cards he needs. He has his 4 prep counters on deck. Now he just needs to hit level 3 Shadow Dancer, steal 4 more useful cards, go up to Shadow Dancer, and let's start bringing out the army.
Serial command found in the top of the Fairy Whisper. The problem is that you can't actually review it.
Is this a whiff?
It's probably a whiff, but I think Relam wants one of the cards. That would be the Serial command here. I think it's going to reveal it. No, it's going to be the Gazelle.
Oh my god, it's a whiff on the Fairy Whispers. We are going to draw it off the Reliquary at least. Okay, so that's a Reliquary draw. So it's going to be draw for turn. I mean, Gazelle's good. Gazelle's definitely good.
Yep.
How much influence does
I think
it
Gazelle actually triggers here because you have 3 influence. Gazelle actually has an extra part that we're not aware of because it's really rare that Relam gets this low influence. It does allows you to basically draw a card to
Did he not trigger the on-ender?
He did, right?
I didn't see him draw a card.
He has 3 cards and Gazelle in the field. I think it's
And he forgot to draw it. He forgot to get the draw here. Okay, that's a little bit of an oopsie there. Sadie gonna return hand, get our 4th prep counter.
Something that happens really, really quickly here that we didn't notice might actually play the armor side, I believe.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, a negation drawn now, so we're definitely not dying.
We are going to see Dungeon Guide. Huh.
Yeah, 3 cards. I mean, it's got. Yeah, I see it. It's right there, right next to that Incapacitate. Dungeon Guide coming down.
Foil Dungeon Guide here. Relam influence is really, really low right here, and I think we do have that just card that we're discussing here. Maybe Relam didn't activate the Gazelle's on enter effect.
I mean, I think at that point it might be a missed trigger. So
missed trigger at this point, but
maybe he doesn't want to draw. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they were just confirming the thing. But looking back at the game spot, this game state, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I feel like Relam doesn't usually get that effect off because it's very rare to actually have such little influence.
Or maybe he doesn't even know there's an extra effect.
You know, so Gazelle honestly on its own is pretty good. it's just like it's the hugest. Actually, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. This is what? This is maybe bigger than Seri, right?
Yeah.
13, 14.
Yeah, he'll be like, you can draw cards from Gazelle.
He's like, oh, okay, missed trigger, accepted game state. Fortunately.
We are going to see the Wind Blast and also Windmill Engineer with Bandage here. We're going to go into the Shadow Weaver once again. What's in the box? What is stolen from Relam? Can Mike show us a hint of it? And it's going to be Lost Providence being brought here from the material deck as well.
All right, Mike. Can we see a little bit of reaction?
Oh, we can see it. We can see it.
Oh.
Incap. I think I saw Incap.
Oh, did you see it? That's one of the best cards you could possibly hit here.
Yeah, it might be baiting anyone, but I saw Incap.
Oh, okay. So he has his own incap. He can use Relam's incap. He might actually be able to just go for lethal at this point.
Yeah, but the problem is that the prep contests are really, really little. Only 4. Yeah. We need Mastermind Scheme at the very least. Or actually to go into Shadow Dancer and then only Mastermind Scheme to get into 10 prep counter.
Oh, Dungeon Guide. No? Okay. Oh, Oath Guard.
Oath Guard.
Oath Guard coming down.
Our really own Ascent Protector, but in a different skin.
This is pretty nasty. Stealing one of Raylam's own. Oh, look at his face. Raylam is just like, yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
I accept it.
I wish I had that.
Okay, now the Gazelle is enormous, so we cannot get rid of it, unfortunately.
Raylam is laughing as well. It's like, yeah, sure, you can't touch the Gazelle. Raylam here is going to probably go into the Ducal if he wants to. Oh, the Starwood. The Scepter here is really, really
Do
good.
we maybe have a Regal?
Starwood's Scepter here has basically proven us a lot of time that this thing has been destroying Mike. Because if you remember last game, Mike almost has game, but then the Scepter plus the strategic stand just stops it. And then now going back to Raylam turn, what can he do this turn?
Okay, he's nothing.
Fast,
He has
right?
nothing. His hand's like, he just drew a dungeon guide for turn as well, so it's really awkward. Okay, we're gonna get Boots, Lost Providence, popped here.
Umbra side.
Umbra Sight, let's get some more influence. That will also power up our abnegation for later.
Interesting here. We are going to actually see attacks from the Umbra side. As you can see, it's simply just a draw card, and then of course you can do 2 damage to your champion, but that's because it's a curse. It will be common. It will be in combination with Abomination, so it's fine.
Shadow Strike has been found, so we could just throw lethal at this point. We have 2 incapacitates as well, so there is so much. We just need that one Mastermind Scheme. Turbocharge. Okay,
I think
more
it's-
influence. More anyway. The Gazelle's getting bigger.
Yeah, but I think it's
Right
the first
side.
time we see it.
Right side. The Gazelle. Every time he draws, the Gazelle gets bigger.
Mice looking at the stolen cards here. He's going to go for a Windmill Engineer here in order to dig deeper into his deck, reclaim, and surveil the wins.
Okay, surveil the wins here. We get some more prep. We need it. Okay, boots trigger, and we just pass. I mean, the oath. Oh, Winds of Destiny.
Suppressing.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh
no.
no! Oh no! Incapacitate.
incap.
Okay.
We're not letting that going through. We are going to incap that because it is really dangerous.
I think maybe Vela might just YOLO. Let's just Seiryu. Let's just try and kill. Because I think he sees the writing on the wall. So that's why you have the Spellword Scepter. We can stop a possible negate.
And can also stop Mike. I think this might actually be Raylam's day. Raylam is going to draw from the Lost Providence. He's trying to find Lethal. Can he flip the dragon and get a command? It is going to be a Tangled. Triggers here, drawing the memory.
We can't. Okay, we can stop one command because the Spellword Scepter can only be used on one of them. We cannot redirect right now. We still have the taunt though,
The taunt.
or the
is-
intercept rather.
The Gazelle wax? Wait.
Oh, Gazelle whacking?
Okay. Interesting.
Asen, it's Asen.
It has to be Asen, right? Asen Protector comes down.
Asen Protector going to be used on the Gazelle here. Okay, Gazelle come back.
Mike, does he have an answer to it?
Oh!
Something trap.
What could this possibly be?
It's
Is this in
Maha-
response to the Asen or in response to the on-enter? It's a big difference here.
Yeah, if you respond on the Asen card activation, you can still target the Gazelle, and then after you resolve Asen's... Oh no, he's just going to let it through. Just going to go in, and the Dungeon Guide just dies.
Okay, and Gazelle comes back. No on-enter trigger this time, unfortunately.
Can Mike actually find game here right now? Because to be fair, there's only a Gazelle standing in his way.
0 cards. There's
Zero
nothing.
cards.
If he has Mastermind Scheme Shadow Strike, he's going to go up to... He's going to go level up 3 now. He's going to draw 2 cards. If he finds Mastermind Scheme, he's going to have 6 preparation counters. That'll put him up to 12. With the Claw, 12, 17, 2 Shadow Swings is 4, 21. Still not quite enough.
Yeah, this is why the prep generation is really important. Like, if you don't generate enough preps, right, you actually can't end the game with Tristan. That's the problem with Tristan decks in general. And this is why Mike is struggling to find that Mastermind Scheme really, really important card in this particular situation. Might actually have it right now. He's seeing the card is stolen from Raylam. What can he actually do?
Regal.
Is it just another pass? It's going to be a Regal, but you need to Regal at this point.
I don't think so. I think you can tell that Raylam's hand kind of sucks. So I think you maybe it's like, I'll give him a couple
Yeah,
turns,
you can
let
do
him
it.
get some reliquary draws, then we
mean,
can regal him.
Look, when you played with a particular friend for a long time, I'm assuming they're quite close, they're friends, you know if your friend has like a really bad hand. I think Mike is probably just using that to his advantage and think, I'm not going to Regal you. I don't think you have a good hand.
He's in the tank. He's thinking. He was looking at the cards too. If he has like a Dream Fairy in there, like a Dream Fairy to get rid of this Gazelle as well.
And it's buying a really long game again. Like, if you look at Mike's hand, he basically has every outs to survive, and you look at Raylam's situation, he's refusing to let Mike have this out. Fairy
Okay,
Whispers,
we're digging. We're digging.
to the top 3. We'll be seeing our future right here. Immediately puts 2 to the top, I believe.
Okay, if it's 2 on the top, he must like them. Oh, Surveil.
Surveil.
Okay, let's get those prep counters rolling.
Yep, nothing feels better than getting your prep counter one by one.
I think bastard.
This Gazelle is just so much value, too strong, too big for Mike to handle. It is going to Ray Lumsden, gonna get into sensor, gonna remove everyone's graveyard card effects.
You know, the float is kind of relevant. We still have reclaims, we still have ensnarings in the deck. Might as well just get this out if there's nothing better.
It's relevant because Mike likes to innovate back into the Shadow Weaver and then wants to go back into the Shadow Dancer.
Gazelle swinging in.
This Gazelle not only protects, it attacks as well.
I think the only time I've ever seen a Gazelle swing is when A-Paul forgot that Pohan he had more life. Oh!
Resistant, protecting the ally.
Interesting. And that's Raylams, right?
Yep, I think that's Raylan's Resistant. Stolen Resistant is going to be another Ascent protector.
On Gazelle again?
Probably to Gazelle again. This Gazelle is just being used as a Ascent protector folder at this point.
Gazelle going through the blender, coming back, going back on
through
field.
the blender?
Oh, okay,
Surveil
so,
win?
okay, so
Alright.
we're getting the prep counter rolling. I think we might be going for the Mastermind here.
Yep, Mastermind Scheme. This is a perfect opportunity. This is going to bring Mike all the way to...
Okay, we're
No,
digging
no,
more,
we're digging.
more.
Still
This is Raylan's turn, but you
yeah.
know, on the next turn, if we're currently at 8. So
Yeah.
if we go for the Mastermind Scheme, 16. So that would be a 20. There would be 25 damage with the Shadows attacks after as well.
Yep. I'm going to see Windmill Engineer. Where are those Shadow Strike? How many
I think
do
he
we
has
run?
he has the Shadow Strike. I don't know if he has the Mastermind Scheme.
I think we only run 2 Mastermind Scheme.
Another Surveil. He banished one earlier as well.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So he's really digging for that one more Mastermind Scheme.
It's going to take 3 damage. Mike is taking a bit of a hit.
The healing is not, it does not matter here. We still have that abnegation that would heal us for 8. Gazelle
Now-
coming back again, and we have a Resolute in the hand, but this is no cards in hand. We have 2 Incapacitates, 1 in hand and 1 from Stolen.
1 in Raylan's hand, I believe.
There is 1 Resolute in hand. There's 1 card, it's just a Resolute.
Yep,
Last
and-
card in his hand.
And Mike does have the Incapacit. But the problem is that Raylan also has the Scepter there to stop the negate here. So I think
If he chooses to pop it there.
chooses to pop it there. Mike's turn. Is there anything else that he could materialize that's relevant? Maybe the level 3 again, but I don't know what kind of cards I had put into the memory that Mike doesn't want it to get banished.
Oh boy. Mike thinking here. He looks exhausted. Been doing this for, at this point, 6. This is the 16th round of him having to play like this.
This is insane. We have been standing here watching this two fight it out into this final battle for Ascent Manila right here. Mike, can you do it? Can you find the right line?
Don't forget, too, that since Mike was at top tables, he's been fighting Serious the entire weekend because they were always at the top table, so he's been having to do this. You know, when he plays against like an aggro deck, it's like, oh, I can play the normal
I
way.
spy my eye what was stolen. One of them was a Byaku command.
Okay.
So just one dead card.
That's one dead card, unfortunately.
What
Okay.
did Mike do here? This thing is so long.
He's probably trying to find a way to end the game here.
There must be something interesting as well. If you notice now, Wayland never triggered the Fate Stone for a long time. He must really like those cards.
It's either that or he doesn't want to dig deeper through his deck, because if he does that, it's faster to get milled out.
Oh, by the Regal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we are going to activate the boost ability to draw. Might just want to see more cards at this point. Raylam is probably going to let it through, right?
He's thinking about it. He's if maybe he wants to keep generating more prep, you know, he's okay. He's okay. I'm going to find the Mastermind Scheme eventually.
I think Mike's just missing the Mastermind Scheme. Is so...
Innovate. We're actually just gonna, we're going to go back to level 3.
We're going to go back
We're digging. We're digging.
We're going back to level 2.
Yeah. Oh, no. This is, we were in Dancer right now, so we're going to go back down
we're
to
Dancer
Reaver.
right now?
We're going to go down to Reaver.
Wait, what's happening?
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah, there we go. We're
movement.
going back to Viva. Yeah.
We're going to go back to Reaver.
Yep, we go back
And then we're
to
going to
Viva.
Dungeon Guide. Back
Yep.
up to 3.
Yep, going to see more cards here. I think we can just get rid of all the Sadies. Yep.
Oh, boy.
Dungeon Guide here. Goodbye Sadies, I believe. Yep. Getting rid of the Sadies, getting rid of anything not relevant.
We have Ascent, so we can Ascent our Dungeon Guide back to hand, and then we can do this again next turn.
Maya just showing us a new way to play. Tristan and everyone at home, I hope you guys are still with us. We're going to be seeing Mike here going to summon 2 more shadows and drawing 2 more cards. This is insane here.
Surely, and also one more prep for our eventual Mastermind scheme. This is currently at 10 prep, so we would have 20 prep here.
We just need the Mastermind scheme. I really think it's just that card.
We really just need Mastermind scheme here. It would be a Shadow Strike for 25, which would not kill through that Resolute Stand, so still needs to wait even longer. There's the Shadow Strike. It's already
10
there.
prep counters. 10 prep counters, even with the Shadow Claw, that would be with the Shadow Strike 15. Not enough. Not really. We do really need that Mastermind scheme in order to reach 20, I believe.
Yeah, we need to actually, we really want to hit 28 if we can.
Yeah.
Or I guess at that point it would be 23 prep counters.
Yeah, Mike here is just struggling to find that card. What is it? What is it that you want to play, Mike? Show us how to find the right place right now. We're putting down 3 cards. What is it exactly?
I mean, that's the problem with playing only 2 Mastermind schemes in your deck. You don't even have any in the sideboard, so if you just don't find them, you just don't find them.
I mean, this Gazelle is really annoying. I just realized that Mike this entire game couldn't go face because this Gazelle is just not letting him do it.
We saw it in the previous game, though. Once he gets enough shadows, we can just start going Claw. Oh, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike, we're going for it.
Shadow Strike.
He has 2, actually. Is this unprepped? Are we just swinging? We have to at least prep 1 so that it becomes unblockable.
No,
or
this is without Shadow Claw as well.
is this Shadow Strike on Gazelle or something? No.
There's no Shadow Claw, right?
Prep 4, so we're keeping some of the prep here. I think we're doing a chip damage Shadow Strike, so we can go another Shadow Strike again.
Again, no Shadow Claw, so...
Yeah, we're not using the Claw here.
Huh, interesting.
This is going to be... I mean, he can bring out Claw after this. Okay,
Or
yeah.
maybe it's intentional, so that the Claw doesn't lose its durability.
Yes, yes, yes. There. 2,
Two,
2,
two,
2,
two.
2. Right, you know, I like to see the... I'm tired of waiting for Mastermind scheme. I'm just going to start Shadow Striking you for a smaller amount so I can just get Shadow Swings in as well. This is crazy. This is such a crazy game. I wonder if maybe Raylam could have considered using that Resolute Stand there. We still have the Dragon. Let's not forget that we still have it. So if Raylam ever sees an opportunity to just go for it, he absolutely can.
It might be just Regal. I think Raylam is just waiting for the right opportunity to Regal, and I think this might be the time if Raylam can actually activate a Regal here. This might actually change the tide of the game. But no, we are going to use Ascent to hear the dungeon guides here. We are going to do another cake here. All right, sure.
Okay, okay.
Ascent Protector.
Seryu's command in the hand. Stifling Trap found for the eventual dungeon guide replay.
Yep. We are getting out of hand right here. This game has been going on. We have 4 shadows, 2 Ascent Protectors, a Gazelle, a cake. What else is there to add into the party?
There's still 2 unused cards that were stolen from Raylam.
Dragon? No.
Okay, we're filtering now. We're filtering.
So what has been the card is going to get banished?
The Siege.
Yeah,
no use for that card.
Yeah. Get rid of the card. We don't need to see it. Raylam is just going to pass right here. Going back to Mike's turn right now.
Okay, I mean, Raylam probably has to pop that Ducal Seal if he wants any chance of surviving here. Got the hold of his whole hand, so he's not worried about...
Yes.
Now Mike has to actually take a gamble in order to try and end the game here. So
Shadow Strike?
I don't think he will. Oh, okay. Ducal Seal going to be popped here. Regal!
We're going to actually finally see what is Raylam holding back this entire time.
If Mike sees... If he gets rid of all the defensive cards... And then he sees that, and then Raylam draws into nothing, he will just go for it at this point.
We do see the command. Again, the commands are not really helpful for Raylam in this particular matchup because the dragon is never going to come out. Ooh!
Sean the Claw! Okay, Raylam, I see you. That's cheeky, but guess what? This is currently coming in for 10. So if we don't draw into a Resolute Stand, a Shadow Strike would still kill us.
But it's considering it. Oh, it's going to let it go.
Let it go. You know what? Free durability counter.
Yep, it's like, might as well. So do we resolve the Regal here? Still on the stack? Is there anything else? Does anyone want to say anything before we resolve this Regal Inquisition?
Any more preamble here? Otherwise, we're going to start flipping our hand in memory, showing off what we've got. So we do see,
And we do see
Resolute Stand. Get rid of it. Get that thing out of here.
Yeah, these cards are not useful.
Oh, okay. If he doesn't draw into a defensive card here, it's over. Draws him very... Okay, that could be a defensive card. Failing Breeze.
Mike doesn't like
Maybe.
it. Mike doesn't like that. He's like, oh no, he has a chance to see more cards right here.
Now he can't go for it. He can't go for it anymore. Oh, he is, though.
Shadow Claw right here, right now. It might be enough even though you don't have the Shadow Claw. Shadow Strike here should be enough.
Does he have Veiling Breeze in this deck? Veiling Breeze in the sideboard, so if he Fairy Whispers and finds the Veiling Breeze... Okay, remember, Spellboard Scepter.
Right.
Spellboard Scepter, we can't negate.
Do we want to just negate this right now? It can't!
Okay. Oh, he didn't use the Spellboard Scepter.
Yeah, 0-1.
It's over.
Mike won. Mike takes Ascent Manila through a hard-fought battle with his friend Raylam here through an insane game, Shadow Striking twice.
Shadow, that's a rare one you see where you do a small Shadow Strike into a big Shadow Strike, right? The 1-2 punch right there.
Not only that, you know what's insane about this? The ink cap was stolen.
That was the stolen ink cap as well. Oh my god. Actually, Mike, can you please flip the last one? I need to see what it is.
Let me just see what is actually... No, it's the Byaku's command, right?
Oh, yeah, it's the Byaku's Guard. So it was, once again, he got 3
Yeah,
good
yeah,
cards
yeah.
off that. It was the Oath Guard, I don't even remember what the other one was anymore. But yeah, what a crazy game here from Mike.
What a
Just
crazy...
closing it out here, your Ascent Manila champion on the most wacky Tristan build I think I've ever seen.
I am lost for words. This game, this series is insane. I think Game 2 was a heck of a game. That was so long.
Whew. What more is there to say? Oh, there it is. The Byaku's command was in fact the last card that was stolen. Unfortunately for Raylam, just not able to do it. Not
Yeah.
able to get there.
That game was so long. But congratulations, it was worth watching and sticking through it. Congratulations to Mike for winning Ascent Manila, getting a gauntlet, and also gonna get the first place Kaze Spirit.
Yeah, that's right. So, obviously Hong Kong, absolutely going crazy in these past 2 Ascents. Once again, getting 2 gauntlet slots already.
Yeah. And
That's
insane
crazy.
about, and that Raylam is almost just 1 win away from becoming a back-to-back Ascent champion. But unfortunately, things don't work out all the time. But Raylam has put up a really good fight, showing us that this matchup is not as easy as it
Yeah,
seems.
he won the first game. He put up a fight, right?
Put up a real fight.
And he made Mike work for those. He really made him work for those last 2 games.
I think Mike is gonna get exhausted. I think everyone in that table is very exhausted. And also shout out to the judges there for actually sticking through and making sure everything was in order. The game was really intense, really great. Once again, congrats for Mike for winning it. Any thoughts? You really wanted to see the matchup, right? So yeah. So what's your thoughts?
I hope more... Okay, the one silver lining here is Tristan's a very hard deck to play. So all the people are going to be trying to do the Mike thing, and they're not going to be able to do it because they're just not as good.
Yeah, I mean, like I own a Tristan deck. I have Sadie's, like I picked up Sadie's really early, so I own Tristan, and I have never touched Tristan for a long time. Why? Because this deck is really annoying. Because aside from it being hard, it's really conditional. Actually, if you notice, what Mike did was understanding that he couldn't reach the so-called 20. Not say 20. Is it called 20? Yeah, the 20 prep counter win con. So he went for the
Double Shadow Strike.
Shadow Strike win con, where it's really weird, where he just prep 5 and 4, because he kind of understand that you can't really win it through that way. So if you think about this, if you have 2 Shadow Strikes, right, the damage from the Shadow, like Omniscient Shadows, are actually more in that way because you're doing it twice, right? So in that aspect, it's actually more damage than just try to farm it. So that's an interesting way to look at it. I think I learned a lot when I see how Mike pilots the deck. So yeah.
Yeah, the big thing is because he has the 2 extra shadows from de-leveling and re-leveling,
Yeah.
the amount of damage he gets just from getting a single point of damage on the champion with his champion is able to suddenly convert to an extra 8 damage,
exactly.
right?
Like those shadows, usually the general game plan of Tristan, this is like a generalization. Most, even including me, most Tristan players would just go for 1 big swing. And if you think about it, sure, that's really fantastic, but your shadows are just going to swing 2 and 2. But what Mike has is a bit different. Mike has 4 shadows. He has 6 in 1 game.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so those shadows actually matters. When he has like different damage source of Tristan, like the Tristans are dealing in different... every turn the Tristan deals damage to a single target, that target is being targeted by the shadows, and the shadow can do a lot of damage. In that context, going for the champion there, every time the Tristan hits, that if you have 4 shadows, the shadows actually hit for 8 damage. That's a lot.
And it just goes to show, I feel like everyone's like, oh, Tristan solved. Like, we've seen Tristan, she's like barely changed throughout the years. But guess what? We've just found like a super unique way. I mean, yeah, the deck is still like very much the same.
Yeah.
But the style of play, and also Shadow Reaver, which is a card that most Tristans don't even play.
I still think the deck is pretty. I still think the card is pretty good. Shadow Weaver. Like, when I first learned about the card, like, well, this card's insane. You can steal cards. Of course, there's the risk of you stealing cards that are not valuable, but Mike made it work. In fact, Mike played around it because all he did was just go into Shadow Weaver, go into Dancer. Dancer draws 2 cards, and then I'm going to innovate back into Shadow Weaver, and then I'm going to go back to Dancer, keep switching up the Tristans and drawing cards, and also creating the shadows.
We don't even have the insane high roll of like Heavenly Guide, recycle Heavenly Guide, level up for free, draw 2, level up for free, draw 2. It's just such creative play, and it's very similar to a lot of the ways that the Tristans were playing like when she first came out, right? A lot of people were on that Shadow Reaver, Shadow Dancer memes or the Innervate, and it's just like, oh, it didn't really work out. But now with this build, especially during this meta where there's so much wind and there's so many good cards to steal, it was just like the perfect storm for this Tristan to come in and just steal everyone's hopes and dreams and steal the championship and the back-to-back from Raylam. So huge congratulations to Mike 0615, in my mind, Mike June 15, for taking this win here. And, you know, as much as I would have liked to see a Filipino win, I think that was a fantastic finals. And I thank you for sticking it out with me. It's been a long day. We're going to have the closing ceremony right after this. And then I think it's awarding first and closing ceremony.
Yeah, awarding then closing.
Yeah, so
Yep.
you know, I know it's been a long day, but you know, if you guys want to stick around and then see everyone get their trophies, and of course announcements, maybe there's some spoilers. I don't know.
Who knows? Like, we are pretty close, I think, to new cards.
RDO is just in 3 months. It's actually a pretty short cycle. It was like, it feels like PDM just came out like, it did just come out last month.
Yep. Maybe we have more news about Pantheon as well.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see more about Pantheon. Love to find out. I mean, the trailer is crazy. Love the Learn to Play video. Shout out to Hio for voice acting that one.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's a great time to be a Grand Archive player. I'm so excited.
We can see Mike at the background there.
Yeah, Mike ready. He's on his phone. He's telling his mom, I won Ascent.
Yep, something like that. Yep.
Yeah, so that's gonna be it for us. Thank you so much for watching everything. It's been a long and it's been an extremely exciting, extremely fun event. I'm so glad to finally have an Ascent in the Manila. I think everyone was kind of like, we're never going to get Ascent here. No one wants to come here, but you know, it goes to show. And even with the timing being around New Year's, still getting 270 players is a fantastic accomplishment. Yeah, I mean, thank you everyone for sticking around. Thank you to Luxom. Thank you to all of the staff and the judges and everyone for making this event happen. And obviously, thank you to Weebs for making this great game.
Yep. And that's all from us. Stay tuned again. There will be the award ceremony and the closing ceremony. But for us tonight, we are done for the stream. Goodbye.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Happy New Year, Manila! And welcome to Ascent Manila, the very first Ascent for Grand Archive in the Philippines. What a way to start the year. 276 players showed up ready to battle, and you all brought the heat. A huge spread of champions, ton of deck variety, and spicy tech that caught people off guard from Spirit of Purity Ride to Fire Aggro CL and everything in between. On a personal note, it's been a real honor to serve as head judge for the event. Huge thanks to our tournament organizers, Fable, and to the Weeps of the Shore team. And of course, to our staff and volunteers and every single player for bringing energy and sportsmanship that made